Upon entering the post-apocalyptic game, you find yourself transformed into a demon with gray skin and blue eyes. The system even mocks you. Please don't have unrealistic expectations about your appearance. Just as you're about to curse, a series of notification sounds causes your brain to freeze instantly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSS rank talent, Traceless Talent. Maximum movement speed increased by 100%. Ding! Heretic Orb detected. You have automatically been bound to the exclusive hidden class, Wind Heretic. Ding! Congratulations on successfully changing your class. Seeing the terrifying growth stats on your stats panel reaching as high as 8 stars, you are overjoyed. A demon? Excellent. In this life, I will make all the gods and demons of the multiverse tremble before me. The wilderness. Blood flows like a river, corpses litter the ground. Huff, huff. 10 demon gods, each possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, panted heavily as they cursed furiously. You little bastard, you've got nowhere to run now. They've destroyed countless planets, but they've never seen such a disgusting adventurer. Run. All you know how to do is run, damn it. Sigh. Standing before them, a handsome young man in his 20s, his breathing slightly ragged, looked at the demon gods and let out a heavy sigh. In the end, the quest had failed after all. His gaze swept over the mountains of corpses and seas of blood surrounding him, and Yi's heart was filled with resentment. Ever since the cataclysm began 3 years ago, all of Earth's humanity had been forcibly drawn into this game called Gods and Demons, and every 10 days, they were forced to undertake a grueling challenge. To this day, the entire population of Earth had rallied together, yet they still struggled to defeat these 10 terrifying demon gods. As for him, the only reason he managed to survive this long was his mastery of speed. Ding! System notice, please note, you have 10 seconds remaining. If you fail to complete the challenge within this time, the mission will be deemed a failure. 10 seconds. Yi gave a bitter smile. At this point, I have no choice but to go all out. With that, he shot forward like a rainbow. Facing the 10 demon gods charging at him, he did not retreat but charged straight into their midst, a multicolored orb clenched tightly in his hand. The demon gods looked utterly stunned, never expecting him to act so out of character. Explode! Madness flashed in Yi's eyes. This was his final trump card. He could only hope that this bead, the result of 2.5 years of painstaking effort, would work a miracle. Boom! The bead shattered into pieces, exploding like a nuclear bomb and dealing a devastating blow to the surrounding area, completely engulfing Yi and the demon gods. Having reached the end of his life and given it his all, Yi's face contorted into a ferocious grimace. I have no regrets before the world. Ding! Server-wide announcement, regrettably, Earth's last player has died. Their journey in Gods and Demons has come to an end. In response, the remaining sentient beings throughout the universe showed no emotional reaction whatsoever. The annihilation of a race. It was merely something that happened everyday, commonplace, and nothing out of the ordinary. Moreover, these Earth players had faced none other than the 10 great demon gods, destroyers of countless civilizations who had never been defeated. The annihilation of Earth was inevitable. However, just as they were about to ignore this message, the system chime rang out once more. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Silent Leaf, for successfully defeating the 10 ancient demon gods and earning the exclusive reward, Heretic Orb. I have nothing to be ashamed of before the world. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet and roared toward the heavens. The next second, the scene before him left him stunned. In the quiet classroom, all the students turned to look at him, wanting to laugh but not daring to. It was clear that, under the teacher's hypnotic influence, he had been fast asleep. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Yi was utterly shocked. Am I back? The university professor, still teaching, remained expressionless. Student Yi, you may have nothing to be ashamed of before the world, but you have let your teacher down. Professor, what date is it today? Yi asked urgently. Today is May 5, 2028, the first class of the morning. The professor adjusted his glasses, trying his best to remain calm. I see. Yi's suspicions were confirmed. Since it was the first class of the morning, falling asleep was perfectly understandable. No. I've been reborn. Yi's suspicions were confirmed once again. With that thought, after a brief moment of mental blankness, he rushed out of the classroom. There was no time to hesitate. The moment when all of humanity on Earth would enter Demon God was around 5 p.m. on May 5th. There were only a few hours left. Yi, are you skipping class? The teacher called out from behind him. Yi replied without hesitation, I'm skipping this class for the sake of all humanity. Studying 1T save all of humanity. I can't waste any more time on something as pointless as studying. Damn it! The other students' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. A badass like this is a rare sight indeed. Leaving the classroom, Yi hurriedly pulled out his phone to book a ticket. The moment Gods and Demons launches, all personal assets on Earth will be transferred into the game and converted into a small amount of in-game currency. At the same time, extremely rare items will give some players a massive boost in the early stages. He remembered that there had once been an event on the game's dedicated forum where players discussed high-value items they possessed before entering the game. Since they'd already been in the game for quite some time by then, many players weren't keeping their cards close to their chest. He scrolled through that thread, and what impressed him most was that a player who claimed to have been a beggar before entering the game actually possessed an extremely rare SSS tier item, one that allowed him to open a random treasure chest once at the start of the game. It was said to contain priceless treasures, but his luck was poor, and he only managed to get a single silver tier piece of equipment. Keep in mind that in Gods and Demons, equipment tiers from weakest to strongest are Bronze tier, Silver tier, Gold tier, Dark Gold tier, Spirit tier, Earth tier, Sky tier, King tier, Immortal tier, and God tier. Drawing only a Silver tier piece of equipment is somewhat useful in the early game, but once you get past that stage, it's practically worthless. Since participating in that event required a lie detector test, Yi didn't believe it was a hoax. I remember he wasn't too far from me. Yi booked a high-speed train ticket and set off. It must be noted that there was more than one lucky person on Earth who possessed a treasure. The reason he chose that beggar was precisely because he was closest to him. The treasure was extremely valuable, and it was easy to obtain. After a 5-hour journey, Yi arrived at his destination. It should be around here. He wandered around the shopping mall near the high-speed rail station, searching high and low. There it is. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a gaunt man in tattered clothes came into view. The man was half collapsed on the ground, seemingly limping on one leg, holding a broken bowl as he begged from passers-by, looking exceptionally pitiful. Yi moved closer and looked down. He saw that a ragged piece of cloth was held down by an irregularly shaped black stone in front of the man. The cloth was covered with a description of his tragic life. Deaf, mute, blind, disabled. Crouching in front of the beggar, Yi tentatively asked, "Can't you hear me?" The beggar nodded. Yi. Strange, why didn't the rag mention that he was mentally disabled? Seeming to realize he'd given himself away, the beggar let out a couple of sounds and pretended not to hear. He hadn't been on the job long and wasn't quite familiar with the rules yet. Seeing this, Yi said nothing, picked up the black stone in front of him, and turned to walk away. With his experience from his past life, he could tell at a glance that the black stone was a rare item as identified by the system. Wait a minute! The beggar panicked, breaking his vow of silence, and jumped to his feet to chase after him. Stealing a beggar's belongings? Are you even human? $5. I happen to need a stepping stone. Yi bluffed. This stone is my family heirloom, I can't sell it. The beggar was tempted, but on second thought, he realized he could make more by playing on Yi's sympathy. I'll eat shit if I'm lying. Not to brag, but this stone was indeed a bit strange, black, hard, and huge, with an amazing feel to it. If it was only 5 yuan, about half an hour's wages for him, it didn't seem quite worth it. Yi could easily see through the beggar's scheme and immediately sneered, "Do you want me to call someone over to expose you?" "Fine, 5 yuan it is," the beggar agreed sheepishly, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. "I'm desperate. I'll leave this family heirloom with you for now, you'd better take good care of it." "Sure." Suppressing his inner joy, Yi nonchalantly set the stone down and pulled out his phone. I don't have any change. Do you have a QR code? Sure. The beggar stopped pretending and pulled out his phone from behind his back. Are you going to scan mine, or should I scan yours? Having spent a fortune on the black stone, Yi's heart was racing. No matter what, this time, things would at least get off to a better start than the first time. Afterward, he bought a boxed meal, sat down on the black stone, and watched the crowds come and go on the street, feeling as if he were in a dream. Everything was so peaceful. Who would have thought that life was about to be completely turned upside down? Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Boom! As if the heavens and earth were turning upside down, the entire world shook violently, and an indescribable force descended upon the human realm. At that very moment, all humans vanished from Earth. Before his eyes lay pitch-black darkness so deep he couldn't even see his own hand in front of him, leaving them with not even a chance to struggle. This was the moment of annihilation. It's here! Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Yi's heart pounded wildly. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists, his dazzling eyes filled with determination. In this life, I will change the ending. Ding! System notification: the human race has been detected as the dominant species on this planet. You have qualified to participate in the game. Ding! System notification: welcome to gods and demons. Survive in this world, and you will gain power on par with the gods and demons. After a brief moment of darkness, Yi's vision suddenly cleared. He didn't know when, but he had appeared high above a dimly lit canyon. Within his field of vision, legions led by angels and demons were locked in a fierce battle mid-air, with light and dark elements clashing in utter chaos. Roar! Outside the canyon, a dense swarm of foot soldiers surged toward its depths. The startled frost dragon roared in fury, unleashing bone-chilling frost that froze countless creatures into ice sculptures before shattering them to pieces. Countless beings charged forward one after another, making eternal slaughter the defining theme of the scene. Gazing at such a tragic and heroic spectacle, Yi was deeply moved. Only now was he certain that he had truly been reborn, that this was not a hallucination on the brink of death. Whoosh! Suddenly, the demon in the story's scene sensed something. An intense glow flared in its crimson pupils, its bony wings flapped behind it as it flew in front of Yi, exhaling hot breath and staring intently at him. Yi! What are you doing? Ouch! Was this scene even in the opening sequence of my previous life? He reached out to touch the demon, but his fingers passed right through its body. Realizing this encounter was nothing but an illusion, he couldn't help but sneer. Do you really think you're worthy of looking me in the eye? Since it's fake, there's no way it can scare me. I'll just pull off a bit of showboating right back. The demon seemed to catch on, quickly folding his bony wings and prostrating himself on the ground with utmost respect. Completely subdued, I humbly welcome my lord. Ha! Yi was a bit baffled. Dude, what the heck are you pulling? Quick, get up! Yi gave a forced laugh. Since you've acknowledged me as your master, can you grant me a hidden class? Even though his start in the game after reincarnation was a bit baffling, that didn't stop him from reaping the benefits. After all, in Gods and Demons, aside from the 6 major classes swordsman, knight, mage, archer, summoner, and assassin, there are hidden classes, and even a single, unique hidden class. My lord, why would you need a lowly and insignificant class like mine? The evil demon god looked ashamed, knowing his master was deliberately humiliating him for his earlier presumption. No! Yi said sternly, I do want it. My lord, please don't put me in such a difficult position. The demon knelt and bowed his head frantically, begging for mercy. Yi did his best to explain, brother, I'm not joking. Clang! Drawing the sharp sword from his waist, the demon god held it out. If my lord is not satisfied, please grant me death. Yi was at a loss for words. He would have liked to take the divine weapon, but unfortunately, he couldn't reach it. At that moment, the angelic legion in the distance noticed the commotion. The 6-winged seraphim leading them was horrified. Such an evil aura, it's the demon god from the very depths of the abyss. We must not let him leave alive. Kill him. Kill him. The angels swarmed toward them. "Protect my lord." The demon leader hurriedly stepped in front of Yi. Watching both sides engage in a frenzied battle around him with the demon leader doing his utmost to shield him from the light elemental magic, his body covered in wounds, Yi couldn't bear to see him suffer. "You don't have to worry about me." "Damn it. If this keeps up, I'll be falling behind everyone else by more than 10 minutes right from the start." "But..." The demon leader's voice was filled with concern. "Don't worry." Yi smiled confidently. "They can't hurt me one bit." Seeing this, the demon leader stopped holding back and charged forward fiercely. Boom! In the next second, spheres of light elemental energy flying in from all directions instantly made Yi vanish into thin air. The scene shifted, and Yi found himself in a resplendent, gilded hall. A crisp, pleasant voice rang in his ears. "Ding! System prompt, welcome, adventurer, to gods and demons. Would you like to create a character? You fucking yes." Although he had a million reasons to curse, Yi still demonstrated the excellent results of his 9 years of compulsory education. As soon as he selected agree, a mirror appeared before him. In the mirror, he saw a young man wearing a tattered white shirt. The young man had a stern face, ashen skin, and icy blue eyes. A gray aura emanated from his entire body, as if he were possessed by a demon, a truly eerie sight. Yi scrutinized his reflection in the mirror and asked cautiously, "Are you sure this is me? Was the system doing this on purpose, or was it just a mistake?" Ding! System notice: appearance cannot be adjusted within gods and demons. Please do not have unrealistic expectations. Fine. Taking a deep breath, Yi grumbled, "So be it." Since the system had said so, what else could he do? Only children make choices, adults are the ones who are chosen. Ding! System notice: adventurer, please name your character. Note: there is no option to change your name after character creation. Please consider carefully. Silent Leaf. Yi chose the name he'd already thought of without hesitation. He wasn't just talking nonsense. There were so many players worldwide, and plenty of them were bold enough to snap up good names. If he didn't name his character quickly, someone else would snatch it up in no time. Ding! System prompt: name successfully set. Do you wish to proceed with random talent selection? Talent tier is related to your innate aptitude. Yes. Yi had no choice but to agree. Talents. These are crucial skills that run throughout the entire game, and it's nearly impossible to improve them through post-creation effort. Powerful talents can give a player an advantage far surpassing that of ordinary players right from the early stages of the game, leading to a much better gaming experience. I just hope my talents don't change because of this rebirth. Yi prayed silently. In his previous life, his talent was as high as SS rank, ranked 9th globally, with an effect that increased his maximum movement speed by 80%, which was why he was unrivaled in speed. If his fate were to change drastically because of his rebirth, that would be disastrous. Ding! System notification: congratulations on obtaining an SSS rank talent, Traceless Talent. It's over. Yi's heart sank to the depths, and his face turned ashen. It wasn't an SS rank talent. It would probably take him ages to get used to this new talent in the early game. Now he was in trouble. With that thought, Yi mustered all his willpower to suppress the overwhelming sadness in his heart and quickly checked the talent's effects. Traceless Talent SSS rank: movement speed increased by 300%, final movement speed increased by 100%. Holy shit! Yi could barely breathe. In this life, he was even faster. Ding! System notice: please note, the heretic orb has been detected. The exclusive hidden class Wind Heretic has been automatically bound to you. Do you accept? Boom! It felt like a nuclear bomb had exploded in his head. Yi's mind went completely blank. One surprise after another. An exclusive hidden class. Exclusive. Its value was immeasurable. This was way cooler than the hidden class he'd struggled so hard to obtain in his previous life. Yes. With tears in his eyes, he selected agree. Originally, he wanted to become a swordsman or an assassin, but now that he thought about it, he decided against it. Those classes were too rare and not really suited for him. It was better for him to take this ordinary exclusive hidden class, leaving more opportunities for other players. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully changing your class to the exclusive hidden class, Wine Heretic. Gulp. Swallowing hard, Yi was overjoyed and asked curiously, by the way, what is the Heretic Orb? It was the Heretic Orb that allowed him to unlock the exclusive hidden class, but as far as he could recall, he had no memory of this so-called Heretic Orb. Ding! System notice: to view this item, go to Enter Game, Open Inventory, select View. Yi. Got it. That was incredibly helpful. Ding! System notice: based on the value of your real-world assets net of liabilities, you have received starting funds of copper coins, 5. Ding! System notice: please note, we've detected that you possess a high-value item, Black Ming ore. Since you are currently unable to bring it into the game, we're offering a one-time random equipment draw as compensation. Do you agree? Note, the random selection covers the entire range. Agree. Yi decided to entrust the beggar's family heirloom to the system for safekeeping. He was confident the system would take good care of it. Swish. The next second, a vertical spinning wheel appeared before him, hovering in midair and radiating multicolored light, with an activation button at its center. There really were legendary items. Yi immediately spotted a small section of the wheel filled with rainbow-colored divine gear, and his heart began to race. If he started off with divine gear, he'd be unstoppable. Raising his right hand, he concentrated all his power into his palm and struck the button with all his might. Go, gold tier right hand. The moment Yi pressed the button, the entire wheel began to spin. Divine gear. Yi kept his eyes glued to the wheel, holding his breath. Please give me a divine item, thank you. Gradually, the wheel came to a stop, the pointer landing on a dull-looking weapon. Bronze tier sword, bronze tier. Are you kidding me? System, are you a dog? Yi nearly fainted from anger. Sure enough, as expected with these odds, it's all junk. Oh well. At least there's still the exclusive hidden class. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as he was deeply disappointed, the blood within his body suddenly seemed to boil. A wave of heat surged through his entire body, and a deep blue, sinister energy emerged, rippling out in concentric circles around him. What's going on? He didn't understand it, but he couldn't resist it. Suddenly, he raised his gaze to the wheel and saw the pointer spinning again. As if guided by a divine hand or forcibly yanked by an external force, it came to a stop in the smallest sector on the entire wheel. Ding! System notification: congratulations! Through bloodline resonance, you have obtained the exclusive special equipment of the Wind Heretic Mask God tier. Yi. Silence. For a long moment, he remained speechless, his mind churning with a storm of emotions. It's real. Faced with this scene, he couldn't even bring himself to smile. System, I don't even know what to say to you anymore. Yi shook his head slowly, his words of reproach bottled up inside, unable to find their way out. God tier. Exclusive gear. Ha, this is just fucking insane. System. Ding. System notice: have fun playing the game. Whoosh. The scene shifted, and Yi appeared in a dilapidated, old-fashioned village. White light flickered all around him clearly, more and more players were coming to terms with the reality and rushing into the game. Ding. System message: welcome to newbie village number 55. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Get away from me, you're bumping into me. This scene kind of reminds me of those MMORPG novels I used to love reading as a kid. Countless players chatted with one another, their inner shock beyond measure. Anyone who was suddenly forced into a game and had to abandon everything in the real world would find it hard to accept. While many hadn't even had time to react yet, he hurried to grab a quest. Get a head start, and you'll stay ahead. Without even opening his inventory to inspect the Heretic Orb, Yi rushed straight to the village chief, fearing he'd soon be surrounded by a crowd and unable to accept the quest. Moving like the wind and empowered by his traceless talent ability, Yi made his way effortlessly and appeared before the village chief in the blink of an eye. The so-called village chief of the newbie village had snow-white hair and a petite frame. Unfortunately, he was an elderly man. "You're so fast, young man," the village chief, leaning on his cane, said with a hint of surprise. It was beyond his imagination that a newly arrived adventurer could move so swiftly. "Not only am I fast, but I'm also tenacious." Yi spoke bluntly, then got straight to the point. "Grandpa village chief, please give me a high difficulty quest." Having been reborn, he naturally knew that the village chief held the rarest quest in the entire village. "All right." The village chief pondered for a moment, then pointed outside the village. "The goblins have been unusually vicious lately, attacking passers-by everywhere. Could you help me wipe them out, young man?" Ding! System notification: you have triggered the quest, Slay Goblins, difficulty D. Do you accept? No. Yi flatly refused. Why is that? The village chief was baffled. He clearly wanted a quest, yet he actually turned it down? The quest is too easy. Yi's face was filled with grief and indignation. Village chief, have you ever experienced the frustration of having martial arts skills with nowhere to use them? Well. The village chief was stumped by the question. You're only level 1, where did you even get martial arts skills? Have you ever experienced the humiliation of being looked down upon by others? Yi pressed further. Oh. The village chief was both surprised and suspicious, feeling rather uneasy inside. Where is this guy who looks down on me like that? Alas! Yi sighed. Is the entire newbie village so poor that it doesn't even have a single high difficulty quest? You've got a point. The village chief's temper flared, and he almost let a curse slip, but he managed to swallow it back just in time. He'd never seen a request like this in his entire life. Since you're so determined, I'll grant your wish. The village chief pulled a chipped jade pendant from his robe, his expression filled with nostalgia. This jade pendant. Yi cut him off immediately. Don't worry, I'll find the other half for you. Ding. System notification: congratulations on successfully accepting the hidden quest, the village chief's jade pendant, difficulty B. How do you know it's the other half? The village chief felt as if he'd been bewitched. Young man, meeting you is my good fortune. Yi told him the truth, because I'm handsome and dashing. I see. The village chief had a sudden realization, then his expression darkened. Who are you trying to fool? That's not important. Yi waved his hand dismissively and held out his hand, demanding, give it to me. The village chief was puzzled. Give you what? Kill the goblins. Yi explained patiently. Come on, please repeat after me. Lately, the goblins outside the village have been unusually vicious, attacking passers-by everywhere. Could you help me take care of them? Village chief. Ding. System notice: congratulations on successfully accepting the quest, Slay the Goblins, difficulty D. With 2 quests in hand, Yi hurried out of the village, intending to kill monsters while checking his exclusive hidden class and the heretic orb that should be in his inventory. Along the way, many people pointed and whispered at him. Is that a demon? He looks a lot like the demons in the opening cutscene. Could there be a hidden race in this game that dragged me in against my will? They were baffled. With ashen white skin and deep blue hair, his appearance was so different from theirs not even the most unconventional fashionistas would dare to look like that. Holy crap! Noticing their whispers, Yi couldn't help but take a good look at himself and was instantly dumbfounded. Had he really turned into a demon? Without hesitation, he quickly opened his class panel to check the details. Wind Heretic exclusive hidden class. Description: an abyssal demon who commands the element of wind, an eternal evil god feared across countless worlds. Health. Attack. Defense. Speed. Note: each star in health equals 100 HP, each star in attack and defense equals 1 point of attack or defense, each star in speed increases attack speed or movement speed by a certain percentage, each point of attack deals 10 damage. Awesome! Yi was overjoyed. After all, the growth limit for ordinary classes is only 5 stars, yet the Wind Heretic he had inexplicably obtained had all its base growth stats maxed out and its speed growth was a whopping 8 stars. We usually use 2 words to describe a class like this: unbeatable. Next, Yi opened his inventory. The 5 copper coins went without saying. The real highlight was the 2 items: Heretic Orb, Heretic Mask. Gulp. Staring at the strange orb shimmering with a dark, eerie glow, he felt a sense of kinship well up within him. He couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart filled with anticipation, and selected View Details. Heretic Orb? Heretic Orb? Description: the source of the heretic goddess power. Only the first adventurer to slay one of the 10 ancient demon gods can gain its recognition. Effect 1, can be used to absorb rare bloodlines from the heavens and earth, enhancing the strength of the Wind Heretic class. Effect 2? Effect 3? Effect 4? Special ability? Special ability? Permanently bound to player, Silent Leaf cannot be dropped, destroyed, or discarded. I don't get it. Ye could only say he didn't understand it, but he was deeply shaken. The grade was hidden, only one effect was visible, and the screen full of question marks seemed to clearly indicate that its power was incalculable. In fact, the very first effect alone was enough to leave Yi speechless. Class strength is usually enhanced by completing class change quests, but the Heretic Orb essentially provided an entirely new path. This was a privilege reserved solely for him. Furthermore, from the Heretic Orb's description, he roughly understood that his mutual destruction at the time must have been a stroke of luck, which is why he received such a top-tier reward. Coming to his senses, he sped away from the newbie village while inspecting another item, an exquisite dark purple mask covering the upper half of his face, with strange patterns that gave off an eerie, sinister vibe. Heretic Mask God Tier. Effect: power level too low to view. Special ability: Mask. Description: Mask SSS tier, hides 1's facial features and name other beings. Require level 50 to view 1's stats. Can be cancelled at any time. Cooldown: none. Unbelievable. He took out the Heretic Mask, put it on, activated the mask special ability, and then opened his stats panel to view his information. Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Level 1. HP 500. Attack 6/6. Defense 5/5. Skill: Scouting Effect, can scout basic information on creatures or items whose level is no more than 10 levels higher than 1's own. Reputation 0. Resurrections 2. The reason his attack is 6 is mainly because the beginner's stick provides 1 point of attack. Beginner's stick basic. Attack 1/1. Description: thick and long, hard to break. Thanks to the Heretic Mask, it's nearly impossible for other players to see his stats, which also helps avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. It must be noted that players cannot respawn indefinitely in gods and demons. Once their resurrection attempts are exhausted, death awaits them. As for the information regarding the boss raid held once every 10 days, a server-wide announcement will be made shortly. Players may not yet feel a strong sense of crisis. In fact, they might even be relieved that the ailments afflicting them were completely cured the moment they entered the game. Rustle. Striding with an agility far surpassing that of ordinary players, he arrived outside the beginner's village, where he saw goblins darting about. With dark green skin, red eyes, pointed ears, and stocky builds, they were the very embodiment of monsters. Goblin Common Monster. Level 2. HP 200. Attack 4/6. Defense 2/2. Skill: Whack You. Description: from now on, this place is called Goblin Square. They're tough. He gripped his thick, long beginner's wooden staff tightly, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. Although the goblin's stats were far inferior to his, even the slightest lapse in concentration could easily leave him defenseless, and it would take several seconds to fully recover. Without hesitation, he strode forward and brought the staff down hard on one of the goblins. "You're the one I'll use to break in my beginner's wooden staff." Snap. The beginner's wooden staff snapped in two, and the other half flew off. Ding. System notification: due to excessive force, your weapon, beginner S wooden staff, has been damaged. Staring at the beginner S wooden staff in his hand, now half its original length, ES expression froze. What happened to thick and long, hard to break? It's dangerous for it to snap in the middle of a fight. Bad review. 78. Critical hit. At the same moment, the bright red damage number popped up, as if to show just how powerful that strike was. Ow! A huge, bright red bump swelled on the goblin's head, blood gushing from the wound. It let out an agonized roar and swung its club at Yi. Miss. Seeing this, Yi dodged decisively. Just the 300% movement speed bonus and the 100% final movement speed bonus alone already made him 6 times faster than an average player. Add to that the fact that his base speed was also boosted by the final movement speed bonus, giving him a speed equivalent to 8 times that of an average player almost from the start. Dodging the Goblin S attacks was a breeze. Discarding the beginner S wooden staff in his hand, Yi charged at the Goblin and began punching and kicking it. Thanks to the combat skills he honed in his previous life, he was unbeatable in one-on-one combat in the beginner S village. He was the undisputed village boss. Gah! Seeing their fellow goblin being bullied, the other goblins glared angrily from the sidelines, but didn't step in to break up the fight. During the beginner S village phase, the system deliberately protects players. As long as you don't strike first, monsters won't attack you. Miss. 29. Miss. 30. Facing Yi, whose movements were erratic and unpredictable, the goblin attacked with all its might, but to no avail. It couldn't land a single hit and ultimately met its end in frustration. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating Goblin, common monster. 50% experience for this level. Leveling up in the early game was naturally simple, just 2 goblins were enough to fill his experience bar. Bro, let us party up. This guy must be at least a martial master in real life. He is terrifying. Not far away, some players who had come to terms with reality sent party invitations. Yi rejected them all. To be honest, goblins had surprisingly high stats. Hunting them was no easy feat for new players. But since the early game was so crucial, he wasn't in the mood to level anyone up. Just one more. Yi's expression was determined as he muttered to himself, "One more kill, and I'll break through to level 2. My strength will skyrocket then." Combined with Wind Heretic's high growth rate, I won't fear even level 3 monsters. Fighting monsters beyond his level. Such terrifying combat power, most players won't even dare to dream of it. With that in mind, he turned to look at the goblins, whose eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. Seeing them huddled together, itching to fight and avenge their brothers, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy kill goblins before?" Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the entire goblin horde went wild, screaming and charging toward Yi. This was the last straw. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, off the cuff taunt, D rank. As the first player to master a D rank skill, you receive 5 free attribute points. What a stupid game. Yi's expression shifted slightly. Mastering a skill just by saying something offhand? Is the insight granted by this exclusive hidden class, Wind Heretic, really that high? Seeing this, players in the distance were startled and retreated rapidly, taking cover inside the newbie village. Many couldn't make sense of what was happening, but with only 3 revives left on their stats screens, anyone with a shred of common sense could see the problem, and no one dared to take any risks. Facing the charging goblins, Yi remained unfazed, fighting them bare-handed. Miss. Miss. 12. A string of symbols representing dodges flashed across the screen. 8 times the movement speed was on full display at this moment. Even amidst the crowd, he was able to dodge the vast majority of attacks. The few that landed on him were no big deal. Whoosh! Suddenly, a burst of golden light scattered. Ding! System notice: congratulations on reaching level 2. As the second goblin fell and his level rose, his base stats instantly doubled, reducing the goblin's attacks to a pitiful 1 point, not enough to break his defense. In the early stages of the game, the advantage provided by base growth stars is absolutely crucial. Standing in the midst of the goblins, Grandmaster Yi struck with every punch landing squarely. He didn't even bother dodging. It felt like a waste of time. Traditional martial arts emphasize receiving, deflecting, and counterattacking. Who on earth is this badass? Why can't I see his stats? Does this game have a feature to report cheaters? Players in the distance stared blankly as Yi went on a killing spree, completely dumbfounded. Most of them still couldn't accept reality. For them, venturing out of the newbie village to fight goblins meant risking their lives, but this guy was already pulling mobs and farming them. The gap between players is just too huge. Take a closer look. This man's name is Yi. Outside the beginner's village, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, he stood in the middle of a horde of goblins, methodically farming monsters with ruthless precision. Yi paid no mind to the stares of the bystanders. With a head start far beyond anyone's imagination, his goal was to be the first to leave the beginner's village and firmly establish his early game advantage. Whether he drew attention or not was not something he gave a second thought to. After all, the moment the anomaly struck, everyone's lives were turned upside down. Having grown up in an orphanage, he had no ties or burdens to hold him back. Now that he'd been reborn, all he wanted was to become stronger than he'd ever been in his previous life. Since I could grasp taunt just by hearing it mentioned in passing, I should be able to master other skills as well. A thought flashed through Yi's mind as he sparred with the goblins. In Gods and Demons, if a player possessed sufficient strength and insight, coupled with commendable technique, the game's self-created skill system would indeed recognize their abilities. Take this: the dragon's regret. Suddenly, Yi let out a loud shout, his movements sweeping and sweeping, as if afraid the system wouldn't hear him performing this peerless martial art. He then slammed his palm heavily against the back of a goblin's head, sending it crashing forward. 96. Whoa! The onlookers sucked in a sharp breath. They finally understood why the man before them was so overwhelmingly powerful. He was, after all, a hero of the Beggars sect. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Full Power Palm, D rank. Since you are the first adventurer to master a D rank skill, you cannot receive duplicate rewards. It really worked! Yi's heart leapt with joy. While unleashing a flurry of punches on the goblins who couldn't break through his defenses, he opened his skill bar to examine the details. Off-the-cuff taunt, D rank. Description: compared to a knight's taunt, your taunt still lacks that authentic flair. Effect: attracts the hostility of enemy units within a 10-10 range, instantly increasing their hatred toward you. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Note: ineffective against other adventurers. All-out strike, D rank. Description: channel power into your palm and strike with all your might. Effect: deals 120% of your attack power as damage to a single enemy. Cooldown: 10 seconds. What a powerful palm strike! What a fitting example of the dragon's regret. Yi's heart was filled with excitement. Hong Qigong, did you see that? I've mastered it. Ding! System notification: congratulations on reaching level 3. Whoosh! Golden light scattered once more. As Hong Qigong's successor, clan leader Yi swiftly disposed of the nearby goblins and returned to the beginner's village under the admiring gazes of many players. In truth, he really wanted to reclaim the skills he'd mastered as an assassin in his previous life, and he'd even tried them out on the goblins. The problem was that his physical condition didn't meet the requirements. He simply couldn't pull off those moves. However, he was confident that once he reached a certain level, he'd be able to reclaim them. Bro, what do we need to do to become as strong as you? A player sought his secret to success. Who was Yi, after all? He wasn't one to keep things to himself, so he replied candidly, besides courage, wisdom, and good looks, you also need a little bit of luck. Player. Returning to the village chief's location, Yi found him completely surrounded by players. After getting over their disbelief, many players were forced to face reality and spring into action. Chief, I'm willing to climb mountains of knives and wade through seas of fire for newbie village number 55. Please give me a quest. You guys up front, hurry up. But goblins can't hold out much longer. That masked big shot just wiped out a whole bunch by himself in a matter of minutes. He didn't even leave any for us. As he went on a killing spree outside the village, many players quickly realized that if they didn't hurry, they'd start several levels behind everyone else. Looking at the teeming crowd, Yi frowned slightly. He had to find a way to turn in the quest as soon as possible. At the very least, it would reward him with a weapon. Village chief, something's wrong with the jade pendant. Yi shouted anxiously. Everyone, get out of the way. The village chief roared, pushing through the crowd to reach Yi. What's going on? Thanks to my relentless efforts, I've finally completed the goblin slaying quest. Yi pulled out the 5 quest items dropped by the goblins and handed them to the village chief. It must be said that the game mechanics in Gods and Demons are incredibly stingy. Killing ordinary monsters in the beginner's village doesn't even drop a single copper coin, unless you defeat a boss. The village chief asked urgently, what exactly happened to the jade pendant? I think I have a rough idea of where the other half of the jade pendant is, Yi replied noncommittally, then urged, hurry up and give me the goblin battle axe. How do you know the reward is the goblin battle axe? The village chief asked, taken aback. Ever since this adventurer arrived, he felt like he'd been living in the other man's shadow. This is weird. Can't an old man like me have any privacy at all? Hurry! Yi was impatient. The jade pendant won weight. Ding! System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest. Slay the goblin. Difficulty D. Reward 13% experience for this level. Goblin battle axe, basic. Goblin battle axe, basic. Attack 5/5. Description: a mere battle axe. How could it possibly stand against my might? Quest submitted. Yi turned and walked away, wielding his new weapon. Most quest rewards in the beginner's village were mediocre. Only the weapons were somewhat useful. With Wind Heretic, a base growth rate that could be called absurd, it would be a waste of time for him to play by the rules. Instead of rushing off to farm monsters, he first went to the apothecary and exchanged his remaining 5 copper coins for 5 bottles of red potion. Red potion, D rank. Effect: restores 100 HP per second for 10 seconds after consumption. Cooldown: 1 minute. It's worth noting that when players first enter the game, their real-world assets are converted into in-game currency, with a cap of 10 gold coins and a floor of 5 copper coins. Admittedly, he didn't have much of a head start in terms of in-game currency, but since he had nowhere to spend gold coins anyway, he didn't mind. In fact, he had already figured out a way to make money. He was just waiting for the right moment. With everything prepared, he stepped out of the beginner's village once more. Yi no longer lingered to play with the goblins but instead headed toward more dangerous areas. Crossing the open plains, he entered a lush forest. Ding! System notification: you have entered the map Green Snake Forest. A gentle breeze blew, casting dancing shadows among the trees. Dazzling sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow on the ground and creating a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Rustle! Moving at a pace far surpassing that of ordinary players, Yi soon spotted the target of his journey. Green Snake, common monster. Level 8. HP 1000. Attack 1820. Defense 1010. Skills: Tenacious Cling, Venomous Snake Kiss. Description: snake-like creatures aren't as easy to deal with as they seem. Hope you're agile enough to avoid getting bitten in a fatal spot. Of course, he couldn't have gone straight from a level 2 goblin to a level 8 green snake, but he decided to skip the level 5 monsters to speed up his leveling progress. He didn't rush into an attack. Instead, he took a deep breath and activated the screen recording feature. In Gods and Demons, there are dedicated forums that serve as a place for players to interact with one another. One of his ways to make money was to upload videos that required in-game currency to unlock, earning his first pot of in-game gold. After all, money isn't everything, but you can't do anything without it. Hello everyone, I'm Silent Leaf. I'm going to show you the fastest and most efficient way to level up and farm monsters in the Green Snake Forest. Here, I'll be facing countless green snakes. If you don't have the right farming techniques, you won't even last an hour. Look! There's a green snake over there. Its nutritional value far exceeds that of chicken. After finishing the video introduction, Yi looked at the green snake coiled on a tree branch, approached it with his goblin battle axe in hand, and said, "Everyone, watch closely, don't blink." Although he was only level 3, his stats were actually on par with the green snake's at most. He was slightly inferior in terms of skills. Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Level 3. HP 1500. Attack 2020. Defense 1515. Skills: Off the Cuff Taunt, All Out Strike. Revives 2. Hiss, Hiss. Sensing someone approaching, the green snake raised its head and stared coldly, flicking its crimson tongue, on high alert. Stepping up beside the green snake, Yi aimed his axe at it and taunted offhandedly, "What are you staring at? Your sister doesn't want you anymore. She's out there hooking up with Su Xian every day." Su Xian. He is a legendary hero, everyone knows his name. Ding. System notice, you used the skill, Off the Cuff Taunt. The green snake's aggro toward you has increased significantly. Whoosh. Enraged, the green snake immediately lunged at Yi. Unfortunately for it, he was already on guard. Using the ultra-high movement speed granted by his traceless talent, he effortlessly dodged the tempting snake's bite, then launched a full power strike. His axe slashed down, drawing a streak of blood. 122. Instantly, the green snake's health plummeted by more than 1/10. The game isn't real life. The green snakes in the newbie village aren't that agile. As long as you have speed like mine, dodging them isn't hard. Yi offered a reasonable explanation for his actions. Movement speed 8 times that of an average player for most players, that's a piece of cake. Hiss, hiss. With its attack missing, the green snake grew even more enraged. Its body twisted and slithered toward Yi, its gaping, blood-stained maw bearing venomous fangs as it lunged to bite. Unfazed, Yi casually lifted his foot, dodging the green snake's attacks time and again, then seized the opportunity to bring his goblin battle axe down with a vicious chop, reaping its life. The green snake's attacks are very one-dimensional. As long as you move nimbly and stay locked in close combat, that skill becomes useless. The venomous snake kiss poses almost no threat. With that, he delivered a perfectly timed kick, sending the lunging green snake flying, then, in a sudden flash of inspiration, flung the axe in his hand with an uncanny technique. Thwack! The snake's head was severed, and immediately afterward, the axe traced a peculiar arc, circling around a thick tree before returning to Yi's hand. Success! Gripping the axe handle firmly, Yi wore a pleased expression. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating Green Snake, Common Monster. Reward 80% of this level's experience. Ding! System notice, congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Whirling Axe, C rank. As the first player to master a C rank skill, you have earned a reward, 10 free attribute points. Whoosh! Golden light scattered, and you reach level 4. Killing a level 8 monster yields plenty of experience to begin with, not to mention the bonus granted by the level difference. Did you see the whole process? After his victory, he turned to the recording to summarize the battle. While using high-speed movement to dodge the green snake's attacks, I slowly chipped away at its health. At critical moments, I could even speed up the battle by mastering skills. It's really very simple and practical. That wraps up today's lesson. Students, have you all learned it? He ended the recording and saved it. A vivid and engaging tutorial had just been created by Teacher Yi. He then uploaded the recording to his forum homepage, setting the price at 1 copper coin, and casually wrote the title. Simple tips for defeating the green snake. He did feel awkward asking for more than that. After all, the content was indeed a bit lacking in substance. Ding! System notification, Adventurer, Azura S Trueform, has purchased your video. You have earned 1 copper coin. On the forum, titles must match the content, otherwise, they won't be approved. So for players currently battling goblins, Yi's title was indeed packed with information. Soon, a question mark appeared in the video's comments section. Simple tricks? I'm fucking skeptical. Ding! System notification: Adventurer, Hate the Sky's Height, has purchased your video. You've earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification: Adventurer, Only Big, Never Small, has purchased your video. You've earned 1 copper coin. More and more players chose to purchase and watch the video. I'm still struggling to kill goblins, and this pro is already taking down level 8 monsters? Holy shit, a pro player. This incredibly weird game has barely even started. Where did a pro player come from? A genius, maybe. The comments section was a chaotic mess. Many people were criticizing the tutorial video, saying it wasn't a tutorial like at all. However, thanks to this video, he gained a lot of attention. Without interacting with players in the comments section or paying attention to the massive number of posts about the apocalypse, he closed the forum and planned to continue grinding monsters. He simply opened his inventory to watch the steadily rising number of copper coins automatically convert into silver coins, finding it utterly delightful. In Gods and Demons, the currency system is simple: 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Making videos was just YES way of making money in the early stages, since starting capital is crucial. Pulling himself together, he turned his gaze to another green snake nearby. Ears in the trees. He had long since noticed another snake nearby, secretly peering at the passionate clash between him and the green snake. However, due to the newbie protection system, it couldn't initiate an attack on its own. Did I keep you waiting? Wielding his goblin battle axe, he approached with a friendly smile. I'll make you happy right away. The green snake squirmed restlessly, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Hiss. This time, he took the initiative, delivering a heavy blow to the green snake. With great force. So it went in deep. The wound burst open immediately, and blood gushed out. 304. Critical hit. The crimson damage number flashed across the screen, and the green snake's health plummeted by nearly a third. As his level increased, the base growth advantage provided by Wind Heretic became even greater. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that he still had 15 free attribute points. After a moment's consideration, he decided to allocate them all to speed, maximizing his performance in that single stat. As a result, his movement speed increased by %, which, when combined with the talent's 100% final movement speed bonus, resulted in an actual increase of 3%, a bonus he wouldn't have gained by choosing any other attribute. It's important to note that speed affects more than just movement speed, it also influences attack speed, and some skills can even convert movement speed bonuses into attack power. Therefore, he felt that choosing speed as his primary development path was the best way to maximize his benefits. Severely wounded, the green snake launched a counterattack, but he didn't even bother to dodge. He counterattacked immediately, ignoring the damage that couldn't break its defense, leaving it to die in frustration and turn into experience points. After killing several more green snakes in quick succession, a golden glow radiated from his body, filling him with a warm, soothing sensation, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. He leveled up once more, pushing his base stats to new heights. From an evenly matched battle to a ruthless rout, all in just over 10 minutes. This is the true terror of a hidden class. Furthermore, as a token of gratitude for his visit, the simple and warm-hearted locals gifted him a leather armor. Snake skin armor basic. Defense, 3-3. Time to retrieve the other half of the village chief's jade pendant. Yi said with a grave expression. Nearly an hour had passed since he accepted the hidden quest. What does an hour even mean? A full 60 minutes 3,600 seconds. If he didn't find the jade pendant soon, the village chief would probably be on the verge of tears. On the way there, he didn't forget to open his skill bar to review the skills he demastered. Whirling Axe C rank. Description: this could be considered a ranged attack, but it's not very practical. Effect: throws the axe in your hand, dealing 150% of your attack power as damage to a single enemy. Negative effect: there is a certain chance the axe will be intercepted by the enemy or blocked from returning, causing you to temporarily lose your weapon bonus. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Although the negative effect is a bit ridiculous, it's still very suitable as a pursuit skill. After all, it's only a C rank skill, you can't expect too much from it. Ding! System notice, you have entered the map Newbie Village Mountains. Striding briskly through the green snake forest, Ye Bell Grylls Maple, an expert in wilderness survival, arrived at a range of rolling mountains. The area around the mountains was home to all sorts of small animals as well as ferocious beasts. Sick deer, common monster. Squirrel, common monster. Little Red Riding Hood, common monster. An adventurer like ye, who loves nature, would certainly not harm these cute little animals upon seeing them. Ding! System notice, congratulations on defeating Sick deer, common monster. Reward, 13% experience for this level. Wielding his goblin battle axe, he ventured deep into the mountains surrounding the beginner's village. Soon, he reached his destination and spotted numerous gray-haired wild wolves resting in the distance. They were quite large. Since wolves are nocturnal, they were now lazily dozing at their den, completely unaware that danger was creeping closer step by step. Big Bad Wolf, common monster. Level, 12. HP, 2000. Attack, 35-38. Defense, 20-20. Skills, Bite, hungry wolf pounces on a sheep, deadly wolf kiss. Description: the forest is home to the Big Bad Wolf, who loves to eat fresh, tender Little Red Riding Hood. As a level 12 wild monster, the Big Bad Wolf's strength should not be underestimated. A maximum attack of 38 points. Is this what a level 12 powerhouse looks like? He gripped his goblin battle axe tightly, bracing for battle. Even as a reincarnated player, he could only handle one at a time. If there were too many, his body wouldn't hold up. With this in mind, Yi remained extremely cautious. He had to keep a low profile. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps from the distance caused the pack of wolves to look up in unison. They saw a young man striding toward them with a swagger, as if he were returning to his own home. Woof! Many of the big bad wolves let out howls, their eyes brimming with unmistakable menace. Ignoring them, Yi walked slowly toward the pack, stopped in front of one of the large gray wolves, raised his goblin battle axe, and brought it down with all his might. Thunderous crescent slash. Whoosh! The wolf couldn't dodge in time and was struck in the head by the axe. Blood gushed out instantly, and it let out a pitiful howl. 50. Seeing their companion injured, the pack closed in, intent on attacking, but bound by the rules, they could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. All things considered, the protection mechanism in the newbie village was quite effective, otherwise, the monsters would have swarmed him long ago. The wounded monster instantly went into battle mode, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs as it lunged forward, aiming to bite down hard on Yi's neck. But Yi wasn't about to let himself be at its mercy. Relying on his exceptionally high movement speed, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack and launched a counterattack. In a one-on-one situation, even with an 8-level gap during the beginner phase, he wasn't the least bit intimidated thanks to his experience from his previous life. With its attack thwarted, the big bad wolf grew even more enraged. Its expression turned ferocious as it glared intently at Yi, radiating murderous intent. Big Bad Wolf, is that right? Yi raised his axe at it, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO. Listen up. From now on, only I have the right to make Little Red Riding Hood cry. The Big Bad Wolf. It didn't understand what this man was talking about. After delivering his threat, Yi charged forward once more, axe in hand. Woof! The Big Bad Wolf wasn't about to sit idly by and wait to die. It immediately lunged at Yi's leg. Shut up! Don't bite there! Yi quickly pulled his leg back, denying the wolf a chance to bite his calf, then seized the opening in its attack to deliver a powerful kick, sending it flying. Spinning axe. Seizing the moment, Yi flung the axe in his hand, and it traced a cold arc through the air, lacerating the big bad wolf's flesh and causing its health to drop significantly once more. After moving a short distance and catching the axe as it barely made its way back to him, he continued the standoff. In fact, this was the most sensible approach. If he took the initiative to attack, he wouldn't be able to dodge his opponent's strikes while in the midst of his own attack, since his talent boosted movement speed, while his attack speed still needed improvement. Having suffered repeated setbacks, the mindless big gray wolf grew increasingly ferocious. A foul mixture of saliva and blood dripped from its mouth as it launched another assault. Yi remained calm and composed, always striking back after the wolf had attacked. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time ticked by bit. Under the watchful eyes of the wolf pack, Yi, with his health nearly at full, wore the opponent down until it finally died. Ding! System notification: congratulations on defeating Big Bad Wolf, Common Monster. Reward: 120% experience for this level. Whoosh! A shower of golden light scattered as Yi reached level 5. After leveling up, his stats improved significantly across the board. He lured another wolf and happily chased and played with it. Ding! Server-wide announcement: please note that the challenge mode for Gods and Demons Earth server has been activated. From now on, every 10 days, a challenge will take place featuring a world-class boss that must be defeated. Ding! Server-wide announcement: please note that the challenge mode for Gods and Demons Earth server has been activated. From now on, a new challenge will take place every 10 days, featuring a world-class boss that must be defeated. The system broadcast this message 3 times in a row, as if proclaiming to the world that this was a matter of great importance. Has it begun? Ripples stirred across Yi's calm mind, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath as he focused on battling the big bad wolf. 1 challenge every 10 days. This is Gods and Demons' test for humanity. In his previous life, Earth's players had terrible luck while tackling the 100th challenge. They drew a level surpassing SSS difficulty, resulting in the complete annihilation of their entire force. In this life, he would never let history repeat itself. Whoosh! Happy times always fly by in a flash. As one big gray wolf after another fell beneath Yi's merciless axe, his level skyrocketed straight to level 8, and the further he progressed, the faster he became at taking them down. In less than an hour, he looked around to find the entire wolf pack wiped out. After farming monsters for so long, his rewards weren't limited to experience. He was also lucky enough to get a pair of bracers as a drop. Wolfskin Bracers Blank Tier. Defense, 3-3. Description: bracers made from wolfskin. Set effect: a set. When Yi first saw the bracers, he was absolutely thrilled. This was the legendary blank tier set. Extremely rare. Woo! Suddenly, a roar several times louder than that of an ordinary wild wolf echoed through the air. I've finally waited for you. Yi braced himself, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the depths of the mountain range, hidden behind lush green foliage. It's coming. It's about to emerge. Rustle, rustle. Pushing through the thick grass, a wolf king several times larger than a common gray wolf appeared before Yi. As the wolf king, its gaze was exceptionally ferocious. Its fur was jet black, its claws razor sharp, and it charged forward with overwhelming ferocity, intent on dealing with this unwelcome guest. Just then, the system notification sounded belatedly. Ding! System notice: due to your indiscriminate slaughter of wolves, you have drawn the hostility of the enchanted Wolf King Bronze Tier boss. Facing a formidable boss monster, Yi didn't dare to take it lightly and immediately cast a scouting spell. Cursed Wolf King Bronze Tier boss. Level, 15. HP, 10,000. Attack, 80-86. Defense, 32-35. Skills: Hungry Wolf pounces on a sheep, Deadly Wolf Kiss, Tearing Claws, Bloodthirsty Will. Description: run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. The enchanted Wolf King's stats were indeed a bit intimidating, but there was no way he was going to back down. He had come here not only to level up efficiently but also to claim the first kill reward for the Bronze Tier boss. Plus, the missing half of the village chief's jade pendant was on the Wolf King. It was a 3-for-1 deal. Come on. He beckoned at it with a flick of his wrist, taunting offhandedly, I'll teach you how to be a wolf. Woo! As the Wolf King, it had never encountered such an understanding enemy before. It lunged forward decisively, its black claws slicing through the air with razor-sharp precision. Seeing this, Yi sprinted toward the thickest tree nearby, narrowly dodging the claws. Miss! Once behind the tree, before even turning around, he began moving in a circle around it. Miss. Another symbol indicating a successful dodge popped up, showing just how rapidly the enchanted Wolf King was attacking. After dodging twice in a row, Yi looked at the massive body of the Wolf King to his side, grabbed his axe, and gave its rear end a light tap. 152. The enchanted Wolf King, enraged by the attack, spun around and opened its massive jaws to bite at Yi. But Yi deftly stepped back, using the tree as cover to outmaneuver it. From then on, whether the enchanted Wolf King changed direction or circled the tree in hot pursuit, Yi remained completely unfazed. The Wolf King chased Yi, Yi circled the tree. Such an ingenious tactic is rare in the world, truly worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. 80%. 60%. Under Yi's relentless pressure, the Wolf King's health gradually dwindled. After all, as long as his defenses could be breached, patiently wearing him down would eventually finish him off. At one point, the enchanted Wolf King snapped out of it, moved away from the tree, and glared furiously at Yi. Come on, then. He stepped out from behind the tree and patted the trunk. I'll show you what man and tree as one really means. Man and tree as one. To be honest, this was an SSS rank skill he just mastered. Faced with Yi's taunt, the demon-possessed Wolf King remained unmoved, merely glaring menacingly from a distance without advancing. Watching the enemy's health bar gradually recover, Yi frowned slightly. What a clever, stupid wolf. Oh, whoa. As if it understood human speech, the Wolf King let out a triumphant howl, its face contorted into a ferocious grimace, yet it showed remarkable patience toward its prey. As a bronze-tier boss, it already possessed a certain level of intelligence. Since you figured me out, just come at me already. Yi abandoned his tactic of circling the tree, raised his goblin battle axe, and charged forward, delivering a full-force strike. 188. Taking advantage of a gap in the Wolf King's attack, Yi finally found an opening to counter, biting down on the Wolf King's shoulder and sinking his fangs deep into its flesh. 392. Despite the pain from the bite, Yi seemed oblivious, choosing instead to fight tooth and nail, trading blows with the Wolf King as both their health bars began to drop. When Yi's health dropped to 30%, the Wolf King's health was also down to around 35%. Now's the time. Seizing the opportunity, Yi suddenly stepped back, returning to the side of the large tree. He pulled a red potion from his inventory and gulped it down, green recovery numbers flashing across his body. 100. 100. You're smart, but I'm no fool either. Tossing the empty bottle to the ground, Yi grinned. Let us wear each other down, let us see who lasts longer. Wolf King. What a disgusting human. Seeing that the demonized Wolf King was about to withdraw from combat, Yi's mind flickered. He picked up the potion bottle and hurled it. Go, spinning bottle. Clack. The Wolf King easily dodged the bottle and was just about to mock the human's stupidity when countless throwing weapons suddenly appeared before his eyes, impossible to avoid. 1. The damage didn't break his defense, but it was enough to interrupt his healing. Humph. Yi snorted coldly, gripping his axe in his left hand and a handful of sand in his right. Tang-sect projectiles, heavenly man scattering flowers. When it came to simply killing monsters to level up, he wasn't about to worry about fairness. With a beast winning was all that mattered. Oh, whoa. Humiliated time and again, the Wolf King's eyes turned red as he raised his sharp claws and swung them toward Yi's position. Ding. System notice: the demonic Wolf King has used the skill Bloodthirsty Will, increasing attack by 30%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 50% for 1 minute. Ding. System notification: the corrupted Wolf King has activated the skill Ripping Claws, dealing 200% damage to enemy units within a 310 area. Rip. The wolf's claws tore through the air, leaving 3 gashes in their wake. Without hesitation, he darted to the side, escaping the attack range of Ripping Claws. Crack. The entire tree was snapped in half. Facing the Wolf King charging at him once more, Yi remained calm under pressure. Fighting while retreating, he relied on his superior movement speed to reach another suitable tree and repeated the same tactic. 20%. 10%. Soon, the corrupted Wolf King was down to a sliver of health, on the verge of death. Got it. After downing another red potion, Yi's eyes lit up. Eager to finish the fight, he struck again, completely stripping the enchanted Wolf King of its last remaining health, causing its massive body to crash to the ground. As it died, the enchanted Wolf King's crimson eyes were filled with resentment. It had wanted to flee, but it simply couldn't outrun him. Humans disgusting. Ding. System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating the Cursed Wolf King, Bronze Tier Boss. Reward, Level 2, 5 Reputation. Ding. System notice: congratulations on defeating the Bronze Tier Boss, Cursed Wolf King. As the first player to defeat a Bronze Tier Boss, you receive the following additional rewards: 20 free attribute points, 100 reputation, and the rare item, Skill Compendium. Ding. System notice: would you like to share your glorious achievement with all players in Gods and Demons Earth server? Note: after a server-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 100 reputation points. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 consecutive streaks of golden light shot upward, and you reached level 10. Ding. System notice: congratulations on reaching level 10. You may now go to a level 3 town to change your class. Excellent. Yi perked up, picked up the numerous pieces of gear dropped by the Wolf King along with 50 silver coins, promptly closed the recording, and hurried away. He'd already secured the first kill reward. He wasn't about to let the reward for being the first to change classes slip through his fingers. On the way, he selected yes in response to the system's prompt. Reputation is a highly valuable commodity in Gods and Demons. Once you reach a certain threshold, the system will grant you a corresponding title. Furthermore, wearing high-level gear and accepting certain high-difficulty quests also require a certain amount of reputation. Ding. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a Bronze Tier Boss. This is hereby announced. Ding. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a Bronze Tier Boss. This is hereby announced. What the heck? Are you kidding me? I'm still killing goblins. Silent Leaf isn't that the guy who posts funny videos on the forum? This news sent shockwaves through the server. No one could have imagined that just a few hours after Gods and Demons launched, someone would already have defeated a Bronze Tier Boss. Ding. System notification: Adventurer, Sleeping Demon King, has sent you a friend request. Ding. System notification: Adventurer, Cage Cult Leader, has sent you a friend request. Ignoring the friend requests, Yi set off on his way home. While most players were still hesitating, he was already able to leave the beginner's village. He was already way ahead of everyone else right from the start. However, just as he opened his inventory to inspect his loot, a sudden system chime rang in his ears. Ding. System notice: please note, your exclusive item, Heretic Orb, has detected a rare bloodline nearby. What a surprise! Even with his extensive gaming experience, Yi hadn't expected the Heretic Orb to issue a notification at this very moment. There's just no getting around it. After all, this was the Heretic Orb's first time. He couldn't let it down. He had to stay fully focused and give it his all. Taking out the strange orb that glowed with a black, eerie light, he could clearly sense a wisp of black smoke drifting toward the southwest, as if guiding him. Without hesitation, he set off in pursuit of the smoke, swiftly traversing the mountains surrounding the beginner's village in search of any potential rare bloodlines. Since the advantage he secured early on was so substantial, you didn't think anyone could beat him to the first class change reward in the short term, and even if something unexpected happened, it wouldn't matter. Once players left the beginner's village, they couldn't return. Absorbing a rare bloodline could boost the base growth star rating, which was immeasurably more powerful than the class change reward. The relative importance of the two was self-evident. Following the drifting black smoke, Yi eventually reached a cave. He immediately stepped inside. At first, the passage was so narrow that only one person could pass through at a time, but after walking several dozen steps, the space suddenly opened up. What met his eyes was a place resembling an altar, with eerie green mist swirling around it. The floor below featured peculiar patterns that perfectly accentuated the ominous atmosphere of the spot. Hum. The heretic orb emitted a faint vibration, as if informing its master that he had reached his destination. With intense caution, Yi stepped forward, climbed the stairs leading to the altar, and entered its interior. Whoosh! In the next second, the scene before his eyes shifted dramatically, transporting him above a smoke-shrouded palace, with a majestic and opulent dragon throne looming behind him. An illusion. Yi saw through the illusion at a glance, his heart as still as an ancient well. Ding! System notice: please note that by sitting on the dragon throne, you will obtain the domineering legacy and change your class to the hidden class, Dominator. Note: upon agreeing, you will lose your exclusive hidden class, Wind Heretic. Glancing at the system message, Yi stood motionless, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. What should I do? They're treating me like an idiot. Swish. As if to confirm that Yi wasn't tempted, the scene before his eyes shifted once more, placing him atop a mountain of gold coins. Ding! System notice: please note that by sitting atop this mountain of gold, you will gain unparalleled wealth. The estimated amount of gold coins is 10 million. The pleasant system chime rang in his ears, but Yi remained motionless. Knowing full well that this was some kind of idiotic test, how could he possibly fall for it? Swish! The scene shifted again, and he found himself inside a woman's boudoir, surrounded by a faint, sweet fragrance. In his field of vision, a graceful woman draped in sheer gauze appeared by the bed. Her skin was fair, her figure slender as she slowly rose, her curves were enough to set one's blood racing. Her eyes were as slender as silk, brimming with a seductive gaze. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Handsome guy, come over here. The woman smiled radiantly. I can tutor you in foreign languages right here in bed. Ding! System notice: please note, if you choose to kiss her, you will permanently bind this woman to you. Whoosh! Yi moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung his goblin battle axe, which sliced past the woman's neck before returning to his hand. Crack! Instantly, the illusion was shattered, and Yi returned to the altar. Are you kidding me? Testing a veteran like me with something like this? What veteran couldn't pass a test like that? Glancing around, he paused in slight surprise, realizing that at some point, a person had appeared beside him, short in stature, with a sleazy expression. Kamimori Wakaba, apprentice swordsman. Level 4. A Chinese player? At the same time, the other player was equally surprised by Yi's sudden appearance. Staring at the Sakura district player before him, Yi's expression remained impassive, but his mind began to race. He actually knew quite a bit about Kamimori Wakaba. In his previous life, she had advanced to become a venomous swordsman, ranking among the top 10 in Sakura district. He simply hadn't expected to run into her in the beginner's village in this life. Still, he wasn't entirely surprised. There were countless beginner villages, but certain quests were shared across them, functioning as independent zones. Once a player in one of these villages claimed a quest, it would vanish. Ha! Suddenly, a hoarse, eerie laugh rang out, instantly drawing both of their attention. At the center of the altar, a mechanism activated, and a chair slowly rose. A pale, hunched-over old man nonchalantly sat down on it, appearing before the two of them. Though advanced in age, an overwhelming aura of authority engulfed them, causing Yi's chest to tighten. Source of venom: Benson? Apart from the name, all other information was marked with question marks. Without a doubt, judging solely by the stats panel, this man's strength was far beyond what any current player could match. I never expected two young people to show up at once. Benson flashed a sinister, terrifying grin as he scrutinized Yi and Kamimori Koyomi. He then furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze entirely on Yi. Senior, is there a problem? Yi remained impassive, calmly clasping his fists in a bow. Benson stared intently at him, trying to read him. Your aura is repulsive. Wind Heretic. This was a class he'd never heard of before, yet strangely, he felt an inexplicable sense of fear, instinctively sensing that this person was not to be crossed. How odd. Senior, please don't misunderstand, I mean no harm. Yi remained quite courteous. Seeing the two engage in conversation, Kamimori Wakaba, standing nearby, hurried forward to make her presence known. "Sir, is there anything I can do to assist you?" How could he fail to see that this was a golden opportunity? If he didn't do his utmost to seize this chance, it would be snatched away by the Chinese man standing right next to him. Not bad. Observing her respectful demeanor, Benson nodded with satisfaction. "You're not nearly as annoying as the other one." This young man named Kamimori Wakaba had a very sincere attitude compared to him. The other one seemed neither servile nor arrogant. What was his status? And how lowly was the other fellow? He didn't like this kind of guy who showed no respect for his elders. "Thank you for your praise, old sir." Kamimori Wakaba was overjoyed. Clearly, the old man favored him more. Benson nodded and spoke bluntly. "I am the god of venom. I was gravely wounded in the great war of gods and demons long ago, but I persevered, unwilling to let my noble legacy be severed." He leaned back lazily in his chair, as if reminiscing about past glories. Boom! Kamimori Wakaba immediately dropped to her knees, displaying the unwavering sincerity characteristic of players from the Sakura district. "No matter what, please, senior, consider this good-for-nothing of yours." With the arrival of gods and demons, people's lives had been turned upside down, but she deeply understood that this very moment was likely her chance to change her destiny. Benson nodded approvingly. "Quite right. When facing the mighty who stand high above, the weak must find their own way to survive. I like your attitude." As he spoke, he turned to Yi, who remained unmoved, his tone angry. "Kid, why haven't you said a word? This guy was far too dull." To have the chance to obtain the supreme legacy of the god of venom is a blessing he has earned through 8 lifetimes of merit. Begging means handing your fate over to others to arrange. He glanced at Kamimori Wakaba, who remained kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently, "If the other party intends to kill you, what good would it do to grovel before them, pleading, 'Please, senior, spare this good-for-nothing of a man'?" In his previous life, when faced with the 10 ancient demon gods they were compelled to defeat, players across the entire planet had fought with everything they had, with no way out. Unless he was truly backed into a corner, he would never beg. "You ant, what are you trying to say?" Benson's gaze turned icy as he demanded. "Don't you get it yet?" Staring at the god of venom, who stood about 10 meters away, he took a step forward. "A man's knees are gold tier. What are you, that you dare ask me to kneel? How dare you?" Benson flew into a rage, unleashing the full might of a goddess' divine pressure. Boom! A weight as crushing as Mount Tai bearing down on him left Yi gasping for breath, as if trying to stir the fear within his heart. Watching Yi tremble as if a mere breeze could knock him over, Benson sneered, "Ant, taste the wrath of a god." For the first time. This was the first time he'd ever seen such an insignificant ant dare to speak so boldly in his presence. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to take one laborious step after another toward Benson. The heretic mask on his face glowed with a dark purple light as he retorted defiantly, showing no sign of weakness. "A god clinging to life? Does such a being even deserve to be called a god?" "You!" Benson's hair stood on end with rage, yet a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Why? Why was he still able to move? "You're used to looking down on others, reveling in the feeling of being above it all, but you haven't even looked at the situation you're in right now." He continued to approach, even as his bones creaked and his muscles twisted. "Can you kill me? If you could, why keep your distance? Why not use your aura to stop others from approaching from the very beginning?" Aura. That sort of thing was nothing but an illusion. He harbored no fear of the god of venom. How could his will ever be shattered by it? "Kamimori Wakaba, kill him for me." Watching he draw closer step by step, Benson all bark and no bite shouted, "Just kill him, and my legacy will be yours." "Old man, aye. Kamimori Wakaba tried to stand but couldn't move, her body drenched in sweat. "Your aura is too overwhelming." Benson. "See? This is the air you've been looking for." He stepped up to face Benson, looking down at him impassively. Benson gritted his teeth. "How dare you show disrespect to a god?" He had to admit that the other's guess was correct. At this moment, he was powerless to fight. You're just clinging on, unwilling to let the legacy end. That's what a foolish god told me. Yi took the violently trembling heretic orb from his bag, confirming that at such close range, it could be activated. Heretic orb, devour him. Was his opponent truly powerless to fight back? He didn't know. If he simply refused to surrender, then he would go all out. In an instant, the pitch-black heretic orb burst into a dazzling, eerie glow. An indescribable force surged forth, tugging at the god of venom, transforming him into energy and gradually absorbing him. What is this thing? Benson was utterly horrified, completely powerless to resist. Yi remained expressionless, clutching the heretic orb tightly and aiming it at Benson's location. Old man, it's time for you to go. I am a god, a great god. His gaze was filled with venom and terror. You'll pay the price for your blasphemy. Whoosh! A green beam shot from his eyes and pierced Yi's chest. Ding! System notice, source of venom. Benson has cursed you, reducing all your attributes by 50% for 3 days. Uemery Wakaba, help me kill him, and the legacy is yours. Benson's face contorted into a hideous grimace. How could he possibly accept such a way to die? Even in death, he would take the other with him. Gurgle, gurgle. His blood surged. Yi's body glowed intensely, his long hair billowing, and a cold light blazed from his blue eyes, making him look like a demon. Ding! System notice, due to the Yi Wind Heretic trait, you have successfully absorbed the curse S effects and received a reward, 5 free attribute points. Put! Benson spat out a mouthful of blood, his inner shock beyond measure. Who exactly was he? No! Was he even human anymore? There are no so-called gods in this world, they're just slightly more powerful beings who presume to call themselves gods. Yi's gaze was intense, as if blue flames were dancing in his eyes, and his chest swelled with unbridled arrogance. And you? You're nothing special. Benson couldn't respond. He had already been reduced to energy and completely devoured by the heretic orb. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully using the heretic orb to absorb the rare bloodline of Benson, the source of venom. Your Wind Heretic class power has increased, and you have mastered the skill, Source of Venom. Phew! With his opponent dead and the oppressive aura dissipating, Yi exhaled a heavy breath of stale air, feeling a great weight lifted from his shoulders. Whoosh! Suddenly, a goblin battle axe struck from behind. Miss! As if anticipating the attack, Yi dodged to the side, and the very next instant, the same weapon sliced across Kamimori Wakaba's neck. 522. Critical hit. Kamimori Wakaba froze in shock as her health plummeted. So fast. Unbelievably fast. Striking again, he attacked with reckless abandon, mercilessly crushing his opponent without even giving him a chance to land a blow. The two were simply not on the same level. We'll meet again. Kamimori Wakaba snarled as she lay dying. The humiliation I suffered today, I'll repay tenfold someday. Yi's expression remained impassive, yet he found it utterly ironic. You should be ashamed of how cleanly and decisively you took your knees, not of being defeated by me. You. Kamimori Wakaba's face turned ashen, yet she was powerless to do anything. As her health hit zero and she collapsed to the ground as a lifeless corpse, a dazzling white light emanated from her body, and her soul returned to the starting point to be reborn. Ding! System notification, you have killed player, Kamimori Wakaba, Sin Points, 1. Sin Points. This was a mechanism designed to curb player versus player combat. The higher the Sin Points, the harsher the penalties for death, including a steeper level drop upon death, an increased drop rate for one's own equipment, and a negative impact on the favor of certain NPCs. With the matter resolved and having gained much from the experience, he confirmed there were no hidden treasures nearby before leaving the cave. He casually killed a few passing monsters to reduce his sin points, then strode briskly back to the beginner's village. Along the way, he didn't forget to check his rewards. Opening his inventory, the first item that caught his eye was a long sword with a cold, brilliant gleam. It looked far superior to the goblin battle axe. Wolf King's Sword, Bronze Tier. Attack, 30-35. Property, plus 2% attack. Set effect? Required level 8. Description: the supreme weapon for newbies, the Wolf King's sword commands all beginners, none dare disobey. What a sword! Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately swapped out his goblin battle axe, causing his attack power to skyrocket. In addition, there was a pair of wolfskin boots and a wolfskin armor, both top-tier treasures in the world. Wolfskin boots basic tier. Defense 3-3. Description: boots made from wolfskin. Wolfskin armor basic tier. Defense 8-8. Description: armor made from wolfskin. Ding. System notice: congratulations on successfully activating the Grey Wolf Set 2-piece effect, plus 5% HP. Ding. System notice: congratulations on successfully activating the Grey Wolf Set 4-piece effect, plus 5% attack, plus 5% defense. In addition to the gear, his inventory also contained the first kill reward for a bronze tier boss. Skill Insight Scroll Grade B. Effect: upon use, there is a certain chance to learn a skill suitable for your class. Description: read carefully, it's a certain chance, not 100%. If it fails, you're out of luck. Got it? You didn't rush to use the Skill Insight Scroll after all. His top priority was to change his class first. Wearing his basic tier set, he moved as swiftly as the wind, hurrying back to the newbie village, where he was greeted by countless envious glances. Amid a crowd of players clad in goblin battle axes and beginner gear, the appearance of a high-level player decked out in top-tier equipment was bound to turn heads. Holy shit, is this what a pro-S efficiency looks like? I can't even see his level or name. Look, everyone. He can even afford shoes, and I mean actual shoes. That's insane. Ignoring the crowd's chatter, Yi approached the newbie village chief and produced the other half of the jade pendant dropped by the enchanted Wolf King. I fulfilled my mission. Young man, you actually found the other half of the jade pendant for me. The newbie village chief, overcome with excitement, dropped his walking stick and took the pendant. Young man, did you? I was carried off by the Wolf King. I fought hard to win and brought the jade pendant back to you, Yi said solemnly. And you, being so generous, might perhaps there's a chance you'll give me the complete jade pendant. The village chief was dumbfounded. How did you know that? He had indeed intended to give him the jade pendant. The problem was, he hadn't had a chance to say it yet. You. The village chief stammered incoherently, and after a long pause, he replied sheepishly, You're welcome. True to his role as village chief, he acted with noble integrity. After Yi retrieved the jade pendant, he actually presented it to the hero. This development completely caught Yi off guard. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully completing the quest, the village chief's jade pendant, difficulty, B. Rewards earned, 90% of this level S experience, 5 reputation, and the fashion item, White Wolf Jade Pendant, Grade B. White Wolf Jade Pendant, Grade B fashion item. Description: a white jade pendant imbued with the aura of the Wolf King, hence the name White Wolf Jade Pendant. Effect: plus 5% movement speed. Additional effect: slight chance to increase NPC's favor toward the wearer. Whoosh! Golden light scattered, and Yi reached level 11. Having obtained the only costume available in the early game, he quickly entered the teleportation array to head to a level 3 town to change his class. In Gods and Demons, city tiers from lowest to highest are level 4 villages, level 3 towns, level 2 cities, level 1 main cities, and super main cities. Generally, players cannot enter higher tier cities unless they meet the corresponding level requirements. Hey, handsome, will you help me level up? A beautiful young woman leaned in, pleading in a sweet, coquettish voice, I can't beat the goblins. No way. Yi mimicked her tone and replied, my girlfriend would get mad. Right now was the perfect time to make his mark. Lingering in the newbie village and squandering the advantage he'd worked so hard to build would be downright foolish. Who's your girlfriend? The woman thrust out her ample bosom and gave him a flirtatious glance. Am I prettier than her? Clang. Yi, completely oblivious to her flirtation, raised his right hand and gazed at the Wolf King's sword, its cold gleam dancing in the light, saying matter-of-factly, I don't know about pretty, but it's pretty aggressive. The woman turned pale with fright, thinking Yi was hostile, and fled in a panic. Whoosh! The teleportation array activated, and a dense white light engulfed Yi's figure. Ding! System notification, you have entered the map, Yaya Town, Level 3 Town. His perspective shifted, and he found himself inside the town. Endless streams of pedestrians filled his surroundings in the distance, streets crisscrossed, children chased each other and played, and the air was filled with the bustling clamor of the crowd. Compared to the dilapidated and backward beginner-s village, the architecture of this Level 3 town was clearly much more grand. With his memories from before his rebirth, he was no stranger to Endless Town. He immediately headed straight for the class hall, determined to be the first player to complete his class change. A few minutes later, he arrived at his destination and entered the spacious, well-lit class hall. He saw that it was divided into 6 sections, symbolizing the 6 major classes. Should Wind Heretic be a swordsman or an assassin? With a hint of doubt, he approached the priest class change desk and, sure enough, found the swordsman mentor chatting with the priest mentor. Baby, I got injured yesterday and had to get in 4. Do you know what kind of solution they gave me? The swordsman mentor wore a cheeky, mischievous grin. I missed you last night. The priest mentor remained expressionless, an adventurer here to change classes. You can get lost. Swordsman mentor, could you help me complete my class change? Yi strode forward. See? He's here to see me. The swordsman mentor was in high spirits as he remarked, I bet swordsmen are way more popular than priests. It's even bumped my commission by at least 2 percentage points. It's driving me crazy. Priest mentor. Without further boasting, the swordmaster mentor looked at the young man before him, who wore a dark purple mask. He nonchalantly placed his hand on the young man's chest, fully focused on striking a dashing pose. I, Junior Swordmaster Mentor, Sharp Sword Holt, acknowledge that your strength is sufficient to fulfill the duties of a swordsman. Whoosh! Intense, dazzling blue energy surged from Yi's body. Ding! System notification, class promotion failed. Boom! The next second, Holt felt as if he'd been struck by an immense force. His entire body flew backward like a kite whose string had snapped, slamming heavily into the wall before slumping to the ground, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. Cough, cough. Holt coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he quickly raised his hand. Everyone saw that I didn't do anything. He flew out on his own. It's okay, it's not your fault. It's mainly because his strength and status are far from sufficient for you to advance in your profession. The priest mentor wore a smug expression as he quickly summoned the others in the hall. Hurry! Holt is injured, take him to get in 4. The knight mentor reminded him, you're the priest mentor, you can use healing skills. Hurry! If we're even a moment slower, it'll be too late. Watching Holt being carried away, Yi wore a strange expression. So what do I need to do to complete my class change? He never would have imagined that simply changing his class would turn out to be such a hassle. Just because Holt can't do it doesn't mean I can't. The assassin mentor exuded the air of a true master. Have you ever considered becoming an assassin? Anyone who wasn't a complete idiot could see that this adventurer before him, bearing the hidden class Wind Heretic, possessed extraordinary potential. Becoming his mentor would undoubtedly be a source of pride. Sure. After a moment's thought, Yi agreed. For some reason, he had a feeling that Wind Heretic wouldn't be limited to a single class. Boom! A few seconds later, another human-shaped imprint appeared on the wall. As the priest mentor revived him, the assassin mentor, covered in dust and looking dejected, grumbled, Young man, I can tell you with absolute certainty, without divine tier strength, I'm not even qualified to be your mentor. Is this kid's potential really that outrageous? The archer mentor beside him asked in disbelief. It's more than just incredible, the assassin mentor said solemnly. It's downright terrifying. Immortal level? No way. Any higher than that, and you're in the god tier. Hearing this, Yi immediately felt the situation was getting tricky. Beings of that caliber were completely out of his current league, not to mention that an immortal level powerhouse might not even be willing to become his mentor. We can write to our superiors and report this, the mage instructor reassured him. You might have to wait a couple of days, though. Forget it. A thought struck Yi, and he turned to leave. I'll figure it out on my own. Wait 2 days? By then, it'll be too late. Since the usual class change methods won't work, he'd have to tap into his hidden reserves. There's always a way out. If I remember correctly, she should be in Kanglan City right now, he thought to himself as he made his plans, then retraced his steps back to the teleportation array in Wuya town. Since he absolutely needed a mentor with immortal level strength or higher, he might as well go all out and latch onto a god-tier powerhouse. But finding a god-tier mentor would likely come at a price. Ding! System notification, you have entered the map, Kanglan Town, Level 3 Town. Leaving the beginner's village, the first use of the teleportation array is free, subsequent uses cost 10 copper coins. Fortunately, the tutorial videos he posted on the forum had received an enthusiastic response, and he looted over 50 silver coins from the Wolf King. His inventory now held a total of 5 gold coins. It's about time to release a new video. On his way to his destination, he didn't forget to open the forum and update his channel. If he didn't post regularly, people would unfollow him in no time. After uploading the entire process of his Wolf King kill, Yi gave it a quick edit and came up with a title that was pretty decent. Bro Yi takes down the Wolf King with a single axe. As the video was released, many players who followed Silent Leaf decided to make a purchase. After all, it was the first kill of a bronze tier boss on the entire server, quite the selling point. Holy crap, he actually soloed it. This guy must have gotten a god tier talent right from the start. That was way too fast, even a one-shot killer won't be any faster. Many players rushed to post comments. Ding! System notification, adventurer, Wang Daxiang, has purchased the video you released. You have earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification, adventurer, Dominate the World, has purchased the video you released. You have earned 1 copper coin. Little by little, it adds up. With players from all over the globe logging into Gods and Demons, the sheer number is staggering. Even though his videos are currently only visible to players in the eastern region, the profits are still quite substantial. Glancing at the ever-growing pile of copper coins in his inventory, which were quickly turning into silver coins, Yi's mood lifted slightly as he raced toward gold coins. Drawing on his memories from his past life, he rushed headlong to a location where god-tier powerhouses were highly likely to pass through. It was a narrow alley that few ordinary people ever pass through. Inside, several women were gathered around a square table, playing cards and chatting. Now that I'm getting older, my husband he's like a landlord, only comes by once a month, sighed a woman in her 50s or 60s. How are things at your place? Wang? Found him. A gleam flashed in Yi's eyes. This Wang's true identity was no simple matter. Of course, she wasn't the target of Yi's journey, but to make contact with that god-tier powerhouse, he had to go through Wang. It makes me so angry just thinking about it. My husband acts like a flyer distributor, he just shoves it in and calls it a day, another woman playing cards with her complained bitterly. You're both doing fine, don't be ungrateful. Another woman picked up the thread, sighing, my husband acts like a milkman, he just drops it at the door and walks away. Ahem. With 2 dry coughs, Yi caught Wang's attention. Young man, is there something you need? Wang looked up at Yi, then her expression shifted slightly as she narrowed her eyes. An aura even more terrifying than that of a demon god. What kind of demonic creature is this? Ma'am, could I post a flyer here? Yi asked, casually placing a gold coin on the table where Wang was sitting. If it meant securing a god-tier mentor, a mere gold coin was nothing to speak of. Oh? Wang gave Yi a meaningful look. All right, go ahead and post it. Thank you. Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took out the paper and pen he bought at the general store, and quickly scribbled. Seeking mentor for a hefty reward. Profile, Yi, male, 21 years old, handsome and well-built. Since I have no capable allies, I am seeking an exceptionally talented mentor to join me in a grand endeavor. Requirements, must have reached the god tier. Note, generous reward, upon success. Contact, add friend, Silent Leaf. After writing the flyer in one go and posting it on the wall of the alley, he decided not to disturb the master any further with his family matters and turned to leave. As long as Wang didn't tear down the flyer, meeting with a god-tier mentor would certainly be no problem. After all, from the other party's perspective, posting it here and specifically mentioning god-tier who exactly that refers to the person in question would surely know better than anyone else. As for the contact information, there was nothing wrong with it. In fact, gods and demons treats natives and adventurers equally to a certain extent. The only two differences are that adventurers can be resurrected 3 times, while natives have only one life, and natives cannot communicate remotely with one another. I just hope she sees it soon. Yi prayed silently, set his friend request settings to allow additions from native players, and then decided to go level up first. Sigh. It looks like I'll have to let the reward for being the first to advance in class slip through my fingers. Ding. System notification, please note. Has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? He stopped in his tracks, his emotions running wild. There was no doubt about it, the mysterious powerhouse going by the alias Wang had put him in touch with her after he deposted the flyers. Aunt Xiaoyan, I wish you a happy and fulfilling sex life. Accept. Yi quickly selected accept, then opened the chat window and typed, "Can we meet up?" Sure. The other party replied immediately, "Let us meet right at the town gate." Okay. Yi was thrilled. If he could connect with a god-tier powerhouse this early in the game and have them become his mentor, his future would be truly extraordinary. Boosted by his traceless talent, Yi raced to the city gate like the wind. He looked around. Aside from the patrolling guards, there was no one else. Where is she? Yi was at a loss for words. No way could I have been stood up? Behind you. A cool, clear voice rang out from behind him, tinged with a hint of surprise. Whoosh! Turning abruptly, Yi was met by the sight of a stunning silver-haired girl. She had delicate features and snow-white skin. Clad in silvery white armor, she stood there quietly, like a fairy who had descended to the mortal realm, refreshingly ethereal, as if she stepped right out of a painting. At that moment, her clear silver eyes held a hint of puzzlement as she scrutinized Yi. Wind Heretic, what a strange class. Hello? Yi, feeling somewhat nervous, got straight to the point. Would you be willing to become my mentor? Although he couldn't see her name at all when adding her as a friend, Yi possessed memories from his past life and naturally knew who she was. Li Shue, god-tier boss. As a renowned NPC from his past life, her power was on par with that of the demon god, who had yet to awaken in this world. I'm afraid not. Li Shue flatly refused. I have no intention of taking on a disciple at the moment. Is there really no chance at all? Yi asked tentatively. You have great potential, I can see that, Li Shue said with a faint smile. But if everyone who claims to be exceptionally talented came to me asking to be their mentor, wouldn't I be swamped? Yi. This was a tough situation. It seemed that even the Wind Heretic title granted by his exclusive hidden class, though it might catch Wang's attention, was still far from enough to make a god-tier powerhouse consider taking him as a disciple. If that's all you're offering, I'm afraid I can't agree, Li Shue said apologetically. Farewell. With that, she soared into the sky, transforming into a long silver streak of light as she swiftly departed. I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. In a panic, he shouted at the top of his lungs, but there was no response. 1,000,000 gold coins. Gritting his teeth, he shouted until his voice was hoarse. Why did he feel that becoming Li Shue's disciple offered the best chance of success? Because, if he wasn't mistaken, the Dragon Realm had long been plagued by poverty and hardship, and the sheer amount of gold coins required to raise a giant dragon was beyond the imagination of outsiders. Whoosh! The silver streak returned, and Li Shue's brow was furrowed with a hint of solemnity. What did you say? Please repeat that. This was a matter of great importance. She couldn't just pretend she hadn't heard it. 1,000,000 gold coins, be my mentor. Yi explained, steeled for the worst. Li Shue furrowed her brow slightly, looking troubled. But you currently have only 10 gold coins on you. Don't get me wrong, I just happen to have the ability to see right through someone's inventory and know exactly how many gold coins they have. Yi was speechless. With the release of his new video, he had indeed earned more than 10 gold coins so far. He hadn't expected her to see right through him. Very few adventurers have 10 gold coins these days. That just goes to show I've got a knack for making money. Yi argued his case. Let us just say I owe you this 1,000,000 gold coins for now, and I'll pay you back later. How about that? When will you settle the debt? Li Shui's pretty face grew serious as she asked earnestly. Having a rough idea of Li Shui's personality, Yi paused to consider for a moment before saying, half a year. To be honest, having been reborn and possessing a wealth of information unknown to others, earning 1,000,000 gold coins in half a year wasn't really that difficult. Deal. Li Shui gave a slight nod, then winked at Yi and added, actually, money isn't the main point. I'm mainly interested in your potential. I understand, Yi replied, catching her drift. If money were the only price to pay to be taken under the wing of a god-tier powerhouse, the nobles and aristocrats in the super capital would likely fight tooth and nail to send their offspring to Li Shui as disciples. After all, Li Shui's power rivaled that of the dragon god. Becoming her disciple meant the best chance of one day riding a dragon. Now, I need you to complete the class change quest first, Li Shui said solemnly. Yi suggested, could I change my class first, and then do the class change quest? Time waits for no one. He was genuinely afraid that someone else would beat him to the system's class change rewards. But add another 10,000 gold coins. Silent Leaf, your potential is truly remarkable. U0007 at the city gate. The young girl's ethereal aura and overwhelming presence deterred the patrolling soldiers from approaching. Looking at the calm and composed young man before her, a hint of delight flashed in Li Shui's eyes. All right, as you wish. She realized this disciple was very quick on the uptake. People who are good at seizing the key points are the ones who are least likely to get the short end of the stick. Ding. System notification, Li Shui has a favorability rating of 1000 toward you. Current status, friendly. I, Li Shui, acknowledge that your strength is sufficient for promotion. Li Shui raised her hand in the air, pointing her palm toward Yi. Whoosh! In an instant, a green light surged from Yi's body, followed by a mighty and domineering force that radiated from his chest, coursing through his entire body and causing all his attributes to skyrocket. Ding! System notice, congratulations on completing your class advancement. All attributes increased by 30 points. Ding! System notice, you have obtained the C rank title, fresh out of the gate. Ding! System notice, congratulations on becoming the first player to complete a class advancement. You have received the following additional rewards: 100 reputation, 20 free attribute points, and the rare item, Space Orb, small. Are there any skills a disciple can learn at this stage? Yi asked. Logically speaking, after each class change, one should be able to learn powerful skills from a mentor. Why did he choose to apprentice under a god-tier master? The benefits might not be obvious now, but once he is strong enough to learn the god-tier master's unique techniques, he'll realize just how much of an advantage he gained today. You're still too weak right now. There isn't much I can teach you. Li Shui raised her hand lightly, and a virtual screen appeared before Yi's eyes. Wind Shadow Sword Technique C rank. Description: you're just like the wind, rustling as you strike. Effect: upon activation, attack speed increases by 50% for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Class requirement: Swordsman. Level requirement: Level 10. Cost: 0 gold. Move with the wind passive C rank. Description: those who master the wind element are aided by the wind. Effect: movement speed increases by 10%. Requirements: Assassin, Swordsman, Knight. Level requirement: Level 10. Cost: 0 gold. What else is there to say? Of course, learn it right away. Free stuff is the best. The effects of Wind Shadow Swordplay go without saying for him. Moving with the wind is equivalent to a 20% movement speed boost. Ding! System notice, you have successfully learned the skill Wind Shadow Swordplay C rank. Ding! System notification, you have successfully learned the skill Moving with the Wind, passive C rank. Alright, Now you should go complete your class change quest. Li Shue withdrew her hand and smiled calmly. Outside Kanglan town, some mindless sea creatures are harassing the residents. Go slay 20 of them, I'm sure this won't be a problem for you. Got it. Yi nodded and said gratefully, thank you, mentor, for your guidance. No need to thank me, you're simply clever enough on your own. Li Shue gave him a meaningful look before soaring into the sky and swiftly departing. A mere 1 million gold coins, that really wasn't too much for a god-tier powerhouse. What she had admired even more was that Silent Leaf, knowing the Dragon Realm was short on funds, had attempted to use gold coins as currency and, realizing they were effective, had secured the reward for the prerequisite class change quest. Furthermore, despite possessing only 10 gold coins, Silent Leaf was willing to offer 1 million, a display of boldness that was truly remarkable. Admittedly, many rules must be followed, but if one could break with convention and do something unconventional, it would earn her even greater admiration. As she watched Li Shue ride off into the distance, 2 additional quests appeared in Yi's task list. Ding! System notification, you have obtained the class change quest Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals difficulty, C. Ding! System notification, you have obtained the apprenticeship quest 1 million gold coins difficulty, SS. Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals, difficulty, C. Description, only Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals can give Shrimp Soldiers and Crab Generals a hard time. Quest requirements, defeat 20 Shrimp Soldiers and 1 Crab General. 1 million gold coins, difficulty, SS. Description, you're really rich. Quest requirements, within half a year, provide Li Shue with 1 million gold coins as a token of appreciation. Note, I've rounded off the change for you. Having successfully become the apprentice of a god-tier powerhouse, Yi was in high spirits. Instead of returning to Kanglan town, he strode purposefully toward a nearby beach. Now that he had gained a certain advantage, he had to maintain his momentum and keep the snowball rolling, otherwise, a moment's inattention could easily allow other players to catch up. With a population in the tens of billions, there are certainly no shortage of geniuses. Just because he had a stroke of luck doesn't mean others didn't, including Kamimori Wakaba from the Sakura district, who, had Yi not intervened, would likely have obtained the legacy of the God of Venom. Oh, right. On the way, Yi suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap his forehead. It seems he left me a gift. After using the Heretic Orb to devour the bloodline of the God of Venom, not only did the power of the Wind Heretic class increase, but he also received a parting gift from the God of Venom as he lay dying. Wind Heretic exclusive hidden class. Description, an abyssal demon who commands the element of wind, an eternal evil god feared across countless worlds. Health, 8. Attack, 8. Defense, 8. Speed, 11. Source of venom passive grade B. Description, perhaps you are even more venomous than the God of Venom. Skill effect, all your attacks that hit an enemy unit and deal damage will trigger a poison effect, dealing 1000 HP damage per second for 20 seconds. Scalable. Hiss. Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Early game jungle monsters don't have much HP, they certainly can't withstand losing 1000 HP at a time. Plus, the fact that it's marked as scalable means Source of Venom has enormous potential, it's just that his current strength is too weak to fully tap into it yet. Venom combined with ultra-high movement speed, I think I get it. Yi mused. God of Venom, so this is what you had in mind? Ding. System notice, you have entered the map, Sunny Beach. The sun blazed like fire, scorching the earth. Arriving at the nearby coastal map, Yi looked around and soon spotted numerous two-legged lobsters. Wielding tridents and with their long antennae fluttering in the breeze, they patrolled the area with an air of majesty, clearly ruling the region as its overlords. Lobster Soldiers Common Monster. Level, 20. HP, 12,000. Attack, 140-150. Defense, 60-65. Skills, Shrimp Slash, Wild Leap, Water Play. Description, let me tell you, even a shrimp soldier has its dignity. For other players fresh out of the beginner S village, taking on a shrimp soldier is tantamount to courting death. But thanks to the nearly god-tier growth ratings of his exclusive hidden class, the Wind Heretic, Yi's stats far surpassed those of the Shrimp Soldier. Fresh out of the gate Silent Leaf, Wind Heretic. Level 11. HP 13,570. Attack 158-164. Defense 139-139. Skills: Off the Cuff Taunt, All Out Strike, Whirling Axe, Wind Shadow Swordplay, Move with the Wind. Reputation 310. Revives 2. Fresh out of the gate C rank title, HP increased by 10%. Assessing the gap between them, Yi boldly closed in, stepping right into the center of the Shrimp Soldiers. He casually activated Taunt, I'm hungry. Hurry up and tell me how much are you guys per gene? Want to eat seafood? You're asking for death. The nearby Shrimp Soldiers flew into a rage and immediately charged at him with their tridents, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Facing the ferocious Shrimp Soldiers, he showed not a hint of fear. He raised the Wolf King's sword in his hand, dodging their attacks as effortlessly as a gentle breeze, then casually slashed through one of their shells with a single stroke, drawing fresh blood. 823. With Yi's attack cap at 164 and the Shrimp Soldier's defense in the low 60s, the damage should have been around 1,000 points. However, the Shrimp Soldier's passive ability, Shrimp Slime, granted a full 20% physical damage immunity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other Shrimp Soldiers didn't stand idly by, they all attacked at once, using the bounce skill to suddenly boost their movement speed. Unfortunately, they were up against Yi, who possessed the traceless talent. Facing their attacks, Yi didn't feel much pressure to dodge, nor was there any need to deliberately evade every single one. Since starting the game, he had earned a total of 60 free attribute points, all of which he had invested in speed. As a result, he was slightly faster than the average player, and after practicing in the newbie village, he had become even more adept at maneuvering against enemies. Having landed a successful strike, Yi did not continue fighting the same Shrimp Soldier. Instead, he shifted his focus, darting about like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, landing a single sword strike on each nearby Shrimp Soldier. Under the effect of the source of deadly poison, the sharp Wolf King's sword glowed with a sinister green light. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. In an instant, a green glow emanated from all the Shrimp Soldiers. The effects of the source of venom proved astonishingly potent, causing their health to plummet at a visible rate until they were completely poisoned to death. Poison damage completely ignores physical damage resistance. As long as Yi caught a wound in them, they immediately accumulated 20,000 points of poison damage, far exceeding the Shrimp Soldier's maximum health. This monster farming efficiency is absolutely insane. Yi thought to himself with glee. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating Shrimp Soldier, Common Monster. Reward: 8% of this level's experience. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating Shrimp Soldier, Common Monster. Reward: 8% of this level's experience. Farming monsters 9 levels above his own yielded a wealth of experience, and Yi's experience bar rose rapidly until it was completely filled. Whoosh! A shower of golden light scattered as Yi reached level 12. After leaving the beginner's village, killing common monsters finally started paying off. On average, each Shrimp Soldier yielded him 3 copper coins, not much, but better than nothing. Friends, did you see that? Yi exclaimed excitedly into the camera. With just a single strike, these monsters will just stand there and wait to die. As he spoke, he casually struck a nearby Shrimp Soldier. 821. 1,000. 1,000. Soon, the Shrimp Soldier was poisoned to death. I'm sure you're all curious about why I have this ability. The answer is in the link below. Yi quickly posted the snakeskin armor he'd just taken off. In Gods and Demons, there's naturally a vendor feature, but society is evolving. How could e-commerce be missing? By listing items you no longer need but that are valuable to others in the forum's marketplace visible to all players, the transaction is settled instantly as soon as someone makes a purchase. Ding! System notification: Adventurer, Y Enter Gods and Demons, has purchased the video you listed. You've earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification, adventurer, why enter gods and demons, has purchased the video you listed. You've earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification, adventurer, How Yun Lai, has purchased the video you listed. You've earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification, the item you listed, snakeskin armor, has been successfully sold. You've earned 20 copper coins. Ding! System notification, you've received a negative review. The system notifications came one after another, all bringing good news. The first 2 videos attracted a lot of attention from players. When you released the 3rd video, the buzz reached an unprecedented high, especially in the comments section. Is wearing the snakeskin armor the answer to having this ability? I've got it. You're a real fucking snakeskin. Hello, did you create this game? If so, please let me out. Closing the forum, you moved to a new location to attract a fresh swarm of shrimp. While earning plenty of copper coins, he also acquired 2 pieces of equipment, shrimp soldier armor and a shrimp soldier helmet. All of them, without exception, were unupgraded. Since the wolf skin armor he was wearing came with a set bonus, he didn't take it off. He simply equipped the shrimp soldier helmet, which provided 5/5 defense. Whoosh! Just as Yi was poisoning a large group of shrimp soldiers nearby, the seawater churned not far away, and a crab monster as tall as a person crawled out. Its 2 claws were like scissors, and its hard shell was as black as iron. It certainly didn't look like someone to mess with. Human, is it you who is killing my shrimp soldiers? The crab general roared, strutting about arrogantly. Yi, feeling wronged, looked utterly aggrieved. I'm telling you it wasn't me. Do you believe me? As he spoke, he cast a scouting spell on the creature. Crab General Bronze Tier Boss. Level, 25. HP, 50,000. Attack, 170-175. Defense, 150-160. Skills, crush you to death, snap, snap, hard crust, no crab to hit. Description, its power is far beyond that of mere shrimp soldiers. Do you even understand the true value of the crab general? I'll believe that when pigs fly. The crab general raised its claw and swiped at Yi. As punishment, I'm going to snap off at least 3 of your legs. Wind Shadow Sword Technique. Dodging the crab general's attack, Yi appeared behind it in an instant. He swung the Wolf King sword fiercely, striking the junction between the crab's shell and its abdomen. The attack was lightning fast, and the blade sank several centimeters into its body. 123. As a level 25 bronze tier boss, the Crab General's defense was indeed quite high for the average player to solo it. They need to be at least the same level and well equipped. Ha 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 ha. The Crab General laughed contemptuously. You're just tickling me. Ugh. Suddenly, a green glow erupted all over its body, a clear sign of poisoning. 1,000. 1,000. Having landed a successful hit, Yi didn't get greedy. He rationally stepped back, relying on his innate speed advantage to kite the boss. Rustle, rustle. The severely poisoned Crab General gave chase, but couldn't keep up, and couldn't help but curse. Is dodging all you know how to do? Look, a beautiful crab. Yi pointed toward the distance. Where? The Crab General quickly turned his head to look. 126. He successfully hit the crab's weak spot again. Yi changed direction as he ran, chuckling to himself. After all, it was just a bronze tier boss. Its intelligence was quite low, not even as high as the demonized Wolf King's. Damn human, I'll tear you to pieces. The taunted Crab General grew even more enraged, swinging its claws as it charged after him. That's going too far. Tricking even a crab? Is this even human? Yi, however, remained completely unfazed. While the Crab General's defense was high, it posed little threat. Exchanging a few blows with it now and then was no big deal. Crab brother, look over there. Suddenly, Yi sensed something. His expression shifted slightly as he turned to look at the churning horizon not far away. The sea water seemed to be boiling, gushing forth in surges. The Crab General sneered repeatedly. Brother Yi, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Boom! Suddenly, waves surged and the tide rolled. It seemed something was stirring beneath the sea. triggering a violent explosion that sent water spraying in all directions. A terrifying aura erupted, making Yi feel as if he'd been plunged into an ice cave. His expression grew grave. In Gods and Demons, certain plot developments don't always follow a set pattern. Unexpected events are perfectly normal. However, such anomalies often spell disaster for adventurers. This is absolutely insane. How could a powerful Sea Clan warrior have appeared here? The crab general, standing nearby, finally snapped out of it, completely stunned and dumbfounded. Bro Yi, I regret not listening to your advice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying waves in the distance struck the crab general like a bolt of lightning. It had no idea who the newcomer was. It simply assumed they were reinforcements the enemy had summoned. Otherwise, how could a being with such a terrifying aura possibly appear on a sunny beach? Something's about to go wrong. Yi sensed trouble brewing and quickly turned to flee. His life came first. With signs that a major boss was about to make an appearance, standing there dumbfounded would be asking for trouble. Boom! The powerful figure burst from the ocean's surface, revealing his true form. It was a Sea Clan man with deep blue skin, clad in ornate armor and wielding a sharp sword. His aura was overwhelming, and as he emerged from the ocean, a dense current of water elemental energy swirled around him. Ha! Facing Yi, who was fleeing at breakneck speed, the Sea Clan man looked surprised. So frail, yet you can actually move while bracing against my aura? It seems my senses were correct. You're definitely no pushover. So it's a powerful member of the Sea Clan. The crab general, who had thought he was as good as dead, felt as though he'd escaped death by a hair's breadth and said gratefully, I knew it, my luck couldn't possibly be that bad. With that in mind, he laughed triumphantly at Yi, who was fleeing in panic. This is the price you pay for repeatedly toying with me. Whoosh! Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the Sea Clan man shot forward, churning up waves on the ocean's surface as he effortlessly caught up to Yi. Just as he was about to strike, Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks and shouted, Powerful one of the Sea Clan, hear me out. Run! Why did you stop running? The man said mockingly, blocking Yi's path with his arms crossed, looking perfectly at ease, curious to see what last words his opponent might have at this point. I'm not running away. Yi shook his head, patiently correcting the man's misunderstanding. You know, running is great exercise. It effectively reduces the risk of cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases and improves cardiovascular and respiratory fitness. The man was visibly taken aback. He'd expected this young man named Silent Leaf to beg for mercy, make threats, or even spout some defiant last words before dying, but he never in a million years imagined the other would actually be lecturing him on health facts. Cautiously scanning his surroundings to make sure no one else was nearby, Yi whispered, I'll let you in on a secret, running also strengthens your lower body. Clang! The sharp sword was drawn from its sheath. The Sea Clan man sneered, Is that your last will and testament? All right, let us get serious. Yi cut to the chase, smiling as he said, Actually, I moonlight as a fortune teller. My friend, your brow is dark, you may face a violent death. The Sea Clan man had completely lost all patience for further conversation. The main reason he hadn't attacked immediately was that he wanted to understand why this man carried such a terrifying aura to avoid hitting a brick wall. That was all. As far as I'm concerned, you're the one facing a bloody disaster. The man swung his sword downward, its blade tracing a deep blue arc. Clang! A silvery white phantom shield appeared before Yi, narrowly blocking the man's attack. Miss! This time, it wasn't a dodge, it was damage immunity. An indescribable fear spread through his heart. The Sea Clan man's expression changed drastically as he immediately sensed something was wrong and spun around to look behind him. Roar! What met his eyes was a massive silver dragon, its scales refracting a mesmerizing glow in the sunlight. It opened its gaping maw and roared at the Sea Clan man, its deafening dragoness roar whipping up a gale that sent sand and dust swirling through the air. The Sea Clan man. I'm doomed. Master, your prediction was spot on. From the dragoness back, a silver-haired, silver-eyed girl floated down gracefully, landing before the two of them with a wry smile. Do we really need the mentor to step in this soon? Having Silent Leaf take down minor enemies on Sunny Beach should have been a very safe mission. She could see that her apprentice possessed tremendous potential in terms of speed. Once fully developed, he would, in theory, be capable of holding his own against the fifth demon god, the Wind Rider Aaron. I had no choice, Yi said, spreading his hands in resignation. From the moment the sudden plot twist began, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his friends list and sent a message to his only friend at the time, Li Shui. In the heat of the moment, Yi didn't write much, just a single character, danger. Since Li Shui was already in Kanglan town and possessed formidable strength, the speed of her arrival was, as one might expect, lightning fast. I'm in Kanglan town to handle urgent business. I can't constantly keep an eye on your safety, Li Shui said sternly, completely ignoring the Sea Clan man standing beside her, who was frozen in shock. This time, it's understandable, but I don't want you to rely on me for help all the time. From now on, I'll never ask you to intervene for free, mentor. Yi vowed solemnly. Li Shui nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. The Sea Clan man standing nearby gave a nervous laugh. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now? At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. A god-tier powerhouse and a mentor, no less. With such mind-blowing connections, why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Humph. Li Shui suppressed her smile, drew her silver sword, and flicked it upward, instantly severing his left arm. She said calmly, except for beings with limited sentience, members of the Sea Clan are forbidden from entering the mainland. That's the rule. You're absolutely right. Bowen didn't dare resist in the slightest, letting the blood gush out freely. Get lost. Li Shui waved her hand, sparing his life. Thank you, Li Shui, for showing mercy. Leaving behind a word of thanks, Bowen fled in disarray, plunging headfirst into the sea without looking back. The crab general in the distance was utterly stunned. Once he finally snapped out of it, he hurriedly scuttled away on his 8 legs, racing straight toward the ocean. My life comes first. When even a powerful sea creature capable of flight was getting thoroughly beaten like that, standing there dumbfounded would be tantamount to courting death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver curtain unfurled out of thin air, blocking the crab general's path. I'll be off first. Li Shui returned to the silver dragoness back and swiftly flew away. Watching the girl ride the dragon off into the distance, Yi turned his gaze away and looked at the crab general, who was unable to retreat into the sea. He stepped forward. Thank goodness my mentor arrived in time. I knew it, there's no way my luck could be that bad. As he spoke, he swung the Wolf King sword, unleashing the Wind Shadow sword technique in a strike toward the crab general. Realizing escape was hopeless, the crab general roared, "Damn it all, I'll fight you to the death." Unfortunately, its speed could never match Yi's. Worn down by the source of venom, it was forced to its death, its massive body collapsing limply to the ground. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating the level 25 bronze tier boss, Crab General. Reward: 145% of this level's experience, 10 reputation points. Ding! System notification: congratulations on completing the quest, Shrimp Soldiers and Crab General, difficulty, C. Reward: 50% of this level's experience. Whoosh! Having previously defeated a large number of Shrimp Soldiers, he had already reached level 13. Now, with the defeat of the Crab General and the completion of the quest, Yi's level jumped directly to 15. At the same time, the Crab General dropped 2 pieces of equipment and a large amount of silver coins. Yi stowed everything in his inventory and inspected the details. Sturdy armor bronze tier. Defense, 15-15. Property, plus 2% defense. Required level, 18. Description: as the name suggests, very sturdy armor. Sharp dagger bronze tier. Attack, 40-45. Stat, plus 2% attack. Required level, 15. Description: a very sharp dagger, sharp enough to slice off any part of your body. Needless to say, he kept the sturdy armor for himself. As for the sharp dagger, while its attack power was a few points higher than the Wolf King's sword, its attack range was much shorter. He'd decide what to do with it later. Right now, he didn't need those extra few points of attack power. The key was still relying on the source of venom to farm monsters, and a weapon with a longer attack range was safer. Of course, it's still too early to put the sharp dagger up for auction. Players' overall levels haven't caught up yet, so it's fine to keep it in his inventory for now. After all, after receiving his first class change reward, he has 10 more inventory slots than other players. Space Orb Small. Effect, plus 10 inventory slots. Description: a tiny space orb that can hold more than you might imagine. Time to look into those skill insight books. Having completed the quest, he continued to roam near the sunny beach, unafraid that the powerful Sea Clan members might return, and kept picking on the shrimp soldiers. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating a shrimp soldier common monster. Reward: 3% of this level S experience. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating shrimp soldier common monster. Reward: 3% of this level S experience. Those shrimp soldiers were essentially doomed the moment ye came into contact with them. There's only a certain probability of success. I must be cautious. Ye's expression turned grave. He dared not use it carelessly. If the mastery attempt failed, the first kill reward for a bronze tier boss would be as good as gone. However, these items weren't purely a matter of luck after use, they actually gave you a chance to demonstrate your skills. The system would evaluate your performance and grant the corresponding abilities based on that assessment. In his previous life as an assassin, he had trained for 2.5 years and knew the assassin's skills inside and out. He just needed to briefly recall the feel of casting them. After experimenting a few times to regain his rhythm, he took out the skill mastery book, tore it open, and let it transform into a dazzling white light that enveloped him. Ding! System notice: you have used the rare item, Skill Mastery Book, Grade B. You may act for the next 3 minutes. The system will evaluate your actions during this period to determine which skill you need to master. Soon, a 3-minute countdown appeared before Ye's eyes. SSS rank skill, Shadow Stealth. Ye muttered under his breath as he darted forward, crouching low with light, quiet steps, landing as silently as possible while holding his breath and moving stealthily. An SSS rank skill. Had he ever learned this in his previous life? No. But since skill mastery is such a mysterious process, there is no harm in trying to trick the system a little. Are you kidding me? Not far away, a shrimp soldier was amused by Ye's self-amusing antics. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating shrimp soldier common monster. Reward: 3% of this level S experience. Stepping over the shrimp soldier's corpse, he tried his best to mimic how assassins in his past life used their skills. Stealth. This was an assassin's signature move. Although he didn't know if Wind Heretic could master assassin skills, it was worth a try. I've got to make this work. Ye's heart was pounding. He was extremely nervous. Having been reborn, he knew there were precious treasure chests hidden in certain locations, containing all sorts of treasures, and most of them were guarded by bosses. How could he sneak open a treasure chest when he couldn't defeat the boss? The answer was simple: use stealth to slip past and evade the guard's attention. 3 minutes slipped by quietly as he concentrated on his imitation, and what awaited him was the system's verdict. Ding! System notice: you used the item, Skill Mastery Book, Grade B, and successfully mastered the skill, Sneak, Grade B. Ding! System notice: as you are the first adventurer to master a B rank skill, you have received the following rewards: 30 free attribute points and 50 reputation. Sneak? After allocating the free attribute points to agility, Ye was left speechless. Is this even a skill? However, before he could open his skill bar to check, the system chime rang out once more. Ding! System notice: due to the Wind Heretic trait, the skill Sneak Grade B you mastered has successfully advanced to Wind Shadow Follow Grade A. Whoa! Ye was taken aback at first, then couldn't help but gasp. Awesome! This exclusive class has incredibly high insight. It not only absorbs the power of curses but also allows skills to advance? Filled with anticipation, he immediately opened his skill panel to check the details. Wind Shadow Follow Grade A. Description: the wind follows the shadow, moving silently. Skill effect: blends with the surrounding environment, putting the user into a stealth state that lowers their aura and leaves no trace. Additional effect: movement speed increased by 20% while in stealth. Additional effect: the first attack while undetected deals 50% increased damage. Duration: 2 minutes. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Note: unavailable in safe zones and automatically deactivated upon entering combat. I'm invincible. Yi was exceptionally excited. Acquiring Wind Shadow Companion meant his hunch was correct. Wind Heretics could master assassin class skills, and their range of learnable skills was even broader. After all, the Wind Shadow Sword technique he learned from his mentor was a skill normally reserved for swordsmen. After that, Yi methodically farmed the shrimp soldiers until only the last rays of the setting sun remained and the sky was ablaze with crimson, at which point he concluded his trip to Sunny Beach and returned to Kanglan Town. His highly efficient monster farming had brought him up to level 16, though the cost was steep. Every last shrimp soldier on Sunny Beach had been wiped out. He could sense that the difficulty of leveling up was gradually increasing. Farming monsters 4 levels above his own was no longer enough to level up quickly. I'll rest after claiming the first kill on the silver tier boss. Yi was ready to push through in one go. In Gods and Demons, it's not impossible to maintain stamina indefinitely, but current players aren't yet capable of reaching that stage, so necessary sleep is indispensable, otherwise, they'll fall into a weakened state or even die suddenly. Furthermore, adventurers must eat, otherwise, they'll starve to death. As the sun set and night deepened, stars twinkled in the high heavens, and the bright moonlight cast a hazy, ethereal beauty. As you returned under the moonlight, the heavens were clear of dust, and the mountains and rivers cast their shadows. Back in Kanglan Town, he first bought a few bottles of water and some bread, then purchased various medicines at the pharmacy to ensure his safety, and immediately bought a map of the surrounding area. Like a gentle breeze, Yi moved as swiftly as lightning, intending to head directly to the area where a silver tier boss might be lurking to investigate. Thud! Because he was looking at the map while walking, he accidentally bumped into a gaunt middle-aged man, who fell awkwardly to the ground. Bro, sorry. Yi put away the map and reached out to help him up. I didn't mean to. At the same time, he instinctively cast a scouting spell on the man. I am the only one beginner assassin. Level 10. Clearly, as time passed, some players had already begun leaving the newbie village for level 3 towns. I am the only one, cursed furiously. Don't you have eyes in your head when you walk? Yi's lips turned down slightly. He furrowed his brow but said nothing. It was true that he had knocked the other player over first and was in the wrong, so there was no need to stir up unnecessary conflict. However, collisions in the safe zone didn't cause any damage, not even the slightest pain, so it was inevitable that the other player would blow the incident out of proportion. Ignoring the other player's ranting, Yi turned and walked away. Wait. The player named I am the only one hurried forward and grabbed Yi's arm. Don't think you can just walk away, you have to pay for my medical expenses. Oh? A chill flashed in Yi's blue eyes. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? I am the only one. Feigned deep humiliation. I must have justice today. Wearing a dark purple mask, with name and level hidden. This was tantamount to revealing that the opponent was Silent Leaf. As a high-level player whose fame had suddenly skyrocketed in Gods and Demons, if he could extort a hefty sum, he might never have to worry about money for a long time to come. You think I'd be too concerned about my reputation to make a big deal out of this, don't you? Yi could see right through the other person's scheme and called them out immediately. It had to be said the other person had nerves of steel, daring to stage a hit and run on the very first day of a drastic change in their living situation. I don't know what you're talking about. I am the only one. Feigned ignorance and protested. What grudge do I have against you? You're the one who hit me. Why are you acting like you're in the right? Watching I am the only one put on a one-man show in silence, Yi knew exactly what was going on. No doubt the other guy had already started recording a video, just waiting to get into an argument with him to stir up some buzz, all to ruin Yi's reputation while making money off his tearful complaints. Unbelievable. And you expect me to take the blame for this? Yi couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to such a scumbag. He probably understood why he bumped into I am the only one. It was clearly intentional on the other guy's part. He was a repeat offender. Tell me, what grudge do I have against you? I am the only one gripped Yi's arm tightly, refusing to let him leave. You knocked me over and still act like this. What exactly is the problem? Yi said nothing. Instead, he simply dragged him toward the outskirts of Kanglan town. After all, certain matters had to be handled outside the safe zone. Bro, come with me. I'll make it up to you big time right away. At the moment, it wasn't as if he were dragging the other person out of the safe zone by force. Rather, the other person was pulling him, so the system's judgment naturally favored him. Explain yourself right here, or you're not going anywhere. I am the only one, he shouted. Explain why you bumped into me. What grudge do you have against me? So you're here. Just as Yi's murderous intent began to rise, a cool, clear female voice rang out beside his ear. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head. A silver-haired girl stepped toward him. She showed none of the fragility typical of ordinary women clad in military attire. She exuded a heroic and dashing presence. Gulp. I am the only one. Couldn't help but swallow hard. What a gorgeous girl. She is simply not of this world. Mentor, did you call for me? Yi was taken aback. 3 times in one day. That's a bit too frequent. I have something important to discuss. Li Shui's pretty face wore a serious expression as she spoke bluntly. I need to entrust you with a very important mission. I wonder if you're willing to accept it. Of course I am. Yi's tone was firm. Who would turn down a mission that's practically handed to you on a silver platter? Taking on a mission from a god-tier powerhouse, the reward is bound to be substantial. No matter how important the mission is, you have to resolve my issue first. I am the only one. Wouldn't let it go, acting like a clown, shouting incessantly. Li Shui furrowed her brows. What is going on? He is being unreasonable, claiming I bumped into him and demanding compensation. The problem is, you can't get injured from bumping into someone in the safe zone. Yi admitted frankly. I see. Having roughly grasped the situation and convinced that it was true, Li Shui nodded slightly. Then let us kill him. Having fought battles far and wide for years, she was by no means a merciful or soft-hearted person. Otherwise, how could she have kept the rebellious dragons in check? But this is a safe zone. What safe zone can guarantee an adventurer's safety forever? We must teach scum like this a lesson. Li Shui said solemnly. Don't worry. If the sky falls, I'll be the one to prop it up. With that, she raised a finger toward the void beside Yi, and a silvery glow began to swirl. The next second, Yi felt a mighty, domineering power surge through his body, boosting his strength to unprecedented heights. Ding! System notification, you have received the blessing of Li Shui. Your next attack's damage is increased by 10,000%. Clang! Pulling the Wolf King's sword from his inventory, Yi smiled broadly at I am the only one. Since the mentor had said so, it was best to obey. You. I am the only one. Let go and stumbled backward, terrified. What do you want? Die. Yi swept his sword across a full power strike, no less. He was practically begging to die. Seriously, what grudge could he possibly have? Whoosh! Leaving no room for the opponent to dodge, the cold, gleaming blade sliced mercilessly across his neck in the dead of night. His head was severed, a jet of blood spurted out, and the headless corpse collapsed to its knees. 324,587. Whoosh! Hundreds of meters away, the teleportation array glowed white as I am the only one's soul awaited resurrection. In fact, players do not respawn immediately after death. Instead, they remain in spirit form for an hour. During certain special events, the wait can be even longer. Damn it! I am the only one gritted his teeth. He had never imagined he'd be killed inside the safe zone. He quickly drifted over, cursing under his breath. Where are the city's security and stability patrols? Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of footsteps erupted as patrolling soldiers, spears in hand, surged forward. In an instant, they surrounded Yi and Li Shui, then parted to make way for the squad leader, who hurried to the scene. Li Shui? The squad leader froze upon seeing the instigator's true identity. "What are you doing here?" If it had been anyone else, he would have ordered his men to arrest them without a second thought. But the person before him was of such high standing, someone he simply couldn't afford to offend. "Some ill-tempered adventurers were running amok, so I merely administered a little discipline," Li Shue said coolly. The captain gave an awkward smile. "All right, then. We won't disturb you any further." "Only I am supreme? Not going to bother you? I, a player, was killed in the safe zone, and you're telling me you're not going to bother me?" "Captain, my mom is calling me for dinner." "What the hell just happened?" "I have no idea. There's a situation over there, go check it out." A group of soldiers came and went in a flash. "Let us go." Li Shue led the way, urging them on. "This matter is extremely important. It may concern the safety of the entire Cambrian realm." Cambrian realm? That's what the current natives call the world they inhabit. Got it. Sensing the urgency of the situation, Yi hurried to catch up. "Silent Leaf, just you wait. I am the only one," gritted his teeth, his face twisted with venom. "I'll never let you off the hook. If I don't ruin your reputation, I'll eat shit live on stream." "Shut up." Li Shue spun around abruptly, a chill glinting in her silver eyes. As she raised her hand, a gale of wind and blizzard surged forth, howling toward I am the only one. In an instant, it froze his soul form, shattering it into pieces, each shard of ice carrying a fragment of his soul, a truly horrifying sight. Ding! System notification: you have been attacked by Li Shue. Your soul form has been shattered. Resurrection count 1. I am the only one. His spirit form, resurrected yet again, was overcome with fear and panic and hurriedly fled. With only 2 total resurrection attempts allowed, to suddenly lose them all and be left with just 1 life remaining was simply too terrifying. Yi's expression was mixed. Not only was he being sent to his death, but twice? I just can't help but wonder what grudge or enmity is this. Withdrawing her arm, Li Shue led Yi at a brisk pace toward a house in Kanglan Town. Click. As the door swung open, they stepped into a brightly lit room where a woman was waiting, none other than Wang Wang. "Mentor, what is going on?" Yi could clearly sense that this mission was no simple matter. Wang sat leisurely in her chair and cut straight to the chase. "Young man, you're emanating an extremely evil aura, just like a demon from the depths of the abyss." The sudden remark startled Yi. As a certain possibility crossed his mind, his heart raced. "Are you trying to kill me?" Having inherited the legacy of the Wind Heretic, he vaguely realized that his identity had become quite unique. He might not even be purely human anymore. The demon in the opening scene had knelt before him and sworn allegiance, which, to some extent, suggested that the Wind Heretic belonged to the demonic realm. How could that be? Li Shue closed the door and smiled faintly. "Although you carry the aura of an abyss demon, I know you're not an evil person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been born in the Light Faction's beginner village. If Silent Leaf were truly an abyssal demon, his spawn point should have been at the bottom of the abyss." "Then, mentor, why did you bring me here?" Yi felt reassured. If she really wanted to kill him, the safe zone wouldn't have been able to stop Li Shue. However, he didn't believe the system would allow native inhabitants to kill adventurers at will. The reason he'd been able to attack I am the only one earlier might have had something to do with the other party's constant verbal provocation. Wang cut straight to the point. "It's precisely because you carry the aura of an abyss demon that we want you to infiltrate the enemy's ranks." "You want me to be a mole in the dark faction?" Yi looked stunned, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Being a mole is way too hard. It's much easier to play a rebel or a loyal subject. If you stay too long, you're bound to be exposed, but it's relatively safe in the short term. Li Shue picked up the thread and explained. "I came to Kanglan Town precisely because the seal at the Valley of Sealed Demons here is weakening. The enemy is the demon god about to break free." "I see." Yi feigned sudden realization. Having been reborn and having experienced the plot developments of his previous life, he naturally understood that Li Shue's purpose in coming to Kanglan Town was to confront the demon god who had broken through the seal prematurely, which was why he had come specifically to seek her as his master. If this plot point hadn't occurred, he wouldn't have had the chance to interact with a god-tier powerhouse so early on. We need you to become a high-ranking official under the demon goddess command, then openly lead Li Shui and me to the demon goddess place of confinement to eliminate him while he is still weakened from having just broken the seal, Wang said solemnly. It's certainly a daunting task. If they had gone there earlier, the demon god would never have broken through the seal. But since they had deliberately broken it, the demon god would most likely still have enough strength left to escape, and with his minions providing cover, he would be extremely difficult to deal with. If they had an inside man to first root out the minions and then pose as the demon goddess subordinate, their chances of success would be much higher. Ding! System notification: congratulations on triggering the hidden side quest, Disguise, difficulty S. Do you accept? Yes. After careful consideration, Yi chose to accept. The greater the difficulty of the quest, the more generous the rewards. At worst, he'd only lose one resurrection opportunity. Life is all about taking risks. If one always seeks stability, how could one ever conquer the high difficulty challenge of the 10 ancient demon gods joining forces in the future? Ding! System notification: you have obtained the hidden side quest, Disguise, difficulty S. Disguise, difficulty S. Overview: you have only one goal to make them believe you're one of them. Quest objective: work from the inside to eliminate the demon goddess minions. Quest reward: S-rank skill. An S-rank skill. Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his previous life, he hadn't obtained such a high-tier skill until the late game. He never expected to come across one on the very first day of this game. How am I supposed to disguise myself? Yi asked. Li Shui held out her snow-white palm, revealing a black bead. It's simple, use this. What is this? Yi reached out curiously to take it. Ding! System notice: you have obtained the quest item, Demonification Orb, SS rank. Damn! An SS rank item. Yi nearly dropped the orb on the ground from the shock, but quickly caught it and checked the details. Demonification Orb, SS rank. Description: the beast slumbering within your body has awakened. Effect: transforms into a unique evil creature based on the user's bloodline. Usage requirement: must possess a bloodline that can be activated by the enchanted bead. Duration: 1 day. Cooldown: 12 hours. Looking at the enchanted bead's effect, Yi was taken aback. That's kind of interesting. Transform into a unique evil creature. So what will I turn into? Could it really be a demon? You can keep the demonification pearl for now, Li Shui said with a smile. But you must return it to me after completing the mission. Why didn't she disguise herself as an evil creature? Mainly because the demonification pearl's requirements were so strict that she couldn't use it. Alright. Yi nodded and tucked it into his pouch. When do we start? Tomorrow, Li Shui and I will help you infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Get some rest first. Wang said. By the way, do you have a place to stay? Not yet, Yi shook his head. Catch this. One tossed him a key. It's not free, I've got to charge you. Thanks, Wang. Yi caught it happily. Gatekeeper's key special item. Description: a key that unlocks apartment number 5 in Kanglan Town. Note: 5 copper coins are automatically deducted daily and go to Wang. Most accommodations cost 50 copper coins. This fee is negligible. After receiving the hidden side quest, he left the room, pulled out a piece of bread, and took a few haphazard bites to fill his stomach. He wasn't in a hurry to rest. First, secure the first kill on the silver tier boss, then sleep. That plan 1 change. Are you really planning to train him? After escorting Yi away, Wang turned to Li Shui and voiced his concerns. What if he is an abyss demon? The Cambrian realm will face a catastrophic apocalypse. Too long a life of luxury has made people forget the horrors of war. Few in the entire Cambrian realm truly understand the power of abyssal demons. If he isn't an abyssal demon, he might be the Cambrian realm's future hope, Li Shui countered. Wang's expression was conflicted. Can we afford to take that gamble? Do you think we have the luxury of time? Li Shui laughed wryly. Leaving the safe zone of Kanglan Town, Yi vanished into the night, moving as swiftly as the wind while consulting his map. At this moment, he used the Wind Shadow Companion stealth state to increase his movement speed. Combined with the passive Move with the Wind upgrades and the 5% bonus from the White Wolf Jade Pendant fashion item, his movement speed bonus had already reached %. With the Traceless talent doubling his final movement speed, the boost reached %. His top speed had already reached 9 times that of an average player. Of course, base movement speed is crucial, but those stats were still out of reach for now. Cutting across the vast wilderness, he arrived at the area marked on the map as a monster zone for levels 20-30. There, he spotted hyenas with brownish-yellow fur, their size comparable to that of cheetahs scouring the darkness in search of prey. Keeping his breathing as quiet as possible, Yi remained in stealth mode, avoiding detection by the roaming hyenas. He carefully made his way through the pack, scanning his surroundings for the boss. It's common knowledge that pack animals usually have a leader. There it is. Suddenly, Yi's eyes lit up as he spotted the target of his mission. It was a hyena shrouded in black magical energy, as massive as a tiger, with sharp claws and fangs and a ferocious, menacing appearance, clearly not one to mess with. Hyena King's Silver Tier Boss. Level 28. HP 120,000. Attack 320-335. Defense 180-190. Skills: Bite, Summon, Possession, Mad Dog. Description: hyenas aren't part of the Canidae or Felidae families, they belong to the Hyenidae family. Surely everyone knows that, right? The Hyena King. Just hearing the name told him this wasn't a force to be reckoned with, but he, Yi Wang, was determined to give it a proper challenge. After checking the Hyena King's stats, Yi dared not take it lightly. A level 28 silver tier boss had extremely high stats, he was currently no match for it. But methodically collecting bronze tier gear and waiting until he was strong enough to challenge it would be far too slow. Glancing around, Yi looked for terrain he could use to his advantage, but the area was open with no natural choke points. Looks like I'll have to resort to extreme measures. After a moment's thought, Yi, while in stealth mode, carefully crept up to the Hyena King's side and pulled a bow and arrows from his inventory. Wooden bow and arrows basic. Attack 10-12. Description: should I shoot? Should I really shoot? Having obtained Source of Venom, a god tier skill for the early game, how could Yi not make use of it? Therefore, he went to the weapon shop specifically to buy a bow and arrows for ranged attacks. It didn't matter that he didn't have the archer skill bonus. However, after equipping the wooden bow and arrows, Yi's attack power plummeted to only about 180 points, which was lower than the Hyena King's defense. Just one level short. Yi made a quick assessment and shifted his gaze to the hyena at the very edge of the pack. Perfect, he could practice his archery on a minor enemy first. Creeping up to the hyena, the 21-year-old comrade Yi drew an arrow, knocked it, drew the bowstring, and released the shot all in one fluid motion. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the hyena's abdomen, and the toxin spread rapidly. 812. 1000. 1000. Arg! The hyena, still on the hunt, was suddenly interrupted and injured, immediately letting out a furious roar that alerted the other hyenas. It swiftly gave chase after the unscrupulous young comrade, only to find that he had vanished into the night, leaving it no chance to catch up. Just had to mess with me while passing by? What kind of person is this? The hyena's heart was filled with resentment, but there was nothing it could do. It waited for the toxin to wear off and moved to a different hunting ground. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow pierced the hyena's forehead with pinpoint accuracy. Attacked from behind once again, the hyena went on a frenzied chase, only to see a dark shadow dart away and vanish in the blink of an eye. In the end, the hyena's cries went unanswered by heaven and earth. Its massive body crashed to the ground, its eyes wide open in death. With only a little over 30,000 HP, it had no chance of surviving 2 hits from the source of venom. Waiting to die right where it stood. This was a way of dying it had never imagined. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating hyena. Reward: % of this level S experience. Ordinary hyenas are level 24, so since he was hunting monsters 8 levels above his own, the experience gain was naturally substantial. Might as well go all out. Confirming that his tactic was viable, a flash of fervor crossed Yi's eyes. Traceless talent. This talent practically guaranteed him an unbeatable advantage from the start. Why should he hold back now? Digga! Standing before the Hyena King, Yi suddenly let out a wild scream, shattering the tranquil atmosphere bathed in moonlight. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, all the nearby hyenas looked up. A pack of stupid dogs, the giant of light, Yi, taunted offhandedly. Instantly, all the hyenas were enraged. Their aggression skyrocketed, and they charged at Yi in unison, including the Hyena King. Who was Yi to take them seriously? He didn't give them a second thought and fled on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While maintaining his distance, Yi launched his attack, firing his wooden bow and arrows wildly behind him, causing many hyenas to be struck by the potent poison. Furthermore, to lure more minions toward him, he deliberately took a wide detour before returning to the respawn point. Keep up, keep up. Commander Yi barked repeatedly, maintain discipline, don't fall behind. A massive pack of hyenas chased frantically, yet they could never catch up to this incredibly brazen human. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating hyena. Reward, % of this level as experience. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating hyena. Reward, % of this level as experience. The system chimes rang incessantly in Yi's ears. More and more hyenas collapsed along the way, unable to keep up clearly untrained rookies. Whoosh! Soon, a shower of golden light scattered, and Yi reached level 17. The moment he leveled up, he turned and fired an arrow at the Hyena King. He couldn't afford to waste arrows recklessly. He might not have enough in his inventory. Securing the first kill on this silver tier boss was the top priority. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the Hyena King's hide, penetrating only slightly and leaving a faint trail of blood. And that was more than enough. The Hyena King was driven mad with rage. It had given it everything it had, yet it simply couldn't catch up to its opponent. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Time dragged on slowly for all the hyenas, every second felt like an eternity. It'll only take 2 minutes to poison it to death. Yi's nerves were on edge. His apparent ease was merely a facade. If anything went wrong, the outcome for both sides could be reversed in an instant, so he couldn't let his guard down until the very last moment. 80%. 50%. Under the damage from the source of venom, the Hyena King's health rapidly plummeted. Losing 1,000 health points per second was something even a silver tier boss couldn't withstand. Arg. Just as its health dropped to 30%, the Hyena King suddenly stopped its pursuit, stood still, and let out a deafening roar. Its eyes turned blood red, and waves of black smoke billowed from its body. This is so frustrating. You've pushed me too far. Yi's heart sank. Just when she thought nothing would go wrong, something did. Ding! System notice, your underhanded tactics have thoroughly enraged the Hyena King. The Hyena King has entered frenzy mode, with all stats increased by 30%, and has advanced to a gold tier boss. Damn it! Looking at the Hyena King's ferocious, furious expression, you felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. Is this really necessary? Dude, I just wanted a silver tier first kill. Feeling a bit resentful, Yi cast scouting on it. Hyena King gold tier boss. Level 35. HP 35,330,000. Attack 920-950. Defense 404. Skills: Bite, Summon, Frenzy, Mad Dog. Description: fueled by rage, the Hyena King transforms into the Super Hyena King. Its HP hasn't changed, but the problem is its stats are way too high. How am I supposed to kill it if I can't break through its defense? Whoa! Having broken through to become a gold tier boss, the Hyena King broke into a mad dash, charging straight at Yi. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Staring intently at Yi, who was now within arm's reach, the hyena king seemed to see the dawn of victory. Its ferocious aura nearly pounced on its prey. You think you can outrun me? Yi furrowed his brow and quickened his pace. 10 meters. 20 meters. The distance widened once more. Hyena king? Its mind was filled with shock. It couldn't comprehend what was happening. How could a mere level 17 human adventurer possess such mind-boggling speed? I'll just wear you down. Yi thought grimly. Go ahead and try to stay in that frenzied state the whole time. The system hadn't indicated how long the demonic transformation would last, but he didn't believe the hyena king could sustain it indefinitely. Generally, after a rampage like buff ends, one falls into a weakened state with a drastic drop in power. This was a lesson he learned from his past life. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Clearly, this was a grueling battle of attrition. Just because gods and demons didn't feature a stamina bar didn't mean a character's energy was limitless. The longer it went on, the more labored Yi's breathing became. Exhausted. He had to keep going. Whoosh! 14 minutes later, the hyena king, unable to catch up to Yi, suddenly abandoned its attack and turned to flee. Trying to run? Yi's eyes flashed with cold determination. Even though he was extremely exhausted, he gritted his teeth and gave chase, carefully maintaining a safe distance to prevent the hyena king from changing its mind and launching a counterattack. When the clock hit 15 minutes, the hyena king's power suddenly plummeted. Ding! System notice. Please note, the demonized state has ended. The hyena king is now in a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 100%. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air, spinning at high speed as it shredded the weeds between them, then plunged viciously into the hyena king's body, causing scalding blood to spatter. 620. Critical hit. The hyena king, writhing in pain, turned in horror. The man before him wore an expressionless face, his eyes filled with indifference, as he brought his sharp longsword down with a heavy swing. Wind Shadow Sword Technique, Full Power Strike. 955. After the flurry of attacks, Yi stepped back once more, denying the hyena king any chance to strike him, and waited for the source of venom to deliver the final blow. A dozen or so seconds later, the king hyena's massive body crashed to the ground, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Ding! System notice. Congratulations on successfully defeating King Hyena, Gold Tier Boss. Rewards earned, Level 3, 50 Reputation. Ding! System notice. Congratulations on defeating the Gold Tier Boss Hyena King. As the first player to defeat a Gold Tier Boss, you have received an additional reward. Ding! System notice. Congratulations on defeating the Gold Tier Boss Hyena King. As the first player to defeat a Gold Tier Boss, you have received an additional reward, 80 free attribute points and the rare item, Gift Orb. Ding! System notice. Would you like to share your glorious achievement with all players in Gods and Demons Earth server? Note, after a server-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 500 reputation points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive streaks of golden light flashed, and you reached level 21. Before he could even collect his loot, the system chime rang in his ears again. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Please note that since an adventurer has reached level 20, the level leaderboard Eastern region is now open. Ding! System prompt. You have entered the level leaderboard. Do you wish to display your in-game ID? Without rushing to deal with the various system announcements, a breathless Yi picked up the few gold coins and various pieces of equipment dropped by the Hyena King, then took off running. The boss was dead, but the minions were still there. If he got trapped in a pack of hyenas, even at his current level, he might not be able to handle it. With his quiver nearly empty, Yi refused to engage the hyenas any further. He sprinted at full speed to shake them off, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and let the cool evening breeze wash over him, feeling a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. It was sheer luck that he managed to take down the Hyena King, which had advanced to the gold tier. On his way back to Kanglan Town, he inspected his loot. Opening the bag and looking at the loot, which was clearly far more elaborate than bronze tier gear, Yi's heart raced. On the very first day, he secured his first gold tier kill. Even he hadn't anticipated this turn of events after all. Gold tier bosses were completely out of reach for players at his current level. The gap in stats was simply too vast. Without hesitation, he examined the equipment stats. First up was a pair of leggings, gleaming and exquisitely crafted. Radiant leggings gold tier. Defense, 2830. Health, 2000. Traits, plus 5% defense. Level requirement, 25. Description: sturdy leggings that protect your legs. The stats provided by the leggings were quite good, and they even offered a percentage boost to both HP and defense. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the level requirement yet, so he'd have to set them aside for now. Shifting his gaze, he looked at the other items in his inventory: a fiery red spear and a pair of black boots. Blazing spear gold tier. Attack, 100-120. Property, plus 12% attack. Bonus, attacks inflict a burn effect, dealing 200 HP damage per second for 10 seconds. Repeated attacks refresh the duration but do not stack. Level requirement, 28. Description: a longsword forged from flame crystals. The blade is scalding hot, do not touch it. Boots of Hope silver tier. Defense, 10-12. Stat, defense plus 2%. Stat, movement speed plus 3%. Level requirement, 25. Description: I hope readers will give me positive reviews and support, hence the name Boots of Hope. Nice gear. Ye's eyes lit up with surprise and delight. The Boots of Hope provide defense while also increasing movement speed, making them naturally better than the wolfskin boots he was currently wearing. But what caught his attention most was the blazing longsword. Burning and poison, dealing 1,200 damage per second. That's absolutely nasty. The only downside was that the flame-bladed sword had a higher level requirement than the radiant leg guards. After taking stock of his gear, he looked at the first kill reward for the gold tier boss, a purple orb, about the size of a fist, glowing with a soft radiance. Blessed Orb grade A item. Effect: transfers the target equipment's affix or special ability to another piece of equipment, and guarantees a 100% increase in the power of that affix or special ability. Note: limited to spirit tier and lower equipment. Without a doubt, if used properly, the Blessing Orb could be incredibly useful. However, for now, it would have to be tucked away in his inventory. Returning to Kanglan Town, you went to the rental apartment arranged by Wang to freshen up. Lying in bed, he checked the level rankings. 1. Silent Leaf, level 21. 2. Southgate Braggart, level 15. 3. North Peak, level 14. 4. Rakshasa, level 14. 5. Hidden ID, level 13. 6. Koan Gokoan, level 13. What a vast nation, so many talented players. Even if he leveled up with all his might, he couldn't completely shake them off. The reason he was a full 6 levels ahead of second place was mainly due to slaying the Hyena King. Closing the level rankings, he opened the forum, preparing to upload the footage of his Hyena King kill. To ensure he didn't miss any exciting moments, his recording had been running the whole time. Now that he was uploading it, all he had to do was trim it a bit. In other words, the entire video was shot in one continuous take. Isn't that bold? The entire video one continuous take. Just this video and only this video. Before uploading, he didn't forget to post a first kill announcement to grab everyone's attention. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a gold tier boss. This is hereby announced. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a gold tier boss. This is hereby announced. A bombshell. As the server-wide announcements rang out, countless players were left in disbelief. Skip the silver tier first kill and go straight for the gold tier boss? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Staying up all night instead of sleeping just to snag the first kill? That's way too competitive. Where's the first kill highlight reel? Upload it ASAP, I can't sleep. The late night forum instantly exploded with activity. Seizing the opportunity, Yi uploaded the video, having already come up with a title, The Midnight Dog Beater. Ha! Just as Yi was about to close the forum and get some rest, he suddenly spotted a post that made him feel uneasy. Ramming people in town and killing them. Silent Leaf, who made a name for himself at the start of the anomaly, is nothing special after all. The post included a video. The poster was clever. They didn't try to hide anything, releasing the entire sequence from the collision to the kill, which sparked widespread outrage, with everyone rallying to defend him. While that "I'm the only one who matters" attitude is a bit disgusting, killing someone is going too far. Teaming up with the natives to kill twice in a row. If you run out of lives and actually die, Silent Leaf, you'll be a murderer. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Strength doesn't mean you're a good person. A barrage of unsavory taunts flooded Yi's feed. Of course, this wasn't the sentiment of all players. Many felt "I am the only one" had it coming. Naive. Yi couldn't help but chuckle, taking it in stride. They still didn't understand the reality of the situation. The moment he entered Gods and Demons, the world had already been turned upside down. The very first system notification had made that abundantly clear. Strive to survive, and you'll possess power on par with the gods and demons themselves. But surviving, how easy is that, really? It was the same in his past life. Many initially treated it as just a game, failing to take it seriously, only to regret it bitterly in the end. Without bothering to argue, Yi closed the forum and went to sleep peacefully. Let them yell all they want. Once this precious window of opportunity closes, disaster will strike. Those players who underestimated the game will all pay a bloody price in the future. As for those making a huge fuss today, it's questionable whether they'll even survive. Oh, the next day. Yi woke up groggily. Glancing outside, he saw that the sun was already high in the sky, a clear sign of just how exhausted he'd been the night before. After getting up and freshening up a bit, he put on the heretic mask and left his lodgings. He pulled some bread from his bag, wolfed it down to fill his stomach, and set off for the room where they met the night before. Creak. Arriving at his destination, he pushed open the door, and the figures of Li Shui and Wang came into Yi's view. Li Shui asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Yi nodded. "Then let us go." Li Shui stepped outside and summoned a massive silver dragon in the open square. She reached out, grabbed Yi by the shoulder, and lifted him onto the dragon's back, while Wang Wan leaped gracefully and landed steadily. "Let us go." Li Shui issued the command, to the border of Kanglin town. Roar! The silver dragon let out a soft cry, spread its wings, and soared into the air, ignoring the no-fly rule in the safe zone and charging straight out. Holy crap, a giant dragon! So cool, so show-offy. I have a feeling my future mount will definitely be a giant dragon. No, a dragon god. The players below were speechless, staring blankly as the silver dragon whipped up a torrent of wind and vanished from view. Braving the biting cold wind, Yi felt a surge of excitement. Riding a dragon. In his previous life, he'd spent 3 years adventuring without ever getting the chance to obtain a dragon mount. In this life, with Li Shui as his mentor, as long as he reached the required level, riding a dragon in the future should be a sure thing, right? Silent Leaf, you're progressing quickly. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Shui's beautiful eyes. Yi remained impassive and deliberately asked, "Why do you say that?" "You're progressing quickly." It seemed his leveling speed was so fast that it had shocked his mentor. Yesterday, you had only a dozen or so gold coins in your inventory, now you have over 30. Li Shui beamed, "That is quite a rapid improvement." Yi. If that is how you want to judge it, fine. In no time, the group reached the outskirts of Kanglin town. Looking down from high above, you could see an endless desert in the distance, yellow sand swirling through the air, the atmosphere lifeless and desolate. Ding! System notification, you have entered the map, Land of God Slayers. Land of God Slaying. Just hearing the name made him feel like trouble was brewing. Yi took a deep breath, trying his best to stay calm. The Valley of Sealed Demons is over there. Wang pointed into the distance. The demon god is sealed within the valley. As long as there is no commotion, he'll never break the seal. But if Li Shui and I step in to break it, we'll likely give him a chance to escape. I understand what you mean, Yi nodded. It would certainly take a great deal of energy for the demon god to break the seal on his own. If Li Shui and Wan caught him off guard at that moment, their chances of success would increase significantly. To be honest, Yi was also surprised that, through a series of twists of fate, he actually accepted a quest related to hunting down the demon god on his very first day in the game. Boom! Amid a cloud of billowing dust, the silver dragon landed. You'll have to make your own way from here. Li Shui led Yi off the dragon's back. If we get any closer, the demon god is bound to sense us. Got it. Yi nodded. If we succeed in this battle, I'll forgive 50,000 no, 20,000 gold coins of your debt. Li Shui smiled wryly. What do you think? Isn't your master being generous? Ding. System notice, please note that the details of the quest you accepted, 1 million gold coins difficulty, SS, have changed. You have received an additional reward of a 200,000 gold coin debt reduction. Thank you, mentor. Yi was delighted. If you receive any important information, contact me immediately. Li Shui's smile faded as she spoke earnestly. This is a matter of great importance, do not be careless. Above all, prioritize staying alive. Got it. As the silver dragon soared away, Yi took the demonization pearl from his robe. Ding. System alert, do you wish to use the demonization pearl to activate your bloodline? Yes. Feeling a twinge of nervousness, Yi removed the heretic mask and selected agree. Human strength has its limits, I'm afraid I can't earn the demon goddess trust. Since that's the case, I'm done being human. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood surged, and a strange power coursed through his entire body. The demonification pearl in his hand emitted a thick black mist that enveloped Yi's entire body, as if stimulating the demon goddess bloodline within him. A dozen or so seconds later, a blue glow broke through. Yi dispelled the black mist, and his entire appearance transformed. Deep blue hair reached his waist, 2 sharp horns sprouted from his head, and his skin took on a sickly grayish-white hue. Suddenly, he felt an itch on his back and couldn't help but shudder slightly. Boom! Jet black bone wings unfurled, spanning a diameter of 5 meters. Ding! System notification, you have used the item, Demonization Orb, to transform into a special creature matching your bloodline. Duration, 1 day. Damn it! Yi opened his character panel and looked at his appearance. He almost scared himself. It really is an abyss demon. His current appearance was virtually indistinguishable from the demon in the opening cutscene. If there was any difference at all, it was that he looked even more evil and eerie, as his blue pupils took up almost the entire sockets. Not only that, but his in-game ID and stats had also changed. Abyssal Demon Yi Silver Tier Boss. Level, 21. HP, 181,700. Attack, 244-249. Defense, 228-228. Skills, Source of Venom Wind Shadow follows note, skills below a certain level are not displayed. Reputation, 920. Revives, 2. Description? Damn it! Attack and defense remain unchanged, but HP has increased to 10 times the original amount. The main reason for this is the effect of the title. Abyssal Demon Temporary, maximum HP increased by 900%. I absolutely have to get my hands on that demonization orb. Yi's breathing quickened. If he had the demonization orb, who at his level could possibly be his match? I've got wings, could I actually fly now? A thought struck him, and he hurriedly gave it a try. He flapped his wings with great effort, only to rise less than a meter into the air. Ding! System notice, with your current strength, your maximum flight altitude is limited to 1 meter. Folding his bone wings, Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Just because he couldn't fly high now didn't mean he never would. When the time is right, as long as he can break through their defenses, he'll specifically target bosses that can't fly and farm monsters without taking a scratch. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, Yi strode purposefully toward the distant canyon. Upon reaching the canyon's entrance, he saw a dozen or so guards patrolling the area. They were shrouded in red mist and took on various forms. All were demonic creatures, but their stat panels were filled with question marks, making their immense power self-evident. "Who's there?" Yi's approach immediately caught their attention. "Don't panic, it's one of your own." Yi quickly raised both hands to signal he meant no harm. "Can anyone tell me where this is?" "An abyss demon?" The demon-possessed creatures serving as guards turned pale with shock. Even the utterly depraved dark faction has a strict hierarchy. The demon race from the depths of the abyss naturally held a higher status within the dark faction than ordinary demonified creatures. After all, their power and reputation were nothing short of earth-shattering. In the light faction, only the angelic race could rival them. "Greetings, Lord Demon." The guards stepped forward and knelt to pay their respects without hesitation. Facing an abyss demon, they dared not act presumptuously. The fear stemming from this disparity in status ran deep within their souls, deeply ingrained. "Rise. Quickly, rise." Yi was flattered and surprised. He hurried forward to help them up. "I'm just an ordinary abyss demon." The crowd? If he is an abyss demon, how can he be ordinary? "My lord, how did you come to be here?" asked one of the tiger-headed orcs wielding a greatsword. "I don't know either." Yi made up a story on the spot. "I was originally roaming the bottom of the abyss when I accidentally triggered a teleportation array and ended up here out of the blue." The demonized creatures exchanged bewildered glances, finding it hard to believe. Yet they could keenly sense the evil aura within him, and the suppression on their bloodlines was unmistakable. "My lord, there are some matters beyond our control. Please wait a moment, I'll go report to our master." "All right." One of the corrupted creatures entered the canyon and soon returned in a hurry, smiling obsequiously. "Please come in." Judging by their current strength, the abyss demons were far inferior to him. It seemed unnecessary to curry favor with them, but in terms of potential, even 10 of them wouldn't match him. "Thanks for your help, brother." Yi nodded in acknowledgement, then strode confidently into the canyon. He probably understood why Li Shui and Wang had sent him to act as a mole. Within the dark faction, the abyssal demoness status was absurdly high. As he ventured deeper into the canyon, Yi could see pitch-black demonic energy seeping from within. A stifling, oppressive atmosphere washed over him, making it hard to breathe. The heretic orb inside his bag trembled. Ding! System notification, please note, your exclusive item, Heretic Orb, has detected a rare bloodline nearby. Damn it! Give me a break. Yi was speechless. Last time was pure luck he couldn't devour this rare bloodline. Led by the demonic creature, he arrived at the site where the demon god was sealed. There, a massive magical array was in operation, radiating a sacred white light, dazzling and magnificent. At the center of the array stood a massive, blood-red gemstone. Overflowing demonic mist swirled around it, and a black shadow could be faintly seen within. Black and white intertwined, a sight too strange for words. Before Yi could even speak, a gasp of astonishment echoed from inside the red gemstone. Holy shit, it really is an abyssal demon. Yi. Dude, you're the demon god, can't you act a little more dignified? I've already heard about your situation. There are too many unfathomable things at the bottom of the abyss. It's not impossible for a one-way, random teleportation array to exist there, the demon god marveled, clicking his tongue. However, your power is pitifully weak. You've clearly only been born for a short while. How dare you come looking for me? Aren't you afraid I'll devour you? Devouring an abyss demon would cause his power to skyrocket. To say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. Yi shook his head. I'm not afraid. Why? The demon god asked, bewildered. Yi replied calmly, I've got someone backing me up. Demon god. Someone backing him up. Even as the demon god who once struck fear into the hearts of all, he had to admit that the sheer intimidation of those 4 words was overwhelming. Who could possibly be backing the abyss demon? It must be a terrifying entity of the utmost evil and depravity. I was just joking. The demon god backed down. Ignoring his insincere words, Yi returned to the topic at hand. Are you sealed? That's right. How can I help you break the seal? Yi felt a pang of sympathy. The sealed demon god was truly pitiful. He had to restore his freedom. Oh? The demon god was overjoyed. You're willing to help me? I can help you break free, but I have one condition. Yi gradually got into character. The condition was essential, otherwise, he'd easily arouse suspicion. After all, as an abyssal demon at heart, he certainly couldn't just play the role of a do-gooder. What's the condition? I want to devour a fraction of your bloodline power. Yi declared brazenly. The demon god was clearly stunned, speechless for a long moment. Just like an abyssal demon trying to suck my blood right off the bat. What a scumbag! Agreed. After careful consideration, the demon god consented. Once this is done, I'll grant you some. He could tell for certain that the creature before him was an authentic abyssal demon. That kind of teeth-grinding evil was something no righteous person could fake. Ding. System prompt: do you accept the hidden side quest, mutual benefit, difficulty, S rank? Yes. Yi quickly chose to accept. Just as the light faction had taken on an S rank quest, the dark faction got one too. Is this the joy of being a mole? I think I'm starting to get a little taste of it. Ding. System prompt: you have obtained the hidden side quest, mutual benefit, difficulty, S rank. Mutual benefit, difficulty, S rank. Description: you're trying to skin a tiger, just wait to die. Quest reward: blood of the demon god. How can I help you escape this predicament? Yi couldn't help but smile. I've got to figure out a way to complete this quest. The demon god cut straight to the chase. I need to devour 10,000 human corpses to accumulate power. Only then can I forcibly break the seal. Instantly, Yi's smile froze. What an idiot! Where the hell am I supposed to get 10,000 human corpses? Alright. Frowning deeply, Yi was lost in thought. I'll figure out a way to get them. This quest is a huge problem. If he were to quietly procure 10,000 human corpses, the demon goddess' suspicions would only grow stronger. Plus, his mentor and Wang are powerful members of the light faction. They never indiscriminately kill innocent people. Stepping out of the canyon, Yi immediately sent a message to Li Shui. The demon god needs 10,000 human corpses to break the seal. That's way too many. Li Shui replied helplessly. Even if we use death row inmates from various cities, there aren't that many, and with your strength, you couldn't possibly kill them all. That's exactly the problem. If it doesn't work out, let us just forget about it. It's fine. Forget about it? Does that mean all my efforts were for nothing? Yi was at a complete loss. How could he reasonably obtain 10,000 human corpses? After racking his brain for a long time, a flash of inspiration struck him, and his eyes lit up. There's only one way. What? Let the adventurers come and die. Why would adventurers go to their deaths? I can't just trap them for no reason. Li Shui disagreed with Yi's idea. True, adventurers have 3 lives, but that's no excuse to take their lives at will. You've misunderstood. Yi explained eloquently. What I mean is, let them take me on as part of an event. If it's a special event, the death penalty can be waived, right? Adventurers do indeed have only 3 lives, but that doesn't mean every death must come at the cost of a resurrection attempt. If the event waived the death penalty, the adventurer's enthusiasm for participating would be guaranteed, and he himself wouldn't feel any guilt about setting players up. You mean? I'm an abyssal demon. You have the adventurers come and defeat me, so I can legitimately obtain 10,000 human corpses. You'll end up behind bars. It's fine. It's all for the sake of slaying the demon god. Yi declared with righteous conviction. So what if I'm in danger? The demon goddess rare bloodline can boost the Wind Heretic S-class power. Am I really going to let the generous rewards from 2S rank quests slip through my fingers? Absolutely not. Definitely not. Li Shui was deeply gratified. I didn't misjudge you. Ding. System notice. Please note, Lishu's favorability toward you is 1000 points. Should I try announcing the event then? Ding. System notice. To unlock the potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to send adventurers to defeat the Abyssal Demon Yi, silver tier boss that has appeared in the border region. Registration for this event is open for 1 day only. Note, deaths during the event will be exempt from all death penalties. Ding. System notice. To unlock the full potential of adventurers, Kanglan Town has decided to send adventurers to take on the Abyss Demon Yi silver tier boss appearing in the border region. Registration for this event is open for 1 day only. Note, deaths during the event will be exempt from all death penalties. The system chime rang out 3 times throughout Kanglan Town. Of course, since this is a minor event, a server-wide announcement wasn't feasible, and with so many players rushing to sign up, things might actually get out of hand. Is there an event? It's just a minor event. What kind of generous rewards could there be for teaming up to take down a silver tier boss? You have to be in Kanglan Town to sign up. Just running over there to register isn't enough, it feels like I'm missing out on a fortune. I just hit level 10 and was about to leave the newbie village. Perfect timing to head to Kanglan Town to sign up, I'm so lucky. A flurry of excitement swept through the forum. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. The Abyssal Demon Yi should drop some good loot for the players. Outside the Valley of Sealed Demons, yellow sand swirled in the air. The landscape was barren and deathly silent. My lord, there's a major crisis. A gorilla-like, demon-possessed creature looked horrified. The humans in Kanglan Town have discovered your trail and are sending adventurers to eliminate you. It matters not. He waved his hand, his expression grave. I just spoke with your master. As long as we gather 10,000 human corpses, we can help him break free. These adventurers have arrived at just the right time. But I know what you're worried about. Yi smiled calmly. I am a demon of the abyss. The Light faction might send powerful native beings to deal with me, but as long as we free the demon god before that happens, there is no need to fear. Hearing this, the demon-possessed creatures exchanged glances. After carefully considering his words, they realized he had a point. Go tell your master to prepare as quickly as possible. Don't let it take a long time to absorb the energy once all the corpses have been collected. Yi remained calm and composed as he gave them their orders. Got it. They immediately sent someone inside to relay the message. I don't really have anything to do for the time being, he said with a slight frown, feeling somewhat at a loss. The registration period for the event was only 1 day. He couldn't just stand here idly for an entire day, could he? Gazing out at the empty land of god slaying, he asked curiously, are there any treasures or anything like that around here? The land of god slaying. Judging by the name, it must have been the site of a great battle, perhaps even one where a god-tier powerhouse fell. Otherwise, how could anyone dare use the term god-slaying? Treasures? A demon-possessed creature shook its head. To seal away our master, a great battle did indeed take place here thousands of years ago. But after such a long time, even divine weapons and artifacts have long since lost their power and turned into scrap metal. Where is this scrap metal? Yi perked up. Seeing is believing. He'd have to see it for himself to know if it was really just scrap metal. All around the Valley of Sealed Demons, beneath the yellow sand, lies nothing but scrap. Where are you headed, sir? To collect scrap. Yi decided to explore the area. Would you like our help? The demonic creatures were very polite. Sure. Just as he was about to agree, the system's chime rang in his ear. Ding. System notice. Please note that due to your insufficient strength, any treasures obtained with the help of the natives will be distributed according to both parties' contributions. Unfortunately, the system won't give him a chance to exploit any loopholes. Like hell, I'll let you. Yi refused on the spot. I am a demon of the abyss, aloof and solitary by nature. Why would I need your help? Demon-possessed creatures. Weaving through the desert where sand and wind howled, Yi activated Wind Shadow Follow, sweeping past like a gale as he circled the Valley of Sealed Demons, searching high and low for any possible scrap metal. Found it! Suddenly, Yi's eyes lit up as a rusty iron sword, tilted and embedded in the yellow sand, came into view. The sword was covered in rust and had a simple, ancient appearance, as if it had weathered the test of time. He approached cautiously and reached out to draw the iron sword. Ding! System notice: congratulations on finding an unclaimed item, Sword of Raging Thunder, Basic. Sword of Raging Thunder, Basic. Attack, 10-10. Required level, 5. Description: originally the sword of the venerable Mad Thunder, it eventually fell into obscurity following its master's demise, its power completely dissipated. Not bad, it's worth at least a few dozen copper coins. If the venerable Mad Thunder had known that his sword could benefit future generations, he would surely be smiling in the afterlife. Stowing away the Mad Thunder sword, Yi continued his exploration. He had nothing better to do anyway, so picking up some gear was a good idea. Who knows, with a bit of luck, he might even stumble upon a divine artifact worth a fortune. Rustle, rustle. Roaming around the Valley of Sealed Demons, Abyssal Demon Yi scanned his surroundings. Thanks to his extraordinary speed bonus, he was quite efficient, occasionally coming across valuable gear. Ding! System notification: congratulations on finding an unclaimed item, Blunt Sword, Common. Ding! System notification: congratulations on finding an unclaimed item, Apprentice's Notebook, Common. Just as Yi was enthusiastically collecting scrap, his gaze swept across the area and detected a moving black shadow in the distance. A monster? Driven by a hint of curiosity, he crept closer while in stealth mode. At a distance of about 20 meters, Yi caught a clear glimpse of it. It was an animal resembling a tiger, about the size of a palm, with grayish-white fur. Its round, plump head bore a slight resemblance to a dragoness, giving it an endearingly dorky appearance. Ding! System notice: please note, your exclusive item, Heretic Orb, has detected a rare bloodline nearby. Another rare bloodline? Are you kidding me? Yi was both surprised and suspicious, but he didn't approach to disturb it, nor did he dare to use scouting spells recklessly. The creature's movement was highly unusual. It seemed to treat the desert like an ocean, swimming through it at will, darting in and out like a fish swimming freely. Under these circumstances, catching it would be extremely difficult. Based on his extensive gaming experience, the stranger a so-called rare and exotic beast was, the more powerful it tended to be. Cheap, cheap. The creature's head darted from side to side, as if searching for something. Another junk collector like me? Yi's heart sank. Ordinary trash probably wouldn't catch its eye. This place must definitely be hiding a treasure. Tiptoeing to follow it, Yi opened his friends list and sent a message to Li Shue, carefully describing the creature's appearance. Compared to him, a god-tier powerhouse had seen far more of the world and surely knew much more about it. Pai Xiu. Li Shue sent back the answer: if I'm not mistaken, that's a juvenile Pai Xiu. Can we catch it? Yi cut straight to the chase, his heart racing with excitement. The Pai Xiu was an auspicious beast, perfect for an auspicious person like him. Li Shue sent a string of ellipses, then dashed Yi's hopes. Pai Xiu are ancient beasts. Even if you could kill it, it wouldn't easily acknowledge you as its master. Fine. Yi was deeply disappointed. Being able to see it but not catch it, that was just too frustrating. But since the pet system wasn't even activated yet, trying to capture a primordial beast was indeed unrealistic. Of course, if you could catch one, you'd strike it rich. Li Shue added, Pai Xiu bring wealth. To be honest, she was envious too. If they could catch a Pai Xiu, perhaps the dragon realm wouldn't be in such dire straits. Cheap, cheap. Suddenly, the Pai Xiu not far away seemed to spot something and dashed over without hesitation. Did it find a treasure? Yi followed discreetly. About 10 seconds later, the Pai Xiu burrowed into a patch of sand. 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Once it went in, there was no sign of it. Gone? Yi felt a twinge of regret. Whoosh! Just as he was about to step forward to investigate, the Pichot leaped out of the sandy patch again, a tattered bag clenched in its jaws. Rip! The bag, now back in the open, split open on its own. It seemed the ravages of time had already pushed it to its limit, and immediately, a purple bead fell out, rolling onto the ground. Now's the time. Yi mustered all his strength and sprinted with everything he had, darting toward the bead as if flying. If the Pichot had set its sights on it, it must be something valuable. In the blink of an eye, he lunged beside the bead and snatched it up. Then, without a second thought, he let himself go like a kite with a broken string, crashing awkwardly into the sand and leaving a long trail behind him. Did I succeed? Ding! System notification: congratulations on obtaining the unclaimed item, Sharp Treasure Pearl, Grade A. Cheap. After a brief moment of stupor, the Pichot flew into a rage, leaping up and down in fury. Someone actually dared to snatch the pearl right from its jaws. That's outrageous. Brushing the sand off his body, you watched the Pichot snarl and bar its fangs. He tried to bend down and touch it, but the creature darted away like a golden meteor, retreating 5 meters in the blink of an eye. Auspicious Beast Pichot, Silver Tier Boss. Level 10. HP 100,000. Attack 200. Defense 400. Skills: Earth Escape, Super Double, Ban, Auspicious Beast. Description: realizing he was still a bit too slow to catch up to the Pichot, Yi withdrew his hand and said with a straight face, "Little Pichot, how about this? The next time we meet, I'll give you a treasure of the same level. How does that sound?" Cheap. The Pichot kept chirping, its eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of crying. It was clearly the one who got it first. The other guy was just too cunning. Yi's expression wavered as he wrestled with his inner conflict. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted, it was just that, compared to an A-grade item, he cared more about the Pichot itself. If he could build a good relationship with it, he might have a chance in the future to be recognized as its master. It was hard to say whether it was worth offending the Pichot so badly with an A-grade item. Fine. After weighing the pros and cons, he took out the sharp pearl and tossed it toward the Pichot. "Here, take it back." The Pichot had discovered the item in the first place as a latecomer. There was no point in taking it by force, especially since the creature hadn't left yet, and he still had a chance to strike up a conversation. Instantly, the Pichot leapt lightly, opened its mouth to grab the sharpness pearl, stowed it in its inventory, then glowed with a golden light and cast an apologetic glance at Yi. Ding! System notice: Auspicious Beast Pichot indicates that it urgently needs high-value items. If you meet again in the future, it will definitely return a treasure of the same level to you. Ding! System notice: Pichot has used the skill, Super Multiplier. Based on the value of the item you gave, it has obtained 10 times the value of that item from you. Ding! System notice: you have lost the quest item, Enchanted Pearl, SS rank. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded inside Yi's head. His brain went into a brief shutdown, his thoughts in disarray, and he was rendered unable to act. The enchanted orb, gone? 2 seconds later, he snapped back to his senses. Staring at the Pichot speeding away, he felt his blood boil, rushing straight to the top of his head, and blurted out a classic curse, "Holy shit!" Whoosh! Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, Yi activated Wind Shadow Follow and gave chase. However, the Pichot's speed was bizarrely fast. Even with the boost from Traceless Talent, he could only watch as it turned into a golden streak of light and faded into the distance. Faster! Faster still! Yi's eyes bulged as he sprinted with all his might, his mind focused solely on the chase. You! 1T! Get! Away! If the demonized pearl were stolen, not only would he lose all his missions, but he'd have no way to explain himself to his mentor. He'd explode right on the spot. Burn, my inner fire! Swish! A green light swirled as wind elements coiled around Yi's legs. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Shadow Chase, Grade B. Shadow Chase, Grade B. Description: steps infused with conviction, unstoppable. Effect: for 10 seconds, your movement speed increases by 50%. Cooldown: 1 minute. Shadow Chase, activate. His long hair flying wildly, Yi charged madly toward the Pichot, his speed surging as he let the wind and sand whip across his face, oblivious to it all. With the boost from Traceless talent, Shadow Chase effectively increased his movement speed by another 100%. What does that mean? 10 times the speed of an ordinary player. The Pichot wasn't too much faster than him to begin with, but with Shadow Chase activated, Yi had successfully overtaken it. The Pichot, which had been confident it could escape, turned around only to see Yi, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, staring intently at it. Terrified, it quickly burrowed deep into the yellow sand. How could this abyssal demon run so fast? This isn't scientific. Whoosh! Yi swung the Wolf King's sword and thrust it heavily into the sand. Miss! Earth escape! His gaze swept the surroundings. Frantic with anxiety, he searched desperately for any trace of the Pichot, ready to give chase at the slightest sign of movement. Where is it? You little bastard, where the hell are you? A brilliant light flashed from his blue eyes. Yi remained completely focused, not daring to blink for fear the Pichot would escape. Suddenly, he keenly sensed golden energy heading north. I've found you. Yi decisively gave chase, stomping his foot on the sand where the Pichot was and roaring, "Get out here!" Whoosh! The palm-sized Pichot leaped out of the sand. Yi, quick as a flash, grabbed it and held it tightly to his chest. A measly 200 attack points? Go ahead and hit me if you've got the guts, kill me. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Blue Eyes, C rank. Blue Eyes, C rank. Description: allows the user to track the fluctuations of elemental energy, provided the opponent's techniques aren't too sophisticated. Wind Heretic truly lived up to his reputation as an exclusive hidden class. His comprehension was absurdly high, allowing him to master 2 skills with ease and successfully intercept the Pichot. Ignoring the creature's struggles in his arms, Yi said coldly, "Give me back the enchanted pearl." The captured young Pichot obediently opened its mouth and spat out the enchanted pearl. Ding! System notification: you have obtained the quest item Enchanted Pearl SS rank. Got it back. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and, staring at the Pichot with its aggrieved expression, retorted, "Who is the victim here, you or me?" Ding! System notice: auspicious beast Pichot, indicates that it is in desperate need of high-value items. Desperate? Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Really desperate? The little Pichot nodded repeatedly. How about this: you acknowledge me as your master, and I'll give you high-value items. How does that sound? Yi coaxed gently. Desperate? That sounds great. If I weren't in a hurry, I wouldn't even know where to start. Cheap. The Pichot shook its head frantically. It was calculating so hard that the beads on its abacus were about to fly into its face. Then why did you say you were in a hurry? Yi held it tight, not letting up for a moment, racking his brain for a way to get the Pichot to stay by his side even if only temporarily. Pichot. Does being in a hurry mean I have to choose a master? Feeling the ancient beast still struggling in his arms, Yi soothed it, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush. Just tell me, what will it take for you to come with me? I'll treat you with absolute sincerity. Hearing this, the little Pichot looked up at Yi. I'm serious, I can swear it. Yi replied with unwavering determination, if one day I go back on my word, you can lower your loyalty and leave me. He'd just gotten a tiny glimpse of the Pichot's ability to attract wealth. Super multiplier. That skill is way too OP. If only he could harness it. After staring at Yi for quite a while, the Pichot reluctantly agreed and stopped trying to break free. Ding! System notice: auspicious beast Pichot, indicates that if you can rescue its mother, it will acknowledge you as its master. Gently stroking its grayish-white fur, you roughly understood the reason for its anxiety. Did something happen to your mother? Cheap. The little Pichot nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down its face. Ding! System notice: congratulations on triggering the ultra-rare hidden quest SSS heartache difficulty. B. Do you accept? Stop crying, sweetie. He reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of its eyes. Then it's settled. I'll save your mother, and you'll stay by my side. He had a hunch that this was definitely an ultra-high difficulty quest, otherwise, the reward couldn't possibly be the ancient mythical beast, the Pisho. The current B-level difficulty seemed more like some kind of red herring. Yes. Yi chose to accept the mission. Although he didn't know how the mission would unfold, he wasn't without confidence. Since it involved the Pisho recognizing its master, a certain mentor who also held the position of Lishua would have no reason not to step in. Ding. System notification: you have obtained the ultra-rare hidden mission, the SSS heart difficulty, B. The SSS heartache, difficulty, B. Description: the little SSS mother seems to be in danger, so you've brazenly decided to help. Quest objective: rescue the SSS mother. Quest reward: ancient mythical beast, Pisho. Quest deadline: 10 days. After carefully reviewing the quest details to ensure there were no loopholes, Yi set the soft little Pisho down from his arms, filled with mixed emotions. Just a minute ago, the demonized pearl had been stolen, and he nearly lost his shirt. A minute later, the demonized pearl was recovered, and he even gained the chance to be recognized as the SSS master. Life truly is full of twists and turns. Cheap. The Pisho seemed to be trying to remind him of something. Ding. System notice: auspicious beast Pisho, indicates that the opponent is very powerful. It hopes you'll bring the demon legion from the bottom of the abyss to provide support. Yi. So that's it. This little Pisho is quite sharp. The only reason it agreed to recognize him as its master was entirely because of his status as an abyss demon. It must have mistakenly assumed he had powerful connections and could go head-to-head with the enemy who harmed its mother. Rest assured, since I've promised to save you, I'll never go back on my word, Yi said solemnly. But before that, I need to deal with the trouble at hand first. It'll take about 2 to 3 days. If he failed to complete the task, the Pisho would surely leave him. Even if he tried to force it to stay, all that would remain would be a corpse. As a player, he certainly wasn't the type to back down from a quest. Seeing Yi's serious demeanor, the Pisho nodded its little head and chose to trust him. Ding. System notice: auspicious beast Pisho wishes to establish a temporary pet contract with you. Do you accept? Yes. Yi agreed without hesitation. Ding. System notice: you have obtained the god-tier pet, auspicious beast Pisho. Since this is a temporary pet contract, you cannot claim the associated rewards. Whoa. Yi couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. A god-tier pet? He had to complete this quest. Are there any other treasures around Demon Ceiling Valley? Yi asked tentatively. On his own, he could only obtain basic tier gear, nowhere near as effective as the Pisho's treasure hunting abilities. As for the Heretic Orb's rare bloodline alert, acting too hastily could lead to losing the bigger picture over a minor gain. Cheap. The Pisho nodded, transformed into a golden streak of light, and dashed off, stopping not far away before turning to look at Yi. Yi caught the hint and immediately followed. The sun blazed like fire, and the air felt stifling. Upon reaching a desolate area, the Pisho burrowed into the sand, quickly retrieved an ancient-looking gray scroll, and laboriously dragged it up with its mouth, placing it in front of Yi. Bending down to pick up the scroll, Yi examined its details. Enhancement scroll grade B item. Description: random enhancement, a must-have for those who like to take risks. Effect: grants a certain level of enhancement to the user's equipment. Note: effective on dark gold tier and lower equipment. After all, this was a place that had been sealed away for tens of thousands of years. It must have been searched by others in the past. To unearth a B rank item now was a rare find, and it would be of great use to Yi at this stage. Thank you for your hard work, Yi said gratefully. With the Pisho's help, the chances of finding treasures while exploring mysterious locations in the future will increase significantly. Rustle. Suddenly, Yi heard the sound of shifting sand nearby. Looking up, he saw a giant earth yellow lizard crawling out, apparently disturbed from its rest. It looked extremely angry. Yellow sand lizard, common monster. Level 30. HP 65,000. Attack 200-210. Defense 150-155. Skills: Charge, Tongue Lash. Description: giant lizards born in the Eastern District are lucky. At least the humans here don't have any peculiar quirks. Apart from its level, all its other stats were inferior to ES. Finally found a spot where mobs respawn. Pulling the Wolf King's sword from his inventory, Yi charged forward without a word, unleashing Wind's Shadow Sword technique and delivering a clean, decisive thrust as a polite greeting. SSSSH. Cut by the blade, the giant lizard snapped its jaws open and lunged at Yi. He didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, he wasted no time and forced a trade-off of damage with it. After careful and rigorous calculations, the clever Yi had realized from the start that the trade-off was in his favor. 935. 1. 933. 1. The back and forth slashing lasted over 20 seconds, and the yellow sand lizard, struck by a potent poison, died on the spot. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating the yellow sand lizard, common monster. Reward: 8% of this level's experience. The experience gained from fighting monsters above his level was substantial, so he decided to level up right here today. Tomorrow, he would face adventurers as a silver tier boss. Ideally, he needed to reach level 28 today and equip the gold tier gear meticulously prepared by the Hyena King to avoid a costly setback. Little Pichot, help me find nearby yellow sand lizards and lure them to the surface. Yi ordered. He wasn't worried about anything happening to the Pichot. As a divine pet, the Pichot had a defense of 500. The yellow sand lizard stood no chance of breaking through its defenses. Cheap, cheap. The Pichot listened attentively and carried out the order. Faced with a powerful enemy, it was helpless. It was only by a stroke of luck that it encountered the legendary Abyss Demon, which sparked the idea of using the demon's power to rescue its mother. With the Pichot's help, a large number of yellow sand lizards were startled and stormed furiously to the surface, determined to teach the uninvited guests a lesson. Let them know, anyone who dares to provoke us lizards will be dealt with, no matter how far away they are. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating yellow sand lizard, common monster. Reward: 8% of this level's experience. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating yellow sand lizard, common monster. Reward: 8% experience for this level. Whoosh! As the experience bar filled to the brim and golden light scattered, you reached level 22. With the Pichot helping to lure monsters, his leveling efficiency was even more rapid. Beep beep. At that moment, Li Shues sent him a message: "How's the battle going?" "I've acquired a Pichot," Yi replied honestly. Rescuing the Pichot's mother on his own was nearly impossible. Relying on a B-level quest to obtain a divine pet was, to say the least, a bit of a pipe dream. Therefore, the mentor was an indispensable. The leveling process was tedious, but it was a necessary step. By 5 p.m., every yellow sand lizard within a 10-li radius had been wiped out. Along the way, he took only a few minutes to eat and drink, forcing himself to grind up to level 26. He then equipped 3 pieces of defensive gear: the radiant leg guards, boots of hope, and sturdy armor, and the basic tier set was honorably retired. In fact, if the yellow sand lizards respawned in dense clusters and in large numbers, he could have leveled up even further, but the process of searching for monsters was, after all, unavoidable. Still 2 levels to go. This is a bit stressful. Watching the sun set in the west, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling rather stumped. No matter how fast the mobs respawn, it's impossible to clear them in just a few hours. Just as he was racking his brain over where to go next to find a new leveling spot, a sudden chime rang in his ears. Ding! System notification: Anita, God tier boss, has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yi. Phew. A desolate wind blew by, carrying away his enthusiasm for grinding. Standing high above the desert, he stared blankly at the new notification in his friend list, completely dumbfounded. In Gods and Demons, native inhabitants indeed had adventurers as friends. Aside from differences in the number of lives and restrictions on participating in certain conflicts, the relationship was essentially the same as that between adventurers. That's insane. Even though Yi knew about this feature, he couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, he had blocked player friend requests but hadn't blocked those from native inhabitants. What could he possibly say about a demon god sending him a friend request? Nothing at all. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his inner anxiety, he chose to accept. Ding! System notification: you have successfully added Anita, God tier boss, as a friend. Anita. The moment they could chat, she sent a string of ellipses. What are you doing? Ouch. Yi decided to send her a string of ellipses in return. Abyss Demon Yi. So you're an adventurer. Anita typed. There is no friend system among the natives. This alone was enough to prove the other party's identity. Why did he decide to test the waters? Because the Light Faction's previous extermination campaign had raised his suspicions. They clearly discovered traces of the Abyss Demon, yet instead of dispatching powerful natives to eliminate it, they brought in adventurers. The whole thing was highly suspicious. Now, he finally knew the reason why. Indigenous beings couldn't just attack adventurers who hadn't done anything wrong. Staying calm, Yi feigned confusion. So what if I'm an adventurer? I didn't eat your rice or anything. Is that a problem? First, he nearly had his magic beads stolen by the little Pichot, and now he had to deal with suspicion from gods and demons. Could things get any more thrilling? I don't have any bad intentions. I just want the rewards for 2S rank quests and 1B rank quest. I can't say no, but I can't say yes either, the other party replied with a baffling message. He thought it over for a moment and replied, the last time I heard that was the last time. Unable to fathom the demon goddess' intentions, he decided to play along and spout some meaningless nonsense. What I mean is, since you're an adventurer who was teleported up from the bottom of the abyss, maybe it was fate, Anita added. Makes sense. Yi sent him a funny emoji. Even though it was a serious discussion, it didn't matter. He just go with the flow for now. So, who is backing you? Anita finally let her true colors show. An abyss demon with someone backing him. That statement really spooked him, but if the person backing her was an adventurer, the whole thing would fall apart on its own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, two demonic creatures were rapidly closing in, moving at a speed far beyond Yi's current limits. Yi couldn't help but sneer as he quickly replied, "You dare attack me? The game is up." Clearly, Anita hadn't given up on her plan to devour the Abyss Demon to boost her power. Sure enough, dealing with the demon god was extremely dangerous. He might turn on her completely at any moment. Let us talk face to face. Anita sent 2 words. Yi remained unfazed, fine. At this point, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. Storing the Pichot in his pet space, he stood calmly where he was. When the 2 demonic creatures hurried over, they immediately stated their purpose. "My lord, please come with us to meet our master." "Lead the way," Yi said in a deep voice. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. The more confident he appeared, the less likely the demon god would dare to attack him. A dozen or so minutes later, Yi arrived deep within the Valley of Sealed Demons. The dark figure inside the red crystal cut straight to the chase. "Yi, what else do you have to say? I'd actually like to know, what do you intend to do?" Yi walked slowly forward, approached the red crystal, and boldly reached out to tap it. Anita, of course, wasn't going to burn bridges right off the bat. It's not so much what I intend to do, but rather your deception that has caused a rift in our partnership. What did I deceive you about? Yi remained completely calm. Go ahead, tell me. You said you had someone backing you. Don't I have anyone backing me? Adventurers come from another world, how could they possibly have any backing? Anita's tone was tinged with impatience. Are you taking advantage of my lack of knowledge? To the natives, adventurers were newcomers, temporarily weak, and unlikely to amount to much. Even though he was trapped here, he knew this all too well. Ordinary adventurers naturally have no connections, But I was born at the bottom of the abyss, how could I possibly be lumped in with them? Yi spoke eloquently. The other party certainly had no idea of the specific circumstances of his birth, otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned during their first meeting that there were too many unfathomable secrets at the bottom of the abyss. You actually guessed right. I am indeed taking advantage of your lack of knowledge. Prove it to me. Anita said, her voice trembling with a mix of surprise and doubt. He had to admit that he was deeply wary of the demon race, whose reputation for cruelty was known throughout the world. Even as one of the 10 demon gods of the Cambrian realm, he dared not provoke them. However, the main reason was that the benefits simply didn't justify the cost. Devouring such a feeble abyss demon would only provide a limited boost to his power. If he could break through to the god tier or beyond, then it would be worth the risk. How can I prove it? Yi wore a helpless expression as he discreetly signaled the Picho from his pet space to make its entrance. The situation is critical. Protect me. Cheap, cheap. A surge of golden light appeared, and a grayish-white auspicious beast materialized at Yi's feet before vanishing underground. A juvenile Picho? Anita and the group of demonized creatures' tones changed drastically. This was an ancient mythical beast. You mean this little thing? It's a gift from my father. He said it would bring me endless good fortune. Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, really nothing at all. It's not fucking nothing at all. Anita almost cursed under her breath, but her tone remained much gentler on the surface. I must have misunderstood Brother Yi. It seems even adventurers have their ranks and social standing. It was just a misunderstanding, let us put it behind us. Ding. System notification, Anita's favorability toward you has increased by 1,000 points. Current status, friendly. What an idiot. A clueless idiot. You felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders, but his face remained ashen. Is that it? Brother Yi, what do you mean? I want to quickly boost my strength to face the adventurers arriving tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions? Yi tried to extract a favor. It's rare to have the upper hand. Was he really going to let this opportunity slip by for nothing? He had to squeeze something out of her. Anita looked troubled. I'm sealed away. Help me find a silver tier boss nearby. Yi's tone left no room for argument. I just want to get a silver tier first kill. Is that too much to ask? It's so heartbreaking. He was still bitter about accidentally snagging the gold tier first kill last night. Fine. Anita agreed. This request wasn't too difficult. Ding. System notice, congratulations on completing the hidden quest. It was all a misunderstanding. Difficulty, see reward, the whereabouts of a silver tier boss. Yi. What a hidden quest. What a misunderstanding. Demonized Tiger King, take him to find a nearby silver tier boss. Anita ordered. Yes. The demonized Tiger King obeyed the demon goddess' every command and respectfully followed his orders. My lord, please follow me. Thank you. Yi followed him as they departed. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert was extreme. At night, a cold wind blew through the land of godslayers, biting and icy, and the occasional rustling sound sent a chill of unease through one's heart. Leaving the Valley of Sealed Demons, the demon-possessed Tiger King led him all over the place in search of clues, and before long, they found a lead. Come out. The demon-possessed Tiger King stomped violently on a specific spot, sending sand and dirt flying as a rolling shockwave blasted the hidden yellow sand lizard king from within, sending it tumbling out in a disheveled heap. Gah! The yellow sand lizard king flew into a rage, its 3-meter-long body swaying menacingly. Just to be safe, he cast a scouting spell on it. Yellow Sand Lizard King Silver Tier Boss. Level, 35. HP, 180,000. Attack, 400-420. Defense, 250-255. Skills, Devour, Bite Down, Lizard Tail Swipe, Burrow, and Ambush. Description: the king of the yellow sand lizards, a bully who preys on the weak but cowers in the face of strength, as timid as a mouse. In every aspect, it wasn't too much different from Yi, including HP. You don't need to intervene this time. Yi warned the demonized Tiger King not to act on his own, then stepped forward wielding the Wolf King's sword. With lightning-fast speed, he slashed a bloody gash along the giant lizard's side. 345. 1000. 1000. The yellow sand lizard king's defense wasn't low. Relying solely on attacks to significantly breach its defenses was a bit of a stretch. Fortunately, at this stage, he primarily relied on his venom to kill monsters. As always, once a strike landed, Yi never lingered in battle but quickly retreated out of his opponent's attack range. My lord's speed might one day rival that of Aaron, the Wind Rider, the demon-possessed Tiger King marveled. With silver tier strength yet speed rivaling that of the dark gold tier, the potential of abyssal demons is truly enviable. Gulp! The yellow sand lizard king gave chase, but found it difficult to catch up. He immediately ducked his head and burrowed into the yellow sand, perfectly demonstrating his timid as a mouse nature. Cheep cheep. However, just as he was about to burrow into the ground, he suddenly collided with the rock-hard little Pichot. 1. The Pichot's defense was as high as 500 points. The yellow sand lizard king couldn't even break through its defense. He immediately tried to burrow somewhere else, but the Pichot's speed was astonishing. It always managed to block his path. Coward! Yi tried to draw its aggro. Ding! System notice, you used the skill, off-the-cuff taunt. The yellow sand lizard king's aggro toward you has dropped significantly. True to form for a boss that bullies the weak and fears the strong, the more aggressive you are, the more it cowers. With its path blocked time and again, the yellow sand lizard king flew into a rage. It opened its gaping maw and swallowed the Pichot whole without even trying to bite it, since it couldn't chew it anyway. Ugh! After swallowing it, its body suddenly began to tremble. It looked extremely uncomfortable, and damage numbers even appeared above its head. 1800. 1800. 1800. Ding! System notice, the yellow sand lizard king has used the skill, bite down. Since it cannot digest the Pichot, its HP will be reduced by 1% per second for 10 seconds. Yi was at a loss for words. He could neither laugh nor cry and quickly rushed forward to launch a fierce attack. Wah! 10 seconds later, the battered yellow sand lizard king, poisoned to the core, struggled to spit out the Pichot. The creature seemed just as frightened. It hurriedly burrowed back into the ground, never daring to show its head again. In just over 2 minutes, Yi effortlessly slayed the yellow sand lizard king, even ignoring its attacks to go head-to-head with it. In fact, in his demonized state, even in a straight-up brawl, he wouldn't have flinched in the slightest. He was simply trying to avoid any unexpected complications. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating the yellow sand lizard king, silver tier boss. Reward, 180% experience for this level. Ding! System notice, congratulations on defeating the silver tier boss yellow sand lizard king. As the first player to defeat a silver tier boss, you have earned the following additional rewards: 30 free attribute points, 200 reputation, and the wearable B-rank costume robes of the Dark Abyss. Ding! System notice, would you like to share your glorious achievement with all players in Gods and Demons Earth server? Note, after a server-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 200 reputation points. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 streaks of golden light flashed, and you reached level 28. A free outfit? Yi's eyes lit up. He picked up a few pieces of looted gear and 2 gold coins, then eagerly opened his inventory to inspect the item. The outfit was a neatly folded black robe, luxurious, exquisite, and of excellent quality. Robes of the Dark Abyss grade B fashion item. Description: a fine piece of clothing type fashion that contains a unique magical array, capable of covering all of your equipment except weapons and rings. Effect: movement speed plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%. Additional effect: slight chance to increase NPC's favor toward you. Reputation required, 500 points. Level required, 10. As a grade B fashion item, the Dark Abyss robe's effects were clearly superior to those of the White Wolf Jade Pendant, so you put it on without a second thought. Whoosh! As the black robe enveloped him, the bulky feel of his armor vanished instantly. Under the fashion item S effect, Yi's figure became even more slender and upright, exuding an extraordinary aura. Combined with the jet black bone wings spreading out behind him, he gave off the impression of a demon lord descending upon the world. He allocated his free attribute points to speed once more and smiled with satisfaction. Let us go. Alright. The two set off on their return journey. Along the way, Yi swapped out his Wolf King's sword and equipped the blazing longsword instead, causing his attack power to skyrocket instantly. In addition, he replaced his wolfskin bracers with silver tier gear provided by the Yellow Sand Lizard King. Yellow Sand Helmet Silver Tier. Defense, 1515. Health, 500. Property, plus 2% defense. Description: be content, yellow gear looks better than green gear. Fortunately, the Dark Abyss robe could conceal all his armor, otherwise, wearing a yellow sand helmet with such lavish brocade robes would have been downright ridiculous. And those wolfskin bracers are way too flashy. Yi inspected his full set of gear, his gaze settling on the only unenhanced item left on his person, and he frowned slightly. After some thought, he uploaded the video of his first kill of a silver tier boss to the forum, then sold off all the unenhanced gear he delooted. As for the first kill announcement, he decided to hold off on posting it for now, otherwise, everyone would know that Abyss Demon Yi was actually Silent Leaf. Ding! System notification: the equipment you listed, Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, Basic, has been successfully sold. You've earned 50 copper coins. Ding! System notification: the equipment you listed, Starry Helmet, Basic, has been successfully sold. You've earned 30 copper coins. Looking at all the notifications, Yi almost thought he'd sold some legendary gear. But while the names of these items were one more imposing than the next, their stats were one worse than the other. Afterward, he browsed the shopping section specifically and eventually spent 45 silver coins to buy a bronze tier piece of equipment called the Wolf King's bracers. Unsurprisingly, after he claimed the first kill on a bronze tier boss, the demonic Wolf King, the boss of the newbie village, was targeted again. Wolf King's bracers, bronze tier. Defense, 1012. Property, 2% HP. Description: as adventurers grow stronger, the nightmare of the corrupted Wolf King has only just begun. After equipping the bracers and confirming that the stats were as good as they could get, he opened his character panel with anticipation. Abyssal Demon Yi Silver Tier Boss. Level, 28. HP, 284,580. Attack, 396,419. Defense, 369,375. Skills: Source of Venom, Wind Shadow follows. Note: skills below a certain level are not displayed. Reputation, 1,120. Respawn count, 2. Description: creatures with abyssal demon bloodlines are destined to possess extraordinary potential. Although it does not yet pose a significant threat, it may one day become a disaster for the Cambrian realm. By it, you will be ridding the world of a menace. With stats like these, it ranks among the top even among silver tier bosses, not to mention it possesses Source of Venom. Add to that the burning effect from the blazing long sword, and it's guaranteed to send ordinary players into a frenzy. A player on the third day of the server launch shouldn't have any reason to break through my defense so easily. Yi's heart raced with excitement. What tomorrow will bring is something to look forward to. After all, killing 10,000 players is stressful enough, but that's not the main point. The most crucial part of the storyline is helping the demon god break through his seal to obtain a rare bloodline reward, then turning from evil to good, thereby completing 2S rank quests. Cheap. Upon returning to the Valley of Sealed Demons, the demon-possessed Tiger King went to report for duty. Taking this opportunity, the Pichio left the pet space, climbed onto Yi's shoulder, and began to chirp, its tone tinged with a hint of suspicion. Ding! System notice: your pet, auspicious beast Pichio, is confused. You don't seem to have a sufficiently deep background. How do you plan to rescue its mother? Don't worry, I definitely wasn't lying to you. Yi shook his head and chuckled, reaching out to rub its soft little head. You'll find out tomorrow. It was clear that the little Pichio wasn't stupid. It knew he'd previously used its identity to deal with Anita. Although it didn't call him out on it, it certainly had its reservations. The Pichot blinked, staring at Yi's profile for a while. Deciding to trust him this once, it leaped into the void and returned to the pet space to rest. The night air in the desert was bitingly cold. Inside the Valley of Sealed Demons, Yi entered the tent prepared for him by the demon-possessed creature, then opened the forum and posted a video of his defeat of the Silver Tier boss under the username Silent Leaf. The first kill announcement could wait, but the video had to go up as soon as possible as players gradually leveled up. The returns would only get worse over time. What kind of title should I use to entice players to buy it? Yi felt a bit stumped. Today's victory certainly wasn't as noteworthy as the fierce battle against the Hyena King. Got it. An idea struck him, and he immediately typed in the title. Lizards Not Allowed, a failed swallowing attempt. This isn't clickbait. The yellow sand lizard king really did try to burrow into the sand, was blocked by the Pichot, swallowed the Pichot, and then had to spit it back out. The video captures the entire process. If it were truly clickbait, the title wouldn't be as simple as just lizard. Confident it would pass the system's review, Yi uploaded it right away. Ding! System notification, adventurer, Lin Chuan, has purchased your video. You've earned 1 copper coin. Ding! System notification, adventurer, Black and White, has purchased your video. You've earned 1 copper coin. This video doesn't have much substance, so I'll stick to the small profit, high volume strategy. One-line review, you totally wasted my expectations. With a title like that, were you doing it on purpose or by accident? The top-ranked player's skills are getting more and more terrifying. The whole process felt like a foregone conclusion, but suddenly entering another world? Any normal person would be out of their wits. Yi closed the forum and went to sleep peacefully. The next day, stepping out of the tent, he saw numerous demonized creatures roaming and patrolling outside the Valley of Sealed Demons, just as they always did. My lord! Upon seeing Yi, they all saluted him, their eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light. TSK. Yi chuckled to himself, having roughly guessed what was on Anita's mind. Demon gods' minds always change extremely quickly. Their heads are probably filled with thoughts like, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Well then, let me see who ends up destroying whom in the end. Ding! System notice, the extermination quest will officially begin at 10 o'clock. Adventurers, please prepare. After filling his stomach with some bread, Yi was full of enthusiasm. To advance the storyline, he had to eliminate all 10,000 players, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Listen, you must not interfere under any circumstances. Yi warned. Natives are not allowed to intervene in battles between adventurers. If you help me, the restrictions will be lifted, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, sir. The demonized creatures nodded in unison and took their positions at the valley entrance. Time passed slowly as the sun gradually climbed higher in the sky. Ding! System notification, extermination quest activated. Ding! System notification, please note, you must kill 10,000 adventurers before you can leave. Otherwise, the quests, disguise, and mutual benefit will be considered failed. Thud, thud, thud. In the distance, a massive crowd of players entered the land of godslaying through the temporary teleportation points set up on the upper floors of Kanglan Town. Upon spotting the demon like Yi in the distance, they immediately sprinted toward him, brandishing all manner of weapons. Brothers, let us kill. It's just a silver tier boss. I never expected so many idiots would be competing with me for it. No kidding. Besides the kill reward, there's a ranking bonus too and no death penalty. It's basically free loot. No one's taking even a crumb from me. A group of players charged into battle like warriors of old. Though their attack lacked any strategy or discipline, they were having the time of their lives. Isn't this other world just a game, after all? You play games to amuse yourself, you've got to play with a smile. A sharp gleam flashed in his blue eyes. He gripped his blazing longsword tighter and roared with laughter, "You're nothing but a bunch of ants fall at the tip of my blade. You're just a silver tier boss, and you're already showing off like this? Go to hell." Many players closed in, swinging their weapons at him. Miss. Miss. Easily dodging the first wave of attacks, Yi swung his blazing longsword across one player's neck, triggering a bright red damage number. 5,436. Critical hit. The massive damage figure popped up, and that player's health plummeted by nearly half. Compared to other players, his attack power was among the best in the entire server. It was just that he usually fought monsters far higher in level than himself, so the gap wasn't apparent. Having landed a successful strike, Yi shifted his target and charged at the other players. Holy crap, that damage is insane? Instantly, his expression turned one of utter shock. Green light burst from his body, accompanied by the scorching heat of flames, and he was completely overwhelmed. Healer, heal me. I need healing. Swish, swish, swish. Pure white energy surged forth. There were quite a few female players who had chosen the healer class, and without hesitation, they cast healing spells on the front line. 256. 333. 1,200. 225. 319. 1,200. Damn it! The player's vision went black, and he collapsed to his knees. Everyone was stunned. The players closest to the battlefield saw it most clearly. The priestess healing simply couldn't keep up with the sustained damage dealt by the abyssal demon, Yi. Damn it, how is that even possible? Yi never wasted time on a single player he struck and vanished, his movements unpredictable. Damn it, just let me hit you once. I just want to hit you once. The player whose attack Yi had dodged looked dejected, watching helplessly as his health bar steadily dropped. Even healing spells couldn't keep up, and he was nearly in tears from frustration. Poison damage plus burning. What kind of silver tier boss is this? Yi slashed wildly in all directions, focused entirely on completing the kill quest as quickly as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Meanwhile, the mages and archers' ranged attacks rained down like a storm. Although some couldn't quite keep up with Yi's speed, their numbers made up for it. A hail of arrows came down all at once, and no one could dodge them all. 16. 1. 18. Nothing but numbers that didn't break through the defense kept popping up. Why were Yi's attack and defense stats so close? Because while his attack surpassed that of a swordsman, his defense surpassed that of a knight. What the hell? It's all about grinding it out, right? This is so frustrating. The moment the damage numbers flashed, countless players cursed under their breath. Like a streak of black light, Yi wreaked havoc, and anyone struck by his attacks was doomed. In the status bar, the quest's kill count kept rising steadily. Fortunately, thanks to the expedition event, players faced no death penalties, so the overwhelming disparity didn't deter them. Instead, they fought with increasing ferocity. This boss is so hard to beat, the rewards must be huge. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mage's spells howled wildly toward him, a kaleidoscope of colors representing every element bombarding him like artillery shells and significantly disrupting his attack cadence. It's worth noting that the so-called mage class doesn't follow a single path. In the early game, players can choose from 7 elements: water, fire, wind, lightning, rock, ice, and grass, and once chosen, the selection cannot be changed unless they later re-specialize into a unique hidden class. Relying on the speed granted by traceless talent, he darted around the fringes of the battlefield, doing his best to avoid being completely locked onto. While taking down large numbers of players, he also tried to keep melee classes tied up with ranged ones. After all, ranged classes have a limited attack range with their current capabilities. It's absolutely impossible to target an opponent from hundreds of meters away. It's simply unrealistic for hundreds or even thousands of players to attack him at the same time. This boss is so damn sneaky, he keeps staying just out of my attack range. No wonder they launched this event, there really is a reason for it. I just want to get 1 point, just 1 point. Many players were furious. Without points, they couldn't claim the ranking rewards offered by Kanglan Town. 80%. 60%. Amid the chaotic battlefield, where the cries of battle rang out deafeningly, Yi remained calm, occasionally downing potions to restore his health, though he still couldn't stop his health bar from dropping. Even without breaking through the boss's defense, the occasional burst of damage, even just a dozen or so points, added up over time and became just as unbearable. At one point, with only half his health remaining, Yi glanced at the kill count. 3,675. Only a little over 3,000. Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration welling up inside him. Even if 10,000 people just stood there letting him kill them one per second, it would still take him 2 or 3 hours. He'd be exhausted to death. It just goes to show how much of a disadvantage it is not to have any area of effect skills. Beep, beep. Suddenly, the system notification sounded in Yi's ear. He opened his friends list and saw that Li Xue had sent him a message: "If you can't do it, let us just skip this quest. Killing 10,000 people really is too much to ask." Huff huff. Yi was panting heavily, his breathing labored, as he sent a voice message: "How can a man say he can't do it? I can keep going. If you can't hold on, just give up. Don't push yourself too hard. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Closing the chat window, Yi focused entirely on slaying monsters, his nerves on edge, not daring to let his guard down. Generally speaking, true expert players wouldn't bother with the rewards from group farming silver tier bosses, but better safe than sorry. Who knows, there might very well. You're about to die, and you still dare to show off? Many players were speechless. Like a whirlwind sweeping past, Yi appeared in the distance, executing a swift strategic retreat. "Well then, next, I'll have to show you what I'm really made of." This was a massive event with tens of thousands of participants. How could a major event boss just die so easily? If they couldn't beat him in the first phase, they should move on to the second. Many players were stunned. He's trying to escape. The event boss is running away? What the heck is going on? Relying on his absolute speed advantage, he attempted to distance himself from the crowd. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold gleam burst forth, refracting a mesmerizing glow in the sunlight. A dagger materialized out of thin air to his right and sliced through the air toward him. Yi had been on guard. He shifted his body to the left, narrowly avoiding the dagger's blade and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha! The assassin who had revealed himself was on the slender side, around 18 years old, with delicate features and a touch of boyish innocence. His face was now frozen in shock. "Are you kidding me? Such a sudden attack, and he actually dodged it? Totally unexpected. I really didn't fucking expect this." Regaining his balance, Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a scouting spell at his opponent. Rakshasa Blood Shadow Assassin. Level 19. A player ranked on the leaderboard. I never expected him to have a hidden class so soon. As for Rakshasa, Yi had been an assassin in his previous life, so he was naturally familiar with the class. Rakshasa had a pleasant personality, was easy to get along with, and had a masterful grasp of the perfect moment to strike. "You foolish adventurer, do you think you're the only one who knows how to ambush?" Yi grinned. "Rakshasa? What does that mean? Does that mean you can launch surprise attacks too?" Without another word, Yi swiftly retreated. Ding! System notice: you cannot flee the land of Godslayers, otherwise, the quests you've accepted disguise and mutual benefit will be considered failed. Looks like he can't hold on much longer, Wang said with a look of regret. Li Xue pursed her lips, gazing at Yi in the distance. It's a shame his strength isn't enough yet to master area of effect attacks, otherwise, he'd definitely be able to complete the quest smoothly, huh? Before she could finish her sentence, she couldn't help but let out a surprised exclamation. In her field of vision, Yi's trump card left her pleasantly surprised. Holy crap, where did he go? He vanished. No way, this Abyss Demon S-Class is actually an assassin. Many players were left speechless. The silver tier boss, who had been right in their line of sight the whole time, had suddenly vanished into thin air. Ding! System notification: you have used the skill, Wind Shadow Follow, putting yourself into stealth mode, reducing your aura, and making you invisible. 200. Trying to keep his breathing as steady as possible, Yi crouched low and moved on tiptoe, while downing the town's best healing potions to restore his health. Who says you can't take a break without leaving the battlefield? The Raid, Phase 2. Find the Abyss Demon Yi, hiding in the shadows. Gulp. The Rakshasa, whose ambush had failed, swallowed hard, his mouth twitching. A boss learning to stealth like an assassin? I'm seriously fed up with you, you backstabber. Outside the Valley of Sealed Demons, the scene descended into utter chaos. He has gone. A boss on its last legs playing stealth with them. How is that any different from cheating? Everyone, hurry up and look for him. What a disgusting event. Hope there's no next time. Are you kidding me? Do we really have to do a blanket search just to play a game? The crowd couldn't help but vent their frustration and curse, but soon had no choice but to scatter and search every nook and cranny for the Abyssal Demon Yi, who was hiding somewhere unknown. In no hurry to reveal himself, Yi reasoned that in the vast desert terrain, the players would never find him in a short time, so he might as well take his time and fully restore his health first. The weather's great today. Rakshasa called out loudly. Everyone, keep an eye out for shadows nearby. Stealth just hides your form, it doesn't make you disappear. Good point. The players all agreed in unison, looking down to search for Yi's shadow. Do you really think I'd let you find me that easily? Yi chuckled to himself. You've got your plan, but I've got a way around it. Admittedly, Rakshasa's method worked, but Yi was more than 10 levels higher than the average player. With such a massive level advantage, was there really anyone in the crowd who could spot him? So, he put on the heretic mask and cancelled the transformed state granted by the magic transformation orb. Don't forget the magic transformation orb lasts for 1 day, with a cooldown of 12 hours, during which he can cancel it at any time. Whoa! Wang's expression shifted slightly as he watched the Abyssal Demon Yi slip past players in the chaotic crowd, then imperceptibly revert to human form. Too cunning. Bold yet cautious, impressive. Li Shue was amused by the dramatic scene, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Silent Leaf had truly mastered the art of being a mole. Where the hell is this damn boss? Yi's eyes widened as he scanned the area. Wearing the heretic mask, he was able to blend in seamlessly. No one could see his stats, leaving not a single loophole. Holy crap, Silent Leaf, exclaimed a player in shock. I never expected even Big Shot Yi to be participating in this event. That dark purple mask was so eye-catching it had practically become Silent Leaf's trademark, so they recognized his true identity at a glance. Don't let me distract you. Yi snapped. The priority is to find the boss hiding in the shadows. Otherwise, once his health is fully restored, we'll waste even more time chipping away at his health. He had come here specifically to take down the silver tier boss, but the Abyssal Demon Yi was proving far more formidable than he imagined. Brother Luoye is right. Let us find it already. The players around them said no more, afraid of drawing the boss's ire. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Everyone's patience gradually wore thin, and they began to leave the event area. Damn it! Where the hell is it hiding? This doesn't make any sense. Rakshasa looked grim. The midday sun was blinding. No assassin, regardless of rank, could possibly remain hidden for this long during a thorough sweep. Was it even reasonable that a mere silver tier boss's stealth skills were so advanced that he had to look up to them? After confirming that all his stats were fully restored, Yi took advantage of the break to drink some water and eat a piece of bread to replenish his stamina. Then, without anyone noticing, he went into stealth mode and reactivated the magic bead. Boom! His bone wings spread wide, a surge of blue light surging forth. Yi, full of energy, deliberately waited for a chance for a player to spot him. He's here. Finally, a player with eagle eyes pinpointed his location. True to their reputation as adventurers, there is no shortage of exceptionally talented individuals here. The Abyssal Demon Yi cast an approving glance at the player, revealing his form. I've decided to reward you. The player was overjoyed. What are you rewarding me with? An extra reward for being the first to spot a stealthy boss? What a pleasant surprise. Smack! He slapped him across the face with the back of his hand, then drew his flaming longsword and slashed across his neck, sending a spray of blood flying. I'm rewarding you with a massive beating. That was all he could offer, a little physical reward. The crowd. They'd rather not have that kind of reward. Charge. Numerous swordsmen and knights lunged forward, vying to deal damage and claim their share of the rewards. SSSSHHH. SSSSHHH. Once again, a back and forth battle ensued. Yi remained as ruthless as ever, dispatching one little kid with each sword strike, without the slightest hesitation. Covered in blood, he kept his emotions in check, still refusing to let his guard down. He'd save his triumphant celebration for after the mission was complete. Unbelievable, Rakshasa thought as he went back into stealth mode, waiting for the right moment to strike. There was likely no chance of killing the abyssal demon in the short term after hiding for so long. Its health had fully regenerated. Whoosh! However, shortly after he entered stealth, Yi swept past like a whirlwind, appearing right in front of him. Rakshasa was, after all, a rather troublesome adventurer. It would be safer to take him out early. In an instant, Rakshasa felt as if his heart had been squeezed violently. Panicked, he flew backward. "I'm in stealth, how are you still watching me?" Without taking his eyes off him for a moment, Yi charged forward forcefully and swung his flaming longsword down. SSSSHHH. The menacing blade, surging with flames and deadly poison, mercilessly sliced into Rakshasa's shoulder. It was clearly a full power strike. 2687. Rakshasa's face contorted in pain. The attack forced him out of stealth, and his health continued to plummet. "I was in stealth, why are you still picking on me?" "It's poisonous. This boss is poisonous. Stealth just hides your form, it doesn't make you disappear." Yi smiled calmly. "It's a nice day today. Remember to watch out for the shadows at your feet." Rakshasa. Killing someone and then rubbing it in? Whoosh! A flash of white light shot up, and Rakshasa's spirit returned to the respawn point. Having dealt with his biggest problem, Yi refocused his attention on racking up kills. Facing a hail of arrows and a barrage of magic, he left a trail of corpses in his wake. Bright red blood seeped into the yellow sand, painting a harrowing yet heroic scene. 6,500. 7,000. He was getting closer and closer to his target number. Huff huff. When the count reached 8,000, Yi was drenched in sweat, his stamina nearly depleted. His body felt sticky, and his movements were severely slowed. Between all the running and killing, if it weren't for the mid-game break, he would have been worn down to death by the swarm tactics. Damn adventurers, you're so despicable. He resorted to his old trick, activating Shadow Chase to boost his movement speed, and once again ran toward an unoccupied area. The land of Godslayers was vast, even tens of thousands of players couldn't occupy more than a tenth of the map. Moreover, he had deliberately concentrated the battle in a specific corner to make it easier for himself to disengage from combat. With the players temporarily lacking a guild leader and no one to command them, this gave him the perfect opportunity. And he had absolutely no qualms about using the tactic of running away whenever he couldn't hold his ground. To be honest, he had never been very good at playing any other instruments growing up, but when it came to chicking out, he was at a national level standard. He's still fucking stealthing? Many players turned green with rage. Hiding to heal every time he was about to die. Who exactly was being despicable? This boss is invincible, it just loops endlessly. That's so fucking cheap. Should we just leave? I refuse to give in. If I don't take him down today, I'll chop off my own dick on stream. Many players were cursing up a storm. Enough is enough, we won't take this anymore. If we don't curse, we won't feel any better. Once again out of the player's attack range, Yi had no trouble dodging the sparse ranged attacks flying his way. In Gods and Demons, ranged attacks aren't guaranteed to hit unless they're lock-on attacks, but those are skills ordinary players at this stage simply can't access. It's too fast, I can't predict where it's going. Some players were baffled. Can't a boss from another world just stand there and wait to die? This isn't a game at all. Using Wind Shadow Follow to enter stealth mode, he did his best to stay out of the player's sight, held his breath, and recovered his stamina. Consecutive, prolonged battles were nothing short of torture. Generally, when a quest's difficulty reaches S rank or higher, the pressure players feel is immense. Keep in mind that the mission difficulty metric isn't set in stone. If his strength were to surge tenfold, the difficulty would drop accordingly to the corresponding level. If S rank is this intense, one can only imagine just how terrifying the higher tiers SS rank and SSS rank would be. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yi didn't get much rest this time before being tracked down by the scattered players. However, because he'd been toyed with time and again, many players had given up on trying to defeat him, which actually relieved his pressure considerably. No one could be sure whether the Abyss Demon Yi would keep repeating the same moves over and over. It was simply too mentally draining. "Foolish adventurers, you're nothing but ants and you still refuse to give up?" Yi taunted. "Die." Numerous adventurers gave it their all, their anger fully ignited. This was supposed to be a fun event, but it didn't feel like one at all. Wasting no more time, Yi swung his flaming longsword and continued to mow down players. "Nice work, kid, you've got some real skill." Wang, who had been waiting for the right moment, said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Li Shui nodded slightly. "Once this conflict is over, I'll make sure to reward him properly." 9,000. 9,500. The kill count kept climbing. As the final moments approached, he dared not let his guard down. His nerves were on edge, and he remained meticulous in every move. Whoosh! With a swift swing of his sword, he successfully claimed his 10,000th kill. Looking down at the corpse kneeling on the ground, he felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. It's finally over. Ding! System notice: congratulations on completing the prerequisites for the quest, Equality and Mutual Benefit. Please return to Demon's Ceiling Valley to claim your reward. As the pleasant system chime rang in his ears, Yi didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly cleared a path through the crowd and sprinted toward Demon's Ceiling Valley. "Adventurers, go back. I'm done playing with you guys." All the players froze. "Quitting? Oh, you should have said so earlier." "Well, in that case, we'll just..." "Fuck that, I'm not quitting. Get the hell back here. Don't you dare run." Instantly, they lost their tempers. They were finally about to take down the boss, and now he actually dared to try and run? Whoosh! Swift as the wind, you returned to the Valley of the Sealed Demons, with the demonic creatures parting to make way for him. Once he reached a relatively safe area, he turned to look at the furious players outside the valley and silently marveled. The waters of Peach Blossom Pond are 1,000 feet deep, yet they cannot match the kindness the players have shown me. 10,000 kills given away just like that. I can't possibly repay this kindness in this lifetime. I'll have to repay it in the next. Walking slowly deeper into the Valley of Demon Ceiling, Yi remained calm and unhurried, regaining his stamina along the way to prepare for any potential dangers. 10 minutes later, he reached his destination. The massive magical array, which had once been dazzlingly bright, had dimmed considerably, while the gem at its center, which sealed the demon god, glowed with an eerie, intense red light, its surface covered in countless cracks. "Brother Yi, you did very well." Anita's voice rang out, full of vigor. Undoubtedly, Yi's slaughter outside had greatly benefited him, for streams of red mist were gathering from all directions, absorbed by the demon god within the gem, seemingly nourishing him. "Don't forget my reward," Yi said calmly. Would she keep her promise? She would. Since she had issued the mission, she had to follow the rules and provide the reward. Even if she were to go back on her word, that would have to wait until after the mission was completed. Ha 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 ha. Anita's laughter was unrestrained and arrogant, but she offered no further response. Yi paid it no mind. "Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, someone is going to die. Brother Yi, stay away from me." Anita sneered, "I'm about to emerge. If you get caught in the crossfire, you won't have a chance to claim your mission reward." "All right." Yi hurriedly moved further away, retreating to the passageway, all the while praising her, as expected of a demon god. How considerate. Anita remained silent. Considerate? The Abyss Demon's words left him completely baffled. Suddenly, the red crystal absorbed all the surrounding mist in one gulp, then erupted into violent tremors that shook the ground as if an earthquake were occurring, the vibrations rapidly spreading far and wide. A suffocating, oppressive silence descended. The players who had been boasting outside the Valley of Sealed Demons all felt a deep sense of unease. What's going on? I never thought there'd be earthquakes in another world. Why do I get the feeling a monster is about to burst forth? They had no idea what was happening, but their hearts were filled with dread. The demon-possessed creatures guarding the entrance to the Valley of Sealed Demons exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of excitement in the other's eyes. At long last, their master was finally free. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks burst forth with blinding light, and the sound of shattering echoed through the air. The ceiling array on the ground shattered into pieces amid the earthquake, and clumps of earth exploded outward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the red crystal reached its breaking point and exploded violently. Glass-like fragments scattered across the edge of the valley, turning into sparkling specks that drifted away on the wind. I'm finally out. Anita was overjoyed. Gazing at the figure that emerged after the gem shattered, Yi's expression remained impassive. In his view, Anita was tall, clad in bright red armor, her red hair flowing freely. Her appearance wasn't too much different from that of a human, but strange black markings outlined both sides of her cheeks, giving her an air of evil. At that moment, he closed his eyes and took deep breaths of fresh air, savoring his hard-won freedom. After a brief pause, Yi calmly stepped forward and offered his congratulations. Congratulations. Whoosh! Anita opened her eyes, a crimson glow surging from them. Her gaze shifted to Yi, brimming with scrutiny. To be honest, you're the first abyss demon I've ever seen in my life. Anita said calmly. Yi raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Nothing special. Anita sneered. Compared to me, you're nowhere near my level. That's true. Yi shrugged, ignoring Anita's arrogant attitude, and studied her closely. Well? Anita asked in return. I can't really say. Yi hesitated, it just feels like. Feels like what? If I look at you one more time, I'll explode. Anita had no idea what nonsense he was spouting. Yi calmly held out his hand. Give me my reward. Of course I'll grant your wish. Anita narrowed her eyes slightly, skillfully concealing her murderous intent, pulled a bottle from her inventory, and clenched her fist over the opening. Gurgle, gurgle. Bright red blood trickled down her hand and into the bottle until it was full. Here. Anita tossed the bottle to Yi, who caught it, immediately. Ding. System notification. Congratulations on completing the quest, Mutual Benefit, S rank. Reward, Level 3, Blood of the Demon God. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 streaks of golden light flashed, and Yi reached level 31. Boom. Before Yi could even steady his grip, Anita flashed forward, appearing in front of him as if by teleportation. She placed her large hand on his shoulder, towering over him with a cold, stern expression. The quest reward has been given. Now, we need to discuss other matters. Outside the Valley of Sealed Demons. Many players had left to claim their event rewards, but quite a few remained, unwilling to give up. Earthquakes, energy surges. What does this mean? It means the game's storyline is still unfolding. The boss might return. Ding. System notice, please be advised that Anita, God-tier boss, one of the 10 demon gods of the Cambrian realm, has broken her seal and descended upon the land of God-slaying. All nearby players must evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will be at your own risk. Ding. System alert, attention. One of the 10 demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Anita, God-tier boss, has broken her seal and descended upon the land of God-slayers. Nearby players must evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will be at your own risk. Suddenly, a bright red message popped up on their info panels. The text was enlarged, and the alert kept playing repeatedly in their ears, as if signaling that this was a matter of grave importance. Holy shit, a demon god has broken the seal? Could the abyssal demon Yi be one of the 10 great demon gods? I always thought an ordinary silver tier boss shouldn't have such a cool title. But the demon goddess name is Anita Isn't there a mistake here? They buzzed with speculation. Foolish adventurers, take my advice, get the hell out of here, a demonic creature sneered. The demon god has reappeared in the mortal realm, and these idiots aren't even running for their lives? Are they just waiting to die? Hearing this, many players hesitated deeply. With things suddenly escalating like this, maybe there's a chance for them? Leaving now would be such a waste. Inside the Valley of Sealed Demons, gale force winds howled, and jagged rocks lay strewn about. Yi and Anita faced off against each other, the atmosphere eerie. Staring at the murderous Anita, Yi's expression was impassive. Give me a chance. Why should I give you a chance? Anita sneered. Why would he spare his opponent's life? Because without the Abyss Demon's help, he couldn't break the seal ahead of schedule. Now that he has regained his freedom, wouldn't it be wonderful to devour the Abyss Demon and take his power to new heights? Breaking the seal, devouring, he wants it all. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person, he said calmly. Fine. Anita thought he'd been completely scared out of his wits. Go tell that to the powerful members of the Light faction, see if they'll let you be a good guy. They will. A cold, clear voice rang out. Why wouldn't they? The sudden voice caused Anita's expression to shift slightly. He immediately swung his fist at Yi. Something's up. Since something's up, strike first. Boom. A silvery white curtain unfurled, blocking the path between Yi and Anita. His fist struck the curtain, sending out ripples, but he couldn't break through it. Blown back by the shockwave, Yi stumbled backward repeatedly before finally being caught by the silver-haired girl. Are you okay? Li Shue asked with concern. Yi shook his head. I'm fine, you. Anita stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Li Shue and Wang. Her hands and feet were ice cold, and she couldn't keep her composure. One god-tier powerhouse, one immortal-level powerhouse. If he'd faced them at the peak of his power, he wouldn't have feared them in the slightest, but now, having just broken the seal with his strength not yet fully restored, he was no match for them. Abyssal demon, how dare you betray the darkness? Anita roared in fury, grinding her teeth. He must have figured it out. They had clearly been prepared all along, deliberately luring him into breaking the seal early. No. Yi hurriedly waved his hands, gesturing to the figures on either side. These two are merely my subordinates. At that very moment, a bizarre thought suddenly crossed his mind. Perhaps he hadn't yet maximized his advantage. Though she didn't fully understand the situation, Li Shue quickly bowed her head respectfully in submission. Greetings, Lord Abyss Demon. Just a few seconds earlier, she'd received a friend request from Silent Leaf. The message was brief, just 2 words. Cooperate. We're sorry we arrived too late to save you, your lordship. Having roughly grasped the meaning, Wang quickly played along. Yi nodded in satisfaction and immediately assumed the air of a superior. It seems you haven't forgotten your place. Could they really be your subordinates? Anita found it laughable. Stop acting. Thinking I'm uninformed, are you? He didn't recognize the woman, but the stunningly beautiful silver-haired woman standing beside her was all too familiar to him. Could the esteemed Li Shue really have abandoned the light for the darkness and sworn allegiance to you, the Abyss Demon? Don't make me laugh. You have absolutely no idea what happened while you were sealed away. Yi gave Anita a half-smile to throw her off balance as he spoke eloquently. Due to unequal resource distribution, humans often slaughter dragons for profit. The dragon realm has long since severed ties with the Light faction. They're merely going through the motions now, waiting for my rise. Anita. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't tell if the Abyss Demon was telling the truth or not. Do you really think my father would let me venture into the Cambrian realm all by myself? Or do you think the Light faction would ever accept an Abyss Demon? To make it sound more convincing, Yi glanced at Li Shue's slender, long legs encased in armor, licked his lips, and gazed at her greedily. So-called Li Shue, she may seem high and mighty, but in reality, she is just my personal plaything. Those perfectly toned, snow-white legs, I've been playing with them for a whole year and still haven't gotten tired of them. Whoa! Anita gasped, is it that good? Li Shue. Beep beep. The next second, Yi received a message from Li Shue, say one more word, and your reward is forfeited. Ding. System notice, your mission, disguise, difficulty, SS changed. If you desecrate your mentor again, your reward will be revoked. I was just joking. He quickly stopped himself and got back on track. To be honest, I didn't want to put you on the spot, I was just trying to recruit you. But your insolence just now has successfully angered me. You've got a rebellious streak. It's a misunderstanding. Anita gave an awkward smile, acting all innocent. This is all a misunderstanding. I'm still green and short on helpers. I don't want to make things hard for you just yet, give me an S rank item. Yi said expressionlessly. It'll help me level up faster. Taking advantage of your lack of knowledge? You actually guessed right. I am taking advantage of your lack of knowledge. Well. Anita's expression wavered. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was a chance the other person was putting on a show, yet he couldn't quite figure out what was going on. An S rank item was truly no big deal to him, and it wasn't hard to guess what the other person was thinking. Abyssal demons are adventurers, and it's against the rules for natives to give adventurers benefits for no reason. So it makes perfect sense that he'd want to seize this opportunity to get an S rank item to accelerate his own growth. Afraid we'll team up to swindle an S rank item from you? Yi was both amused and exasperated. He pointed at his own head. Are you mentally challenged? Fine. Anita casually tossed a scroll his way without a second thought. Here you go. Come to think of it, he had a point. Teaming up with a god-tier powerhouse just to snatch an S rank item? That made no sense at all, it was a bit of a overreaction. Besides, he couldn't beat them in a fight, and he didn't want to die, so he figured it couldn't hurt to give it a try. It's just an S rank item. A piece of cake. Ding. System notification, congratulations on completing the hidden quest, another misunderstanding. Reward, a random S rank item. Watching the scroll trace a parabolic arc as it flew toward him, Yi's heart pounded. Instead of catching it directly, he quickly called out, Little Pichot, go on. You're the one for this. Cheap, cheap. A flash of golden light, the Pichot appeared on Yi's shoulder, then leaped lightly forward, opening its mouth to catch the flying scroll. Inside the Valley of Sealed Demons, the atmosphere was tense and unpredictable. Having successfully snatched the scroll thrown by the demon god, the Pichot stowed it in its pouch, then used Earth Escape to burrow into the ground. When it resurfaced, it was already at Yi's feet. While one could indeed enter and exit the pet space at will, there was a 30-second cooldown in between. Ding! System notification, your pet, Pichot, has obtained the S rank item, Crimson Book. Since the master completed the quest and the pet helped collect the reward, it naturally didn't violate the system's rules. Can you put down your weapon now? Anita asked, on high alert. We're all on the same side. He didn't dare let his guard down for a moment. He didn't care about a mere S rank item, but the many lingering doubts wouldn't go away, he couldn't just ignore them. Pichot, use your skill, Super Multiplier. The moment he saw his pet catch the reward, Yi couldn't help but let a hint of joy show on his face, and his whole body perked up. He'd already experienced the power of Pichot's Super Multiplier firsthand. Right now, there was only one song that could describe how he felt. Ding, 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 ding. Cheap, cheap. The Pichot obeyed the command, its entire body glowing with a golden radiance. Ding. System notice, Pichot used the skill, Super Multiplier. Based on the value of the item given by Anita, it obtained an item worth 10 times the value of that item from her. Ding. System notice, your pet, Pichot, has obtained the SS rank item, Divine Favor. Anita's expression froze instantly. What the hell? He opened his inventory and discovered that the SS rank item he'd treasured for so long had vanished without a trace. Divine Favor? That sounds pretty good. Yi was overjoyed inside. Watching Anita's expression grow increasingly grim, he turned to Li Shue, Mentor, I've completed my quest. Humph. Having witnessed everything, Li Shuai's pretty face took on a hint of amusement. It seems you're quite good at looking out for your own interests. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, mentor. Yi immediately activated his magic pearl, transforming into a sycophant. An SS rank item on the third day of the game. What could he say? You've got guts. Seeing right through his intentions, Anita's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Murderous intent surged within her as she fixed her gaze on Yi. Remember what you've done today. I'll make you pay tenfold in the future. S-rank items weren't exactly scarce for him, but SS rank items. Damn it, split open. Do you even have a future? Yi sneered coldly. Mentor, Aunt Xiaoyan, you must not let this utterly depraved demon god go unpunished. Otherwise, the light faction may face utter devastation. Today, you must restore a bright and just world for the people of Dawn. Li Shuai. Wang. Ding. System notice, as your command of language has gradually matured, the skill you've mastered, off-the-cuff sarcasm, D rank, has advanced to tongue of the devil, B rank. It's advanced? Yi, who was wholly dedicated to ridding the people of this menace, was utterly taken aback. You. Anita gritted her teeth, her hair standing on end with rage, and charged at Yi like a madwoman. Die, you bastard. For the first time. This was the first time he had ever felt such intense murderous intent. Boom. Li Shuai and Wang stepped forward, thrusting their silver and red swords forward. They collided violently with Anita's fist, causing elemental energy to roar and explode, sending out a rolling shockwave that sent nearby debris flying. Whoosh! At the same moment, a silver protective shield surrounded Yi, helping him withstand the extremely powerful aftereffects of the clash. Silent Leaf, you go first. Li Shuai barked softly. Got it. Putting his pet away, Yi decisively turned and fled, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Die. Suddenly, Anita set her sights on Yi. The moment she raised her arm, surging flames erupted, coalescing into a breathtaking black fire dragon that soared through the air. Wherever it passed, scorching heat swept through, transforming the area into a living hell. Sensing a terrifying will that seemed capable of destroying everything, Yi didn't look back. She simply kept running toward the valley's exit. Crack, crack, crack. A chill spread through the air. Li Shuai raised her hand, summoning endless ice elements. Frost spread, freezing the ferocious fire dragon from its tail. In the blink of an eye, the entire dark fire dragon turned into an ice sculpture, then shattered into pieces. Her attack having failed, Anita's face turned ashen. She glared fiercely at the silver-haired girl, gritting her teeth. Damn you, Li Shuai! If you want to kill my disciple, you'll have to get past me first. Li Shuai was enveloped in a chill. Her flowing hair glistened like crystal, making her resemble a goddess of ice and snow. Wielding her sharp sword, she slashed at Anita. The sword's mesmerizing edge forced her opponent to retreat repeatedly, leaving her covered in wounds as a string of damage numbers flashed across the screen. Beside her, Wang provided support, unleashing streaks of sword energy. Today, even if it means suffering severe injuries, I'll kill you, you little brat. Anita spat out blood, her fists clenched tight. Boom! Black flames erupted from her fists. The ground beneath her feet crumbled inch by inch, deep, spiderweb-like cracks that spread out, with black fire coursing through them as well. A terrifying power brewed in silence. Xiaoyan, get back. Li Shuai's brow was furrowed with gravity. He's about to unleash the god-slaying power. Hearing this, Wang immediately retreated. God-slaying power. This meant his abilities were powerful enough to threaten even god-tier warriors. As if bearing an indescribable pressure, veins bulged on Anita's forehead and her eyes widened to the point of bursting. Her two fists, blazing with black flames, slammed violently together in front of her. Boom! Like a nuclear explosion, everything around them was engulfed in darkness, which expanded rapidly. What's going on in there? These demonic creatures are blocking our way. I'd really like to see what a demon god looks like. Outside the Valley of Sealed Demons, many players found themselves in a bind. To retreat would be a humiliation. To advance, they were blocked. This is truly a disgrace to Lei Lu. Whoosh! Yi dashed out in a hurry, not daring to pay any attention to the battle between the god-tier powerhouses. Upon entering the valley, he saw that the entrance was completely surrounded. "How are you still alive?" one of the demonified creatures asked in astonishment. In their view, after breaking the seal, the demon god would inevitably choose to devour the abyssal demon. There was no reason for him to still be alive. "You guys, hurry up and go inside and check it out." Yi was frantic with worry. Anita has been ambushed by a powerful enemy. What? The demon-possessed creatures were horrified. "Hurry up!" Yi roared, nearly losing control. "What are you standing around for? He sent me to call you in to help. If we're any later, it'll be too late." The demon-possessed creatures exchanged glances, then rushed into the valley all at once. "Adventurers, what are you waiting for? Hurry inside." Yi urged them gently. "The scene of a battle between powerful beings is certainly dangerous, but you might just get lucky. There are plenty of rewards to be had." After speaking, he quickly activated Wind Shadow Follow to go into stealth mode before the battle began, so as not to become a target. "Looks like we won't be able to kill that abyss demon after all. What a shame. Let us go in and take a look." Death carries no penalty during this event. I refuse to believe there aren't other benefits besides the ranking rewards. The adventurers were deeply tempted and surged into the valley as well. Dismissing his abyssal demon form and reverting to his adventurer form, Silent Leaf, he pushed his way through the crowd toward the exit. "Excuse me, everyone, I have an urgent matter." "Big shot Falling Leaf, what is the emergency?" a player asked curiously. "My wife is giving birth." As countless players surged into the depths of the Valley of Sealed Demons, Yi made a swift retreat, not daring to linger for even a moment. These players were participating in the event to defeat the Abyss Demon, but he couldn't just recklessly gamble with his life. Boom! Suddenly, a black light erupted within the Valley of Sealed Demons, and an overwhelmingly powerful energy spread out, forming a semicircular shield that covered the land. Everything in its path was obliterated and vanished, as if it had never existed. Demon-possessed creatures, adventurers. Every living being that had ventured into the valley met its end the instant it came into contact with the barrier. What just happened? All the players, now reduced to spectral forms, looked utterly bewildered. Abyss. Demon. Vaguely, Yi heard a heart-wrenching cry echoing from within the valley. "Even if I die, I'll go with you." "Don't flatter yourself." He didn't dare linger. After pushing through the crowd, he shot forward at breakneck speed once more, racing toward the teleportation array in the distance. Rumble rumble. Yellow sand swirled through the air as the terrifying power continued to rage. As soon as Yi entered the teleportation array, he activated it immediately, and the countdown began. Only then did he turn to look back, but all he saw was a sky filled with swirling sand and a semicircular sphere formed by black energy. Other than that, there was nothing else. Clearly, Anita's move was capable of obliterating the entire map. No wonder the land of God Slayers was completely empty. Watching the black energy that was about to reach the teleportation array, Yi's expression remained calm. Because of his involvement, the plot had taken a dramatic. That was a fact he could state with absolute certainty. Rather than standing there dumbfounded, Yi sold the batch of player gear that had filled his inventory to the weapon shop owner at market price. He wouldn't lose out that way. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't sell them on the forum. The problem was that he couldn't explain how the gear had ended up in his inventory, and he didn't want his identity as an abyss demon to be exposed. "Young man, where did you get all this unenhanced gear?" the weapon shop owner asked curiously. Yi replied mysteriously, "Don't ask why, the less you know, the better." Weapon shop owner. "Looks like these weren't acquired through legitimate means." "Don't tell anyone about me," Yi warned. The weapon shop owner patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I still have professional integrity." He was just doing business. He didn't want any trouble. Besides, since he couldn't see the other guy's stats, it was clear he was no ordinary person. Why risk offending him? After pocketing nearly 2 gold coins, he headed to the apothecary to restock on potions, then opened his inventory to examine the valuable spoils of his journey. First up was a bottle filled to the brim with demon goddess blood. Demon goddess blood S rank. Description: demon goddess blood is extremely rare, but it's only valuable when used correctly. Effect? Needless to say, the demon goddess blood was a treasure in itself. He could already feel the heretic orb pulsing, as if it were cheering with excitement, unable to wait. While in Kanglan Town, the heretic orb couldn't be taken out lightly, and his mentor could return at any moment. Yi temporarily suppressed the urge to devour the demon goddess blood and shifted his gaze to the other treasures. Crimson Book's rank. Description: a scroll imbued with peculiar magic. When torn apart, it can be used to enchant a weapon. Effect: upon use, grants the currently equipped weapon the following properties. 1. 5% physical lifesteal. 2. If an attack deals damage to an enemy unit, it will inflict an additional bleed effect, dealing damage per second based on the caster's maximum health, lasting 10 seconds. Non-stackable, can be refreshed. Note: only effective on Earth tier and lower equipment. Damn! Yi was nearly blown away by the effects of the Crimson Book. Life steal, bleed. 1 self-buff and 1 enemy debuff among all traits. These are truly the cream of the crop. If I trigger the bleed effect as the Abyssal Demon, Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, his mouth suddenly feeling parched. The effect of the Abyssal Demon title was originally a 900% increase to maximum HP. If amplified tenfold by the bleed effect, what would have been just 5% damage over 10 seconds would, in a sense, become 10 seconds, 50%. In other words, as long as his HP was more than double that of an ordinary player, a single bleed effect could kill him. After regaining his composure for a while, he shifted his gaze to the highlight of this mission's rewards. Divine Favor SS rank. Description: unleash the most powerful strike with absolute will, solely to crush the enemy before you. Effect: channel all inner strength to deal a devastating blow to enemy units. Negative effect: after use, enters a weakened state lasting 10 hours. Note: the attack power is roughly equivalent to a full power strike at max level and full health. Note: killing an enemy with this item grants no rewards. After staring at the effects of Divine Favor for a while, Yi snapped back to reality, furrowing his brow slightly as he pondered, is this for self-preservation? After giving it some thought, he realized it wasn't limited to that. What if he used this item first to reduce the opponent to critical health, then finished them off? Wouldn't that be advantageous? The key lay in damage control. Beep, beep. Before he could think any further, Li Shuai sent a message, meet at the usual spot. On my way. Yi understood immediately. He rushed to the room where they previously discussed their strategy. As soon as he stepped through the doorway, Yi saw that Li Shuai looked grim, Wang had a worried frown on his face, and the atmosphere was rather bleak. Clearly, the outcome of this mission hadn't been very successful. Damn it, I never expected something like this to happen. Wang fumed. Li Shuai said regretfully, this was beyond our control. You didn't kill Anita? Listening to their exchange, Yi's heart sank. He sensed something was wrong. No way in his previous life, they failed to kill her, letting Anita escape severely wounded, and now they were repeating the same mistake in this life? That didn't make sense. We could have killed her. Li Shuai explained. Another demon god intervened. Yi found it hard to believe. Aren't the 10 great demon gods still asleep right now? According to his memories from his previous life, most of the Dark Faction's demon gods were in slumber. I was surprised too. Wang picked up the thread and continued, let me put it this way, the Light Faction isn't what it used to be. Once a demon god awakens, it drastically alters the balance of power. Li Shuai's original purpose in staying in Kanglan Town was to eliminate one of them before the demon gods fully awoke, to ease the pressure, but in the end, sigh. At this point, she let out a sigh filled with regret. Which demon god took him away? Yi asked gravely. His actions today had completely alienated Anita. If he didn't die inside the Valley of Sealed Demons, he'd likely face a lot of trouble in the future. Taken away? Li Shuai shook her head slightly. Given the situation at the time, no one could have taken him away. He was rescued by Faye and restored to his pre-seal state. Faye, a witch who wields control over time and space. Through his mentor's explanation, he gained a general understanding of what had happened. Simply put, this witch had rewound time to before the seal was broken. Had Li Shui intervened to break the seal at that moment, Anita, who hadn't yet been severely weakened, would have been able to escape safely. Was this the system deliberately intervening to prevent the demon god from dying prematurely? Yi pondered this. All that effort for nothing. Ding! System notice: due to the characteristics of the exclusive hidden class, Wind Heretic, your Ice Element skill, Frost Domain, S rank has 2 S rank missions, plus the SS rank item snatched from Anita's Silent Leaf had practically struck it rich overnight. Not much, not much. Just a few pieces of junk not worth much at all. Yi gave a dry laugh. If the mentor needs them, I can hand them over any time. Really? Li Shui's eyes lit up. Of course. Yi patted his chest and promised, I'm not exaggerating. To be honest, he really wasn't just showing off. What was his biggest concern right now? The ultra-rare hidden B rank mission, the PCOS secret. Not bad. Li Shui praised, I can tell you're sincere. A mere SS rank item, I know it's really no big deal to you, mentor. Yi activated the magic bead once more, transforming into a magical brown noser. Stop flattering me. Li Shui chuckled, mercilessly calling him out. I know what you're thinking. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to rescue the PCOS mother. Cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap. The PCO beside them hopped around excitedly, overjoyed. It had been constantly worried about its mother. Yi expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, mentor. Why did he insist on having Li Shui accompany him? Because the difficulty of a mission isn't calculated based solely on individual strength. The reason the PCOS dilemma was rated B level might have had something to do with the mentor's willingness to lend a hand. As for that magic bead, Li Shui changed the subject, her words carrying a hidden meaning. Could I return it to you after we rescued the PCOS mother? Yi tried to negotiate. The demon-infused pearl was incredibly powerful and would be of great use to him. Besides, given its harsh conditions, he was likely the only one in the light faction who could meet them. Li Shui gave her disciple a meaningful look and nodded in agreement. All right. Ding. System notification: you have obtained the quest item related to the PCOS Heart Enchanted Pearl SS rank. Leaving the room, Yi stepped onto the bustling street and could clearly sense that Kanglan Town had become much livelier in a short time, with more and more players active there. Clearly, the recent Silver Tier Boss Raid event had led many players to set Kanglan Town as their destination when leaving the newbie village, pushing the town to its capacity limit. The Anita incident. After a moment's thought, you decided to set out. I'll see just how strong the abyssal demon Yi in the weekly raid really is. Who is he? The number 1 player on the level leaderboard. How could this dungeon raid go on without him? He absolutely had to be the first to clear it. But before that, he needed to put the demon goddess blood to use. If he didn't absorb it soon, the heretic orb in his inventory would probably be crying with anticipation. Returning to the room where he paid a whopping 2 copper coins a day just to stay, Yi closed the doors and windows, took out the constantly trembling heretic orb, and soothed it. Sweetheart, you've been waiting impatiently. Haven to you? I'll make you right away. As he spoke, he opened the vial containing the demon goddess blood, aimed the heretic orb at it, and urged, suck it all up clean as a whistle, not a single drop left. Heretic orb. Whoosh. The pitch-black heretic orb burst into a dazzling, eerie glow. An indescribable power surged forth, devouring and absorbing the demon goddess blood within the vial. The blood transformed into a black substance that seeped into the orb, gradually fusing with it. Gurgle, gurgle. The next second, Yi's blood surged within his body as a stream of azure energy coursed through his frame, causing his overall strength to surge sharply. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully using the heretic orb to absorb Anita's rare bloodline. Your Wind Heretic class strength has increased, and you have mastered the skill, Godslayer S power, pseudo. Just like last time, having the heretic orb absorb the rare bloodline proved highly beneficial to Yi himself. Simply put, the heretic orb was his exclusive possession. It had long been completely bound to him, becoming one with him. After a long while, Yi's surging blood slowly calmed down. The exhaustion from prolonged battles vanished completely, leaving him full of energy and with a clear mind. Opening his class panel, the stats for the Wind Heretic that met his eyes brought a smile to his face. Wind Heretic Exclusive Hidden Class. Description: an abyssal demon who commands the element of wind, an eternal evil god feared across countless worlds. Health, 10. Attack, 10. Defense, 10. Speed, 13. On top of his original stats, his base growth rates had each increased by 2 stars. This far exceeded Yi's expectations. After all, the demon goddess blood was just a single vial, offering only limited enhancement. And when he absorbed the god of venom, Benson, last time, the latter was on the brink of death. The benefits were a far cry from what he would have provided at the height of his power. And then there were the skills. Yi opened the skill panel once more to examine the Godslayer's power, which sounded incredibly formidable. Godslayer's power imitation passive S rank. Description: due to the insufficient amount of Anita's demon goddess blood, you cannot master the true Godslayer's power. You can only barely grasp a sliver of its mysteries. Skill effect: Godslayer's power imitation passive S rank. Description: with insufficient demon goddess blood, you cannot master the true power of godslaying. You can only grasp a sliver of its mysteries. Skill effect: after your attacks deal damage to enemies, they will be imbued with the power of godslaying, causing enemy units to take damage equal to 100% of your attack power per second. The power of godslaying deals true damage, ignoring defense and shields. Duration: 10 seconds. Staring blankly at the effect of the god-slaying power for a long while, Yi felt a storm of emotions surge within him. He could almost guarantee that no player would encounter this much sustained damage in the early game. Moreover, compared to effects like burning, poison, and bleeding, a whole range of sustained damage types, true damage was something players typically didn't have the chance to experience until the very late game. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi marveled, the heretic orb truly is full of infinite wonders. Currently, the heretic orb's only effect was absorbing rare bloodlines, but he realized it wasn't merely about boosting his Class S power. It also allowed him to acquire certain traits from his opponents. The god of venom, Benson, had granted him the passive ability Source of Venom. Anita had granted him the passive ability Godslayer's power. In other words, as long as he continued to absorb other rare bloodlines, perhaps he could acquire even more passive skills? Yi couldn't be certain, but he couldn't help but wonder. I'll find out soon enough. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he focused his attention on the gold tier equipment awarded by the system. Armor of Dawn Gold Tier. Defense, 60-65. Health, 5000. Bonus, Dawn restores an additional 100 HP per second. Traits, plus 8% defense. Level requirement, 30. Description: after enduring the darkness of the night, dawn will eventually break. It was a pretty powerful set of armor. Yi equipped it immediately, and his defense skyrocketed, even surpassing his attack. Rookie Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Level, 33. HP, 48,720. Attack, 515-538. Defense, 565-571. Skills: Source of Venom, Wind Shadow Follows, Tongue of the Demon, Godslayer's Power Pseudo. Reputation, 1470. Revives, 2. With everything ready, he left the room and headed toward the teleportation array area, where he found a large number of players setting off for the land of godslaying, departing in wave after wave, a clear sign of the new dungeon's popularity. Holy shit, big shot Falling Leaf. Is he going to tackle Anita's chaos too? He is probably going to snag the first clear reward. Many players were buzzing with excitement. Ignoring them, Yi nonchalantly pushed his way through the crowd, stepped into the teleportation array, and returned once more to the land of godslaying. Ding! System notice: you have entered the map, Power of Godslaying. Whoosh! The scene shifted, and he arrived at his destination. In the distance, he could see the demon ceiling valley had already been utterly destroyed by Anita's terror.
That's right. Brother Rakshasa has a point. Silent Leaf, you're asking for an arm and a leg. Many players chimed in, all agreeing that Silent Leaf's approach was unreasonable. This brother's pretty skilled. I'll settle for just 4 gold coins, let us call it a favor between friends. Yi said with a smile. If we don't clear it on the first try, I'll refund the full amount. After all, he was a friend from his past life, and since he hadn't fully leveled up yet, he could give him a hand for now. 4 gold coins? Rakshasa opened his inventory to check, his mouth twitching. Why don't you just go rob someone? He had barely more than 3 gold coins in his inventory total, he couldn't afford it. But the first clear came with a free attribute points reward, and he was quite tempted by it. Yi knew exactly what was going on and couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he continued to compromise, at least 3. Then I'll take it. Rakshasa softened his tone, pulled out the gold coins, and handed them over. His attitude completely changed. I trust the character of the number 1 player on the leaderboard. The crowd. We're all small fry here, can't we just stick together? Ding. System notification, you have received 3 gold coins. Ding. System notification, you have successfully added Rakshasa as a friend. After adding each other as friends, Yi continued, any other brothers willing to join? 5 gold coins and 20 free attribute points, it's up to you. He didn't believe players didn't understand the value of free attribute points. They were infinitely scarcer than so-called gold tier gear. I'm in. Well, I'll take a chance on the top-ranked player's integrity, too. Soon, Yi had gathered 4 players and earned 18 gold coins. Ding. System notice, do you wish to enter the dungeon, Anita's turmoil? Yes. After forming the party, Yi, as the party leader, selected agree. Whoosh. The group passed through a blue blow and appeared outside the Valley of Seal Demons. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. In the distance, 5 demon-possessed creatures roamed aimlessly, blocking the party's path. They were massive, exuding a faint black smoke, and looked ferocious. Demon-possessed tiger, common monster. Level, 35. HP, 80,000. Attack, 420-440. Defense, 290-300. Skills, Hungry Tiger pounces on sheep, Frenzied Bite. Description, originally formidable demon-possessed rulers with rudimentary humanoid forms, they were caught in the crossfire of Anita's attack, which sapped their strength to the point of exhaustion. Before dying, they were filled with hatred for the abyss demon Yi, causing them to manifest here. Its strength is quite mediocre, it can't even break through Yi's defense. Holy shit, a level 35 monster. A party member cringed. With stats like that, I can't even break its defense. Clearly, because the party leader's level was so high, it had significantly increased the dungeon's overall difficulty. Step back, everyone. Yi pulled the blazing longsword from his robe. Let me claim all the experience for myself. Ha! Rakshasa noticed that the weapon in Yi's hand looked strangely familiar. Where do you get that sword? Was it an illusion? That sword, didn't it seem to have killed him before? I got lucky and it dropped from a monster. Yi told him honestly. Alright. Rakshasa rubbed his nose and said grudgingly, got it. He assumed no one had managed to defeat the abyssal demon in the event, yet here it was, still alive, and well, clearly, that wasn't the case. In the end, it must have been killed by Silent Leaf, who then looted its weapon. Be careful not to get killed yourselves. Offering no further explanation and leaving Rakshasa to fill in the blanks on his own, Yi charged at the demon-possessed tigers with his longsword, simultaneously casting Tongue of the Demons. Friends, do you remember me? The demon-possessed tigers turned their heads toward Yi. At first, they froze in surprise, then glared furiously with their tiger eyes, charging at him in unison as if they lost their minds, their momentum fierce and relentless. Remember you? We'll remember you even if you're reduced to ashes. Tisk. Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It was great that a skill that started as a casual taunt had evolved into Demon S Whisper. It was so effective at drawing aggro. Demon S Whisper Grade B. Description: do not listen to the demon's whispers, will drag you into the abyss. Effect: attracts enemy units within a 20-20 range, significantly increasing their aggro toward the caster. Additional effect: when used to soothe enemies, there is a certain chance to reduce the enemy unit's aggro toward you, depending on the dialogue content. Cooldown: 2 minutes. Note: ineffective against adventurers. Watch out, boss. Seeing all the demonized tigers charging toward Yi, the other players' hearts skipped a beat, and they hurriedly shouted a warning. Whether they could clear the dungeon for the first time depended entirely on Silent Leaf. Miss. As swift as a flash, Yi effortlessly dodged the enchanted tiger lunging at him, then swung his sword into its abdomen, tearing open a deep, long gash. 2145. Normal attack. 5000. Poison. 200. Burn. 538.
Whoa! Players in the distance sucked in a sharp breath.
No way, he already has an AoE skill? 5500, Venom. 592. True damage.
Through the damage dealt by the Shadow Domain skill, Yi inflicted both poison damage and true damage on all the demonic tigers. The corrosion effect also took effect, increasing the damage they took by 10% for 5 seconds, including ongoing damage. After that, Yi dispatched them in a flash, without the slightest hesitation.
Ding!
System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating Enchanted Tiger, Common Monster, % of this level S experience.
Ding!
System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating Enchanted Tiger, Common Monster, % of this level S experience.
Guys, sorry to keep you waiting.
Yi said apologetically, I'm using the sustained damage playstyle, so my damage output is a bit slow.
The group? The sustained damage playstyle was indeed obvious, but how could they tell it was slow? That's outrageous.
Suddenly, a player named Yifan Fengshun spoke up, his tone agitated.
Ha! The others turned to look at him. What's wrong?
As if just coming to his senses, he said sheepishly, thank goodness, my low blood pressure has been cured.
Glad to hear it. We were really worried about you when you looked like that. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Keep up with me, but don't get too close.
Yi warned.
If you run off on your own and die, I won't refund your money. With that, he led the way deeper into the Valley of Sealed Demons while opening his skill panel to investigate the cause of his drastically increased poison damage. Source of Venom passive grade A.
Description: you're poisonous, aren't you?
Skill effect: all your attacks that hit an enemy unit and deal damage will trigger a poison effect, draining 5000 HP per second for 20 seconds.
Scalable. 5000 per second, that's 100,000 total damage.
This source of Venom offers so many advantages in the early game. Although the Valley of Sealed Demons is crisscrossed with paths, not just a single route, Yi, as a regular visitor here, knew the way to the end all too well. Along the way, he encountered other demonic creatures and, of course, dealt with them one by one. When he arrived at the site where Anita was sealed, the familiar magical array and red gem appeared in his field of vision. Standing beside the gem was an abyssal demon. It had a pair of bony wings, grayish-white skin, and deep blue eyes. Both in build and appearance, it was virtually indistinguishable from Yi when he activated the demonization orb. Who's there? Sensing movement, the abyssal demon turned its head toward the passageway.
It's me. Yi appeared nonchalantly before it, pointing at himself. Don't you recognize me anymore?
As they spoke, he cast the scouting spell.
Abyssal Demon Yi Gold Tier Boss. Level 40. HP 320,000. Attack 700-730. Defense 450-460.
Skills: Source of Venom, Wind Shadow Follow. Description: Anita's most loyal subordinate, willing to sacrifice everything including his life to have her seal broken. His stats are impressive, and he has got 2 powerful signature moves.
For a party of 5 players to take him down right now would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After scrutinizing him for a moment, the Abyss Demon felt utterly baffled. Who exactly are you? Don't you even remember me anymore? Yi looked lost, as if a piece of his heart were missing, unable to put it into words. Without me, where would you even be? It was clear that the Abyss. Undeterred, Yi drew his own sword and clashed with him. 1845. 654. Ha ha. Having landed a successful strike, the abyssal demon cackled savagely as he retreated at a blinding speed roughly 50% faster than an average player, making him a formidable opponent. Feel the pain of being slowly consumed by poison. His words were cut short. 5738. 5738. 5738. A string of damage numbers popped up on its screen, while Yi's ongoing damage was only a few hundred, a staggering difference. How could this be? Suffering from poison, burning, and true damage, its expression froze, completely dumbfounded. Ha ha. Having landed a successful strike, Yi cackled, retreated at a blinding speed roughly 9 times faster than an average player, making him extremely difficult to handle. Feel the agony of being slowly consumed by poison. Abyssal Demon. Inside the dungeon, Yi and the Abyssal Demon backed away from each other, their bodies emitting deep green light representing poison and fiery light representing burns, as their health bars plummeted rapidly. After creating some distance, Yi took a potion from his inventory and consumed it. 200. 200. With the potion's healing, the sustained damage dealt by the Abyss Demon seemed negligible. After all, a dungeon boss couldn't possibly replicate his source of poison exactly, otherwise, most players would be doomed to die the moment they were touched, which would be completely absurd. Feeling his life force being gradually drained, the Abyss Demon was overcome with a sense of crisis and immediately gave chase. Why are you chasing me? Yi sped up even more, not giving the Abyss Demon a chance to touch him. I didn't take your asthma syrup. You. Even though he couldn't understand the other S words, the Abyss Demon could tell Yi was mocking him, and his eyes blazed with fury. If you've got the guts, don't run. He had to admit that when it came to speed, he was no match for the adventurer standing before him. Ha ha. As if he hadn't heard the Abyss Demon's threats, Yi repeated his line once more. Feel the agony of being slowly consumed by poison. Is that all you can do, run? The Abyss Demon's face turned ashen with rage. Even giving it his all, he still couldn't land a single blow on his opponent. Yi remained calm and composed. Yeah, go on. Fuck. A player watching cautiously from the edge of the passageway couldn't help but curse. That's outrageous. Never mind the enemy seeing this scene, even they were itching to cheer for the Abyss Demon. You forced my hand. Completely losing his temper, the Abyss Demon retreated once more, activating Wind Shadow Follow to go into stealth. Watch out. A player in a party couldn't help but shout a warning. Whoosh. However, before the Abyss Demon could vanish from sight, Yi, who had been keeping his distance, suddenly spun around and closed in. An eerie dark glow erupted from his body, immediately forming a shockwave that blasted the Abyss Demon out of stealth. The Abyss Demon staggered awkwardly, nearly falling flat on his back. 1006. Since the Abyss Demon was merely copying Yi's skills, there was no way he'd be caught off guard. While kiting it just moments ago, Yi had been deliberately maintaining his speed to avoid letting the distance grow too great. The player's expression froze for a moment, then he sighed. Abyss Demon, I told you to be careful. Everyone. After reapplying the debuffs, Yi calmly stepped back. You don't have much time left. Is there anything else you want to say to me? I want you dead. Abyss Demon's eyes turned red with rage as he raised his weapon and charged after Yi. Is it really necessary to be so disgusting to your opponent? Yi Fanfengshun frowned, feeling rather uncomfortable. Even if the opponent was just a boss, it shouldn't have come to this, right? Luo Sha couldn't help but mutter under his breath, idiot. What did you say? Yi Fanfengshun flew into a rage on the spot. You've got the guts to say that again. I said you're an idiot. Rakshasa kept her voice as low as possible as she snapped, you're not even happy about staying here to claim the first kill reward,
but Silent Leaf has been helping to draw aggro the whole time. Given their strength, even a single hit from a gold tier boss could kill them. He was clearly trying to draw the Abyssal Demon's full attention to himself, thereby reducing the risk of them being attacked. Obviously, his tactic was working. The Abyssal Demon was already furious. Whoosh! As if sensing something, the Abyssal Demon turned to look at the other players peering over to check the situation. Realizing what was happening, it charged forward with its flaming longsword. Silent Leaf, I may not be able to defeat you, but surely I can take out your teammates? Ding! System notice, your skill, Demon's Tongue, has been disabled. Always causing trouble? He furrowed his brow slightly, lunged forward with his flaming longsword, and slashed at the Abyss Demon's back, tearing open a bloody gash. Taking advantage of the opening in his attack, the Abyssal Demon launched a counterattack without hesitation. Swoosh! The sharp blade struck ES shoulder, causing a searing pain. 1866. The crimson damage number flashed on the screen. In Gods and Demons, pain is simulated. It can only be reduced to a minimum of 10%, so getting hit still feels quite painful. Die! The Abyss Demon pressed its advantage. Yi's expression remained impassive as he stepped back to avoid the onslaught. Miss! The attack missed, and the Abyss Demon lunged once more at the players in the corner. Combining its strikes with a searing poison, it took down 3 players with almost 2 swings each, turning them into corpses with effortless ease. Ding! System notification, a member of your party, Fanfeng Shun, has died. Ding! System notification, a member of your party, Visitor 2654, has died. Having successfully taken out Yi's 3 companions, the Abyss Demon was smirking with triumph when he stepped forward once more, plunging a sword into its chest and drawing out scalding blood. How does it feel to have all your companions dead? The Abyss Demon sneered. Yi shrugged indifferently, it's fine. They brought it on themselves, it's none of my business. Just means I get all their gear. He simply tried not to let his teammates down, but if they chose to die on their own, that was their problem. It's important to note that in the Dungeons of Gods and Demons, loot isn't simply awarded to whoever picks it up. Instead, ownership is determined by rolling dice to see who gets the highest roll after the run is complete. However, there's an additional rule: if a player dies during the run, they're ineligible to participate in the final loot distribution. He was just doing a job for the money. He didn't know these players at all. Perhaps they were acting out of good intentions by voluntarily giving up their claim to the gear. You want to keep all the loot for yourself? We paid you, you can't do this. Silent Leaf, I've been recording the whole time. You'd better think before you speak. The players, now watching as spectral forms, glared angrily. Yi paid no heed to this, calmly and composedly engaging the Abyssal Demon, causing its health to steadily drop. When its health was down to about 10%, the Abyssal Demon spread its bone wings and flew toward the red gem. Lady Anita, please consume my demonic blood to break the seal. Ding! System notice, Abyssal Demon Yi is attempting to break the Demon Goddess seal. Please defeat him within 30 seconds, otherwise, the dungeon run will be considered a failure. Whoosh! Before it could even get close, he flung his sword, revealing his secret move, Spinning Axe, which he hadn't used in days. The razor-sharp, flaming longsword sliced through his opponent's skin, leaving streaks of blood in its wake. Your weapon is mine now. The Abyssal Demon's eyes lit up, and he quickly reached out to intercept it. Without his weapon, his opponent's attacks couldn't even break through his defense. However, before he could act, a cold gleam flashed across his field of vision, blinding him and causing him to lose sight for a second. 16. Catch this. The Rakshasa, who had been lurking in the shadows, stepped into the light, snatched the flaming longsword, and tossed it to Yi. As he gripped the hilt, he charged forward once more, activating the Shadow Domain skill. Taking full advantage of the slowed movement and increased damage, he struck with all his might, stripping the opponent of his final breath. You are the true Abyssal Demon. As he lay dying, he knelt on the ground, staring at the expressionless Yi, muttering to himself before dissolving into a black mist. Ding! System notice, congratulations on successfully defeating Abyssal Demon Yi, Gold Tier Boss.
Rewards: 120% experience for this level, 50 reputation. Whoosh! A golden glow radiated as Yi reached level 34. Having defeated the dungeon's final boss, he picked up the loot, a few gold coins and 3 pieces of equipment. Thanks for your help, brother. Rakshasa clasped his fists in a bow. If Silent Leaf hadn't intervened just now, he would have taken the opportunity to sneak away, but he would have been killed by the others anyway. Yi returned the gesture. No need to thank me. Whoosh! A dazzling teleportation array appeared before them, as if signaling that it was time to leave this place. They had cleared the dungeon for the first time. The two exchanged a glance and, in unison, stepped into the array. Just as they were about to depart, a hoarse, furious roar suddenly rang in their ears. Abyss Demon! The entire demon ceiling valley shook violently, and the black shadow within the red gem struggled frantically. A torrent of hatred erupted like a volcanic explosion. In an instant, the ground trembled, and cracks spread out from the location of the red gem, as if trying to prevent them from leaving. Without a doubt, Anita was thrilled to see her true form arrive. Ding! System alert, please leave the dungeon Anita's uprising as soon as possible, or face the consequences. Rakshasa's heart skipped a beat. What is going on? Face the consequences. He had never imagined that after clearing the dungeon, there would actually be a follow-up plot, and an exceptionally terrifying one at that. It's fine. Yi shook his head, narrowing his eyes as he stared at the dark figure. He could feel a gaze filled with intense hostility piercing through him. You're going after the abyssal demon. What does that have to do with me, Silent Leaf? He felt not the slightest bit of guilt toward the demon god who sought to devour him to gain even greater power. Anita! Whoosh! Before Anita could reply, the teleportation array activated. A white light engulfed Yi and Rakshasa, and they vanished from the collapsing demon ceiling valley. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon Anita's uprising. As the first party to clear this dungeon, you, as the party leader, have earned an additional reward, 30 free attribute points. Ding! System notice: would you like to share your glorious achievement with all players in Gods and Demons Earth server? Note: after a server-wide announcement, you will receive an additional 200 reputation points. Yes. Habitually allocating the free attribute points to speed, Yi selected agree. Reputation didn't seem to serve much purpose yet, but that was simply because the reputation store hadn't opened yet. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the party consisting of players Silent Leaf, Luosha, Ifan Feng Shun, Visitor 2654, and Shen Rushan for clearing the dungeon Anita's uprising. This is hereby announced. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the party consisting of players Silent Leaf, Rakshasa, Ifan Feng Shun, Visitor 2654, Shen Rushan on clearing the dungeon Anita's uprising. This is hereby announced. Silent Leaf. It's Silent Leaf again. With those consecutive first kills on bosses, his individual strength has pulled far ahead of average players. Now that he is raking in even more rewards for himself, the difficulty has actually gone down. Just the free attribute points reward alone exceeds my total attack power. That's infuriating. As the server-wide announcement rang out, countless players felt a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment, yet they'd grown so accustomed to Silent Leaf claiming first clear rewards that it hardly surprised them anymore. In just a few short days, this username had popped up in everyone's feed multiple times who didn't know about it. Yeah, Silent Leaf is the best, one player muttered bitterly, his tone sharp and sarcastic. If he is so damn good, let him pull off another one right in front of me. So far, every first kill reward available on the entire server had been snatched up by a single player. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Ha! Yi, who had just returned to Kanglan Town, happened to overhear this. Watching the indignant man rant and rave, he couldn't help but freeze in surprise. He'd never seen such a strange request in his entire life. Since you put it that way, I'll give you another one just to satisfy you. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a silver tier boss. This is hereby announced. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Silent Leaf for becoming the first player to defeat a silver tier boss. This is hereby announced. Another system notification rang out 3 times in a row, popping up in every player's notification bar. When he claimed the silver tier first kill, he had transformed into an abyssal demon, so it wasn't convenient to post an announcement, and before he knew it, it had been put on hold until now. For a moment, the players in the crowd looked absolutely horrified, as if they'd just eaten shit. They wanted to say something but remained silent for a long while. Ding! System notice: since player Rakshasa has left the party, you have acquired ownership of all equipment in the dungeon. Yi was taken aback and looked at the young man who had returned with him. Bro, what is going on? I didn't contribute much, I don't deserve this. I'm already satisfied with the first clear reward. Thanks a lot to Big Shot Luoya for leading the party. Rakshasa looked embarrassed. You're too kind. Yi shook his head quickly, opened his inventory, glanced through it, and handed over the gold tier armor. Take it. Really, I don't need it. Rakshasa waved his hand and said earnestly, I'm not just being polite, I truly don't deserve it. I have better armor, I'd just sell this anyway. Yi laughed. Let us just consider this a gesture of friendship. Well. After glancing at the armor's stats, Luo Cha was quite tempted. He knew full well that gods and demons was no place for fooling around, it wasn't just a simple game. Sometimes, a little extra defense could save your life. Just take it. Yi forced it into his hands. Thank you, Big Shot Luo Yi. Luo Cha said solemnly, at market price, this gold tier piece is worth at least 50 gold coins. I'll do my best to scrape the money together and transfer it to you within 3 days. He felt uneasy about getting such a valuable item for free. Alright then. Yi knew Rakshasa's personality well. I'll do as you say. I'll be heading out now. See you later. Watching Rakshasa leave, Yi glanced at the other party members spouting nonsense in the party chat, but not bothering to pay them any mind. He simply disbanded the party. Afterward, he equipped the other 2 gold tier items, a pair of jet black, sturdy bracers and a white ring set with a dark purple gem, which boosted his HP, attack, and defense. Demon bracers gold tier. Defense, 25-28. Health, 2000. Traits, 5% health. Required level, 32. Set. Description: the bracers worn by Abyssal Demon Yi, a gift from the demon god. Demon ring gold tier. Attack, 35-35. HP, 2000. Property, plus 5% attack. Required level, 31. Set. Description: a ring worn by Abyss Demon Yi, a gift from the demon god. Ding. System notice: congratulations on successfully activating the demon set 2-piece effect, plus 10% attack. I never expected to get a ring. Looking at the demon ring in his hand, he was in high spirits. Among equipment, weapons, armor, and various protective gear have the highest drop rates, while rings, cloaks, and necklaces are considered rare items with lower drop rates. It's worth noting that wearing multiple rings on your fingers doesn't mean all their stats will take effect. In fact, you can only equip a maximum of 2 at a time. After that, he ate dinner, logged into the forum, listed all the gear he'd taken off for sale, and uploaded the video while he was at it, casually coming up with a title. The Dual Leaf Showdown. Taking on an Abyss Demon one-on-one, so cool. I'd love to know if there's any adventurer out there faster than 1 second, man. Yi. They're complaining about getting 20 free attribute points for 5 gold coins? Are these teammates from the primitive tribe or something? Soon, many players began purchasing the video. As more and more players followed the ID Silent Leaf, Yi raked in a fortune every day. After closing the forum, he checked the time. 21:31. Late at night, when all is quiet, is the perfect time to do something sneaky. After a moment's thought, Yi used a teleportation array to travel to Endless Town, a place he'd visited before. Wind Shadow Accompaniment. An A-rank skill obtained from a skill comprehension book. He hadn't forgotten why he'd been so determined to master stealth.
Under the moonlit sky with few stars, nighttime players wandered in small groups.
Ding! System notice, you have entered the map, Wuya Town, Level 3 Town.
Arriving at the town he'd originally chosen, Yi purchased a map of the surrounding area, then hurriedly left the safe zone and set off for a nearby location known to contain a hidden treasure chest. Like a gentle breeze, empowered by traceless talent which boosted his base speed growth to a staggering 13 stars, his speed became increasingly terrifying. Almost as the cold wind whistled past his ears, the scenery around him rapidly receded. After about 20 minutes, he reached his destination, an unremarkable cave nestled beneath a range of rolling mountains.
Rustle.
Parting the weeds, he activated shadow stealth and slipped quietly into the pitch-black cave, holding his breath as much as possible as he summoned his pet Pisho. Cheep, cheep. Like a night pearl, the Pisho emitted a faint, silvery white glow within the cave, an eerie and mystical sight.
Little Pisho, use earth teleportation to lead the way. Yi whispered. There should be a treasure chest up ahead.
The Pisho nodded, burrowed into the ground, and moved forward.
Whoosh!
Seeing this, Yi activated the C-rank skill he had mastered, Blue Eyes. A blue light flared in his eyes, instantly revealing the Pisho's path as he followed closely behind. After venturing more than 50 meters into the winding cave, the area suddenly opened up.
Yi peered out from the edge and spotted a giant python not far away.
Its scales were emerald green, its body over 10 meters long, and as thick as a tree trunk that 3 people could barely encircle. It looked extremely formidable. At that moment, it was coiled up inside the cave, resting with its eyes closed. Beside it sat a treasure chest radiating golden light. Clearly, this monster was guarding the chest. Not daring to disturb the giant python by using scouting spells, he slowed his breathing and crept forward on tiptoe while in stealth mode, moving with the ease of someone well versed in such situations.
He wasn't joking.
In his previous life, he'd stolen at least 800, if not 1,000, treasure chests. With his wealth of experience, he was practically a veteran.
With him around, nothing could go wrong.
Reaching the chest, Yi reached out to open it.
Ding!
System notice, you have not yet learned the skill, lockpicking, and cannot open this chest.
Yi. Damn it! Since he wasn't an assassin in this life, he really didn't have the lockpicking skill.
Hiss, hiss.
Just then, the giant python was startled awake by someone touching the treasure chest.
It raised its massive serpentine head to look down at Yi, flicking its crimson tongue menacingly.
Ding! System notice, since you've been detected, your stealth status has been lost. You insolent serpent demon, I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Since he'd been discovered, Master Yi saw no point in keeping up the act.
He immediately sneered, such petty tricks, how dare you show off your skills in front of a master?
Giant python.
Staring at the human in front of it who was berating it so fiercely, it was completely baffled.
How could someone so weak be so confident? Come out, Pisho! Yi barked in a deep voice. Carry my treasure chest away.
Chirp, chirp. A grayish-white glow flickered as the Pisho burst from the ground, positioning itself directly beneath the treasure chest and lifting it entirely off the ground.
You run first, I'll bring up the rear. Yi ordered.
Although this type of special treasure chest couldn't be stored in an inventory, carrying it away whole would definitely be no problem. He decided to wait until he returned to town to figure out how to pick the lock. The Pisho understood immediately and fled toward the cave's exit, carrying the treasure chest. Hiss! Seeing the treasure chest recede into the distance, the giant python immediately gave chase, opening its blood-red maw to bite at the Pisho.
Dare you be so insolent?
He furrowed his brow, and a dark energy radiated from his body. It was none other than the Buddha's light realm he had previously learned from his mentor, mighty celestial dragon.
33. Boom!
The energy rippled outward, shaking the giant python from the side and causing its attack to veer off course. The Pisho seized the opportunity to dash into the passageway, narrowly escaping disaster. The loss of its prized treasure chest at the hands of the bandit filled the giant python with unbridled fury, and without a word, it charged at Yi, who was now in its way.
Miss!
Seeing the giant python lunging toward him, Yi took off like a shot.
I did my best.
This giant python was a dark gold tier boss. He was in no position to stand up to it right now. Just helping the Pisho hold it off for a moment had already drained him of all his life's energy. The giant python's attack missed, and it twisted its body to give chase. Whoosh! Whoosh! With the Pisho in front and Yi behind, the two narrowly escaped the cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi in front, the Pisho behind, the two narrowly evaded the pursuit. Watching his master run even faster than himself, the Pisho who was carrying the treasure chest glanced back just in time to see the giant python's gleaming white fangs. Terrified out of his wits, he decisively picked up the pace. What happened to bringing up the rear? Run, run! Keep your breathing even and deep. It must match your stride perfectly. Out on the vast plain, Yi called out from the side, sharing his running tips one by one. Hiss, hiss! The giant python was furious. He'd seen thieves steal treasure chests before, but never one who'd snatch one right from under his nose and run so fast, too. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't catch up. A minute passed. With his cultivation fully restored, Master Yi resolved once more to vanquish demons and monsters. After closing in on the giant python, he activated the Shadow Domain skill. Snake Demon, will you not submit to justice? Boom! Intercepted once again, the giant python was corroded by the energy, its movement speed reduced by 20%. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as the thief strut away. It lingered in place for a moment, unwilling to accept its defeat, before slinking away in frustration. Phew! Seeing that the giant python had given up the chase, Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took the treasure chest from the Pisho, and returned to Woya town. A close call. All in all, this treasure chest heist had gone very smoothly. To be absolutely sure, he cast a scouting spell on the chest. Exquisite treasure chest grade A. Description: has a chance to yield dark gold tier equipment and items of grade A or lower. This is what makes the assassin class so fascinating, part assassin, part thief. Relying on stealth, they walk the fine line between danger and safety to obtain treasures currently out of reach. Welcome. Ha! The general store owner looked taken aback. Do you have the lock-picking skill? Yi cut straight to the chase. The store owner shook his head. Lock-picking is a skill you'll master upon advancing to the assassin class. We don't sell it here. Do you have any lock-picking wire? Yi asked. He didn't feel comfortable letting other players pick locks, and he wasn't too keen on strangers opening treasure chests he'd obtained himself. Since they didn't sell it, he'd just have to figure it out on his own. We do have some, but picking locks probably won't be that easy. Just bring it over, I'll give it a try. Sure. After spending 5 silver coins on 10 pieces of wire specifically meant for lockpicking, he carefully inserted the wire into the keyhole to give it a try. He absolutely had to master the lockpicking skill. Why? Because farming monsters was out of the question, and he couldn't beat the bosses, so his only option was to sneak open treasure chests to make ends meet. Young man, lockpicking isn't that easy. The general store owner offered some advice. You'll need to buy at least 100 pieces of wire and practice a lot. Click. Before he could finish speaking, the lock on the treasure chest was picked. General store owner? Ding. System notification: congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, lockpicking, difficulty, C. That was no easy feat. You wiped the sweat from his forehead and handed over the 9 remaining pieces of wire. Can I return these? UI. Under the grocery store owner's resentful gaze, the young man walked away nonchalantly with the 4 silver coins and 50 copper coins he'd gotten back. 50 copper coins to learn the lockpicking skill. What kind of person is this? Stepping out of the general store, Yi hurried to a deserted corner, where he slowly opened the treasure chest with intense anticipation. The more critical the moment, the more excited he became. He had a feeling something precious was about to appear. Swish! As the treasure chest opened, a magnificent dark gold tear glow spilled out, blindingly bright against the night. Ding! System notification: you have obtained the equipment, Boots of the Meteor, Dark Gold Tier. Ding! System notification, you have obtained the grade A item, Glow of the Stars.
Ding.
System notification, you have obtained the equipment, Staff of Holy Light, Gold tier.
Ding.
System notification, you have obtained 5 gold coins. A series of system chimes rang in Ye's ears. I really did get a dark gold tier piece of equipment and an A rank item too. Yi couldn't help but rejoice. My luck is really great. After a moment's thought, he turned to look at the Pichot beside him and added, "Little guy, maybe this good luck is thanks to you, an auspicious beast?" The Pichot, a sacred beast. When it comes to random events like opening treasure chests which are hard to explain and heavily dependent on luck, it's possible that a sacred beast really could bring good fortune. After all, you only know what is inside the moment you open the chest. Before that, everything is unknown. It's essentially in a superposition of containing a treasure and not containing one. Generally speaking, we call this a Schrodinger's treasure chest. Cheap, cheap. The Pichot shook its head, indicating it had no idea. As the now open treasure chest slowly faded away, he opened his inventory to inspect the loot. The first thing that caught his eye was, naturally, the dark gold tier equipment he was most interested in, a pair of boots with exquisite patterns. Boots of the Shooting Star dark gold tier. Defense, 50-55. Health, 8000. Bonus, swiftness after leaving combat, movement speed increases by an additional 10%. Traits, defense plus 10%. Traits, movement speed plus 15%. Required level, 38. Description, Shooting Stars fly, carry me away, I'm willing to streak across your world. This piece of gear has excellent stats, and as a dark gold tier item, it will further highlight Ye's speed advantage. The only downside is that it requires a level of 38, so he'll have to wait a little longer. In addition, the A rank item he found in the exquisite chest was a pleasant surprise for Yi. Glow of the Stars Grade A. Effect, increases the item's strength by approximately 20%-40%. Note, applies to items below the dark gold tier, can only be applied once per item. Without hesitation, Yi scattered the multicolored glow of the stars over the blazing longsword to enhance its strength. Admittedly, using the glow of the stars on dark gold tier equipment in the future would maximize its effectiveness, but the biggest question was when he would actually obtain such gear and whether it would suit his tastes as well as the blazing sword's scorching flames. The sooner he used it, the sooner he could enjoy the benefits. This way, the boost in strength would quickly yield positive results, allowing him to take on the dark gold tier boss as soon as possible. As the starlight settled upon the blazing sword, the scorching red glow surging along the blade grew even more intense, and its sharpness reached a whole new level. Ding! System notification, you used the item, Starlight, Grade A, and successfully increased the weapon's overall strength by 36%. Wow! I'm really lucky, the boost is already close to the maximum. Gazing at the blade surging with fiery elements, he swept his hand across it, revealing its stats. Blazing long sword, gold tier. Attack, 130-150. Properties, plus 18% attack, plus 5% attack speed. Additional effect, attacks inflict a burn effect, dealing 300 HP damage per second for 10 seconds, stacks up to 2 times. Level requirement, 35. Description, it's scorching hot when it pierces the flesh. Compared to before, the improvement is nothing short of significant. Especially the accompanying burn effect, which can stack up to 2 layers and deal 600 HP damage per second, a very substantial boost that further enhances Ye's ability to wear down opponents. Afterward, he opened his stats panel to assess his current strength. Rookie Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Level, 34. HP, 66,670. Attack, 712-738. Defense, 594-608. Skills, Source of Venom, Wind Shadow Follows, Tongue of the Demon, Shadow Domain Skill, Godslayer's Power Pseudo. Reputation, 1920. Resurrections, 2. Judging by the stats panel, his stats seemed well balanced across the board, but only Yi himself knew that his greatest advantage lay in the unseen speed metrics, including a total of 240 free attribute points. If he allocated all of them to attack, his stats would skyrocket. By sacrificing attack, however, he gained a 24% movement speed boost. Combined with his passive ability, which doubles his movement speed, that equaled a 48% increase. Once I get the skill that converts movement speed into attack power, that's when I'll really start to shine. Yi said excitedly. The eightfold movement speed granted at the start by the SSS tier talent is just the tip of the iceberg. It hasn't even reached its full potential yet. Confirming that everything was in order, Yi prepared to get some rest. Tomorrow, he would be joining his mentor to rescue the mother of Pishio, who might be in danger. He had to rest up and be fully prepared to give it his all. Arriving at the teleportation array, Yi was just about to return to Kanglan Town when he narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want with me, sir?" Vaguely, he sensed a pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. Impressive. From a dim street corner, a portly middle-aged man stepped forward and praised, "Such keen insight is truly admirable." He had done his best to conceal his aura, but he still couldn't escape the other's gaze. "Don't flatter me," Yi said bluntly. "What's this about?" As he spoke, he cast a scouting spell at the man. Fresh out of the gate through thick and thin novice knight. Level 20. Through thick and thin. Seeing the other S in game name, Yi's eyes flickered slightly. In fact, after entering the game, the various factions from the real world hadn't completely disappeared. They simply existed in a different form. And the faction behind Through Thick and Thin was incredibly powerful. As the saying goes, one person can go faster, but a group can go farther. Through Thick and Thin spoke eloquently. "You're always going it alone, young man? Haven't you ever thought about joining a group?" Yi replied bluntly, "I've thought about it before, but I'm not interested now." "Why?" Through Thick and Thin looked puzzled. It had only been 3 or 4 days since they entered this alternate world. How could there be a before and an after? When numbers grow, parasites emerge. There's a good chance some player who knows nothing about leadership will try to tell top-tier players how to take down a boss. I'm afraid that instead of speeding things up, it'll just add to the burden. Yi said solemnly. "I can tell you this very clearly, I will never join any organization." Once he joined a team, disagreements with others would be inevitable. He'd be restricted in his actions and might even have to follow someone else's orders. That was not the outcome he wanted. "You want to go it alone?" Feng Yutanzhou's expression grew serious as he tried to reason with him. "Haven't you ever thought that when you face difficulties in the future, the only way to overcome them is by joining forces?" "Maybe. But let us worry about that later." As he activated the teleportation array, Yi replied, "They say a person travels faster alone, but a group goes farther." "But you can't apply that rule to everything. Can't a person travel both fast and far on their own? All things are suffering, only self-salvation matters." Compared to drifting with the current in his past life, this time he would take a different path. Through Thick and Thin remained silent. If anyone else had spoken to him like this, he would have scoffed. But the young man before him had, in just a few short days, outshone everyone else with his dazzling brilliance. Paying no further heed to Feng Yutangzhou, once the teleportation array activated, Yi returned to Kanglan Town, entered the room he rented, ate some bread to satisfy his hunger as usual, then washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, early morning. Blinding sunlight streamed through the windows and doors onto the floor, and the chirping of birds filled the air as they began their daily commotion. Waking up slowly, Yi freshened up briefly and headed to the room where he usually gathered with others. Cheep, cheep. Early in the morning, the little Pishio was exceptionally excited, bouncing around energetically by Yi's side. It was happier than anyone else that its mother could be saved. Click. As he opened the door, a silver-haired girl, as ethereal as a fairy descending to earth, was already waiting there. "Did you rest well?" Li Shue asked with a gentle smile. "Pretty good." Yi looked around and asked, "Where's Aunt Xiaoyan?" His intuition told him that this ultra-rare hidden quest would be exceptionally difficult. He had to bring every powerful ally he could to avoid any mishaps. "Behind you." Turning around, Yi saw Wang with something resembling a cigar clenched between his teeth, puffing away like a tough guy. "Let us get this over with quickly." Wang waved his hand impatiently. "I played a few rounds of mahjong last night and lost big time."
I've got to win it all back today. Then let us get going. Li Shuai's silver eyes turned to the Pishio. Where is your mother? Cheap, cheap. The Pishio immediately responded. Ding. System notification, auspicious beast Pishio, indicates that his mother is being held captive in Shadowless City. Shadowless City? Upon hearing the answer, Li Shui nodded slightly. Let us go. My current strength isn't enough to reach a Tier 2 city. What should we do? Yi voiced his concern. To venture into a Tier 2 city, you need to be at least level 50. No problem. Li Shui smiled. I hold some standing in the light faction. I'll grant you permission to go. Ding. System notification, you have obtained temporary permission to travel to the Tier 2 city, Shadowless City, valid until the completion of the quest, the Pishio's concerns. Thank you, mentor. Yi breathed a silent sigh of relief. If he hadn't been able to go, he would have felt uneasy. It wasn't that Li Shui and Wang were unreliable, but since he was the one who accepted the quest, the system seeing him idle might not let it slide, especially since he'd be freeloading a rare divine pet. A moment later, the three of them stepped onto the teleportation array and headed for their destination. Ding! System notification, you have entered the map, Shadowless City, Tier 2 City. Whoosh! As the white light faded, Shadowless City appeared before Yi's eyes, grand and majestic, with pavilions and towers arranged in a harmonious pattern, their eaves curving upward. In the faint light of dawn, the diverse architecture looked truly breathtaking. Since he is being held captive in Shadowless City, it's highly likely he is inside the city lord's mansion, Li Shui said softly. Little Pishio, do you know where it is? Hearing this, Pishio obediently nodded and hurried ahead to lead the way. Seeing this, the group followed, and just as Li Shui had surmised, they eventually arrived outside the city lord's mansion. Soldiers stepped forward to block their path, barking, "Hey, who are you? No unauthorized persons are allowed inside." "How dare you?" Li Shui said coldly, "Step aside." Li Shui, this. The soldiers were taken aback. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. They won't even obey your orders. There must be something fishy going on here. Wang stubbed out his cigar and said solemnly, "I'm afraid this isn't just about the city lord of Shadowless City." She had a vague sense that something was amiss. Within the light faction, Li Shui's status was nearly equivalent to that of a lord of a Tier 1 main city. The fact that these soldiers, fully aware of Li Shui's status, refused to grant her passage spoke volumes about how deep the waters ran behind this incident. To have trapped the ancient beast Pishio in such a predicament, how could the force behind this be nothing more than the Lord of Shadowless City? Li Shui didn't seem surprised at all. With a wave of her hand, a blast of cold air swept out, freezing a layer of ice crystals around the feet of all the soldiers, rendering them immobile. The lead taxi soldier cried out urgently, "Li Shui, don't bring this upon yourself. I'm eager to see who dares to challenge an auspicious beast." Li Shui paid him no heed, giving the Pishio a reassuring look, "Ignore him. Let us go." The anxious Pishio nodded its little head and continued leading the way. Along the way, Yi remained silent, his mind racing to find a solution. If even Li Shui found this powerful figure difficult to handle, how could he possibly break the deadlock? This situation was unlikely to end well. As they made their way through the city lord's mansion, Li Shui effortlessly immobilized every soldier they encountered. Led by the Pishio, they discovered a secret passage in a corner of the mansion. Let me see just which influential figure is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Li Shui raised her silver sword and swung it down. Its icy gleam was spine-chilling. The massive boulder blocking the entrance to the secret passage instantly crumbled to dust, virtually vanishing into thin air. At that moment, the passage lay open and unobstructed. Gurgle, gurgle. In that instant, the silent Yi felt his heart race. The blood coursing through his veins quickened, and his eyes beneath the heretic mask glowed with a faint, eerie blue light. This sudden surge of agitation sent ripples through Yi's heart, as if a large stone had been thrown into a still lake. A sense of kinship. This is... Ding! System notification, you have detected the exclusive equipment of the Wind Heretic. Whoa!
Unable to help herself, Yi sucked in a sharp breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Is this really the time to tell me I've stumbled upon exclusive equipment? Things are getting more and more complicated.
Who could have predicted that the current mission would not only involve the Pi-Sho's mother but also be closely tied to Wine Heretic's exclusive equipment? Entering the secret passage, the three hurried along, while the Pi-Sho's pace grew ever faster. After traversing a passage hundreds of meters long, they delved deep underground and arrived at a secret chamber.
Ding!
System notice, you have entered the map, smelting chamber.
Whoosh! Upon entering the chamber, Yi's gaze quickly swept the surroundings.
He saw a Pi-Sho several times larger than a tiger lying in a corner, barely clinging to life and looking utterly dejected.
All four of its hooves were bound with special chains, and its abdomen bore severe wounds, covered in bloodstains. Auspicious beast Pi-Sho, God tier boss. Level? HP? Attack? Defense? Skills?
Description: a female Pi-Sho who recently gave birth. Nearly all her vital essence has been drained, leaving very little remaining. In addition to the Pi-Sho, Yi also spotted a sword forging pool in the center of the secret chamber. Suspended above the pool were two razor-sharp swords, one black, one white, with vastly different appearances. They radiated sacred and demonic auras respectively, brimming with spiritual energy. Without a doubt, these were two peerless divine weapons.
Demonic sword God tier. Holy sword God tier. He could sense that the demonic sword was his exclusive weapon. However, he couldn't get close to it.
The sword intent swirling above the sword forging pool was terrifying beyond measure. It could tear him to pieces in an instant.
Clang!
Without the slightest hesitation, Li Shue suddenly swung her sword at the chains binding the Pi-Sho. A crisp clang rang out, but the blow left only a faint mark. It failed to break the chains. She paid no mind. Her silver sword radiated a chilling aura as she clearly prepared to unleash an even more powerful technique.
Stop!
Suddenly, a deep, muffled voice rang out from outside the secret passage. The person hadn't arrived yet, but their aura of authority surged in like a tidal wave.
In the sweltering secret chamber.
Cheap, cheap. Cheap, cheap. The little Pi-Sho called out anxiously beside its mother, completely at a loss. Faced with the sudden angry shout, everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man dressed in imperial robes hurrying over. Though his back was hunched and his appearance gaunt, his aura was powerful, and he was followed by the Lord of Shadowless City and numerous other powerful figures. Yi narrowed his eyes, his expression impassive.
The imperial robes revealed the old man's identity.
Needless to say, these were not the kind of figures one was supposed to encounter this early on.
Bernie God tier boss. Alvis God tier boss.
Lord Barton of Shadowless City Sky tier boss. They made no attempt to conceal their identities, so Yi was able to easily ascertain their names and ranks. A mere B rank quest has drawn out quite a few powerful figures. Li Shue, don't be so presumptuous, the elderly man named Bernie rebuked. This emperor is in the midst of forging a weapon. Such behavior is simply too cruel. Li Shue retorted sharply, showing no regard for his authority. The Pi-Sho is a beast of auspicious omens.
Don't you fear divine retribution for treating it this way?
She showed no respect whatsoever for the emperor who had suddenly appeared. In terms of strength, even if her opponents were two god-tier powerhouses, she would not flinch in the slightest.
This emperor does not believe in that sort of vague, ethereal nonsense.
Bernie suppressed his anger, his icy gaze sweeping over Li Shue, Wang, and Yi before finally settling on the weeping young Pi-Sho.
A flash of sharp intensity gleamed in his eyes.
Li Shue, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position. Take your people and leave this place at once. Leave the young Pi-Sho behind as a lesson. As an ancient mythical beast, its flesh and blood possessed countless miraculous properties, and it was a combat force not to be overlooked. Once the Pi-Sho's mother had drawn upon her essence and blood to nourish the divine weapon, her death was inevitable, which meant the young Pi-Sho could be claimed for his own use, filling the void.
The mother Pi-Sho, having just regained consciousness, overheard their conversation and instantly let out a deafening roar.
Her entire body burst into intense golden light, radiating a murderous aura. Though weakened, she was by no means incapable of fighting. Back then, the very reason she had agreed to the terms was to protect her child from harm. If the enemy dared to lay a hand on her child, why should she continue to swallow her pride? A surging wave of energy erupted, causing the two divine weapons to tremble violently. Your Majesty, refining the weapons is the top priority. Alvis, a middle-aged man standing over 2 meters tall with a burly build, stood beside him and immediately whispered a warning in the face of the PCOS hostility. Bernie's expression wavered, then he pointed toward the exit of the secret passage. Take the young PCO and get the hell out of here. Just as his subordinate had said, the priority now was to use the PCOS essence blood to fuse the two divine weapons into one. The matter of the young PCO could be set aside for the time being. Clang! Li Xue raised her sword in response, a chill swirling around her. What if I'm determined to protect the mother and daughter today? You! Hearing this, Bernie's face contorted with savage murderous intent. His hunched frame gradually straightened as he threatened, if you dare lay a hand on me, the dragons of the dragon realm will have no choice but to starve to death. The dragon clan and humanity are partners in mutual cooperation and equality. The price of driving the dragon realm into a corner is one you'll never be able to afford. Li Xue's fair, delicate face was frozen with icy resolve. Using resources as leverage? On this point, she absolutely could not back down. One step back leads to many more. If they back down now, won't the dragon realm forever become lambs led to the slaughter, at the mercy of the powerful and privileged? Li Xue, don't waste your breath on him. Wang drew his flame-spewing greatsword and said bluntly, who is right and who is wrong? Let us settle it with a fight. Clearly, neither side was willing to back down. The atmosphere was as taut as a stretched string. Battle was about to erupt. Stop! Just as they were about to strike, Yi stepped forward, positioning himself between the two factions, and shouted, enough! Silent Leaf, I didn't turn against the light faction just for your sake. Li Xue said solemnly. If he dares to use Paisho-bred weapons today, the dragon will meet its end tomorrow. From the moment he used resources to threaten her, she had absolutely no way out. Leave it to your disciple to handle. Yi said gravely. He knew all too well how this battle between the two sides would end. Would Li Xue lose? No. Even facing two opponents alone, she was more than capable of holding her own, moving freely in and out of the fray. Would the Emperor lose? No, he wouldn't either. Not only was he powerful in his own right, but he also had allies by his side, including the countless soldiers surely lying in ambush outside, ready to follow his orders. No matter how he looked at it, it was hard to imagine him losing. So who, in the end, would lose? Only him. He was doomed. Even the slightest aftershock would be more than he could handle. On top of that, the little Pichot certainly wouldn't survive either. The mission would inevitably end in failure. So, this mission is truly something else. All right. After weighing her options for a moment, Li Xue sheathed her weapon. You're the one who accepted this mission, so I'll let you make the decision. I did speak too harshly just now, Li Xue. Don't take it to heart. Bernie also spoke up to ease the tense atmosphere. Ruining relations with the Dragon Realm would do the Light faction absolutely no good at this point. As all eyes turned to Yi, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mentor, there is no need for you to intervene. Pichot, I'll rescue you myself. Humph. Bernie was nearly laughing out of sheer exasperation as he snorted coldly, Li Xue, you've taken on a fool for a disciple. He is going to save Pichot? What does he think he is? Just a gold tier and a pushover. Bernie, shut your mouth. Li Xue gave him a completely cold shoulder, then turned to stare at Yi with a serious expression. Silent Leaf, I need to confirm this with you once more. Are you really going to do this on your own? That's right. Yi spoke without a trace of jest, ignoring the Emperor's disdain, and turned to look at the little Pichot. Little Pichot, come back. Cheap, cheap. Tears welled up in the little Pichot's eyes as it shook its head. Oh, whoa. The Pichot mother scolded it immediately. A streak of golden light shot from her palm, enveloping the little Pichot and sending it back into its temporary pet space.
It understood perfectly well what the situation was. Outnumbered as they were, there was no chance of victory. Bernie, is it? Farewell.
Yi strode out of the lava chamber, passing by the group of powerful figures.
At least for now, he couldn't save the PSOS mother. Wait!
Suddenly, Bernie called out to stop him, pointing at the peerless divine weapon floating above the sword forging pool. "That demonic sword is your exclusive weapon, isn't it?"
So what if it is?
Yi frowned, unsure of Bernie's intentions. Bernie raised his hand and swept away the sword intent swirling above the sword forging pool, laughing coldly. "This emperor wants to know if you're worthy enough now for it to acknowledge you as its master."
"Go ahead and try if you can take it, I won't stop you." "Your Majesty."
The subordinates standing nearby were visibly shaken, but Bernie's warning glance silenced them. They dared not say another word. Yi remained expressionless as he approached the sword forging pool. The scorching molten iron could not melt the coldness in his gaze. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he stared at the sword, black as ink, its sharp intent palpable. "Do you acknowledge me?" It wasn't idle chatter, nor did he reach out to touch it. He addressed the demonic sword directly.
The demonic sword showed no reaction whatsoever. A divine weapon cannot possibly lack a spirit. Yi chuckled lightly. "Why are you playing dead?"
With the experience from his previous life, he couldn't claim to have a thorough understanding of god-tier weapons, but at least he wasn't completely in the dark.
Whoosh! A shadowy figure of a man in black materialized, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze filled with contempt. "Abyssal demon, you are too weak, and I shall seek even greater power." Due to its extraordinary origins, it had automatically bonded with the king of the abyssal demons and harbored not the slightest reverence for Silent Leaf himself. By merging with the Holy Sword, it would break through to a realm beyond the god tier. This was a tremendous opportunity. How could he let it slip away? "Are you giving up your master's exclusive divine weapon?" As if he already knew the answer, Yi nodded nonchalantly, turned, and walked away, offering only a 4-word assessment: "What use are you to me?" Outside the secret passage, security was tight. Thousands of soldiers were assembled there, lined up in neat formation, awaiting orders. Given the gravity of the situation, Bernie, as the native ruler of the Eastern District, would naturally not go to block the way with just a handful of men. It was entirely foreseeable that heavy forces would be stationed outside. Stepping out of the secret passage, a gentle breeze brushed past him, easing Yi's sense of heat and restlessness. He greedily took several deep breaths of fresh air, then cut through the ranks and set off from the shadowless city lord's mansion, remaining silent the entire time. Not a single soldier here was a match for him. Outside the city lord's mansion, the streets remained as bustling as ever. "Silent Leaf, how do you plan to rescue the PSO on your own?" Li Shue furrowed her brow, deeply concerned. "You acted a bit impulsively just now. Whether it was impulsive or not is something we'll discuss after the mission fails. At the very least, there was absolutely no way to rescue him just now," Yi admitted frankly. Wang agreed, "That's certainly true. Let us get our thoughts in order first." Yi changed the subject and asked, "Does Bernie want to use the PSO's essence blood to fuse 2 god-tier weapons?" "Yes." Li Shue's silver eyes flashed with anger as she spoke bluntly. "The PSO is a divine beast of the light faction, a rare and invaluable combat asset. Today, he has resorted to any means necessary to drive the PSO into a corner. Tomorrow, it might be a dragon. Is the PSO's essence blood absolutely necessary to fuse the demonic sword and the holy sword?" Yi probed further. "I'd say it's simply the most suitable option. First, the PSO has a ferocious temperament. Second, as a beast of auspicious omens, it embodies both good and evil, creating a kind of balance," Li Shue explained. "This is just my conjecture. As for the true reason, I'm afraid only the Emperor himself knows for certain." Wang picked up the thread and continued, "Of course, it's not that there are no other ways to fuse the 2 divine weapons, it's just that he is in a rush." Li Shue fell silent. Why did the Emperor insist on forging a weapon above the god tier in such a short time? Because time was not on their side. With the demon goddess awakening and the realm plunged into chaos, the boost provided by a weapon surpassing the god tier was self-evident. "All right, I think I get it." Yi immediately sorted out his thoughts. "So, if I disrupt the forging process, Does that mean I might end up breaking ties with the light faction? Offending the Emperor to the point of no return would inevitably lead to severe consequences. Just as expected. Acquiring an ancient beast as a pet wasn't going to be that easy. It's not just that.
Li Shue added, the chains binding the Pixiu are extremely difficult to break, and escaping with a weakened Pixiu is next to impossible.
To truly save it, the only way is.
She stopped there, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Yi understood perfectly, the only way is to disrupt the forging process. Ding.
System notice, the difficulty of the ultra-rare hidden quest you've accepted, the Pixiu's Heartache, has been upgraded to SS rank.
The Pixiu's Heartache, SS rank. Description: rescuing the Pixiu is no easy feat. Quest objective: interrupt the forging process.
Quest reward: auspicious beast Pixiu.
Quest penalty: none. Yi wasn't the least bit surprised. A quest to obtain a divine pet, it would be strange if it were only B rank. How can I disrupt the forging process?
Yi cut straight to the chase, pressing the mentor for answers.
Li Shue's pretty face betrayed a hint of hesitation, simply knocking it away. You must shatter it.
She struggled to utter those last two words.
Shatter 2 divine weapons. That would likely cause the Emperor to fly into a rage and fight Silent Leaf to the death. How do I shatter them? Yi asked nonchalantly.
A divine weapon that has abandoned its master, it doesn't matter whether it exists or not. Besides, once the fusion is complete, it will likely have no connection to him whatsoever.
In that case, it's better to shatter them. Better to shatter them than let them cause trouble.
Just as they're about to fuse, use an external force to forcibly separate them.
Wang's expression grew increasingly grave. Am I right? This was no joke.
If Silent Leaf completed this mission, the price would be too high to bear.
Li Shue nodded with difficulty. You already know the details.
You need to think this through carefully.
A single hair pulled affects the whole body. This isn't something Silent Leaf should be facing right now.
I've thought it through clearly, he said with a calm smile. Let my future self worry about the future. As for today, I'm determined to settle this once and for all.
At this point, how could he give up?
If the mission succeeds, he'll at least have the divine pet. If it fails, not only will the Pixiu leave him, but even his exclusive weapon will fall into someone else's hands.
Is that what you intend to do? Li Shue asked. Well. Yi's expression grew serious.
He stopped in his tracks, turned to face Li Shue and Wang with solemn gravity, and clasped his fists, saying, Mentor, and Cheyenne, I hope you'll grant me one request.
Don't worry, we'll lend you a helping hand. Li Shue patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. No. Yi shook his head. That's not what I meant. Involve his mentor? That's out of the question.
Even if he completed the mission, he'd lose all his options. Li Shue and Wan were both baffled.
Then what do you mean?
I hope you'll turn a blind eye to what I'm about to do. The two exchanged glances, both utterly bewildered.
Turn a blind eye? What was he planning to do? Ding.
System notification, you have entered the map, Kanglin Town, Level 3 Town. Back in a familiar setting, Yi made a special trip to a nearby tavern to buy a few jars of fine wine.
Cheap, cheap.
The Pixiu emerged from the pet space and perched on Yi's shoulder, its eyes filled with sorrow as if asking what to do.
Don't worry, I won't give up.
Yi reached out to pat its little head, a warm smile on his face.
I'm definitely going to save your mother. Staring blankly at Yi's profile, the Pixiu seemed a bit dazed.
It said nothing more and obediently returned to the pet space.
After reassuring the Pixiu, Yi walked to the teleportation array and left Kanglin Town once again. Ding.
System notice, you have entered the map, Land of God Slayers. Maybe this is fate, he said with a self-deprecating smile. He pushed his way through the crowd of players still tackling the weekly raid and ventured deeper into the Valley of Sealed Demons.
Big shot Luoye, you can't go that way.
There's an incredibly terrifying aura inside, it can crush a person.
Holy crap,
why is he okay? At first, those players tried to warn him, but as they watched Yi venture deeper into the valley, they were left speechless. Does he have some kind of special privilege? Rustle, rustle. On the barren sandy ground, Yi took one step at a time, heading straight into the canyon where elemental energies swirled chaotically. In fact, it wasn't that he was immune to the oppressive force, nor that he had the right to come and go freely in the valley of sealed demons. It was simply that the demon god sealed within him had chosen to interfere. In no time, he reached the deepest part. Within the dazzling magical array, the figure within the red gem remained unchanged. Abyss. Demon. Anita's roar echoed through the valley, sending shivers down everyone's spines. He harbored boundless hatred for the abyssal demon. Boom. For a moment, the entire canyon trembled slightly. Is it really that funny to talk like that? Yi was at a loss for words, grinning wryly as he strided nonchalantly over to the red gem and mimicked her. I'm right here. Anita. Damn it. You really aren't afraid of dying, are you? I bought a few jars of fine wine. He took out the wine he bought with 15 copper coins from his bag and took a couple of sips himself. It was sour and didn't taste good. Suppressing the rage that threatened to erupt from within, Anita asked in a low voice, "What the hell do you mean by that? Let us get drunk and forget our grudges," he said to himself, holding out the wine jar. "Here, I'll toast you." With that, he poured the wine onto the ground. Anita? Splash. The wine poured out. Since she couldn't drink it anyway, Yi could only toast her this way. You. Anita was seething with rage. Did you do that on purpose? Was this way of toasting meant to honor him or curse him? I've made the toast, so I'll consider our grudge settled, Yi chuckled. No problem, right? No problem. As a demon god, Anita was quite magnanimous. She voiced her inner doubts on the spot. Is that even human speech? Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Yi looked completely innocent. Ha! Anita couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle and said, "All right, let us sort this out, shall we?" You sort it out. First, you set me up. Luckily, Faye saved me, otherwise, I'd be dead. Is that right? Yes. Then, you came here specifically to challenge the special illusion left behind by the god-slaying power, and after successfully passing through it, you claim to be Silent Leaf, not an abyss demon. Can I take that as a provocation? Sure. Yi replied matter-of-factly. Why not? You. Anita felt there was a communication barrier between her and Silent Leaf. If she hadn't been sealed inside the red gem, she would have split open the top of his skull to take a good look at his brain structure. How bizarre. Is there something wrong with me, or is there something wrong with you? Everything you said so far matches the facts, but you left out the ending. Yi added. Oh? Anita was both surprised and skeptical. Go on, tell me. In the end, Silent Leaf brought fine wine to apologize, and the two buried the hatchet and made up. Yi said nonchalantly. Put. Anita almost laughed out of sheer exasperation. Did you come all this way just to spout this nonsense? Then let us cut the crap. Yi tapped the red crystal with his finger, revealing his true intention. Tell me, what do I have to do to let you out? Anita. Silence. In an instant, the room fell silent. What do you mean? Anita's voice was heavy with tension. Didn't he want to come up with a different plan? Was he just going to use the same tactics to kill him? I can let you out, but you have to follow my orders for 3 days. Yi laid it all out on the table. Anita caught on immediately. In trouble? For 3 days, if I tell you to go east, you go east. If I tell you to go west, you go west. Yi spoke as if to himself. So if you tell me to eat shit, do I have to? If you want to, sure. Yi shrugged indifferently. That's your personal preference. I won't stop you. You know exactly what I mean. Don't play dumb. Anita wanted nothing more than to slap this adventurer, who stood less than a meter away from her, into oblivion. Of course I won't make you do anything that's certain to get you killed, he said solemnly. But you've guessed I'm in trouble. There's no way to get through this without taking some risks.
Then why should I take the risk? Anita scoffed. When the time is right, I'll regain my freedom. 2 reasons. He held up 2 index fingers. First, the light faction is forging a weapon above the god tier.
Thwarting its creation would be a boon to your dark faction.
Forging a weapon above the god tier? Anita asked skeptically, you can't stand to see the light faction succeed?
You don't need to know that, he brushed it off nonchalantly. Second, after what happened last time, Li Shue has surely reinforced the seal.
Don't you find it shameful to rely on other demon gods to rescue you? Well. Anita hesitated.
If she had to rely on other demon gods for rescue, she would indeed be subject to scorn and ridicule.
Anita, you don't want your brothers to find out you were almost betrayed and killed, do you?
Yi coaxed her gently.
There are too many red flags. Anita said coldly.
Whether you're an abyssal demon or a human, I have only one opinion of you: you're not trustworthy. No matter how convincingly Silent Leaf spoke, he felt that believing the other's nonsense was no different from believing the claim, I'm just rubbing up against it, I'm not actually going in.
I can guarantee I won't betray you, he said calmly.
You're welcome to give me a quest related to keeping my word. The penalty for failure is up to you.
The more sense you make, the less I dare to believe you, Anita said decisively.
Yi furrowed his brow slightly, finding the situation a bit tricky.
Damn it, how was he supposed to convince this not exactly dumb moron?
However, just as their conversation was stalling, a seductive yet melodious female voice rang out.
Trust him, Anita.
The voice was sweet and clear, echoing through the valley of seal demons.
Oh?
Yi narrowed his eyes, a subtle smile curving his lips.
What a surprise. It seemed he'd gained another ally to exploit.
Since Faye says so, I'll trust you this once. Anita decided to change her mind. He owed his life to him, so of course she'd trust him unconditionally.
Let us work together. Yi nodded. How do I get you out of here? 10,000 corpses. Is there any other way?
The blood of a powerful being.
Anita's tone was calm.
At the very least, it must be the blood of an immortal-level powerhouse, otherwise, I'll drain it all in one gulp.
That's no big deal.
Having received the answer, he felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. What he feared most was having to kill 10,000 people. Now that the event was being held again, the number of players would far exceed the last time, making it extremely difficult to escape.
Moreover, since Li Shui's authority was inferior to the Emperor's, he feared the Emperor might interfere and deliberately target him. Can you convince your mentor to provide me with blood? Anita asked curiously.
Yi shook his head. I won't do that.
Then how are you going to help me break free? Anita was completely baffled. There were only 2 ways to break free. If he wouldn't let Li Shui provide blood to help him gain the power to break the seal, could it be one? There's no time to waste.
Hurry up and do it, Yi urged.
Anita? What did he mean, hurry up and do it? Could there be something else around here?
Suddenly recalling a certain mission hidden in the shadows, Anita fell silent. Through the red gem, he stared intently at Yi, who was waiting anxiously, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
An abyss demon. This must be an abyss demon. He is just wearing a human skin. What are you waiting for, Faye? Hurry up and help him. Yi was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan as he pleaded. Didn't you help him escape death last time? You might as well see it through and send the demon on its way. There is absolutely no need to drag the mentor into this.
Right here, a ready-made god-tier powerhouse is offering his blood.
Faye.
A chilling breeze swept by.
Inside the valley of sealed demons, silence fell once more.
Who would have thought that a human could command a demon god so effectively?
Humans can't, or at least, they shouldn't. Human, don't push your luck. After a long pause, Faye's voice rang out again.
Compared to her previous ethereal, otherworldly tone, this time there was a hint of gritted teeth determination. Just to get the single-minded Anita to change her mind, she'd been forced to reveal her true self only to end up getting herself dragged into this mess. Anita chimed in, "I'm willing to help you, that's already putting the past behind us."
Don't ask for too much. Putting the past behind us? Ye couldn't help but sneer. So you're saying you won't go after me anymore? Exactly.
Due to the current circumstances, he had no choice but to rely on the demon goddess power to complete the mission. But at the end of the day, this was like dancing with a wolf in the dead of night. One false move, and he could easily become a lamb led to the slaughter, devoured until not even a bone remained.
Securing the necessary benefits was the only way to avoid being secretly taken advantage of. Anita was speechless. Stop targeting Silent Leaf? Absolutely impossible.
If he weren't trapped inside the red gem, he'd love nothing more than to cut him into 1,000 pieces. "Faye, please give this careful consideration," he said sincerely.
"I'm just a mere human, an ordinary mortal. I can't influence your decisions.
Whether to save me or not, whether to destroy those two peerless divine weapons, it all rests on your decision."
"Humph."
Faye, hidden in the shadows, snorted coldly,
"What a mere human! What a commoner!" Whoosh!
A flash of eerie red streaked past, and a vial filled with red liquid appeared before him. Ye's eyes were sharp and his hands quick. He snatched it up.
Witch's blood.
Description: a vial containing Faye's blood.
Ding!
System notification: please note, your exclusive item Heretic Orb has detected a rare bloodline nearby. Hearing the system notification chime ring in his ear, he found it somewhat amusing. It seemed that the blood of these demon gods was actually beneficial to him. Of course, he couldn't act recklessly this time.
"Anita, it's not that I don't want to release you early.
The one walking among mortals right now is just my puppet. My true form is still in slumber.
Without my essence blood, this body will soon be rendered useless," Faye added. Anita didn't take offense. "I understand. We'll catch up later. Give me a mission first," he said. Anita looked puzzled. "What kind of mission?"
"I'll break the seal, and you'll obey my every command unconditionally, protecting me at all costs until the divine weapon is shattered and I'm safely transported to a secure area." Yi remained calm and composed as he negotiated.
"Are you afraid I'll go back on my word?" Anita said confidently. "I'm the demon god. Shattering the divine weapon is a boon for the dark faction. Why would I deceive a mere ant like you? The more sense you make, the less I trust you," he said decisively. Anita was at a loss for words. Ding!
System notification: congratulations on successfully unlocking the hidden quest, Rescue the Demon God, difficulty S.
Rescue the demon god, difficulty S.
Description: you know in your heart whether this is a hidden quest or not. Quest objective: break the seal restricting Anita's movements. Quest reward: Anita will unconditionally obey your commands until the divine weapon is shattered. Glancing at the quest details, Yi frowned, "until you help me reach a safe zone." If it were just about shattering the divine weapon, Anita would likely turn against him the very next second.
"As you wish," Anita said dejectedly. "This guy is incredibly cunning." Ding!
System notification: the details of the quest you accepted, Rescue the Demon God, have changed. After confirming there were no loopholes, Yi splashed his blood onto the red gem, trapping Anita, and chanted, "Break the seal, my servant." As the witch's blood landed on the gem, it was immediately absorbed and devoured by Anita within, allowing her to gather enough power to break the seal.
Whoosh!
Instantly, the red gem radiated a dazzling glow, and invisible energy ripples surged out like waves.
Crack, crack, crack.
As cracks began to appear, he decisively moved away, retreating to the edge of the demon's ceiling valley passageway, where he watched quietly, just as he had done last time. In the end, he had successfully persuaded his mentor to turn a blind eye. Since the previous plan had ended in failure, it was only a matter of time before the demon god broke the seal. It was unstoppable. Therefore, after a moment's thought, his mentor agreed.
Boom! A surging shockwave tore through the air, shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. When the red gem reached its breaking point and exploded completely,
Anita returned once more. Her towering figure slowly straightened, her red hair flowing in the wind, her eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration.
I'm finally out again. Congratulations!
Yi stepped forward and saluted with clasped fists. Looking at Silent Leaf, who stood just a few inches away, Anita took a deep breath, exhaled, and asked, "When are we going to shatter that so-called divine weapon?"
It'll take a while.
At the very least, you need to recover your strength.
Oh? Anita sensed something was off. Are the enemies powerful?
At least 2 god-tier experts, possibly more.
On top of that, they have a massive force.
Yi told her the truth. After she had trespassed into the smelting chamber last time, it would be strange if the Emperor hadn't beefed up security. And the number of god-tier experts in the Eastern District at his disposal was surely more than just 2.
Hearing the answer, Anita's expression froze for a moment, then she quickly pressed further. What about our combat strength?
You.
Yi pointed at her.
And who else?
Me.
Yi pointed at himself again.
What about Li Shue? I can't let her down.
Yi shook his head.
Anita.
Seriously. He felt like ever since he met that adventurer, Silent Leaf, he used up all the speechlessness he accumulated in his entire life. Just the 2 of us, and we're supposed to shatter a bunch of divine weapons forged by god-tier powerhouses?
Anita's eye twitched, and she suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why don't you just seal me back away? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
He reached out and patted her on the shoulder, reassuring her, for the next few days, just stay by my side and recover your strength.
I hope you really do know what you're doing. Anita had no choice but to go along with it.
Here's a quest for you first.
Ding. System notification. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the hidden quest. Loyalty, difficulty, C. Do you accept?
Yes.
Yi accepted. Loyalty, difficulty, C. Description. In this line of work, loyalty is the most important thing.
Quest requirements. Do not intentionally set up ambushes for Anita or send him on missions where he is certain to die.
Quest reward, none. Quest penalty, eradication. Now, can you rest easy? Yi asked. Anita changed the subject. Shouldn't we make some preparations next?
Since Faye had sacrificed her puppet to help him break the seal, breaking the divine weapon must be of great importance. He wasn't the reckless, brainless type, so for now, he follows Silent Leaf's commands.
We need to make 2 preparations, Yi said solemnly. Anita perked up. Hurry up and tell me.
First, there are still 2 days until the forging is complete.
During that time, I need to level up, Yi said. I can't let my level fall behind. What else? And
Yi held out his hand toward Anita, shamelessly asking, "Give me some of your blood."
After a moment's pause, Anita glared at him. You're addicted to drinking it, aren't you? No matter what, you're just a half-breed between an abyssal demon and a human. Where did this blood-drinking habit come from?
Anita found it all particularly strange.
Donating blood requires moderation. He just donated 300 the day before yesterday. You think I'm the one who needs your blood?
Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle.
It's not me. Then who is it, exactly? It's a friend of mine. Oh? Although she didn't quite understand, Anita felt that granting his request would do her more harm than good. By friend, do you mean yourself? If you don't believe me, that is fine. Do you really think drinking your blood would bring me some huge benefit?
Yi found it utterly ridiculous. It's all just to disrupt the forging process.
What do you think would happen if demon goddess blood were sprinkled into a weapon just as it's about to be fully forged? I see.
Anita pondered for a moment and realized there seemed to be no logical flaw in his reasoning.
Then let us do it in a few days.
I need to rest and recover for a while to get rid of this weakness. With that, she took out some medicine and popped it into her mouth to replenish her energy. In truth, it wasn't that her doubts had vanished, rather, what was about to happen was of the utmost importance. Faye was lending her a hand specifically to sabotage the light faction as forging of a weapon above the god tier. Since their interests aligned, it made perfect sense for them to cooperate for the time being. Before you sabotage the weapon, remember to give me the blood, Yi urged. Sure. Anita nodded in agreement, then clasped her fists toward the void and said, Faye, thank you. It's all to prevent the creation of a transcendent tier weapon. Faye replied solemnly. As he led the demon god out of the valley of sealed demons, a faint smile played on Yi's lips. By having the heretic orb absorb Anita's blood once more, the power to slay gods would surely rise even higher. With that in mind, he turned to look at Anita, as if she were a massive, walking treasure trove. Before embarking on the mission, she surely still had some other uses. Why are you staring at me? Anita asked, her tone displeased. That look of yours makes me very uncomfortable. Nothing. Yi quickly shook his head and changed the subject. Do you know the Turing test? What's that? I don't think you'd pass it. No test can stand in the way of my god-slaying power. Anita snorted coldly. You and who do you think you're looking down on? Casting a meaningful glance at Anita, Yi led the way ahead. As they left the Valley of Sealed Demons, a crowd of players immediately swarmed around them. This is unbelievable. No one else could venture deep inside. Silent Leaf was the only exception. Big shot, there's a question I've been dying to ask you, pleaded the player who reached Yi first. Please answer me. Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. What's the question? Do you actually have a developer account? If so, what's the activation code? That's easy. Who was Yi, after all? He immediately and openly gave the player the developer account's activation code, KFCVME50RMB. The player. I want one too. I want to get in too. Players who hadn't caught the implication eagerly clamored for it. Does UEPO 666? With a few casual remarks, the developer ascertained Yi successfully fobbed off the surrounding players and strode away, completely oblivious to Demon God's presence trailing behind them. There was no need to stealth for a god-tier powerhouse. Remaining unseen by current tier players was a breeze. Where are we going now? Anita asked. Leveling up. Yi returned to Kanglin Town, took a few bites of bread while opening the map, and then led Anita to a nearby leveling spot. He couldn't let his level fall behind. Otherwise, once the difficulty spiked in the future, it would be nearly impossible to level up and hunt monsters in peace. Activating Wind Shadow Follow, Yi entered stealth mode and, like a streak of light, swiftly crossed mountains and valleys. The time needed to reach their destination was drastically reduced. This was one of the advantages of speed. Easily keeping up with Yi, Anita whistled in amazement. Aaron has a rival now. Yi didn't ask any further questions about this. With his experience from his previous life, he naturally understood who the Aaron Anita was referring to. The fourth demon god, the Windmaster Aaron. Ding. System notice, you have entered the map, Nanfu Mountains. Arriving at the monster respawn zone marked on the map for levels 40-50, Yi stood at the foot of the mountain. In the distance, on the lush, steep slopes, creatures resembling rock monsters wandered aimlessly. Weeds grew from the clumps of earth on their bodies, and they moved slowly. Clearly creatures with high physical defense. Nanfu Rock Monster, Elite Monster. Level, 46. HP, 50,000. Attack, 600-650. Defense, 600-620. Skills, Rock Hard Stone, Nanfu Inequality. Description, a peculiar creature of the Nanfu Mountains with a ferocious temperament. They resent the unfairness of the heavens. After all, they too sprang from stones, so why weren't they? Ding. System notice, the Nanfu Rock Monster used the skill, Nanfu Inequality, and revived on the spot at full health. Don't underestimate us Nanfu Rock Monsters, it bellowed. We're stronger than 6 other rock monsters combined. Humph. Hearing this, Yi lunged forward and struck another blow with his sword. Under the effect of Source of Venom, it died once more. Human, you're powerful, the Nanfu Rock Monster bellowed once more. You actually managed to force me to use my third defense. After slashing another gash into the Nanfu rock monster's body, you looked at Anita. You dark faction creatures really are adorable.
That's because you don't understand a thing.
Anita's mouth twitched slightly as she retorted, we dark faction taxi soldiers are fearless and willing to die, unlike you humans, who seem smart but end up running away at the first sign of trouble, your legs turning to jelly the moment you see an enemy.
I can't take this anymore.
The Nanfu rock monster, having died repeatedly, turned and fled after reviving. Spare my life, hero.
Anita.
After killing the Nanfu rock monster 6 times in a row, you finally managed to take it down.
Ding.
System notice, congratulations on successfully defeating the Nanfu rock monster, elite monster.
Reward, 8% experience for this level. Farming monsters 12 levels above his own, the Nanfu rock monster provided quite a generous amount of experience. In fact, aside from Yi, it's unlikely anyone else would come back to farm a creature with a full 6 lives and ridiculously high defense. Confirming that the Nanfu rock monsters posed no threat, Yi used his astonishing speed to move erratically through the Nanfu mountains, using the demon's tongue to draw aggro wherever he went.
With a massive horde of Nanfu rock monsters trailing behind him, Yi stopped in his tracks, charged into the mob, and activated the Shadow Domain skill. Within 10 seconds, every mob within a 10-10 range was dead. Under the terrifying damage of the source of venom, any Nanfu rock monster hit by Yi was as good as dead.
Boring.
Watching Yi farm monsters with such relish, Anita felt her interest wane.
These insignificant ants, he could wipe them all out in the blink of an eye. There was really nothing to see here. You don't mind if I kill your dark faction grunts, do you? Yi asked as he continued to farm monsters. No.
Anita replied indifferently, they have no intelligence.
Do you consider all dark faction creatures without intelligence to be insignificant? Reporter Yi pressed further. Of course. Anita stated with conviction, creatures without intelligence are of no use whatsoever. All right.
Having finished the interview, the reporter surnamed Ji turned off the camera, quietly saved the footage to his device, and named it the Demon Goddess Confession. It had to be said that Anita's remarks bordered on racial discrimination. As a man of justice, he simply couldn't stand by and watch.
Does that mean only the demon goddess life counts as a life? The Every Life Matters movement is imminent. Since you're bored, help me find a boss nearby. Yi ordered.
He had a hunch that this video would definitely come in handy someday.
Anita protested, why should I?
Because the mission reward is that Anita will unconditionally obey my commands. Yi replied without a hint of fear. After all, the so-called demon god was merely a being of transcendent status, immense power, and capricious nature, one whom the masses feared like a tiger and who would one day bring utter ruin to the entire light faction.
That was all. Nothing to write home about. You're ruthless. Anita took a deep breath and held her tongue.
She hadn't expected that after breaking free from her seal, she'd end up doing such a baffling, trivial task. But since the key lay in disrupting the forging of a transcendent tier weapon, she'd have to put up with him for now.
Over there.
Anita pointed in a certain direction toward the Nanfu Mountains.
There's a gold tier rock monster. Thanks.
Yi nodded in acknowledgement.
How much longer until the weapon is forged? Anita had no time to acknowledge his gratitude and cut straight to the chase.
Yi shook his head. I'm not sure exactly how long it'll take, but the mentor will let me know when it's almost done.
How confident are you?
Not very confident, 50-50, I'd say.
Is Li Shue really not going to join us? Anita still seemed a bit reluctant.
If Li Shue were to break ties with the light faction, it would undoubtedly be fantastic news for the dark faction.
While fighting monsters, you replied, you seem pretty disappointed? If it's just the two of us, it's questionable whether we'll even be able to get close to that area, isn't it? What's there to panic about?
Yi boasted, with Lady Anita stepping in, dealing with 3 or 4 ordinary god-tier powerhouses is a piece of cake.
Anita's anger flared up rapidly. Take on 3 or 4? As he was now, he couldn't even handle one. Ding.
System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating the Nanfu rock monster, elite monster. Reward 8% of this level S experience. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating the non-fu rock monster, elite monster. Reward 8% experience for this level. Ye continuously poison one monster after another until, after dying 6 times, they finally yielded a generous amount of experience. Whoosh! Soon, a golden light scattered, and his level reached 35. After clearing out all the surrounding monsters, he trudged through the lush green grass covering the mountains and fields, heading toward the location Anita had indicated. There, he spotted a creature even more ferocious than the elite monsters. It had a form resembling that of a human, was composed of rock, and as it moved, the ground rumbled, leaving behind a series of deep, massive footprints. Rock helmeted stone golem gold tier boss. Level 50. HP 500,000. Attack 1,051,100. Defense 1,200-1,280. Skills: Rock Shock, Rock Throw, Advanced Charge. Description: the king of the non-fu rock monsters, its entire body is enveloped in a special rock elemental shield that greatly increases its defense and resilience. To defeat it, you must first shatter its rock shield. Its defense is ridiculously high. Yi found himself in a bit of a bind. He didn't possess any rock element skills, so breaking through the rock element shield would be no easy task. And without shattering the shield, his attacks simply couldn't penetrate its defenses. Just as he was caught between a rock and a hard place, he suddenly remembered he had an ally by his side and couldn't help but turn to look. What are you up to? Anita felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of Yi's intense gaze. Brother-in-law, and... Without disturbing the rock-helmeted stone golem, Yi leaned closer to Anita, a conciliatory smile on his face. We've been through life and death situations together. What do you mean? Can you teach me a few skills? Yi revealed his true intentions. You. Don't teach me too many, just 7 or 8 will do. Any more, and I'll get mad at you. Dream on. Anita wanted nothing more than to punch him. Had humans really evolved to this point? Mission: rescue the demon god. Difficulty: S rank. Yi shouted. Reward: Anita will unconditionally obey my commands. Now, I'm ordering you to teach Silent Leaf the skills immediately, right now. Boom! In an instant, Anita's vision went black. He stumbled backward several steps, feeling as if the world inside his brain had come crashing down. He stood there, frozen in place. Stunned. It was as if a demonic sound had pierced his brain, robbing him of his ability to think. I, the mighty demon god, have actually been reduced to this. I will kill you. Anita's eyes raged with murderous intent. What a humiliation. He had never experienced such a humiliation in his life. Fine. Yi paid no heed to his threat. He selected Anita, brought up a skill panel, and began to examine it carefully. Let me see what kind of signature moves you have that I can learn. It was just a threat from the demon god, nothing worth taking seriously. Ever since he helped Li Shue free him, their feud had been set in stone. Now, all he had to do was maximize his gains and strip the demon god of everything he had. Meteor Punch Skill Grade B. Description: a fist the size of a punching bag crashes down on you like a meteor. Are you scared? Skill effect: attack speed increases by 50% for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Class requirement: Dark Brawler. Level requirement: Level 10. Cost: 1 gold coin. Armor Piercing Strike Skill Grade A. Description: this punch contains 20 years of training. Can you take it? Skill effect: the next punch ignores 30% of the enemy unit's defense. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Class requirement: Dark Brawler. Level requirement: Level 20. Cost: 5 gold coins. Earth-Shattering Stomp S rank. Description: channeling dark elements into your feet, you deliver a ferocious stomp toward the ground, shattering mountains and splitting the earth is no problem. Skill effect: slam the ground to unleash a burst of dark elements, dealing 200% of your attack damage to all enemies within a 10 by 10 area. with a high chance of inflicting knockback, knockdown, and other effects.
Class requirement, Dark Brawler.
The demon god has many skills, but only these 3 are highlighted, indicating they can be learned.
Annoyed?
Watching ye browse the skills with great interest, Anita sneered, "My skills only I can learn them.
I've worked hard to master them all. If you want to learn them, I'll give you 3 words, no way." Ding. System notice, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Meteor Punch skill, grade B. Ding.
System notice, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Armor Piercing Strike skill, grade A.
Ding. System notice, congratulations on successfully learning the skill, Earth Shattering Wave Kick, grade S. Impossible. Anita exclaimed in disbelief.
Yi was also quite surprised that he could learn skills exclusive to the Dark Brawler class. He had originally thought that a Wind Heretic could only learn skills from classes like Swordsman and Assassin, but he hadn't expected to be able to learn skills from other classes as well. However, just as Yi was wondering whether a Wind Heretic could learn techniques from classes like Knight or Mage, the system chime ringing in his ears provided the answer.
Ding. System notice, due to the characteristics of Wind Heretic, you have successfully fused Meteor Punch skill grade B with Wind Shadow Sword technique grade C, acquiring the skill Meteor Sword technique grade A. Ding. System notice, due to the Wind Heretic trait, you have successfully fused the Armor Piercing Strike skill grade A with All Out Strike grade D, acquiring the skill Armor Piercing Strike skill grade A. Ding. System notice, due to the Wind Heretic trait, you have successfully incorporated part of the effects of the Earth-Splitting Wave Kick grade S into the Shadow Domain skill grade S. Meteor Sword technique grade A. Description, faster, even faster. Skill effect, attack speed increases by 60% for the next 3 attacks. Cooldown, 30 seconds.
Armor Piercing Sword technique grade A. Description, a full power strike that shatters the enemy's defense.
Skill effect, the next strike ignores 30% of the enemy unit's defense. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Shadow Domain skill S rank.
Description, an area of effect attack technique that Wind Heretic mastered from Li Shui's move Frost Shatter, later fused with Earth-Splitting Wave Kick to significantly boost its power. Skill effect, channels dark energy within the body to deal 220% damage to all enemy units within a 10-meter radius centered on the caster, with a high chance of inflicting corrosion, knockback, and knockdown effects.
Cooldown, 1 minute. Note, due to current lack of strength, this skill's potency has not yet reached its full potential. Got it. Reading the system prompt, Yi had an epiphany. To put it bluntly, he couldn't fully utilize the Dark Brawler's skills, but by leveraging the Wind Heretic's unique traits, he could fuse skills with similar effects, taking the best of each and discarding the rest to make them his own. As expected of an exclusive hidden class, it's insane. That's impossible. Anita was struck as if by lightning, muttering to herself, "That's impossible." She couldn't make head or tail of the situation. Is the Abyssal Demon's potential really so outrageously overpowered?
Ignoring Anita, who was still standing there in a daze, Yi turned and went to play with the rock-helmeted golem. Wielding his flaming longsword, he activated Wind Shadow Follow to sneak up on it, then unleashed the Armor Piercing Strike skill. Boom! The massive foot came crashing down, shaking the ground and sending a shockwave sweeping out in all directions.
Shadow Domain skill. Yi didn't flinch in the slightest.
Dark elemental energy erupted from his body, forming a corresponding energy shockwave to cushion the impact, allowing him to dodge effortlessly. "Human, if you've got the guts, don't run," the rock-helmeted stone golem roared.
"Here I come."
As soon as the 20 seconds were up, Yi immediately charged forward with enthusiasm, Armor Piercing Strike skill.
Rock-helmeted stone golem.
From then on, whether the rock-helmet stone golem used rock throw or advanced charge, neither posed the slightest threat to Yi.
Ultimately, it met a gruesome end from the poison and crashed to the ground. Ding.
System notice, congratulations on successfully defeating Rock Helmet Stone Golem, Gold Tier Boss.
Rewards, Level 2, 50 Reputation. Whoosh. Whoosh.
2 streaks of golden light flashed, and Yi's level shot up to 37. After picking up the gear dropped by the rock-helmeted stone golem, he curiously opened the level rankings to check the current player's progress.
1. Silent Leaf, level 37. 2. Swordsman, level 28. 3. Southgate Braggart, level 28. 4. Rakshasa, level 27. 5. North Peak, level 27. 6. Hidden ID, level 27. 7. Kuan Gukuan, level 26. 8. Wang Dahai, level 26. 9. Hidden ID, level 26. 10. Demon King, level 26.
From 2nd to 10th place, the level difference is only 2 levels. The main reason Yi is pulled so far ahead is the massive advantage he gained at the start of the game, combined with his early game kill of the Hyena King, which had advanced to a gold tier boss.
Ding ding! Yi closed the level rankings.
Just as he was about to continue leveling up by fighting the Nanfu rock monsters, a notification sounded in his friends list.
Ding! System notification, Faye has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yi.
First it was Anita, and now Faye. His social circle in this life was definitely getting a bit out of hand.
Ding! System notification, you have successfully added Faye as a friend. After accepting the request, she quickly sent a smiling emoji. What's up?
Just because there's nothing going on now doesn't mean there won't be later.
Faye messaged.
To help you complete your mission successfully, I'll lend you a hand when it really counts.
I hope so.
After exchanging a few words, Yi closed the friend list. To put it bluntly, Faye was putting pressure on him. The phrase, lend you a helping hand at the critical moment, basically meant, I'll be watching you from the shadows the whole time.
We'll see who outsmarts whom. He kept his composure on the surface, continuing to grind monsters methodically, without haste or agitation.
For the next 2 days, he stayed almost exclusively in the Nanfu Mountains, going nowhere except returning to town at night to rest. Meanwhile, Anita, who was right beside him, kept urging him on, growing increasingly impatient.
Are you really not going to do any preparation at all? Anita was full of concerns and felt anxious. Put.
After slaying yet another Nanfu rock monster, a golden glow enveloped Yi as he reached level 40. Along the way, he naturally equipped the dark gold tier gear, the boots of the meteor, as well as the leg guards dropped by the rock helmet golem.
Rock helmet leg guards gold tier. Defense 40-45. HP 3000. Property plus 6% defense. Level requirement 38.
Description: comfortable and breathable, highly durable.
Yi said calmly, I'm not panicking, so why are you? Anita didn't look too happy. Did Silent Leaf really want him to block the combined attacks of several god-tier powerhouses? Wasn't that a death sentence? Beep beep. Just as Anita was growing impatient, Li Shues sent a message, the smelting will be complete tonight. The moment the transcendent tier weapon is born, it will trigger a celestial phenomenon. Thank you, mentor. I understand.
After typing his reply, Yi made no further stop in the Nanfu Mountains. A cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Emperor, Sword Spirit, it's time to settle the score.
2. Nanfu Mountains.
The sky was clear and crisp, and wildflowers bloomed in abundance.
Seeing Yi sheath his sword and leave, Anita hurried to catch up. Shouldn't we start preparing? The forging will be complete tonight. Yi glanced at the time and spoke bluntly, we have about 5 hours left to prepare. 5 hours? Instantly, Anita furrowed her brow, her mind heavy with worry. What can we possibly accomplish in such a short time?
At that moment, he felt that Faye might have slightly overestimated Silent Leaf's capabilities.
Why rely on this person at all? He might as well act on his own. It's enough.
Yi moved with the speed of the wind, not returning to Kanglan town but hurrying instead towards Shadowless City.
Why did he deliberately choose to level up in the Nanfu Mountains? Because it was relatively close to Shadowless City. He didn't dare use the teleportation array. Was an adventurer truly 100% safe within the safe zone?
A certain brother named I Am the Only One had already provided him with a vivid demonstration of that. In his current state, he might be arrested by patrolling soldiers on trumped-up charges the very moment he stepped out.
If that happened, everything would be over.
Whoosh! Rushing all the way to Shadowless City, he left trails of afterimages in his wake, moving as fast as an arrow leaving the bowstring. About half an hour later, the vast expanse of Shadowless City came into view. The city walls stood majestic, the buildings were grand, and the endless stream of pedestrians created a lively and peaceful scene. Who would have thought that the auspicious beast was suffering such torment right here? How to break into Shadowless City, how to get into the foundry, these are all problems right in front of you.
Anita said exasperatedly. Don't you think it's too late to start trying now?
He had been urging her on, but she simply wouldn't budge.
If we act too early, we'll be spotted.
He remained composed as he and Anita quietly made their way to a corner at the edge of the city wall.
Anita looked puzzled. What are we doing here?
Dig. He pulled a shovel from his bag and handed it to Anita.
Dig? Anita's mouth twitched. You want me to dig a tunnel to sneak you past the patrolling soldiers and get you safely into Shadowless City?
That idea was just too far-fetched. You should think more about your own status, he explained.
If you lead me into the city, do you really think you won't be spotted by a god-tier powerhouse? So you mean?
Dig straight to the smelting chamber.
Yi admitted frankly.
I can guarantee that the chamber is underground, not just some random room.
I see. A gleam flashed in Anita's eyes. That's an interesting approach, but can you pinpoint the exact location of the lava chamber?
It's impossible to determine the exact location underground. There's bound to be some deviation in where we end up digging.
Why not? Yi tapped his head. I know the exact location inside and out.
He really wasn't bragging. Yi was brimming with confidence about digging into the lava chamber, and if you asked why, the reason was simple. By chance, he obtained a mysterious code called coordinates.
4815, 1267, 7897.
Following the coordinates until he reached the corresponding location wouldn't be too difficult. I had no idea your memory was so incredible.
Anita was amazed.
By entering the lava chamber through the tunnel, they could avoid conflict with others and arrive on the scene the moment the fusion began, catching their opponents off guard.
An unconventional approach.
The method was simple, yet difficult to guard against. It was indeed a plan that pleasantly surprised him.
Hurry up and dig.
Yi urged, we don't have much time left. They couldn't start digging the tunnel too early, or they'd risk being discovered, so he waited until now.
Why aren't you the one digging? Because you must follow my orders unconditionally. With a scowl on her face, Anita grabbed the shovel and began digging frantically.
A god-tier powerhouse's attack speed is terrifying, and as a dark brawler, her hand movements were exceptionally skilled. In the blink of an eye, she had dug out a decent-looking tunnel. During this time, Anita tried to toss the clumps of dirt outside, but the cautious Yi stopped her and forcibly stuffed them into the demon goddess bag.
Dig this way. Inside the dark, stifling tunnel, Yi continued to give orders.
For the sake of the dark faction's grand cause, Anita suppressed her frustration, seemingly treating the clumps of dirt as Yi himself, and attacked them furiously with her shovel. Silent Leaf, I'll dig 3 feet into the ground if I have to, just to kill you.
No personal attacks. Yi reprimanded her.
According to the mission requirements, Anita had no choice but to shut up.
How slapdash.
The reward for this mission is fucking way too slapdash. Suddenly remembering something, Yi reached out and demanded, give me the demon goddess blood, I have a great use for it. He had never forgotten the benefits the demon goddess blood could bring. He just needed the right moment, leaving the other party no chance to think twice.
You're ruthless.
Anita set down the shovel, slit her palm, pulled out a vial, and squeezed out her blood.
Fill it up. What do you need so much of it for?
To splash more of it around later to discuss the divine weapons with your blood. After filling the vial, Anita tossed it to Yi, who caught it immediately.
Ding. System notification, you have obtained the quest item, Demon Goddess Blood, S rank.
Meanwhile, inside the lava chamber, the crimson molten iron boiled and gurgled. Two divine weapons, one bright, one dark, radiated a dazzling, world-shaking brilliance. As they clashed together, they occasionally unleashed streaks of sword energy, leaving deep, long gashes on the walls. Beside them, the Pichot lay on the verge of death, its health already at rock bottom. It lay there listlessly, breathing faintly, its vital essence nearly depleted. The fusion is finally about to begin. Bernie, the emperor of the eastern region, his aged cheeks flushed with excitement, once the time is right, will sacrifice the Pichot's flesh and blood as the final ingredient for forging. A transcendent tier weapon is bound to be born. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Beside him, two god-tier powerhouses offered their congratulations. Alvis god-tier boss. Walter god-tier boss. Bernie was quite satisfied with their attitude and found it very pleasing. Have you seen Li Shui's disciple? Although he didn't believe the other party could make even the slightest splash, the matter of forging the weapon allowed for no room for error. That was precisely why he had specifically summoned another god-tier powerhouse to guard the lava chamber. He still hasn't arrived. Alvis reported, we've deployed forces at the teleportation array, as well as all around Shadowless City. I've given orders, the moment he dares to show his face, arrest him immediately and throw him into the celestial prison. Good. Bernie let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but sneer. An ant I could crush with a single finger dares to spout such nonsense in my presence. He is utterly out of his depth. Your Majesty speaks the truth. The two flattered him in unison, equally unconcerned. How could a mere insect dare to cause trouble right under the noses of god-tier experts? If it dares to come, just crush it. Whoosh! The sword spirit of the demonic sword manifested and warned, do not let your guard down. Oh? Bernie was taken aback. What do you mean by that? A vague sense of unease, the sword spirit said in a low voice. To be honest, when I first saw Silent Leaf, deep within my soul I felt an uncontrollable fear. What use are you to me? These 4 words had been echoing in his mind for days, refusing to fade. It was difficult for him to explain to a human why he felt this way. If not for the temptation of the benefits of transcending the god tier, he might have succumbed long ago. The 3 of us god-tier powerhouses are stationed here. If he dares to show his face, I'll slaughter him like a dog. Bernie declared solemnly. That's only right. Hearing Bernie's words, the sword spirit felt reassured. He was right. No matter how terrifying that abyss demon's future might be, at this moment he was as weak as an ant. Under the overwhelming pressure of god-tier powerhouses, he likely couldn't even move a finger. In an instant, the demonic sword and the holy sword, pressed tightly together, erupted with immense power. Light and dark elements intertwined and shone in harmony, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Vaguely, the 2 blades gradually merged under the convergence of this incredible power. No more than 10 minutes. Walter, a mage clad in a bright red robe, looked on with delight. A transcendent tier weapon forged from the fusion of 2 peerless divine blades. It will surely help your majesty overcome all obstacles and expand the realm in the future. Ha ha ha. A flicker of excitement danced in Bernie's eyes as he beamed with delight. It was well worth concentrating the entire kingdom's rare resources to fulfill your destiny. Demon god of chaos, holy sword, do not let me down. He had waited far too long for this moment. The news of the 10 great demon gods' return had long been a heavy burden weighing on his heart, but this transcendent tier weapon would surely shatter that burden and allow him to reign supreme over the realm. Report! Just as they were intently awaiting the completion, the divine weapon as forging, the Gaunt Lord of Shadowless City hurried in from the outer chamber and reported, Li Shui requests an audience. Humph. Bernie snorted coldly and declared decisively, I will not see her. Seeking an audience at such a critical juncture, he didn't even need to think to know what Li Shui's intentions were. But she said there's an important matter she needs to report to you in person. The Lord of Shadowless City didn't dare breathe a word. He was merely a sky tier, while those around him were all god tier powerhouses. The gap in strength and status was too vast. The slightest misstep or causing displeasure would lead to a humiliating end for him. Bertie's tone was angry. I said, I want to see her. Your Majesty, it's not that this humble servant doesn't want to stop her, it's that we simply can't stop Li Shuai. The Lord of Shadowless City offered a bitter smile. She said that if you refuse to see her, she'll force her way in. She dares. Bertie roared furiously, sooner or later, I'll make her strip naked, kneel before me, and beg for forgiveness. Li Shuai possessed peerless beauty, a figure capable of captivating an entire city. Which man of high rank and power in the Cambrian realm wouldn't want to conquer her? Unfortunately, as beautiful as she was, her power was too overwhelming. She was untouchable. After a moment's thought, he ordered, Alvis, go block her for 10 minutes. Under no circumstances must she be allowed in before the forging is complete. At the most critical moment of the weapon's smelting, if she were to interfere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter what, she must not be allowed near the smelting chamber. Yes, sir. As a guard at the Emperor's side, Alvis obeyed without question. He immediately grabbed his greatsword and stepped out of the chamber to block her path. Outside the secret passage in the city lord's mansion, Li Shuai's silver hair fluttered in the wind as she held a sharp sword. Ice elements swirled around her, making her resemble a goddess of ice and snow. Behind her stood a massive silver dragon with a ferocious expression, its presence causing the ground beneath it to sink deeply. Alvis emerged from the secret passage and, seeing the formidable presence of the woman and the dragon, treated them as a major threat. He shouted, Li Shuai, what exactly are you up to? I have urgent news to report to His Majesty. Li Shuai said solemnly. What is it? I must tell him in person. Ridiculous. Alvis let out a series of cold laughs. Li Shuai, don't think I don't know what kind of scheme you're hatching. Let me tell you this, His Majesty's resolve to forge a transcendent tier weapon will never waver. Even if it means sending one of our own divine beasts to its death? Exactly. Meanwhile, inside a dimly lit underground passage, the two moved furtively. How about this spot? It still doesn't feel quite right. Let us try a different angle. Here? Ah, yes, right there. Keep going deeper. Beep, beep. Just as Yi was directing Anita to continue toward the coordinates of the lava chamber, a message popped up from his mentor in the friends list. Alvis has come out to block me. The difficulty of this mission was simply too absurd for players at his current stage. He had to exhaust every possible means to achieve his goal. By forcing the mentor to feign a break and attempt into the smelting chamber, the other side would definitely send people to obstruct him. After all, given the previous incident, no matter how urgent the matter, the Emperor would not tolerate anyone approaching, let alone at such a critical moment. At Yi's feet, the Pishio was helping as well. It shared a bloodline with its mother and could sense each other's locations. Whoosh! Suddenly, Anita's shovel sank into the soil. She stopped what she was doing, her expression turning grave. We can't dig any further, we're already very close to the smelting chamber. We might be detected. Okay. Yi took a deep breath and reached out to cup the palm-sized Pishio in his hands. In a moment, go and persuade your mother. Sacrificing yourself for others isn't worth it. Everything had to be carefully planned. He had to take into account whether the Pishio would willingly make such a sacrifice. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed more likely that the mother had reluctantly agreed in order to protect her child from harm. Cheap. The Pishio nodded earnestly in agreement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two sharp swords vibrated violently. Energies of light and darkness surged forth, sending out ring after ring of ripples, as if causing the entire space to tremble violently like glass. All around the secret chamber, invisible marks formed by razor-sharp sword energy appeared on the walls, growing increasingly dense. The surging sword intent was so intense that even the Emperor and Walter, standing just a few inches away, felt a faint stinging pain on their skin, as if being slightly cut. It's almost the holy sword, the exclusive weapon of the divine sovereign. The power of this weapon, from the moment of its creation, had already surpassed the limits of the Cambrian realm. What shattering it would mean was all too clear. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Walter, standing nearby, flattered him fervently.
Ha 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 ha. Bernie laughed maniacally. I've succeeded, I'm about to succeed. Boom.
Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the room. Bernie looked toward the source of the sound, bewildered and alarmed, only to see the wall buckling and sections of it crumbling away.
Boom.
A muffled explosion rang out as the wall burst open, shattering the last remaining earthen barrier.
Anita's fists blazed with black flames, radiating a murderous aura.
Beside her, the young man wearing a dark purple mask had long since transformed into an
abyssal demon.
His piercing blue eyes gleamed with ferocity as his bony wings flapped behind him. Swift as lightning, he charged headlong toward the sword-forging pool. A sudden gust of wind swept through the air.
How dare you!
In the lava chamber, the situation took a sudden turn.
How dare you!
Bertie froze for a split second, then immediately charged at Silent Leaf. He had never imagined that his opponent would take such an unconventional route, actually digging a tunnel to enter the lava chamber, but now was certainly no time to be stunned. At this critical moment of fusion, when the weapon was at its most vulnerable, he had to block him at all costs.
Whoosh!
However, Walter moved even faster, flashing to the edge of the forging pool as if teleporting, blocking ES' path with a contemptuous smile. A weakling should act like a weakling.
Roar!
He swung his staff, and a blazing fire dragon surged forth, lunging at Yi, its terrifying heat capable of melting him in an instant. Facing the fiery glow, Yi's expression remained stern. Moments earlier, he had already activated every means to increase his movement speed and charged out the instant he could, but unfortunately, he was facing a god-tier powerhouse, and the gap between them was simply too vast.
Whoosh!
Anita appeared before Walter, her right hand grabbing the fire dragon by the head. Ignoring the surging flames, she squeezed with all her might. A burst of black light erupted, instantly extinguishing it.
I am your opponent.
At this critical moment, Anita had no time for games. She spread her left hand and, with a burst of strength, grabbed Walter's face, dragging him toward Bernie, who was rushing over.
Die!
Bernie swung his sword, its god-tier might piercing through Anita's left hand. She quickly turned her head just in time to avoid a fatal blow.
Hurry!
With astronomical damage pouring from her body, Anita urged him on. In his current state, blocking the attacks of two god-tier beings was simply too much for him.
Whoosh!
He dodged the god-tier powerhouse without hesitation and lunged from another angle toward the sword-forging pool, which was only a few meters away. With no distracting thoughts, his sole intention was to shatter it.
The sword spirit appeared above the blade, its expression cold and fierce. Abyssal demon, why do you persist in tormenting me? In your current state, what right do you have to challenge me? SSS.
The transcendent tier weapon, on the verge of completion, trembled slightly as thousands upon thousands of sword energies burst forth, forming a storm that swept through the surrounding area.
Miss. Miss. Miss.
Damage indicators signifying immunity kept flashing on Yi's body, accompanied by an intensely bright black glow. It wasn't that he was fast enough to dodge the dense barrage of sword energy, rather, the buff Anita had cast allowed him to withstand the attacks for a short time. The sword spirit's face contorted in horror. It seemed he hadn't anticipated this turn of events.
Put.
At the same moment, Anita, who was desperately blocking the two god-tier powerhouses, spat blood from her mouth. Her face was ashen, and her body was covered in deep gashes.
Shatter it!
Anita roared, clinging tightly to Bernie and Walter. In reality, thanks to the techniques he had employed, all the damage he had sustained had been transferred entirely to himself. It wasn't merely a matter of a shield. Diving into the black and white pillar of light and enduring the baptism of endless sword intent, he was about to swing his flaming longsword when the blade shattered into pieces, leaving only the hilt he clutched in his hand to barely hold it together.
Ding!
System notification: your weapon, flaming longsword, has been permanently destroyed. Discarding the hilt, he remained expressionless as he grabbed the still separated parts of the blade with both hands, pulling them apart from the gap. Veins bulged in his arms as he mustered every ounce of strength, gritting his teeth. Give it to me. Whoosh! A golden streak of light shot past his head and slammed into the wall, causing the lava chamber to rumble. Just before death, he turned to look at the Emperor, who was pointing his sword at him, and saw a savage grin gradually forming on the Emperor's face.
Ding! System notice, you were hit by Bernie S. Divine Mystic Sword Chi, taking 56544, 3244 damage. Ding! System notice, you have died. Put. Anita's eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted.
He hadn't yet fully recovered to his peak condition, and Yi's strength was far too weak.
That single sword strike exceeded his damage threshold.
Breaking free from Anita's grasp, the two god-tier powerhouses stood guard beside the sword-forging pool. Only after confirming there were no other threats did they breathe a sigh of relief.
Boom! Kicking Yi's corpse aside, Bernie sighed with relief. You insignificant insect, you nearly ruined my grand plan.
If it had been anyone else, the impact from just now would have been fatal. Fortunately, Silent Leaf wasn't powerful enough to pose a threat. The sword spirit's expression softened slightly as he said bitterly, "That really gave me a scare."
The crisis was over. A transcendent tier weapon was within his grasp. Damn it! Anita coughed up blood and said hoarsely, "Did it still fail?"
This time, it wasn't just a failed mission. Whether he could even stay alive was a huge question. Yi, now a spectral form, floated in midair, gazing at the two smug god-tier powerhouses, then at the deeply disappointed Anita beside him. Finally, his gaze settled on the little Paisho, who had run away from its mother and was now weeping beside his corpse.
Had he lost?
A cold gleam flashed in Yi's eyes.
No. Not by a long shot. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light, his expression grim as he issued a command, "If you don't want all our efforts to go to waste, rewind time." Why didn't T-Fei intervene? I don't know.
Perhaps she was biding her time, plotting something else. Perhaps her puppet was too fragile, but no matter what, Yi was 100% certain she was right there. If she could save Anita and turn back time to before the seal was broken, she could naturally revive herself and reverse time as well.
As you wish.
A seductive, melodious voice rang out, tinged with a hint of resentment.
Could it be that the opponent had already guessed she intended to both shatter the divine weapon and eliminate the threat of the Abyss Demon? Ding!
Suddenly, a bell rang, and the scene froze.
Ding!
The bell rang again, and the scene reversed. All movements retreated until they returned to the moment they emerged from the tunnel. Bathed in a blue glow, Yi charged forward.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
As god-tier powerhouses, they were certainly not oblivious to the reversal of time. They instantly appeared beside the sword-forging pool. Compared to the surprise of the first time, those closest to the action were able to respond far more effectively.
The outcome 1T change. I didn't expect Fei to be helping out.
Neither of them dared to let their guard down for a moment.
Come on, then.
Bernie's aged face was etched with murderous intent as he sneered, "This Emperor challenges you to break through the ironclad defense of two god-tier warriors.
How am I supposed to stop this?"
Even though she sprang into action immediately, Anita still felt powerless. The current situation was beyond her ability to reverse.
Rip. Yi's eyes were filled with indifference as he tore open the only SS rank scroll. "Beg me?"
I've never heard such a strange
Fiery dragon soars.
The two god-tier powerhouses looked horrified and decisively unleashed their most powerful techniques. A golden sword phantom and a raging dragon formed from condensed fire elements roared forth. The fire dragon coiled around the sword, creating a synergistic effect that multiplied their power.
Boom!
The two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that created a deadly no-go zone. Even Anita dared not approach, instead retreating a good distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The walls of the entire chamber cracked inch by inch, a harrowing sight.
"You little bastard."
Bernie, who had been giving it his all, straightened his hunched back, though his body trembled slightly, and his face flushed crimson. Who could have imagined that this mere ant would suddenly unleash such earth-shattering power, daring to go head-to-head with a god-tier powerhouse and even gain the upper hand? Bearing the brunt of the flames and sword energy, Yi's bone wings were torn to shreds, his ashen skin laced with deep gashes, and his face contorted into a ferocious grimace.
Boom! In the next instant,
Watching this unfold before his eyes, Bernie charged forward frantically, his eyes bulging with fury. "Stop this! Hit her harder!" Anita stood guard beside Silent Leaf, unleashing her full power to help her teammate absorb the damage. If you destroy a transcendent tier weapon, you'll be the Light Faction's greatest sinner of all time. Walter's attack struck Yi, but a symbol of immunity flashed, leaving him seething with rage.
So eager to pin this label on me? Yi remained expressionless, finding it utterly ironic, and attacked without holding back. After all, what is light, and what is darkness? In this life, he neither yearned for the light nor fell into darkness. As a dark god, he should live for himself. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed through the smelting chamber as the transcendent tier weapon gradually disintegrated. The black and white pillar of light quietly faded away. No! The sword spirit was overcome with terror and madness, feeling the despair of its impending doom. Infinite regret lingered. Had it known this day would come, it would never have made that decision in the first place. Crack! The sword exploded, shattering into pieces that flew toward the surrounding walls, some embedding themselves in them, others falling to the ground. Bernie stood frozen in shock. A transcendent tier weapon had just shattered? Cough, cough. Exhausted, Yi nearly fell into the sword forging pool, but was fortunately knocked back by the shockwave. Blood surged to his head, causing a sharp pain in his chest. "Anita, get me out of here." The PCOS mother, her 4 hooves bound by chains, could hardly escape. Now that the weapon was shattered, there was no need to linger. "Not a single one of you will survive." Bernie flew into a rage. He pulled a scroll from his pack and tore it open, forming a pale golden barrier that enveloped the entire secret chamber. Anita, who had grabbed Yi's shoulder in preparation to flee, collided with the barrier but failed to break through it. Ding! System notification: Bernie has used the SSS rank item, Absolute Restricted Zone, forming a shield within a 50-50 range. No units can leave or enter. Duration: 10 minutes. We're done for. Anita's heart sank. He could sense that the shield's resilience was terrifying. It was impossible to break through in such a short time. Adventurer and adventurer with 3 lives. Bernie's face contorted into a ferocious grimace. "I'll make you taste the bitterness of despair." Years of his hard work had been destroyed just like that. How could he possibly accept this? The weapon is destroyed, there's no turning back now. Trying his best to stay calm, Yi pleaded, "Killing me would mean breaking ties with Li Xue. The young Pixiu is now my pet as well. If I die, the young Pixiu will follow me in death. That would only weaken your own forces. Why not give me a chance to atone for my sins? No matter how sweetly you spin your words, I will kill you today." Bernie brandished his golden sword, radiating murderous intent. "Cheap, cheap." The young Pixiu stepped in front of Bernie. "You bastard, get out of my way." Bernie kicked it aside with a single blow. The creature turned into a white light and vanished. Ding! System notice: your pet, auspicious beast Pixiu, has died. Seeing her child humiliated, the dying Pixiu mother let out a earth-shattering roar. Golden light radiated from her entire body, growing ever more dazzling and sacred until it illuminated the surroundings. A strange power surged forth, sweeping out like a tidal wave and sending shockwaves rippling through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Rumble, rumble. Instantly, the entire chamber began to shake violently. Golden energy, fine as powder, radiated from the Pixiu's body, and a power beyond description engulfed the surroundings. Bernie's expression shifted slightly, his heart pounding uncontrollably. "Pixiu, what are you doing?" The Pixiu remained silent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fragments of the sword blade, already in pieces, also glowed with golden light. They floated into the air, then reassembled, fusing back together before the Pixiu, though marred by countless cracks. Under everyone's gaze, Pixiu's massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, transforming into specks of energy that surged into the sword hilt, where they were absorbed. Meanwhile, a translucent soul detached from his physical form and rushed toward the failed transcendent tier weapon. "I get it." Walter was overjoyed and explained, "The divine sword spirit is dead.
The Pisho can use its physical body to nourish the sword while its soul transforms into a sword spirit to take its place and repair it. So that's how it is. At that moment, Bernie also grasped the situation and hurriedly vowed, Pisho, may my light faction obtain this transcendent tier weapon. In the future, you will strike fear into the hearts of the world and go down in history. Roar! The Pisho's spirit form let out a roar, as if in response. Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! Golden light filled the room. The chaotic scene in the smelting chamber shifted again and again. This time, no one can stop us. Bernie glared at Anita coldly. Use your demon goddess blood to temper this divine weapon. You! Anita gritted her teeth, but could not refute him. If a peer of her caliber were to obtain a transcendent tier weapon, killing him would truly be a piece of cake. Boom! A few seconds later, a pillar of light composed of 3 colors, light, dark, and gold shot straight into the sky, shaking the very fabric of space and illuminating the night as if it were day. As Alvis was forced into retreat by the rider on the silver dragon, Lishues seemed to sense something. Gazing at the strange 3-colored pillar of light, she furrowed her brow slightly. Has this succeeded, or has it failed? She was a bit unsure of the situation inside the chamber. Earlier, when the pillar of light had suddenly gone out, she assumed Silent Leaf had already succeeded, but now she wasn't so sure. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Alvis rejoiced. The true Dragon Emperor is surely blessed by the heavens. How dare you be so insolent? Lishue rebuked him and immediately launched an attack, forcing Alvis to flee in panic, clutching his head. The atmosphere was tense and unpredictable. Gazing at the Pisho that had sacrificed itself to nourish the sword, he felt extremely anxious. My light faction's divine beast has given its life for the light faction. I will surely proclaim this feat to the world one day. Bernie kept showering the Pisho with rewards. For an emperor, making empty promises is the simplest of tasks. As the Pisho's soul entered the transcendent tier weapon, the cracks that had previously burst open gradually faded away, and the 3-colored beams of light grew even more intense and spectacular. Seeing this scene, Bernie and Walter grew even more excited. May heaven bless this emperor. May heaven bless the light faction. Suddenly, the blade trembled slightly, unleashing a myriad of sword intents that caused the pillars of light to vanish, revealing its true form. A sharp, razor-edged sword, entirely pure gray in color, shrouded in a gray mist and radiating an icy chill. It was about 1 inch wide and 4 feet long. As its edge shimmered, mysterious patterns flickered across the blade, captivating the soul. Its terrifying cold radiance sent a bone-chilling shiver through one's body. Once the Pisho had fully restored the weapon, it slowly descended from the air until it hovered at chest level, waiting to be claimed. With this sword, I shall expand our territories. Bernie stepped forward with a solemn, ritualistic air, his face grave. With this sword, all nations shall pay homage. Anita's face fell. What are we going to do now? I have a premonition. Ye's eyes lit up with a bright glow. This outcome might not be so bad. At the very least, the Pisho, now transformed into a sword spirit, would not perish or lose its essence. What kind of premonition? Anita asked, torn between surprise and doubt. I share a bond with the Pisho. Standing before the transcendent tier weapon, Bernie reached out to grasp it with excitement. Whoosh! Like a nimble gray snake, the sword darted away, refusing to let the Emperor take hold of the hilt. Bernie? An awkward silence fell over the scene. Pisho, what do you mean? Bernie's eye twitched, a vague yet intense sense of unease welling up within him. You're the divine beast of my light faction. As if possessed of a spirit of its own, the gray sword shot straight out, landing before Yi. It had made its choice. Whoa! Anita couldn't help but gasp. Damn! This little bastard is about to hit the jackpot. With this sword, I shall expand my territories. Yi reached out to touch the cold blade with a sense of sacred ritual, his face solemn. With this sword, all nations shall pay homage to me. In an instant, everyone fell silent.
Was he trying to crush their spirits as well as kill them? Suddenly, Yi gripped the hilt. He felt a surge of mighty power coursing through his arm and into his body, invigorating his entire being and causing his strength to skyrocket. Ding! System notification: congratulations on obtaining the Transcendent Tier weapon. Ding! System notification: congratulations on completing the quest, the SSS secret, SS rank. Reward: Auspicious Beast Pishio, God Tier Pet. Sheathing his weapon, he immediately grabbed Anita's arm. As she looked at him in confusion, he said in a deep voice, "Let us go. All good things must come to an end." Anita nodded, then sprinted into the tunnel with all her might. With the help of the Pishio's mother, the barrier that had been blocking their escape had long since vanished without them noticing. It was precisely from this that Yi deduced her final decision. Don't run! Bernie and Walter launched their pursuit in unison. Whoosh! 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 3 streaks of light shot straight out of the tunnel. The moment they emerged, Anita soared into the sky, carrying Yi as she fled toward the distant mountains. Leave my weapon behind! Bernie roared, losing control and nearly going mad. The Transcendent Tier weapon he had painstakingly forged had been snatched away and claimed by another. This reality tore at his heart like a knife. Before long, Walter, being a mage, couldn't he keep up with the pair's speed? Panting heavily, he fell behind. Whether in stamina or speed, mages were far inferior to other classes. They raced on. The two were neck and neck. Fly this way! Braving the biting, bone-chilling wind, he kept a clear head and ordered, in a moment, set me down. You go take on the Emperor and hold him off. What about you? I'll find my own way. But Anita's face was filled with reluctance, and she spoke insincerely, Brother, I'm worried about you. Do as I say. Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. That's an order. Did he really think he couldn't read the demon goddess' mind? Once he was out of danger, Anita would immediately turn on him and seize the Transcendent Tier weapon from his hands. Fortunately, the mission to rescue the demon god stipulated that Anita will unconditionally obey your commands until Silent Leaf reaches a safe zone, which meant that, for now, he was still under Yi's command. You're ruthless. Anita could do nothing but accept it. A moment later, after setting Yi down at the designated spot, he turned to face Bernie, who refused to back down, cursing under his breath, You're just a bunch of old bones. Instead of resting at home, you come out here to escort a Transcendent Tier treasure. How pathetic is that? Shut up! Struck where it hurt, Bernie's face turned livid, his complexion turning the color of a pig's liver. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the two were locked in combat. Due to mission restrictions, Anita had no choice but to follow orders to the letter. Entering the dense forest, Yi moved alone. He activated Wind Shadow Companion, darting through the trees at breakneck speed, his nerves on edge, never letting his guard down. Abyssal demon, running so fast, where are you headed? A sinister, seductive voice rang out, its haunting melody echoing through the forest with startling clarity. He stopped in his tracks and looked around warily, to a place that will satisfy us both. He knew this ordeal was coming. The mission could only restrict Anita, it couldn't restrict Faye, who was lurking in the shadows. Taking advantage of the failure of the first attempt to disrupt the smelting process, he had already seen through her true colors. How could he possibly let his guard down and allow her to settle the score later? But from behind a thick tree, a graceful figure glided into view. I think this little grove right here will satisfy us both. Yi turned and looked straight ahead, seeing a woman with a seductive figure approaching, her movements graceful and elegant. Faye, God Tier boss. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Faye appeared in Yi's vision with features as delicate as a painting and skin as white and smooth as snow. Her gorgeous black gown could not conceal her curvaceous, devilishly alluring figure, and her languid demeanor left him parched with desire, longing to kiss her and make love. Why don't we just choose this spot? The witch smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling with a soul-stealing allure as she glanced around. I can't wait any longer. In the forest, the tree shadows danced. Staring straight at the enchanting witch before him,
who seemed almost like a fairy, Yi's expression remained stern. Whether it was the light faction or the dark faction, their cannibalistic nature was essentially the same. Faye had helped him unseal Anita with the sole purpose of destroying the divine weapon. Now that he had taken possession of it in a different way, she would naturally adjust her strategy.
Does it really have to be this way?
Yi took a few steps back, extremely cautious.
Out here in the middle of nowhere, a man and a woman alone, does it have to come down to life or death?
I don't want it to either, but the temptation you offer is simply too great. Faye's eyes, like red agate, stared intently at Yi. Your body, your weapon, they're both so maddening. The flesh of an abyssal demon is highly beneficial to a demon god once consumed, and as for that weapon, in the vast Cambrian realm, there is likely no one who could easily resist it. Long nights I have no desire to sleep. Yi retreated step by step, yet couldn't shake the witch off in the slightest. She advanced unhurriedly, exuding a deadly menace. Since there is no one else around anyway, let us talk first.
Once we're done, we can do other things.
What do you say?
That one do.
Faye's cherry red lips curved slightly upward. I'm afraid complications might arise at the crucial moment, rendering all our previous efforts in vain, so.
Whoosh!
Like a dazzling succubus, she appeared before Yi, a slender purple sword materializing in her hand, which she pressed against Yi's neck. Hand it over.
I can give you everything, without holding anything back.
Yi remained unmoved, continuing to stall for time.
But what is in it for me?
I'll let you live, the witch cut straight to the chase.
Yi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that all?
That is the greatest mercy I can show you. The witch stood her ground. Slaying the abyss demon wasn't difficult for her. The biggest problem lay in seizing the transcendent tier weapon.
That was the absolute priority. Gazing at the enchantingly beautiful witch, Yi offered a reluctant smile. Then could you grant me another request?
What request?
Faye furrowed her brow.
Taking a deep breath, he confessed, Beautiful witch, I want you to.
Whom?
A flash of coldness crossed Faye's eyes.
Die right here.
Yi finished his sentence.
Whoosh!
A streak of fire shot in from the distance, heading straight for the sorceress's position. She shifted backward, narrowly avoiding it.
Faye!
Before she could even think about who it was, a figure charged toward her at breakneck speed, wielding a fiery red longsword that traced a breathtaking arc through the night, graceful yet perilous.
Clang!
The slender purple sword clashed with the crimson longsword. Elemental energy spattered in all directions, and a powerful shockwave instantly sent Silent Leaf flying. Fortunately, both fighters held back, unwilling to kill him.
Wang, immortal class boss. Aunt Xiaoyan, you're finally here.
Barely regaining his footing, Yi dashed off in the opposite direction, not daring to watch the battle. The reason he knew Wang had arrived the moment it happened was mainly because he had added Wang as a friend, allowing them to communicate secretly.
Clang, clang, clang.
The swords gleamed menacingly, setting off clusters of dazzling explosions in the pitch-black darkness, as brilliant as fireworks.
I didn't expect reinforcements.
Faye gritted her silver teeth, trying to pursue and finish off Silent Leaf, but Wang blocked her path firmly, forcing her to engage him. If she were at the peak of her powers, she could have effortlessly disposed of the woman blocking her path. But now, her body was nothing more than a puppet, unable to unleash even 1/10 of the power of her still slumbering true form. This kid has got some serious skills. Wang easily kept Faye at bay, his sword sheath slashing fiercely. In this battle, he has actually emerged as the biggest winner.
A divine pet. A transcendent tier weapon.
The temptation was simply too great to resist. Hurrying away, oblivious to what was happening behind him, Yi breathed heavily as he raced toward his final destination.
10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Time trickled by, and during that time, Yi occasionally glanced back and could still see Faye and Wang fighting. The former was stubbornly holding her ground, even as the latter slashed countless gashes into her body, yet she refused to back down.
Boom!
Suddenly, Wang kicked Faye to the ground, denying her any further chance to approach Silent Leaf. If a dozen belong to you, don't even think about it. You haggard old hag, I'll remember you.
Faye snarled.
Once my true form is restored, I'll be sure to pay you a visit. You flirtatious vixen, I'm not afraid of you. Meanwhile, inside the lava chamber, rocks lay scattered everywhere, leaving the place in utter disarray. The sword forging pool, which had once glowed red hot, had now cooled. Whoosh! Before long, the hunched-over emperor descended from the sky, returning to this place. His face was haggard, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. His cloudy, aged eyes scanned the surroundings. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, and he ground out the name of the culprit, word by word, through gritted teeth, Silent Leaf. He could have fought off Anita, who had blocked his path, but by the time he'd done so, Silent Leaf would have long vanished, leaving him with nowhere to pursue her. The thought that the transcendent tier weapon he had poured so much effort into forging had been stolen just like that caused a pain in his heart as if it were being torn apart. Your Majesty, since things have come to this, why not go with the flow, let Silent Leaf stay, and put the past behind us? Walter suggested quietly. Put the past behind us? Bernie shot him a cold glare. How am I supposed to swallow my pride? And do you take him for a fool? Do you really think he'll join the dark faction? Walter sensed something was off. Would the demon god not covet a transcendent tier weapon and force him to hand it over? In his view, the dark faction wouldn't let this slide either. If Silent Leaf wants to join the dark faction, fine. First, he'll have to hand over his divine pet and super divine weapon under the pretext of us safekeeping them for him. So, he'll have nowhere to hide. A gleam flashed in Bernie's eyes. Compared to those demon gods in the dark faction, at least we have one unique advantage. You mean? Convey my orders to all adventurers in the Eastern District immediately. A cold smile curled the corners of his mouth. The adventurer Silent Leaf has betrayed the light and is evil at heart. Everyone is permitted to slay him. Boom! Suddenly, a figure plummeted into the lava chamber, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Due to the beam of light, a massive hole had already been torn open in the ceiling of the chamber. Cough, cough. Alvis, who had been struck by Li Shui and was coughing up blood repeatedly, struggled to his feet and looked at Bernie. Your Majesty, I can't hold them back anymore. Bernie. Above, having left the silver dragoness back, Li Shui floated gracefully into the chamber, appearing before the several god-tier powerhouses, calm and composed, without a trace of embarrassment. Li Shui, what exactly are you trying to do? Bernie's forehead veins bulged as he struggled to contain his rage and demanded an answer. Li Shui replied calmly, everything I've done is for the Light Faction. For the Light Faction, so you're stopping me from forging a super god weapon? Bernie trembled with rage. What do you mean, stopping me? Hearing the Emperor's words, Li Shui was confused. I've never stopped you. Then why did you force your way into the lava chamber? Bernie was baffled. If it wasn't to stop me, why were you aiding the enemy? I had urgent matters to report to your Majesty, but Alvis refused to let me. I strongly suspect he is colluding with the enemy. Li Shui's pretty face took on a serious expression. I implore your Majesty to investigate this thoroughly. Stop making baseless accusations. Alvis glared at her. He was colluding with the enemy? What a blatant attempt to turn the tables. An urgent matter? Bernie, seething with anger, asked coldly, then tell me what exactly is so urgent that you were willing to risk a sword fight? Your Majesty. Facing the piercing gazes of several god-tier powerhouses, Li Shui replied, I have expelled Silent Leaf from my sect. Oh? Unable to fathom what she was up to, Bernie was completely baffled. What do you mean by that? Based on the clues I've gathered, it's highly likely that Silent Leaf forced his way into the smelting chamber by digging a tunnel, so I've come to report this urgently. Li Shui explained everything in detail. Walter. Alvis. Instantly, the entire room fell silent, broken only by the howling of the cold wind. What a brilliant move! Boom! As if a forbidden spell had exploded in his mind, Bernie's brain froze. His body wavered, and he stumbled backward several steps, his facial muscles twitching wildly. He stared blankly at the bottomless tunnel, then at Li Shui, who was spouting utter nonsense with a straight face, yet he couldn't utter a single word. According to that logic, at most he could only charge Lishue with trespassing, and even then, she done it out of good intentions, proving her unwavering loyalty.
Put. A mouthful of old blood spurted out.
Bernie's vision went dark. He nearly fainted and collapsed to the ground in a most undignified heap.
Your Majesty!
The two god-tier powerhouses rushed forward to support him.
A falling leaf makes no sound. Bernie, consumed by overwhelming hatred, roared toward the heavens, "Fuck your grandmother!"
Twinkling stars clustered around a bright, round moon as white as a jade disk. Deep within the lush forest, the chirping of insects and birds blended into a harmonious melody. Sensing the arrival of the demon goddess presence, which had successfully thwarted Faye's pursuit of Silent Leaf Wine, quickly retreated. When Anita arrived, she saw a battered Faye, missing one arm and one leg, yet no blood flowed, for this body was merely a puppet.
"Faye, you..."
Seeing her pitiful state, Anita was speechless. He had thought everything would be a piece of cake.
One.
Faye's red eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Just you wait." Hearing this, Anita immediately understood what had happened. "There is not much time left before my revival," she said coldly, struggling to suppress her rage.
"Anita, rest easy for now.
When we take over the world, we'll slaughter every last member of the Light faction."
"All right," Anita replied. "I can almost guarantee that the Light faction, complacent in their current state of luxury, is as fragile as an egg on a ledge."
"My thoughts are much the same." As a chilling breeze swept by, Faye's puppet dissolved into purple energy and slowly dissipated. "Since Silent Leaf intends to cling to life, we'll use this opportunity to cultivate loyal servants devoted to the Dark faction."
"I understand," Anita nodded. "Time is on our side."
Watching Faye's puppet vanish, Anita furrowed her brow slightly. Her face grave, she gazed up at the night sky in the stillness of the night, lost in deep thought. She'd kept a low profile for several days, then in just 5 short hours, dug a tunnel, lured the enemy away, forcibly shattered the divine weapon, and finally intercepted the demon god.
Damn it! Recalling everything that had happened, Anita's expression darkened. What kind of time management master is this?
Elsewhere. Running at top speed, as swift as the wind and lightning, Yu was breathing heavily and his stamina was waning, yet he dared not slow down even slightly. Logically speaking, he should be out of danger by now, but better safe than sorry. The farther away, the better. Over mountains and through valleys.
Relying on his astonishing speed, a drenched Yi finally reached his destination. Ding!
System notification: you have entered the dangerous map, Land of Decay.
Land of Decay, Danger Zone. Description: this is an area currently inaccessible to ordinary people.
Located far from the heartland of the Light faction, it was the epicenter of an ancient war, leaving behind numerous unfathomable dangers. Generally, only explorers and treasure hunting teams venture here. The information provided by the system was virtually identical to what he had encountered in his previous life. It was precisely because of the unique nature of the fallen lands that Yi chose to enter it, hoping to avoid potential risks that might lie ahead.
Upon reaching his planned location, the famished Yi stopped to rest.
Taking cover behind a rock, he gulped down water and ate some bread to replenish his energy. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Yi was just about to inspect the spoils of his journey when the sound of a system notification rang in his ears, interrupting him.
Ding! System notification: congratulations on obtaining the special title, Blasphemer, S rank. Blasphemer, S rank.
Description: you blaspheme against the gods, defile both light and darkness. Where will your reckless path lead?
Title effect: maximum HP increased by 100%.
Additional effect: damage dealt to units belonging to the Light faction and Dark faction increased by 30%.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yi didn't hesitate to equip this title, swapping out his current one, Rookie, and immediately felt that the first impression he made was even more impressive.
Does this mean he has finally shed his rookie status?
But the system chime didn't seem ready to stop there. It rang out again and again, though the sound was no longer pleasant. It had turned heavy, foreshadowing that the announcement was anything but ordinary.
Ding! Server-wide announcement: due to the interference of the Blasphemer Silent Leaf, a transcendent tier weapon belonging to the Light faction has been stolen.
The Emperor is furious and calls upon all ambitious heroes to join forces in defeating this rebel and restoring peace and order to the realm.
Ding!
Server-wide announcement: any adventurer who defeats Blasphemer's Silent Leaf and returns the Transcendent Tier weapon will receive the following rewards: 100,000 reputation, a unique hidden class, and the special S rank title, Hero.
Ding! Server-wide announcement: due to the Blasphemer's Silent Leaf's betrayal and appropriation of the Transcendent Tier weapon, the 10 demon gods are enraged.
They hereby proclaim to all citizens that slaying him will earn the demon god's blessings and bestow supreme glory.
Ding!
Server-wide announcement: any adventurer who slays Blasphemer's Silent Leaf and returns the Transcendent Tier weapon will receive the following rewards: membership in the Dark Faction, a random demon goddess legacy, and the special S rank title, Demon Fiend.
A barrage of server-wide announcements bombarded all players' ears. Shit, why does the Eastern region have such a troublemaker? My god, what era is this? How can the rewards be this generous? We can't cross borders to go after him in the Eastern region, that damn beach boy. Don't eat sour pickles.
This server-wide announcement was visible to every player on Earth.
This is insane. How many people in the world even have a unique hidden class right now? Silent Leaf is a badass, he snagged a Transcendent Tier weapon. That's definitely a divine weapon that LL last a lifetime. Didn't you guys see what the system said? Transcendent Tier weapons are already above God tier.
Meanwhile, players in the Eastern region were equally stunned. Out of nowhere, just a few days into the game, a God tier weapon suddenly appears.
Who the hell could handle that? Whoa!
Even though he knew the consequences of this would be severe, he never expected the reward to be this outrageous.
If it were him, he'd be tempted too. Ding!
Server-wide announcement: due to a special incident during the forging process that caused a Transcendent Tier weapon to shatter and collapse, the energy from many forging materials scattered and overflowed. With the convergence of God tier powerhouses, this energy eventually formed a peculiar space known as the Realm of Divine Weapons.
Adventurers are welcome to explore it. Ding!
Server-wide announcement: due to the unstable energy within this space, and to prevent it from collapsing, exploration is limited to once per week.
Ding!
System notice: since Blasphemer's Silent Leaf has been designated as the final boss of the Realm of Divine Weapons, you have received the following rewards: 500 reputation, Ring of the Blasphemer, Gold tier.
Yee! Excellent! Another weekly dungeon related to me. Now this is getting interesting. He stroked his chin, finding the whole situation quite intriguing.
With these once-a-week dungeons, the difficulty isn't fixed. Players can progress from initial struggles to eventually handling them with ease. The difficulty of dungeons generally increases as your level rises. Following this logic, who knows, maybe someday even he won't be able to beat his past self in the weekly dungeon, or might even get utterly crushed. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he stopped dwelling on trivialities and, filled with immense anticipation, pulled out the biggest loot of this run from his inventory. A sharp sword shrouded in grey mist, its radiance shifting and its edge terrifying. It was precisely because of this sword that he had a falling out with the Light faction, prompting the demon god of the Dark faction to intervene and forcibly seize it. Gulp! He swallowed hard, his heart racing, and ran his left hand lightly over the grey blade to examine its details.
Transcendent Tier. RKR? Transcendent Tier. Attack, 500-550.
Properties, attack plus 80%, attack speed plus 200%. Bonus, Righteous Path, all skills tier 1 note, current skill tier cap is SSS, excluding talents. Bonus, Dark Path, final damage plus 50%.
Special ability? Special ability? Special ability? Current status, bound to Silent Leaf.
Reputation required, 1000. Level required, 30. Description: the Pichio used its own flesh as a catalyst to reforge the shattered super god weapon. Although this restored its power, it is still far from its peak. It must be further refined and tempered before it can fully unleash the might of a super god weapon.
Current actual strength, Dark Gold tier. Upgrade requirements, 3 immortal grade ore.
Staring blankly at the weapon's attributes, Yi was speechless, stunned by the effects of this super divine weapon. He had never seen equipment this outrageously powerful. And you're telling me its actual strength is only dark gold tier? Holy shit! After taking several deep breaths, Yi gripped the weapon and opened his skill bar. Every skill he saw had been upgraded by 1 tier. This is insane. Yi's emotions were running high, surging and subsiding in waves. One from the light faction, one from the dark faction. They pushed the weapon's potential to unimaginable heights. It took him a long time to finally calm his racing heart. Whether it was the light faction or the dark faction, there was a reason they were both willing to fight him to the death over this weapon. He was sure that before long, players envious of the bounty would come looking for trouble. Bring it on! He couldn't wait to test this weapon's power. Of course, in addition to that, thanks to the dungeon rewards, he also received a rare ring. Although it couldn't be compared to a super god weapon, it would still take his attack power to the next level. Ring of the Blasphemer Gold Tier. Attack, 50-55. HP, 3000. Stat, plus 6% attack. Required level, 40. Description: blaspheming the gods is never a good thing. Remember, blasphemy may feel good for a moment. After seeing the weapon's power, even this rare and precious ring seemed rather ordinary. After swapping out his ring and weapon, he suddenly remembered that he still had a few treasures in his inventory that could enhance the strength of his equipment. Enhancement Scroll Grade B. Blessed Orb Grade A. Crimson Book Grade S. Cheap. The revived Pichio chirped beside Yi. Wait a minute. Yi raised his hand to stop it, not even sure what expression to make. Let me think about life for a moment. Pichio. Looking at the 3 treasures in his inventory, then glancing at the transcendent tier weapon in his hand, a mischievous thought crossed Yi's mind. Although this was a transcendent tier weapon, the text in parentheses made it clear, its current strength was only dark gold tier. So, theoretically, these items should all be useful, right? He had to admit that, at this moment, he was committing one of the 7 deadly sins, greed. Damn it! Time to take a gamble. Yi decisively used the enhancement scroll to give it a try. After all, it was a grade B item. If it failed, it wouldn't be a huge loss. Ding! System notification: you used the item enhancement scroll, grade B, and successfully increased the strength of transcendent weapon by a certain amount. It worked? Yi was overjoyed and, without hesitation, used the other 2 treasures as well. The Crimson Book goes without saying, but the Pearl of Grace was primarily used to transfer the burning effect from the blazing longsword to the super divine weapon. Ding! System notice: you used the item Crimson Book, S rank, and successfully granted super divine weapon 2 new properties. Ding! System notice: you used the item Crimson Book, S rank, and successfully granted super divine weapon 2 traits. Ding! System notice: you used the item Blessed Orb, a rank, and successfully granted super divine weapon the Jade burning effect from the blazing longsword, along with a certain enhancement. Phew! Exhaling a breath of stale air, he broke into a satisfied smile. That feels good. 3 shots in a row. That feeling absolutely exhilarating. After using all his items to enhance the weapon, he decided to name it. Since it had only just been forged, it didn't have a name yet, and the system even prompted him to name it. You are the product of the fusion between the holy sword and the demonic sword, where light and darkness converge. Your entire body is gray. Furrowing his brow, Yi pondered for a moment, then solemnly named it. How about I call you the Sword of Silent Leaf? Super Divine Weapon. Mother Pichio, what do you think? After cracking a little joke, Yi tried to summon the sword spirit. When it came to choosing a name, how could he not respect the weapon itself? Whoosh! The ethereal form of a grayish-white Pichio appeared before Yi. Cheap. Seeing her mother's spirit form, the little Pichio bounded about with joy. No matter the cost, it was still better than watching her mother be sacrificed right before her eyes. It was already quite content with the current outcome. Young man, this is your weapon, you alone shall decide its name. The mother Pisho said gently, though I now appear to be the sword spirit, in reality, I am merely a temporary replacement following the death of the true sword spirit.
The true sword spirit is not me, it has yet to be conceived and born. So you mean, Yi pondered.
Please help me find a suitable physical body, the mother of the Pisho requested. It doesn't necessarily have to be the body of a Pisho, but it must be at least at the immortal level to bear the strength of my soul.
All right.
Yi solemnly promised, once my strength is sufficient, I will definitely prepare a suitable body for you.
That way.
He looked down at the Pisho at his feet and smiled, you and your child will be reunited. Since he had obtained such a weapon and divine pet through his fate-bound connection with the Pisho, he naturally felt deep gratitude toward the Pisho and her child.
Thank you for your help, young man,
the Pisho mother said sincerely.
In fact, although many of my treasures were taken by the emperor, I still have plenty hidden elsewhere. Once you're strong enough, I'll take you to retrieve them. Consider it a small token of my gratitude.
A reciprocal gesture. Silent Leaf had treated her and her daughter generously. She wouldn't hold anything back and would certainly do her best to help him grow.
No need to thank me, Pisho mother. Yi smiled nonchalantly. It's only my duty.
After a brief exchange, the sword spirit fell into a deep slumber. The ordeal she had endured these past days had been too grueling. It would take her a long time to recover her strength. Afterward, Yi stared intently at the weapon in his hand, shrouded in gray mist, and gently ran his finger along its cold blade. After a while, he said calmly, Silent Leaf, rising with the wind today, I bear the title of God Desecrator. In the future, should there be a god I must slay, and if I do not wish to be utterly defeated, I must render all the gods and demons in the heavens powerless. Therefore, I shall name you Goddess Tears.
Ding. System notice, naming successful. Ding. System notice, congratulations on obtaining the transcendent weapon, Goddess Tears.
As he ran his hand over the blade of Goddess Tears once more, the weapon which he had enhanced 3 times overnight popped up its stats panel.
Goddess Tears, Transcendent Tier. Attack, 600-650. Traits, attack plus 80%, attack speed plus 200%. Traits, physical lifesteal 5%. Additional, Righteous Path, all skills rank 1 note, current skill rank cap is SSS, excluding talents. Additional, Arcane Path, final damage 50%. Additional, bleed, if an attack injures an enemy unit, it inflicts an additional bleed effect, dealing damage per second based on a percentage of the enemy's maximum HP, lasting 10 seconds. Additional, Scorch attacks inflict a Scorch effect, dealing 500 HP damage per second to the target for 10 seconds, stacks up to 2 times. Special ability? Special ability? Special ability? Current status, bound to, Silent Leaf. Required reputation, 1000. Required level, 30.
Description: the Pisho used its own body as a catalyst to reforge the shattered supergod weapon. Although this restored its power, it is still far from its peak. It requires further refinement and tempering to fully unleash the might of a supergod weapon.
Current actual strength, Spirit Tier. Upgrade requirements, 3 immortal grade ore.
Row after row of effects of feast for the eyes.
There is no need to scrutinize every single one with this many traits and bonuses, it's likely enough to intimidate a large group. Moreover, with all these enhancements, the weapon's actual strength has reached the Spirit Tier. Satisfied, he stowed away the Divine Lament, leaned back against a tree trunk, and closed his eyes to rest.
He had truly overexerted himself that night. He needed a good rest to replenish his stamina.
The next day,
a pale white glow appeared on the horizon, and the faint sunlight shone upon the earth, driving away the night's chill.
Wake up!
In his sleep, he heard a woman's voice as clear and refreshing as a mountain spring. He slowly awoke, opened his eyes, and saw an ethereal silver-haired maiden before him, fresh and refined, like a snow lotus in the heavens. In the sunlight, the girl was as beautiful as an immortal who had stepped out of a painting.
Master! Yi was fully awake now and stood up. You're here!
Li Shue knew where to find him. After all, relying solely on one's own abilities was unrealistic.
You certainly made quite a racket last night.
Li Shui examined Yi closely and exclaimed in surprise, I never expected the super divine weapon, which the Emperor went to such great lengths to forge, would ultimately fall into your hands. Just luck. Yi replied modestly, it was mainly thanks to Mother Pisho's help, otherwise, there's no way I could have gained the super divine weapon's recognition. That was still the result of your own desperate efforts. Li Shui corrected him. Alright, business comes first. What are your plans from here? We'll take it one step at a time. Yi replied bluntly. Li Shui furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Are you planning to just keep hiding like this? We won't have to hide for long. Yi shook his head. He had nothing to hide from his mentor. He could tell whether she truly cared for him or not. Li Shui asked in confusion, why? We won't have to hide for long. Right now, both the light faction and the dark faction harbored murderous intent toward this disciple who possessed a precious treasure, and she didn't quite understand what Silent Leaf's plan actually was. The demon god is about to break free from his seal. I think you, mentor, know this better than anyone, he said, a meaningful gleam in his azure eyes. By then, the light faction will likely have their hands full dealing with their own problems. Hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback. The fact that the 10 great demon gods are about to awaken is no secret among the human race's high-ranking officials, but when exactly they'll break their seals remains unknown, and besides. She hesitated slightly mid-sentence, but ultimately spoke the truth. For you, the situation might be even worse. It was true that the light faction, while devoting all its strength to fending off the dark faction's assault, would inevitably be stretched too thin. Yet both factions shared the same objective, the super divine weapon in Silent Leaf's possession. No problem. Yi's eyes flickered. I still have a few tricks up my sleeve that can ease the pressure I'm under. What the mentor said was true. To achieve some sort of balance, this alone would certainly not be enough. So what you mean is? I can't tell you that just yet. Yi said, clasping his fists. But I'm sure the answer will be revealed very soon. Very soon. Indeed, very soon. No matter how the situation unfolds, the butterfly effect he has set in motion will by no means delay the demon goddess awakening. In other words, he knew the exact timing of the demon goddess revival, and once the demon god awoke, chaos would engulf the world, marking the definitive end of the player's beginner phase. All right. Li Shui nodded slightly, you know what you're doing, so I won't pry. The light faction has been treating me with extreme caution lately, so it's best if we don't meet for the time being. I've put you in a difficult position, mentor. It's fine. I wouldn't want to see the light faction's divine beast become a sacrifice either. She extended her finger and tapped the air at the level of Yi's chest. Ice elements converged to form a barrier. Ding! System notification, you have learned the skill, Cold Dragon's Roar, S rank. You cannot use it yet because your level does not meet the requirements. Ding! System notice, you have learned the skill, Snowland Cold Wind, S rank. You cannot use it yet because your level does not currently meet the requirements. Withdrawing her finger, Li Shui said, I've already taught you the skills for your second-class advancement in advance. The power needed for your advancement is now sealed within you. Thank you, Master. Yi said gratefully. Your disciple has no way to repay you. After all, you still owe me 800,000 gold coins. As your creditor, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Li Shui winked and teased. Yi was at a loss for words. You're right. That's all then. Li Shui gazed into the distance of the fallen lands and mused, this region hides so many unknowns and mysteries. In the distant past, a cataclysmic battle took place here. Be extremely careful when moving about in this area. I understand, Master. Yi nodded. Ding! System notice, you have received the class advancement quest, Stay Alive, difficulty, A. Stay Alive, difficulty, A. Description, surviving in the Land of Decay is by no means an easy feat for adventurers. Quest objective, survive for 7 days. Quest reward, class advancement. Having made all the necessary preparations in advance, Li Shui turned and left. The silver dragon standing before them understood the unspoken command. It lowered its head, allowing Lishua to mount it with ease, then soared high into the sky. Whoosh! Spreading its massive wings, the silver dragon soared upward, vanishing into the distance like a streak of light. Once the mentor had departed, he finished his breakfast and set off deeper into the fallen lands. Rustle, rustle. Before he had taken more than a few steps, faint footsteps reached his ears. This must be the way, right? I just saw the silver dragon fly by. It was absolutely awesome. Silent Leaf should be right here in the fallen lands. Everyone, be careful, don't let them pick us off one by one. Before long, the footsteps grew closer. Clang! Pulling Divine Lament from his inventory, Yi's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, and a smirk curled his lips. How did you know I wanted to test this weapon's strength? U0003. The sunlight filtered through the dappled tree shadows. A group of players swarmed in, all intent on picking a fight with Silent Leaf. It must be said that the value of their leader's head could no longer be measured in money. The only hidden class as far as anyone knew had only 2 or 3 practitioners. If one could become one of them, money and beautiful women would be within easy reach, and they would undoubtedly become the center of everyone's attention. As for whether to kill or not, this other world was, after all, an age of swords and magic. As time passed, more and more players were gradually adapting to this way of life. Weaving through the forest, occasionally sweeping away the vegetation blocking their path with their blades, they ventured deeper into the fallen lands. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. Who's there? They all turned to look and saw a stern-faced young man wearing a dark purple mask striding boldly toward them, making no attempt to hide his identity. It's me! Yi greeted him warmly. One of us. My ass! The group immediately pounced on him, surrounding him so tightly there was no room to move. They brandished all manner of weapons, their eyes filled with greed and murderous intent. You had a path to heaven but chose not to take it. Now you've barged into hell. Yi glared at them coldly. What do you think you're doing? Silent Leaf, don't play dumb, someone sneered. Don't you know how much your own head is worth? So that's why you're going to attack me? Looking at the crowd of players brimming with murderous intent, Yi slowly raised the weapon in his hand. Whoa! As their eyes fell upon the peerless divine weapon shrouded in grey mist, with a cold gleam dancing across its surface, they stared intently and couldn't help but gasp in awe. Could it be any more flashy? What a show-off weapon! This sword was forged by me using golden crystals gathered from the 9 heavens, supplemented by dozens of precious treasures. On the day it was completed, a pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens. Yi's finger traced the blade, his air of a great master fully on display. With this sword, I shall expand my territories. With this sword, all nations shall pay homage. Die! Finally, one player couldn't hold back any longer and launched an attack. Hiss! He raised his spear and thrust it forward. Miss! Yi shifted his body slightly to the side, easily dodging the attack, then thrust the Divine Lament forward, plunging it into the player's chest. 34,456. A damage figure exceeding 30,000 popped up, and that was without a critical hit, let alone using a skill. In an instant, the other players were left speechless. Over 30,000 damage? As he pulled the blade out, a white light flashed around the player's body, and his spirit form teleported back to town. An ordinary player in their 20s, with a maximum HP of just over 20,000 at best. How could they possibly survive that strike? That felt good. Yi felt an immense sense of satisfaction inwardly, but remained completely composed on the surface. Daring to provoke me, Silent Leaf? You're practically asking for death. This damage didn't surprise him at all. Even a run-of-the-mill normal attack, as long as it came from him, would automatically include the 30% damage bonus from his title and the 50% final damage bonus from his weapon. Of course, the most important factor was still his high attack stat. Godslayer Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Level 40. HP 161,660. Attack 2,241 2,352.
Defense, 816 842.
Skills, Source of Venom, Wind Shadow Follows, Tongue of the Demon, Shadow Domain Skill, Godslayer S Power Pseudo.
Reputation, 2420. Resurrections, 2. Let us all go at him together.
The players exchanged glances and charged forward in unison. They couldn't see Silent Leaf's stats panel, but logically speaking, aside from attack, his other stats shouldn't be much higher than those of other players. Seeing this, Yi didn't dodge or flinch. He stood his ground, letting them unleash
everything they had against him. 1.
At this point, dodging would make it seem like his attacks were incredibly powerful, and they couldn't possibly explain that to the viewers on the other side of the screen.
No way. This is too fake.
Those players' eyes nearly popped out of their heads. Not breaking his defense was a total mind game. If you're determined to die, please send over a stronger character.
I'm begging you, everyone. Yi pleaded. The crowd.
After that, he sent them back to town to respawn with just a few casual swings of his sword, as easy as cutting through butter.
Why did he choose the Fallen Lands? First, this area wasn't under the Light Faction's jurisdiction.
Second, players had to travel a long way to get here, which was a huge waste of time, and they might not even get anything out of it, so they inevitably have to weigh whether it was worth it. Wiping the blood from his blade, he stopped recording the video, saved it, and posted it on the forum under the title Farming Wild Monsters without taking a scratch.
Ding!
System notification, Adventurer, North Peak, has purchased your video. You have earned 1 silver coin.
Ding!
System notification, Adventurer, Mr. Chen 91, has purchased your video. You have earned 1 silver coin.
Is Silent Leaf really that strong?
What kind of stats does he have to take out a kid with a single sword strike? Anyone planning to pick a fight with Silent Leaf, stay calm. He is number 1 on the level rankings.
Seriously?
What's wrong with you guys?
Am I the only one who noticed the video's price has skyrocketed 100-fold?
Opinions on the forum were mixed, but Yi's stats became the main topic of discussion. Opening his inventory, Yi watched his silver coin skyrocket in the blink of an eye. He had dozens more gold coins to his name, putting him in a great mood.
Thanks to the bounty, he was sure to be the center of attention for quite some time.
Now that he finally gained this much traction and was stuck at the top of the trending list, how could he not seize the moment to monetize it? Once the hype dies down, it'll be too late to make money. Besides, a little deterrence is always necessary. As the saying goes, strike first to prevent 100 strikes later. If he backed down, people would only get even more aggressive. After pausing for a moment, he soon encountered more players coming to their deaths, and he dispatched them with a few swift sword strokes.
I'm telling you, I'll be right here waiting for you. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all.
He declared boldly, then quickly uploaded the fresh footage online, pricing it at 2 silver coins. There was no helping it once the hype picked up, posting fees skyrocketed.
So cocky. Whatever, I'll buy it. Silent Leaf is awesome. I've gone from black to black. Countless players went all out on the forums, causing the gold in Yi's inventory to skyrocket. And he, true to his word, remained stationed at the edge of the land of decay. The first wave he slaughtered them indiscriminately. The second wave he slaughtered them indiscriminately. The third wave he took off. When over 100,000 players suddenly charged in, he wasn't about to stand there like an idiot waiting to die. My follower count is skyrocketing. As he listed the massive haul of gear looted from players for sale online, he glanced at his follower count. It had soared to a staggering 50 million. And these were all active followers even before the borders had opened. Thanks to these followers, in just a few short hours, he earned nearly 20,000 gold coins. Absolutely mind-blowing. He already had a rough idea of how to boost his viewership in the future and was ready to put it into action immediately. Where is he? Where he run off to? Didn't he say he'd wait for us right here? Many players sneered and mocked him. Ding! System notification, the adventurer you follow, Blasphemer Silent Leaf, has started a live stream. Would you like to watch it? A live stream? Does he actually dare to go live?
Yes. With mixed emotions, they all entered Silent Leaf's livestream room at the same time. What met their eyes was a young man wearing the heretic mask. "Family, I've been having such a rough time lately."
Yi put on a deliberately gloomy expression and lamented, "Because of online harassment, I was recently diagnosed with depression." The chat was flooded with question marks. How long ago is not long ago? You just had a bounty put on your head, and now you're already depressed? Isn't that a little too fast? Oh man, you've really cracked the code to going viral. Countless players chimed in with jokes. "Folks, you might not believe this, but I'm actually deep in debt right now."
He opened his quest panel and showed them a screenshot of the quest requirements. 80,000 gold coins. I've already sold everything I own to pay off 20,000, but there is no way I can pay the rest.
How did you end up owing so much? Could it be that the real estate market in this alternate world has crashed too?
So Silent Leaf is having it that rough. We're in the same boat. Many players sent comments, and plenty sent donations.
Thanks for your concern, friends. I'm not saying this on stream just to get sympathy.
He was overjoyed to see the donations, but he said insincerely, "It's to help you all realize how tough life can be. Everyone faces pressure. Never lose faith.
Anything is possible in the future."
After reciting his prepared lines, Yi hurriedly ended the stream. If he kept talking, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Gripping his sword, Yi composed himself and ventured deep into the Fallen Lands. After all, the video needed time to sink in. There was no need to rush.
It was better to calm down and explore the map first. Passing through a dense forest, he entered a desolate wilderness.
In the distance, he could see ghostly, bone-white specters wandering about. Eerie soul fires burned within their skulls. They wielded rusty axes, and as they moved, their bones clattered together, making a creak sound.
Skeleton Axeman Elite Monster. Level 55. HP 250,000. 4,704. True damage. Ha. The undead axeman let out a sinister laugh. Ding.
System notification: the undead axeman has used the skill Sinister Laugh, increasing attack by 30% and reducing defense by 10%. Hiss. Activating Meteor Sword technique, his attack speed increased by 100%, stacked with the 200% bonus from Divine Lament.
Yi's sword strikes came like a whirlwind, landing 4 or 5 blows per second.
With just a few simple strikes, he took down the undead axeman, who collapsed instantly without even having time to cast an offensive skill before dying, turning into a pile of shattered bones.
Ding.
System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating the undead axeman elite monster.
Reward: % of this level as experience.
15 whole levels of monster grinding. The experience wasn't bad, but it wasn't as much as he'd imagined either. In the world of gods and demons, leveling up is extremely difficult. As time goes on, he'd be lucky to gain a single level every few days. To ensure his various sustained damage effects were maximized, Yi would switch targets after just 2 swings. Combined with his speed far surpassing that of ordinary people, his leveling efficiency was incredibly rapid. Whoosh! Before long, a shower of golden light scattered, and Yi reached level 41.
Ding!
System notification: you have received a transfer from your friend, Rookie Rakshasa, amounting to 50 gold coins. Just as he was comfortably grinding monsters, the system notification rang in his ears.
Thanks for earlier. Rakshasa sent a grinning emoji. No need to thank me.
Yi knew full well that Rakshasa was the type to keep his word. Be careful over there from now on. I've heard that a few players from the top 10 of the level rankings have teamed up to come after you. Rakshasa provided the useful tip.
He wasn't particularly tempted by the bounty offered by Silent Leaf.
The Soul Hidden class, coupled with a special title, was certainly enticing, but his current class Blood Shadow Assassin was already quite powerful.
Top 10 players coming after me? Yi replied, thanks for the heads up. He didn't really mind. He was well aware that the player base was teeming with skilled players, but compared to his current strength, they were likely still a step behind. Armed with divine lament, just how strong would an opponent have to be to make him admit defeat?
Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he exchanged a few words with Rakshasa about the new dungeon, then continued leveling up. In the short term, he wasn't the least bit worried about anyone snatching the first clear reward for Realm of Divine Weapons. It wasn't that he underestimated others, it was mainly because the dungeon was located in a Tier 2 city, and players who hadn't completed their second job advancement simply couldn't enter it. He was already number 1 on the Eastern Region level leaderboard, a full 8 levels ahead of second place, and he doubted anyone overseas could surpass him either.
1. Silent Leaf, level 41. 2. Swordsman, level 33. 3. Southgate Braggart, level 33. 4. Super Cutie, level 32. 5. Hidden ID, level 32. 6. North Peak, level 32. 7. Rakshasa, level 32. 8. Kuan Gukuan, level 31. 9. Wang Dahai, level 31. 10. Demon King, level 30.
Meanwhile, on the outer perimeter of the Fallen Lands, 2 players in a party hurried toward the area. Looking at the footprints stretching across the wilderness and the scattered bones around them, one of them, a burly, broad-shouldered man, said in a deep voice, as expected of Silent Leaf, he has gone really deep. Monsters in the Land of Decay are all level 50 and above, deterring many players.
The fact that Silent Leaf could calmly farm monsters while exploring truly surprised him.
The slaughter videos Silent Leaf uploaded are incredibly intimidating, said the player standing beside him, a gaunt, pale figure with a sinister tone.
Beifong, are you really confident you can take him on?
I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm absolutely confident. After all, he is a top-tier player who stood out among over 1 billion players in the Eastern region. It's impossible to gauge the upper limit of his strength.
Beifong shook his head.
The God-man looked both surprised and skeptical. You dared to invite me to team up, you must have a pretty good chance, right?
I definitely have a chance. If I had to put a number on it.
After a moment's thought, Beifong made a rational assessment. If he is only as skilled as he appears in the videos, in a fair one-on-one match, it's a 60-40 split. I take 60, he takes 40.
What if I, Wang Dahai, join the fight? The God-man asked with a smile. What I find most troublesome about Silent Leaf is his extraordinary speed. Beifong admitted frankly.
With you assisting him, he might as well just wait to die.
It's a 90-10 split, and that one point is because I'm worried he might have a secret weapon.
The gaunt man nodded in satisfaction.
Great minds think alike. Beifong's assessment was practically identical to his own.
Silent Leaf's level was high, yes, but unfortunately, when the two of them worked together, they were practically unbeatable.
Level isn't everything.
He must be just ahead, let us chase him, the gaunt man urged.
All right.
Beifong quickened his pace. Thinking of the upcoming showdown between masters, he muttered to himself, Silent Leaf, you've claimed every first kill on the server so far, don't lose too badly at my hands.
Whoosh!
While slaying nearby undead axemen and venturing deeper into the Fallen Lands, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching.
Another player looking to die?
Yi immediately activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter stealth mode, ready to give the other player a little surprise.
Cheap, cheap.
Just as he was about to close in, the little Pichio suddenly let out a cry.
Ding!
System notification, your pet, auspicious beast Pichio, indicates it has discovered treasure nearby.
Nearby? Yi paused in his tracks, deep in thought. Could it be that the person chasing me is carrying treasure? It seemed things weren't as simple as he'd imagined.
Not only did he have to defeat his opponent, but he also had to obtain the treasure in their possession. This was clearly a rare hidden quest he'd triggered. Turning to look behind him, Yi immediately spotted a burly man and a gaunt man rushing toward him, one in front and one behind.
Even from a distance, he could sense their excitement. Rookie Beifong, Mystic Iron Swordsman. Rookie Wang Dahai, Priest. So it's these two.
Yi realized. North Peak and Wang Dahai had been quite formidable figures in his previous life. Working together, they were more than a match for top-tier players, especially in the early game, when they were at the height of their fame. Ultimately, their rapid rise to prominence relied heavily on the talents they acquired at the start of the game. As they pressed deeper into the bone-strewn terrain alongside the undead axemen, they reached the area where Yi's trail had vanished.
Glancing at the uncleared mobs in the distance, they scanned their surroundings warily. "Dahai, watch out!"
Bei Feng, wielding a greatsword, stood ready for battle. "He is not far from us." Whoosh! A flash of grey cold light streaked past as Yi launched his attack with lightning speed. Divine Lament sliced precisely across Wang Dahai's neck, leaving a trail of blood. 26,450. Critical hit. The crimson damage number popped up. Ha! Yi, now out of stealth, feigned surprise. His defense is actually pretty high. In fact, it wouldn't be difficult to take Wang Dahai down in an instant, but since killing him wasn't the goal, Yi deliberately held back, deactivating all his passives to deal only as much damage as his opponent could withstand. Holy shit, that's insane. Seeing his health bar hit rock bottom, Wang Dahai turned pale with shock and, without hesitation, activated his talent skill possession. His physical form became ethereal as he attached himself to Bei Feng's back, forming a sort of protective shield. Ding! System notification: newcomer Wang Dahai has used the skill, Possession. He is immune to all damage until the skill's duration ends or the possessed target dies. During this time, based on his own stats, he grants the possessed target a 62% boost to all attributes and 10% damage reduction, lasting 10 minutes. In an instant, Bei Feng's power surged dramatically. I never expected two top-tier players from the rankings to be after my life. Yi slipped into character instantly, his voice cold. Bei Feng gripped his broad, heavy sword tightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Who wouldn't be tempted by the bounty on your head? He had to admit that the situation was somewhat different from what he imagined. Before the fight had even begun, Wang Dahai had already been cornered. Greed knows no bounds. You just want the divine weapon in my hand, don't you? I'll give you a chance. Yi laughed bitterly in his rage, holding up the divine tears for all to see. How about a wager? A wager? Bei Feng was baffled. This weapon is already bound to me. Yi explained eloquently. Killing me won't do you any good. In Gods and Demons, bound equipment or items cannot be looted. The only two ways to obtain them are when the user has exhausted their resurrection attempts or when they unbind the item themselves. Bei Feng was speechless. From his perspective, although he couldn't see Silent Leaf's stats panel, he could see the 3 question marks next to his name ID glowing a deep purple, a clear sign of extremely high sin value. The higher the sin value, the higher the drop rate after being killed. But if it's bound gear, he'd have to kill them 3 times in a row and he'd likely just be lining someone else's pockets. What are we betting on? Bei Feng asked. Each of you put up the most valuable item in your inventory to bet against me. I'll unbind it and join you in a high-stakes gamble. Yi revealed his true intentions. Hearing this, Bei Feng and Wang Dahai exchanged glances but didn't rush to answer. He was acting way too confident. Never mind if you don't want to bet, Yi said, feigning retreat to advance. Let us go. Wait. Bei Feng raised his hand to stop him, his eyes darting about. We're still in the early stages of this alternate world. We don't have any valuable items. I only have one A rank item. I only have a B rank item. Wang Dahai added. Are you sure these are your most valuable treasures? Yi asked in return. I'm an honest guy. You'll pay the price if you're lying to me. Bei Feng swore solemnly. I'm definitely not lying to you. Alright then, let us start the sparring match. Yi urged. Duel mode, a special setting for adventurers, meant that even if one killed the other, there would be no penalties. Alright. Bei Feng agreed without hesitation. On second thought, he figured he had nothing to lose. If his assessment was wrong and he ended up losing, trading in a rank item for his life would definitely be worth it. Ding! System notice: Blasphemer Silent Leaf has challenged you to a sparring match with the following conditions. If Silent Leaf wins, they will receive Life's Enlightenment, a rank item, and Healing Spell, B rank skill. If Bei Feng or Wang Dahai wins, they will receive the Goddess Tiers Transcendent Tier equipment.
Do you accept? Yes. The two answered in unison, choosing to accept. Betting 2 pieces of junk against a Transcendent Tier weapon, what a score! 3, 2, 1. Ding. System notification, duel begins. Die.
As the countdown ended, Beifeng charged at Yi without hesitation, swinging his greatsword in a slashing strike.
Ding.
System notification, you have used the skill Shadow Chase, increasing your movement speed by 80%. Enhanced by Divine Lament to a higher tier, Shadow Chase provided an even greater movement speed bonus combined with his talent. This amounted to a 160% increase. A green light flashed in his eyes. Facing the oncoming weapon, Yi suddenly sidestepped to avoid it and thrust his sword forward. Beifeng's eyes and hands moved with lightning speed. He decisively raised his sword to defend, blocking the attack with its broad blade.
Clang! The sound of clashing weapons rang out.
However, before Beifeng could launch a counterattack, Yi thrust his sword toward his neck. It was none other than Meteor Sword technique.
Damn, his attack speed is that fast? Beifeng was horrified. Unable to block in time, the blade pierced his throat. 4608.
At the same time, Yi inflicted several types of ongoing damage.
4000. Poison. 200. Burn. 1885. True damage. 810 bleeding. Yi wasn't surprised by the damage output.
Wang Dahai provided a 10% damage reduction, and Beifeng's own talent, Invincible, granted a 50% damage reduction, a total of 60% damage reduction. Add to that a whopping 62% all-attribute bonus, and that was likely the basis for these two daring to challenge him. To put it bluntly, when these two teamed up, everything else was mediocre, but they were incredibly tanky.
Unfortunately, they run into their nemesis. Damn it!
Beifeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He quickly stepped back to take a potion, while Wang Dahai, as a priest, frantically healed him. A single sword strike took away 20% of his health.
60% damage reduction. That is 60% damage reduction, for fuck's sake. 2240. 500. 7695. I can't keep up with the healing. Wang Dahai was nearly in tears from the stress. Stepping back calmly, Yi said regretfully, seriously, why did you have to run into me?
Even with a 60% boost to all stats, today's adventurers have a maximum of 5 or 6,000 HP at best.
They can't even withstand simple poison damage. With stats like this, how am I supposed to give him a hard time?
Watching his HP plummet like a bloodbath, unable to stop it, Beifeng felt utterly bewildered.
Why did I have to get hit by you? Just once. Bro, I just let you hit me once. And then I'm dead? Thud.
With green, red, and white damage numbers flashing all over his body, Beifeng collapsed to his knees, completely dumbfounded. To be honest, before coming here to challenge him, he imagined all sorts of scenarios in his head. Intense battles, thrilling dodges, or hard-fought victories.
In the end, none of that happened. He just got stabbed by accident, and the screen went black. Ding. System notice, congratulations on winning the sparring match.
You have obtained Enlightenment of Life, Grade A item and Healing Spell, Grade B skill. The moment the match ended, Beifeng respawned, and 2 new items appeared in Yi's inventory.
Enlightenment of Life, Grade A. Description: gently awakens your slumbering spirit.
Effect, upon use, increases insight by 30% for 10 minutes.
Healing Spell, Grade B. Description: provides substantial healing.
Effect, casts a healing spell on the target unit, healing an amount equal to 400-150% of attack.
Usage requirement: Priest.
Clearly, neither of them was particularly eager to give him anything valuable. They specifically chosen items that were of little use to themselves as stakes.
Looking at Beifeng, whose face had turned sour, Yi asked tentatively, "Is this thing really the most valuable item in your inventory? Is that a problem?" Bei Feng replied irritably. I told you, if you lie to me, the consequences will be dire. Yi emphasized repeatedly. Ha! Bei Feng let out two cold laughs and declared, I can guarantee this is the most precious treasure in my inventory. Then I'll give it a try, Yi said with a smile, feeling reassured. I'm sure you wouldn't lie to me. Ha! Wang Dahai and Bei Feng exchanged puzzled glances. What did he mean by give it a try? Pi Xiu. Yi summoned his divine pet. Cheep, cheep. The grayish-white Pi Xiu burrowed out from beneath the ground, radiating a golden glow. Then, a beam of golden light shot out, streaking toward Yi. Ding! System notification, your pet, Pi Xiu, has used the skill, Super Multiplier, granting you 10 times the value of the item you obtained. Ding! System notice, you have obtained the S-rank item, Random Teleportation Scroll. Ding! System notice, you have obtained the A-rank item, Treasure Map. Bei Feng. Wang Dahai. Silence. The scene fell into a moment of dead silence. How could I have trusted you so much? Yi, overcome with grief, was the first to cry out, you two are among the top 10 on the level rankings, how dare you rip me off? Do you even know I suffer from depression? Silent Leaf, don't take this too far. Bei Feng's face turned from dark to red, then from red to pale. Super Multiplier. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? How is this any different from robbery? You wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. I didn't say you were being unreasonable. I'm just taking a little compensation from you, and you're telling me not to go too far? Yi found it quite amusing. At those words, the two were left speechless. They were the ones who had been hunting him down. No matter how you looked at it, they were in the wrong. Little Pi Xiu, do they have anything else of value on them? Yi asked curiously. The two turned pale with fear and ran off without a second thought. The Pi Xiu shook his head. So the treasure you mentioned is the S-rank Random Teleportation Scroll? Yi took out the gift Bei Feng had sent from his inventory. Random Teleportation Scrolls rank. Description: since it's a random teleportation, it's entirely possible you'll end up in a cesspool. Item effect: upon use, randomly teleports you to a specific area, such as a cesspool. It's a decent item for staying alive, but there's a chance you'll escape the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Besides, the A-rank treasure map is also a valuable item. Cheep, cheep. The Pi Xiu raised its front paw and pointed into the distance. Ding! System notification, your pet, auspicious beast Pi Xiu, indicates that the treasure it mentioned lies deep within the Fallen Lands. So this is just an appetizer. I certainly can't let brother Bei Feng's kindness go to waste. Yi stowed away the S-rank item and commanded, Pi Xiu, you there, lead the way and get to work. Pi Xiu. After this brief interlude, the man and the beast continued their exploration of the Fallen Lands. The undead axemen they encountered along the way were transformed into experience points converted by the Buddhist light radiating from their bodies to help them grow. Ding! System notice, your pet, ancient beast Pi Xiu, has reached level 5. Ding! System notification, your pet, ancient beast Pi Xiu, has reached level 10. Compared to Yi himself, his pet's leveling was far more rapid. After checking the pet's stats, Yi couldn't help but be impressed. It truly lived up to its reputation as Silent Leaf's pet. It was indeed formidable. Auspicious beast Pi Xiu, Silent Leaf's pet. Level 10. HP 50,000. Attack 200. Defense 400. Skills: Earth Escape, Super Double, Seal, Auspicious Beast. Description: the ancient mythical beast Pi Xiu is born with great fortune, warding off misfortune and attracting good luck, bringing a steady flow of wealth. Super Multiplier SS rank. Description: a simple multiplier isn't enough. Super Multiplier is the way to go. Skill effect: based on a specific item obtained by the Pi Xiu or its owner within the past 10 seconds, the Pi Xiu gains additional treasures from the opponent's hand worth 10 times the total value of that item. Cooldown 10 minutes. Seal: auspicious beast SS rank. Description: auspicious beasts draw upon the very essence of heaven and earth. Their power defies conventional understanding. Active effect: currently unavailable. Passive effect: based on its own strength, it provides the master a certain amount of gold coins every day. Cooldown: 1 day. That's incredible. Ye has yet to witness the full power of the forbidden auspicious beast, but Super Multiplier has already proven immensely valuable. Most importantly, the scope of Super Multiplier isn't limited. If the opponent gives it voluntarily, it certainly counts as obtaining the item, so why shouldn't taking it yourself count as obtaining it too? Wind Heretic can learn both swordsman and assassin skills, and among the assassin skills, there is a very special technique called steal. Ahem, take. First take it, get the treasure, then use Super Multiplier. Wouldn't that make the joy super multiplied as well? Thinking of this, Yi couldn't contain his excitement. He was itching to learn that skill right away. Unfortunately, it was a move that could only be learned after the second job advancement, so he'd have to wait a little longer. Led by the Pishio, Yi arrived at an unremarkable cave. Activating Wind Shadow Follow, he slipped inside, while the Pishio led the way using Earth Dive. Their coordination was seamless. Following the winding, dimly lit cave, Yi soon reached the inner chamber. Looking up, he saw a massive spider had woven a dense web all around. Dark red spider gold tier boss. What kind of treasure could a gold tier boss be guarding? Last time this exquisite treasure chest was guarded by at least a dark gold tier boss. Yi was filled with astonishment and doubt. Chirp, chirp. The Pishio signaled for him to keep going. Seeing this, Yi immediately followed, managing to avoid the lurking spiders as he ventured deeper into the cave, where he spotted a mighty tiger crouching on the ground, its massive frame exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Spotted tiger dark gold tier boss. So that's how it is. Yi snapped out of his daze. It seemed this cave ran very deep, reaching the bottom wouldn't be easy. Continuing to skirt around the striped tiger, he held his breath and tiptoed away from the farthest point from it, then made his way to the third location. Frostblood Wolf Spirit Tier Boss. Do I have to go further in? Seeing that the Pishio was still gesturing, Yi felt this was a very tricky situation. If he were discovered inside the cave with a bunch of bosses guarding the entrance, his life would definitely be in danger. I'll take my chances. After weighing his options carefully, Yi first stored the lower level Pishio in his pet space and pressed on alone. Exerting nearly all his strength and confirming that the Frostblood Wolf was in a deep sleep, Yi, his heart pounding with fear, kept out of its line of sight and continued deeper into the cave. Water Dragon Earth Tier Boss. Looking at the water dragon fast asleep, Yi furrowed his brow. An Earth Tier boss was completely beyond his capabilities. There was no way he could pass through without disturbing it. What should he do? After hesitating for a long time, Yi summoned the Pishio in the rest area between the two bosses and gritted his teeth, asking, "Is the treasure still far away?" The Pishio shook its head. "Then I'll take my chances." Storing the Pishio back in his pet space, Yi took a deep breath, activated Chasing the Wind, and shot forward at top speed like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, instantly streaking past the water dragon. Whoosh! The water dragon opened its eyes, startled awake. Ding! System notification, your stealth has been detected. Oh woo! Oh woo woo! The bosses from the previous levels also sensed the uninvited guest. Whoosh! Yi didn't hesitate, darting out like the wind until he finally reached the deepest part of the cave, where he could see a green orb at the far end of his vision. Without a moment's pause, Yi grabbed the random teleportation scroll with one hand and snatched the green orb with the other, tucking it into his pouch. That's it. Bye-bye. Wait. Just as he was about to tear up the scroll and make a run for it, Yi suddenly thought of something. He pulled out the enchanted orb that Li Shua hadn't yet asked for back, and a crazy idea popped into his head. Run? Run where? I'm a level boss too. Rumble, rumble. All sorts of bosses came charging from the cave passageways. As gatekeepers themselves, how could they possibly allow anyone to slip through by cheating? Boom! Standing at the edge of the passage, Yi activated the enchanted orb.
A gray mist swirled around him as he transformed into the abyssal demon form. His skin turned ashen, his nails pitch black, and his bone wings unfurled, making him look like a malevolent specter. Abyssal Demon Yi, Gold Tier Boss. There was no doubt that Yi had made rapid progress during this time. Previously, he could only transform into a Silver Tier boss, but now his strength had risen to a whole new level. Whoa! The water dragon was the first to charge into the tunnel, followed by the Frostblood Wolf and the Spotted Tiger, all of them storming in headlong. Scanning their surroundings, they could only see that the blue orb they had long guarded had vanished without a trace, and that an abyssal demon now stood nearby. Whoa! Roar! Ah! Yi mimicked them, shouting wildly. The beasts! Seeming to sense something was amiss, once all the remaining gatekeeper bosses had entered the area, they surrounded Yi in a circle, scrutinizing him from head to toe with fierce, watchful eyes. We're on the same side. We're all on the same side. Yi, the victim, felt utterly wronged. He spread his hands wide to show he wasn't carrying the treasure they wanted. In fact, the blue orb really wasn't on him. At the last possible moment, he had passed the treasure on to his pet. However, faced with Yi's protests, the monsters were full of skepticism. They exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unconvinced by his words. Even though their intelligence didn't match that of humans, they instinctively sensed that something was off about the abyssal demon. Yet, constrained by the suppression of their bloodline, they dared not offend it lightly. Cheap, cheap. Just as the situation was about to explode, the gray-white Pichio, with the blue bead clenched in its mouth, burst out of the ground, only to burrow back down again, heading straight toward the exit of the cave. Instantly, all the bosses shifted their attention and charged at the Pichio with murderous intent, as if sensing its location and determined to dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. Don't run! Yi followed close behind the bosses and roared, "Thief! Hand over the bead I've guarded for 1,000 years. Pichio!" Whoosh! The water dragon, the most powerful among them, decisively launched an attack as it closed in. It opened its gaping maw and spat out a water jet with immense force, slamming into the ground and shattering the rocks. But even so, they failed to catch the Pichio, because before the battle even began, it had already been summoned into someone's pet space. Whoa! Roar! Ah! A group of gatekeeper bosses, having lost track of the Pichio, all roared in anger, unwilling to accept their defeat. It wasn't until Yi had shouted himself hoarse that they grudgingly dispersed, returning to their respective gatekeeping positions. Equally helpless, Yi had no choice but to give up the chase and head to the first checkpoint outside the cave. Strange. Where on earth did that Pichio go? The first checkpoint's boss, the abyssal demon Yi, was completely baffled. The dark red spider's 8 eyes fixed on the abyssal demon standing not far away, its gaze radiating hostility. Why aren't you leaving yet? Yi froze. What are you doing on my turf? Gurgle, gurgle. The dark red spider let out a hoarse cry. Fine, fine. Yi laughed bitterly in his rage. It seems that today, not only has someone stolen the treasure, but a spider is trying to take my territory too. Whoosh! Pulling Divine Lament from his inventory, he charged forward without hesitation. A gold tier boss it wouldn't be too difficult for him to handle now. Since he was already here, he might as well take home some local specialties. Dark red spider gold tier boss. Level 60. HP 1 million. Attack 1,850-1,900. Defense 1,200-1,250. Skills: Devour Spider Web Poisonous Body. Description: a gatekeeper boss placed here by someone. Perhaps after clearing each stage, you'll discover a precious treasure. Its stats are fairly average, at least for Yi at this stage, so defeating it isn't too much of a challenge. As for what that precious treasure might be, the adventurer is filled with anticipation. Swoosh! 23,991. A sharp sword slashed at the dark red spider's leg, inflicting sustained damage. Yi then glanced at the second stage and noticed that the spotted tiger hadn't taken any notice. It was clear that by clearing each stage one by one and following the rules, he wouldn't provoke a group attack. At the same time, green damage numbers appeared on Yi's screen, and a wave of weakness quickly washed over him.
Ding!
System notice: you have been affected by the dark red spider S, toxic overload, losing 1000 HP per second for 10 seconds. In an instant, both players were dealing with poison damage, though the potency of Yi's source of venom was 10 times that of toxic overload. Without flinching, Yi continued trading blows with it, aiming to finish it off as quickly as possible. Not to brag, but as a deep abyss demon, his HP was over 1.6 million. Even in a straight brawl, he was a sure winner.
Splash!
At one point, the dark red spider, whose HP had dropped below 50%, spat out spider silk, attempting to entangle Yi.
Shadow domain skill.
Dark energy surged through Yi's body, then exploded violently, creating a rolling shockwave that shattered the spider webs into pieces. The dark red spider was knocked flying as well, crashing awkwardly into the wall.
Its health plummeted, and it suffered corrosion, hindering its movement. 39,448. Nearly 40,000 damage.
Normally, the area of effect shadow domain skill would never deal such terrifying damage, but with the weapon S enhancement now at the SS tier, its power was on an entirely different level. It's also worth noting that, given his current strength, he was still far from being able to unleash the true power of an SS tier skill. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the dark red spider was demoralized. He pressed his advantage and finished it off in one fell swoop.
Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating the dark red spider gold tier boss.
You have received the following rewards: 160% experience for this level, 200 reputation points, and 10 gold coins.
Ding!
System notification: your pet, Ancient Beast Pichio, has leveled up to level 13.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
2 streaks of golden light scattered. After defeating the undead axeman, Yu was already close to leveling up now. With the help of the dark red spider, he surged straight to level 43. Picking up the 2 items dropped by the boss, he ran his hand over them to inspect the details. Dark red spider gold tier pet egg. Spider silk armor gold tier.
Defense 120-130. HP 8,000.
Bonus: tenacious after taking a melee attack, reduces the opponent's attack speed by 10%.
Traits plus 10% defense. Level requirement 50.
Description: armor crafted from the dark red spider S silk. The dark red spider S pet egg is sure to be a hit with summoners. Yi wouldn't feel right unless he made a few thousand gold coins off it. As for the spider silk armor, it requires level 50, so he'll have to wait a while longer. After taking inventory of his loot, he stood in the passageway of the second stage, patiently waiting for his health to recover. Since it was a rare chance to use a magic-infused orb, he naturally wanted to maximize the benefits. If the gold tier boss was so easy to defeat, why not seize the opportunity to claim the dark gold tier first kill? But before that, he opened his inventory, moving the gleaming blue orb from his pet's inventory to his own, his eyes burning with anticipation. Let me see what kind of treasure you really are. Meanwhile, in a certain canyon, crack! Rolls of thunder echoed through the heavens. The ink-like sky was dark and lifeless, yet the majestic might of the heavens remained unchanged year after year. This place was inaccessible to ordinary people. Perhaps some had once ventured here, only to meet their untimely end. Like a streak of black aurora, Anita flew to the edge of the canyon, exhaling warm breath into the biting wind, her eyes burning with excitement. She didn't linger at the edge for long. She leaped straight in. Gazing into the bottomless abyss, she braved the gale and muttered to herself, "Cambrian realm, are you ready for the darkness to descend?" Weaving through the thick mist, she descended vertically for several minutes before finally reaching the bottom. Thud! Landing heavily on the ground and crushing the surrounding skeletal remains, Anita looked up abruptly to see 9 red energy orbs suspended in the air not far away. Those energy orbs emitted an eerie, terrifying glow, creating an ominous atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, she could see that each one concealed a dark shadow, some humanoid, others of unspeakable, grotesque shapes. Fey God tier boss. Furious Thunder Gale God tier boss.
Wind Rider Aaron God tier boss. Who would have thought that, aside from Anita, the other 9 demon gods were actually slumbering in the same location? Judging by the current situation, 10 days at most. Anita concluded, a savage grin curving her lips. In 10 days, the demons will descend upon the mortal realm. As if thinking of someone, her eyes narrowed slightly. Silent Leaf, I truly look forward to our next encounter. After everything that had happened, he realized he'd been wrong, dead wrong. That young man named Silent Leaf was by no means an ordinary abyss demon. Me too. One of the red energy orbs began to tremble, and Faye's voice rang out from between sleep and wakefulness. Having been outmaneuvered by Silent Leaf and returned empty-handed, there was no way she would let this go. Ding! System notification, congratulations on completing the quest. Loyalty, difficulty, C reward, Dark Faction affinity 1000 points. Just as Yi was about to inspect the blue orb, the system's chime rang in his ears. That's quite a generous quest reward. Yi couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, not taking it too seriously. Goodwill is a mysterious thing. When it comes to self-interest, what might have been a mortal enemy 1 second could become a close brother the next. Fixing his gaze on the blue bead, Yi examined its details. Wind Sword Bead, King Class. Effect, movement speed plus 50%, attack speed plus 50%. Effect? Special ability? Description, a relic left behind by the Swordmaster of the Clear Wind, Yagyuqing may be related to his legacy. Note, effect activates when placed in the inventory. Even though Yi knew the blue orb was no ordinary item, he never imagined it would be as high as King Class. Even more astonishing was that this orb was connected to the Swordmaster of the Clear Wind, Yagyuqing. Who was the Swordmaster of the Clear Breeze, Yagyuqing? He had no idea. But since he had the audacity to leave behind a legacy, he surely wasn't some no-name. The only real regret was that the Wind Sword Pearl didn't provide any information about the legacy, and Yi had no idea how to activate it. Maybe my strength isn't quite enough to activate it yet? Yi mused. This pearl was supposed to be obtainable only after defeating an Earth-tier boss, but since he acquired it early, perhaps he wasn't quite ready yet. With that in mind, Yi didn't dwell on it. Leaving the legacy aside, the bonuses provided by the Wind Sword Pearl alone were already quite satisfying to him. Roar! Not far away, the spotted great tiger seemed to sense something. It awoke from its rest and let out a warning-filled roar directed at Yi. Don't worry. Yi gestured for it to relax and said frankly, hold your horses for a moment. I still need to strengthen myself a bit more before I kill you. I'll let you rest for a few more minutes. As he spoke, he took a few steps back. The striped tiger. Taking the heretic orb and the demon goddess blood from his bag, Yi urged, drink it up. It might not taste great, but it's good for you. Gulp, gulp. The heretic orb, already ravenous, immediately began devouring the demon goddess blood. Anita, at the bottom of the canyon, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine and a sense of unease. She wondered, here we go again. She recalled experiencing that same eerie sensation as if her flesh and blood were being torn apart when she was previously sealed inside the red gem. Could Silent Leaf be messing around with my blood? Anita wondered, filled with doubt. He had originally thought Yi would splash his demon goddess blood onto the super divine weapon to destroy it, but the subsequent plot developments completely defied his expectations, rendering his careful planning useless. Unable to figure out the reason, Anita shook his head and chuckled, I doubt he'd dare. Would devouring demon goddess blood be beneficial to a still frail abyssal demon? Yes. But the energy contained within demon goddess blood was immense given Yi's current strength. Attempting to devour it would undoubtedly lead to his death. Ding! System notice, congratulations on successfully using the heretic orb to absorb Anita's rare bloodline. The Wind Heretic class has been strengthened, and Godslayer power, pseudo has been upgraded to Godslayer power. That feels good. Stowing away the heretic orb, Yi eagerly opened his skill panel to examine the enhanced Godslayer power. Godslayer power, passive SS rank. Description: the power of godslaying is Anita's ultimate technique, the very foundation of his dominance in the Dark faction and his rise to become a demon god.
Skill effect: after your attacks deal damage to an enemy, they will be imbued with the power of godslaying, causing the enemy unit to take damage equal to 300% of your attack power per second. The power of godslaying deals true damage, ignoring defense and shields.
Duration: 10 seconds.
Although the tier remains unchanged, the buff is massive. With the future stacking of the Super God Weapon S blessings, Yi strongly suspects that his god-slaying power will eventually become even more devastating than Anita's own. Thinking of this, Yi felt a deep sense of gratitude welling up from the bottom of his heart. Anita, I truly look forward to our next meeting. In addition, he glanced at his class panel. Wind Heretic Exclusive Hidden Class. Description: an abyssal demon who commands the element of wind, an eternal evil god feared across countless worlds. HP: 12. Attack: 12. Defense: 12. Speed: 15. The base growth stats are even more terrifying. If he could devour a few more rare bloodlines in the future, he felt he'd have no trouble taking on a demon god single-handedly. With everything in order, he wielded Divine Lament and charged into the second stage, moving as swiftly as the wind, reaching the splendid tiger in a flash. Armor-piercing strike skill: 12,149. He dared to challenge it because he was confident in his abilities. As for the stats of this Dark Gold tier boss, Yi the Tiger Slayer already knew them by heart. Splendid Tiger Dark Gold tier boss. Level: 72. HP: 5 million. Attack: 6,500 6,800. Defense: 3,200 3,400. Skills: Majestic Presence, Tiger Roar, Sweep the Army. Description: if you've made it to the second stage, it means you're one step closer to the treasure. Its stats are impressive. Unfortunately, the man standing before it is Yi, the abyssal demon, the boss guarding the first stage. Roar. Caught off guard by the ambush, the dazzling tiger let out a furious roar and charged at Yi with all four hooves, the various types of damage it was taking causing it immense pain. Poison, burn, true damage, bleed. 25,963. Boom. The moment the striped tiger closed in, Yi's pent-up dark element exploded violently, surging outward like a dark tidal wave in all directions. It knocked the tiger back several meters while inflicting corrosion. 28,559. The Shadow Domain skill failed to break through the boss's defense. After all, Yi was only level 43, while the Dark Gold tier boss was a whopping level 72, a gap of nearly 30 levels. Setting aside the difference in stats, the level disparity alone was enough to drastically reduce the damage dealt. With 5 status effects raining down on him all at once, the colorful tiger was in its element. All aggro was locked onto Yi, and its attacks grew even more ferocious. But Yi moved like the wind, eluding the boss's strikes and deliberately dodging after landing his armor-piercing strike skill. With a total movement speed bonus of 1,137%, Yi was inherently unbeatable when facing a Dark Gold tier boss. There was only one reason the spotted tiger would lose. Yi had broken through its defense. At this stage, with all those game-breaking passives, having Yi break through its defense was tantamount to certain death. 80%. 60%. His health bar is dropping rapidly. Even with the spotted tiger's massive 5 million HP, it can't withstand nearly 30,000 damage per second. Roar. When its health dropped to half, it let out a sudden, furious roar. The shockwave rippled out, making Yi's eardrums rumble. Ding. System notice: the spotted tiger has used the skill, Tiger Roar of the World, reducing all your attributes by 10% for 1 minute. That's something. Yi's expression grew grave. All attributes were calculated on a different scale. A 10% reduction would lower his movement speed to 1,023%. Even if he had a 9,999 in 10,000 chance of outrunning the spotted fierce tiger, he couldn't deny the 1 in 10,000 possibility of being caught. The odds were too slim. The outlook wasn't promising. Whoosh. After activating Tiger Roar of the World, the spotted tiger's body radiated rock elemental energy, which then coalesced into a ring-shaped energy similar to sword chi and spun outward.
Ding!
System notification: the spotted tiger has used the skill, Sweep the 1,000 armies, dealing 120% of its own attack damage to all enemy units within a 2020 area. Trapped inside a narrow cave with nowhere to hide from the area of effect damage, he held his weapon horizontally to forcefully block the impact, then unleashed the armor-piercing strike skill at the striped tiger. As things stand, his available options are indeed rather limited. Let us hope the 2 active skills he learned during his second job advancement are powerful enough.
Inside a level 3 town.
Whoosh! With a single slash, he took down a monster.
A golden glow emanated from Bei Feng's body.
He quickly opened the level rankings to check his position, and his expression brightened slightly. I'm finally back in the top 10. When a player dies, not only is 1 resurrection attempt deducted, but their level also drops by 1. Fortunately, he was teamed up with Wang Dahai, which gave him a huge advantage. Otherwise, given how cutthroat the competition is in the Dongfang server, it would be extremely difficult to re-enter the top 10 in such a short time.
What happened to your 90-10 split? Wang Dahai, standing behind him, couldn't help but tease. He vividly remembered Bei Feng's confident attitude before he went to challenge Silent Leaf. Don't rub it in.
Bei Feng's eye twitched as he grumbled, who knew his sustained damage would be this insane. He naturally watched Silent Leaf's videos of clearing shrimp soldiers at the time. He thought it was still within manageable limits. He never expected that when they actually faced off, it would be over in just a few seconds.
1 hit and you're dead. Is this the true terror of the number 1 player on the leaderboard?
Rustle. Suddenly, Bei Feng heard footsteps. He turned to look and saw a young man with delicate features striding toward him. He held a long spear, his step steady, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He carried himself with the bearing of a great general.
Rookie Nanmen Chuanyo, Spear God. Level 30. Upon seeing the visitor, Bei Feng's expression shifted slightly, as if facing a formidable enemy. Nanmen Chuanyo, what brings you here?
The young man before him was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. To stand out among the billions of players in the eastern region, his strength was undeniable.
No need to be nervous, I'm not here to cause trouble, Nanmen Chuanyo said calmly.
I just heard you guys went to see Silent Leaf, so I came specifically to ask how strong is he?
You already have a hidden class, are you still looking to pick a fight with Silent Leaf?
Bei Feng asked, his voice filled with surprise and doubt. I'm not looking to pick a fight, I just want to take this opportunity to learn a thing or two from him. But the Fallen Lands really are too far away, it'd be a waste of time to go all the way there.
Nanmen Chuanyo spoke bluntly, you guys fought him once, it looks like you lost. How long did you last?
Bei Feng fell silent.
How long did I last? Can I say I got 1 shot? We were slightly outmatched.
Wang Dahai picked up the thread and replied, in the end, we couldn't block his finishing blow, a regrettable defeat.
A narrow defeat? Got it. Satisfied with the answer, Nanmen Chuanyo turned and walked away. Are you going to pick a fight with Silent Leaf? Bei Feng pressed. Without looking back, Nanmen Chuanyo said haughtily, we'll talk about that another time.
Even beating you guys was a close call, I'm afraid you're not even qualified to face me yet. Bei Feng and Wang Dahai exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. The guy was just trying to save face, but I didn't expect he'd actually give you a reason to show off.
Who do you think has a better chance of winning in a one-on-one fight between Nanmen Chuanyo and Silent Leaf? Watching Nanmen Chuanyo walk away, Wang Dahai couldn't help but gloat. 9-1, I'd say. Bei Feng analyzed, if Nanmen Chuanyo is strong enough, he might still have a shot. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Silent Leaf, for becoming the first player to defeat a Dark Gold tier boss. This is hereby announced. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to player, Silent Leaf, for becoming the first player to defeat a Dark Gold tier boss. This is hereby announced.
Whoa! The sudden announcement made Bei Feng gasp. Silent Leaf might have dealt a blow that left Nanmen Chuanyo with tens of thousands of health in the red.
Whether he can win or not, Nanmen Chuanyo must have had a pretty good idea in his heart. Wang Dehai felt a bit embarrassed. Anyone with eyes could see that he'd been bragging in good faith just now. If Nanmen Shui Niao was looking for trouble, that was his own fault for taking it seriously. The blame doesn't lie with him. Ding! System notification: congratulations on successfully defeating the Dark Gold tier boss Speckled Fierce Tiger. Rewards earned: level 3, 300 reputation, 200 gold coins. Ding! System notification: congratulations on defeating the Dark Gold tier boss Speckled Fierce Tiger. As the first player to defeat a Dark Gold tier boss, you've earned the following additional rewards: 50 free attribute points, 1000 reputation, and the rare skill Flesh Flogging. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of golden light flashed, and you reached level 46. When it comes to leveling up, nothing beats taking down bosses head on. As always, Yi allocated his free attribute points to speed. He picked up the gear dropped by the colorful Fierce Tiger, then opened his inventory to inspect the rewards granted by the Dark Gold tier first kill system. Flesh Flogging passive S rank. Description: come on, flog me. Skill effect: Flesh Flogging passive S rank. Description: come on, flog me. Skill effect: restores % HP per second for 10 seconds after taking damage. Additional effect: each time you are attacked, there is a certain chance to trigger counter damage, reflecting 5% of the damage taken back to the attacker. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Required class: melee classes. Why are they all passives? Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. To be honest, he felt that when it came to passive skills, he had already reached a level that no one else could match at this stage. Ding! System prompt: do you wish to learn Flesh Flogging passive S rank? Yes. Yi decisively chose to agree. Ding! System notice: due to the characteristics of Wind Heretic, the skill you've learned, Flesh Flogging, has advanced to overpower the enemy. Ding! System notice: due to the additional effect of the weapon Goddess Lament, the skill you've learned, Overpower the Enemy, has reached SS rank. Opening his skill bar, Yi immediately noticed a massive surge in skill power. Overpower passive SS rank. Description: watch out, I'm about to overpower you. Skill effect: restores % HP per second for 10 seconds after taking damage. Additional effect: every time you are attacked, you will definitely reflect 10% of the damage taken back to the attacker, and there is a certain chance to trigger revenge, which allows you to counter the opponent's skill with 80% of its original effect. This passive has no cooldown. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Note: if the opponent's skill is of a higher tier than overpowering the enemy, it cannot be countered. Note: due to insufficient current strength, this skill's potency has not yet reached its full potential. Yi was nearly stunned by the changed additional effects. Guaranteed damage reflection, and a chance to counter the opponent's skill at 80% of its original effect. Does this mean that if someone hits him with a skill, he might send that skill right back at them? That's insane. Yi gazed at the god tier weapon in his hand, his heart racing. Once he is strong enough, he'll upgrade Overpower the Enemy to SSS rank. He is sure its power will be even more devastating. After that, he left the cave and cancelled his demonized state. Under normal circumstances, the natives couldn't easily pick a fight with adventurers. Otherwise, if a god-tier powerhouse came after him, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. But while in his transformed state, with stats on par with a boss, he wasn't sure if he'd still be classified as a native. Furthermore, since the two major factions hadn't revealed his identity as an abyssal demon to the public, why should he rush to expose himself to other players? Continuing his exploration of the Fallen Lands, he soon encountered a new type of undead monster. Unlike the undead axemen, these creatures were not naked but clad in tattered, ancient armor. They were massive, standing well over 3 meters tall, and wielded bronze-tier greatswords, exuding an imposing presence. Skeleton Captain Elite Monster. Level: 60. HP: 500,000. Attack: 1,800-1,850. Defense: 1,050-1,120. Skills: Fearless of Pain, Greatsword Slash, Barbaric Charge. Description: a high-quality skeleton that has risen above the lowest ranks of the undead, highly favored by female skeleton soldiers.
A star added after an elite monster indicates that it is significantly stronger than a typical elite monster. Yi, drawing on his past life experience, knew this better than anyone.
Guys, Silent Leaf is here.
Before Yi could even step forward to challenge it, thousands of players rushed in, swarming in droves.
Why come here to die?
Yi was a bit speechless, but he didn't shy away from the fight. In fact, if he deposted the video of his battle with North Peak online, many players' desire to take him down would have been drowned out by fear, but after a moment's consideration, he decided against it. The SSS super multiplier was incredibly useful if players learned too much from the video, he'd lose future betting opportunities. As for North Peak himself, reasonably speaking, he probably wouldn't want the whole internet to know about a sparring match where he lost his shirt. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the group of players could even get close, arrows and spells were already whistling toward him from the distance.
Ding!
System notification, you were hit by armor-piercing arrow, losing 1 HP.
Ding!
System notification, you were hit by blizzard, losing 0 HP. A series of non-penetrating damage notifications popped up, but Yi didn't bother dodging them. He wanted to test just how high the certain probability of defeating the enemy actually was.
What the hell? The armor-piercing arrow didn't break his defense? That shouldn't be possible.
With a 10-level difference, could the stats really be that far apart? They were completely baffled by the situation. After all, not everyone was willing to pay to watch the videos released by Silent Leaf, and even those who did watch them might suspect they were using actors.
10,288. 10,288.
A green light surged forth, and Yi's health bar began to steadily recover, constantly fluctuating between % and 100%.
The crowd. How is it possible that the amount of health restored is higher than my total health? Ding! System notification, you have successfully triggered revenge. Do you wish to activate it? Ding! System notification, you have successfully triggered revenge. Do you wish to activate it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yi agreed wholeheartedly. Friends, they're coming out.
Yi brandished his sword, pointing toward the dense crowd ahead, and said excitedly, brace yourselves.
He activates revenge roughly every 10 attacks. That's quite a high frequency. Whoosh! The next second, dark elements coalesced into phantom arrows or replicated magic skills, raining down on the crowd.
Armor-piercing arrows, blizzard, fireballs. All sorts of skills bounced back toward their casters.
35,144. 28,204. 28,943.
Even with only 80% of the skill-less effect, given Yi's current stat return, the outcome for the players was inevitable, instant death.
I only fired 1 arrow at him, and then I got shot dead myself.
No wonder he can kill a dark gold tier boss. No one's going to be able to claim that bounty anytime soon. I shouldn't have been so greedy and come here to die. No one dared to linger. Everyone fled in panic, leaving behind nothing but a pile of corpses.
They just had to keep sending me loot. I can't even stop them.
Yi shook his head in exasperation. Instead of chasing after them, he uploaded a video to the forum, and the gold in his inventory skyrocketed once again.
To check the total, Yi specifically opened his inventory. 54,681 gold coins. That's the perks of being a viral star. Ding!
System notification, your pet, Auspicious Beast Show, has granted you 1,000 gold coins.
Another wave of surprises had arrived.
The passive ability attached to the PSOS Forbidden Auspicious Beast talent was starting to take effect.
Level 18 gives me 1,000 gold coins. Just imagine what level 100 will bring.
He gazed at the endearing Pisho at his feet, grinning from ear to ear.
What a windfall!
Thanks to rescuing the PSOS mother, he reaped far too many benefits. Unconsciously, Yi's thoughts turned to Bernie, the emperor of the eastern region. Without his silent support behind the scenes, he wouldn't be where he is today. One must never forget one's roots. Once again, Yi felt a deep, heartfelt gratitude. However, just as his spirits were soaring, the system's notification sounds suddenly rang out one after another in his ears.
Ding!
System notice, World Boss, Thunder Spear Solar, will appear tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Adventurers in the Eastern District, please prepare. Ding!
System notice, World Boss, Venerable of Radiant Light Augustus, will appear tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Adventurers in the Meirue region, please prepare. Ding!
System notice, World Boss, Shadow of the Extreme Wind Eddy, will appear tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Adventurers in the Tsar region, please prepare.
The once every 10 days boss raid officially kicks off.
Is it finally here? Yi's expression was stern.
Perhaps to ensure fairness, before the national borders open, each server must face the world boss on its own. To take them down, there is no need to search for them as long as you're willing to go. The moment the boss appears, you can enter a separate space reserved exclusively for players. However, armed with divine tears and having transformed into the hidden class exclusive to his class, the Wind Heretic, he was confident he could breeze through the first stage with ease.
Of course, this applied only to him personally.
Pushing aside all distractions, he raised his sword and charged at the skeleton captain. His meteor sword technique, combined with the armor-piercing strike skill, struck so quickly that the skeleton captain couldn't even react.
27,841.
The massive damage figure flashed on the screen. The God Desecrator title granted a 30% damage boost, which stacked with the 50% final damage increase from Divine Lament, making the power of Yi's normal attacks on par with certain A rank or even S rank skills an absolutely staggering feat.
Human, this is no place for you.
The skeleton captain flew into a rage, swinging his bronze tier greatsword viciously at Yi. Leave your life here.
Miss.
Yi's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the skeleton captain and struck again.
27,581. 54,560. Critical hit. 26,785. The advantage granted by his speed began to take full effect.
It wasn't just movement speed, the benefit of his attack speed was equally significant.
In just over 10 seconds, the skeleton captain's health was completely wiped out.
Don't kill me, the skeleton captain suddenly pleaded.
I can bestow my favorite female skeleton soldier upon you.
Oh?
Yi was taken aback. Is that for real? Absolutely true. Ha!
With a single sword strike, Yi finished off the skeleton captain, causing him to fall apart. Yi remained impassive. Never mind one female skeleton soldier, even if it were 10, I wouldn't be the least bit tempted. Clearly, the skeleton captain had underestimated Yi's self-control.
Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully defeating the skeleton captain. Reward, % experience.
Unfazed by the upcoming world boss, Yi continued deeper into the Fallen Lands, dispatching every monster he encountered along the way. For now, what troubled him most was his level. Only with a high enough level could he be more confident in handling crises. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, according to reliable intelligence, those adventurers will likely be unable to defeat Silent Leaf, Alvis replied respectfully. He is the cream of the crop among adventurers, his strength ranks among the very best. While they didn't know every detail of Silent Leaf's situation, they were well aware of the situation.
Having offended the entire life faction of the Eastern District, how could they not take this seriously? Damn it! Bernie's voice was low. Is there really no way to reclaim the super divine weapon?
He was well aware that Silent Leaf possessed the potential of an abyssal demon, and it was precisely for this reason that he found the situation particularly thorny.
If left to grow unchecked, he would likely become a major threat.
Your Majesty, I have a plan, said Walter, clad in a red robe.
Speak.
Send troops to occupy the Fallen Lands.
Are you kidding me? Bernie nearly laughed in exasperation.
The depths of the Fallen Lands are teeming with undead creatures. Their numbers are practically endless. If it were possible to wipe them all out, that region would have been mine long ago. Your Majesty, what I mean is to use the occupation of the Fallen Lands as a pretext to lure those undead out of purgatory and flood the Fallen Lands with them. thereby leaving Silent Leaf with nowhere to hide and forcing them to retreat to their territories in the Eastern District, Walter explained.
At that point, they'd be completely at our mercy? That's actually a good plan. Bernie's eyes lit up.
But if we do that, the taxi soldiers who enter the Fallen Lands will likely.
Alvis looked hesitant, feeling a pang of unease.
Walter was a top-tier talent trained at the Magic Academy. He'd lived a life of luxury since childhood, deeply supported by all sides, and had always looked down on commoners. Alvis, on the other hand, had worked his way up from the battlefield to where he was today and held deep affection for the taxi soldiers who defended their homes and country.
How could he bear to use the soldiers' lives to force Silent Leaf back into the Light Faction's territory?
A cold gleam flashed in Bernie's eyes. I spoke out of turn, Alvis hastened to say, blaming himself.
Alvis, it's not that I don't value the soldiers' lives.
Bernie's expression softened as he reassured him.
It's just that time is of the essence, you know what I mean.
Your servant dares not question all is, of course, at your majesty's discretion. Then let us proceed as Walter suggested.
Bernie's mind was made up. The sooner, the better. For the past couple of days, I've had a nagging sense of unease. I fear a catastrophe is approaching. Yes. Ding.
Server-wide announcement: the Land of Decay has existed for 10,000 years and has never been brought under our rule, thus long serving as a haven for fugitives. The angry and impatient Emperor wishes to rally the mightiest warriors across the realm to undertake a great endeavor.
Ding. Server-wide announcement: registration opens tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
3 days from now, the Emperor will lead the charge in person, joining forces with the soldiers of the Eastern region to attack the Land of Decay.
Ding.
Server-wide announcement: the main quest, Battle of the Fallen Lands, is now available.
Is a major event starting? With the Emperor leading the charge personally, it looks like players in this event are just tagging along. Why do I feel like this is aimed at Silent Leaf, who has holed up in the Fallen Lands?
Late into the night, the sudden announcement rang in every adventurer's ears, solemn and dignified, causing an immediate uproar. After dispatching the skeleton captain with a few swipes of his sword, he listened to the server-wide announcement, feeling quite moved. Perhaps he should have been deeply concerned, but in reality, the Emperor was even more impatient than he was.
The Battle of the Fallen. Those 4 words were indeed thought-provoking. Will you lead the charge in person 3 days from now?
A cold smile curled at the corner of Ye's mouth.
I'm afraid the cost will be too high, you might not be able to bear it.
After that, he continued leveling up. It wasn't until dawn, when he reached level 48, that he found a safe spot to eat some rations to satisfy his hunger, then fell into a deep sleep.
The next day.
The sun was shining brightly. A world boss, it should drop some good loot.
The catch is there's only one.
In the end, only the top players will have a say in the loot distribution.
We'll be lucky just to scrape together some experience. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a lucky break.
As the global transition into this alternate world became irreversible, everyone had no choice but to accept the reality, and many players gradually became immersed in this game-like world. At least, that was the case as long as they hadn't used up all their revives.
Ding. System notice: World Boss, Thunderspear Solar, is about to appear. Do you wish to travel to the designated location to accept the trial? Yes.
Many players couldn't wait to experience this event, which took place once every 10 days. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all adventurers transformed into dazzling white lights, vanishing one after another from this world and reappearing in a separate dimension. It was a barren, desolate land stretching endlessly into the distance, with a gloomy sky above and constant flashes of lightning and claps of thunder.
Ding. System notice: you have entered the map, Land of Trials, Special Dimension. As tens of millions of players entered at the same moment, the area was engulfed in a deafening clamor. Where is the world boss? Puzzled, they looked around in all directions but saw no sign of any monsters. Crack! A thunderclap echoed through the air.
Hundreds of meters above the ground, a strange vortex suddenly appeared, resembling a black hole, deep and terrifying, and began to slowly expand. the boss has arrived. With bated breath, the players eagerly awaited a glimpse of its true form. 10 meters. 100 meters. The strange vortex continued to expand until its diameter reached 500 meters, at which point it finally stopped. Immediately afterward, an unimaginably massive creature leaped out from within. Boom! Under the gaze of the crowd, the world boss landed, its footsteps sending rolling shockwaves that sent dust howling through the air. It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth splitting apart. Hundreds of players met their untimely deaths, their bodies torn to pieces by the shockwave. The crowd. The scene seemed frozen in time. Who could have imagined that a boss, which takes 10 days to defeat, would be so colossal? Ha 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 ha. The world boss stood over 400 meters tall, its entire body a deep purple black, as hard as molten steel. Its form resembled that of a human, yet it was far more hideous and savage. Wielding a massive purple sword, it revealed its ferocious nature. "You ants, I will destroy your civilization." The Hater World Boss. Level 60. HP 1 million. Attack 3200. Defense 1200 1400. Skills: Death Stomp, Infinite Hatred, Boiling Sea of Thunder. Description: he spends his entire life hating the world and tirelessly destroying civilizations. This is the source of his joy. Whoa! Many players were horrified and gasped in shock. This was no entity a normal player could possibly provoke. Boom! He swung his massive purple sword, slashing at the ground and cleaving through a massive pile of rubble, wiping out hundreds of players in one fell swoop. 30,144. 25,758. 62,150. Critical hit. The massive damage numbers that popped up were simply too much for any player to bear. Damage figures routinely reaching 2 or 3 10,000s were far beyond what players at this stage could withstand. How could this happen? If only I'd known not to get so close, I just threw my life away for nothing. Many players, now reduced to spectral forms, wore expressions of deep regret. They had underestimated the strength of this so-called world boss. Or perhaps, in their eyes, a world boss appearing for the first time couldn't possibly be that powerful. Ha 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 ha. Like an invincible giant, the Hater rampaged through the battlefield, his blade stained with human blood, as he sneered, "Looks like this world is pretty weak, not a single one of you can put up a fight." Even as the first world boss to appear, he had already destroyed several civilizations. Those players grew too slowly and could only end up as lambs led to the slaughter. 1. 17. Miss. A barrage of magic and arrows flew toward him. His body sustained only negligible damage. In fact, the attacks were so weak they were often ignored. Spread out. Make room for the top players to shine. Wind and Rain, united as one, shouted, raising his arms, his heart heavy with worry. The world boss's power far exceeded what ordinary players could handle. By striving to survive in this world, you will gain power on par with gods and demons. The key is to strive to survive. Thud. Suddenly, a spear pierced the Hater's massive foot, drawing blood. 5,570. The Hater winced in pain and looked down to see a human wielding a silver spear had struck him. Rookie Southgate braggart spear god. You're asking for death. The Hater raised his foot to stomp down hard, but the other player, agile as a leopard, quickly backed away, narrowly avoiding the terrifying stomp. He furrowed his brow. It'll probably take the deaths of tens of millions of players to take this down. Victory, it was certainly possible. But the losses would be devastating. Let us see where you run. The Hater immediately set off in pursuit. With every step, he crushed several players to death, leaving deep footprints in his wake. Take this. Beifong, possessed by Wang Dahai, swung his sword at the Hater's heel, slicing through his tough hide. 4,550. Is that all you've got? The Hater didn't even glance back, continuing to chase after Nanmen Shuinyou and ignoring Beifong. Once I've killed him, I'll deal with you. Holy shit. Beifong's scalp prickled. He is actually pretty sharp. If both sides were vying for its aggro, they could minimize their losses, but the hater seemed to have no concept of aggro and even knew how to pick off opponents one by one. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced the hater's knee, causing it to lurch sideways and nearly topple over.
3789.
Don't lose your composure, let us wear him down slowly. A young man of ordinary appearance drew his bow and encouraged the group, sooner or later, we'll wear him down. As he spoke, he fired another arrow, aiming directly at the hater's lower body. Fresh out of the gate, thoughts on a quiet night, fatal archer. You bastard, you dare shoot here?
The hater quickly dodged, abandoning his pursuit of Nanmenchuinia and turning to attack Jingyesi instead. You've angered me. Hurry up and block it for me. Jingyesi hurriedly ran away. SSS. SSS.
Everyone unleashed their skills in unison to fend off the hater, but he paid no heed, fighting his way through despite his injuries until he stood before Jingyesi. He stomped down with his foot, die.
Boom!
Dust flew everywhere, and the ground shook violently.
A pushover.
The hater sneered coldly. He lifted his foot to inspect the ground, only to find it empty, not even a skeleton remained.
What? Where had that ant gone? Suddenly, he sensed something.
Looking up ahead, he saw his prey being rescued by a young man wearing a dark purple mask. The young man was clad in a black robe, with a tall, slender, and upright figure, and an exceptionally striking presence.
Blasphemer Silent Leaf Wind Heretic. Silent Leaf. Feng Yutong Zhou's eyes lit up. You're finally here. Are you okay? 100 meters away, you released Jingyesi's arm. Thanks, brother.
Jingyesi returned a grateful glance. Beifeng, who hadn't been able to arrive in time to help, breathed a sigh of relief. Bro, what took you so long? Since Silent Leaf had also come to take down the world boss, they should be able to handle it with ease. With tens of millions of players descending at once, they assigned me to the outermost layer.
I can't fly, how was I supposed to get there right away?
Yi said helplessly.
No chit-chat. Nanmenchuinia, rifle in hand, stood ready for battle. Everyone, follow my commands, don't just charge in blindly. Leave it to me.
Yi pulled a weapon from his inventory, a sharp sword shrouded in grey mist, its blade so menacing that Jingyesi felt a faint, stinging pain as if her skin were being sliced, causing her to involuntarily step back.
I'm your opponent.
He raised his sword and charged straight at the hater.
Team up? Too much trouble.
It's much more satisfying to keep the experience and rewards all to myself.
You idiot.
Nanmenchuinia couldn't help but snap angrily. A level 60 world boss, how do you expect to take it on alone? Whoosh! Like a gentle breeze, Yi's blade struck just behind the hater's ankle, the grey sword light tracing a breathtaking arc.
SSSSHHH.
The next second, the hater's flesh was torn open, blood gushing out as he staggered back several steps, nearly falling.
31,569. You insignificant insect, are you looking to die?
In pain, the hater raised his foot to stomp heavily on Yi, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed impossible to resist, yet Yi dodged it with effortless ease, barely brushed by the resulting shockwave.
Ding! System notification, you have successfully triggered revenge. Do you wish to activate it?
Yes. Yi chose to proceed, launching a flying kick at the hater's heel, tripping him outright and sending him crashing onto his back in utter disarray. Inside the trial grounds, nearby players were left trembling with fear. A scene they never witnessed before. It was as if an ant had tripped an elephant. In everyone's view, the hater's health bar plummeted rapidly. All sorts of ongoing damage caused him immense pain, yet he couldn't even get within striking distance of Silent Leaf.
Beifeng, didn't you say he barely won? Nanmenchuinia's expression froze. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. Don't talk nonsense. Beifeng corrected him.
I said he couldn't dodge his killing blow.
Heaven and earth are my witnesses.
His words were absolutely true, not a single word was false.
Nanmenchuinia failed to dodge his fatal strike. What the hell? Every single strike is a kill,
is that it? Inside the chaotic trial grounds. Witnessing Yi move as if possessed by a god, sending the hater flying into a daze, countless players stood speechless. The number one player's strength is even more insane than what we see in the videos. Is he using some kind of cheat? Silent Leaf is awesome. The hater, having suffered one defeat after another, gritted his teeth. He scrambled to his feet, his body surging with thunder, his face contorted in fury. Feel the full force of my wrath. His opponent was too fast, as slippery as an eel, and his size advantage had instead become a fatal weakness. If this kept up, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, back up. Seeing that the hater was about to unleash his ultimate move, Fingyu Tongzhou hurriedly issued a warning and quickly moved away himself. Seeing this, Beifeng, Jingyesi, Nanmen Chuinyu, and the others retreated in unison. Boom! As a dense web of electric currents coiled around his body, the hater's massive frame shook violently. The lightning element erupted, sending shockwaves surging in all directions and instantly forming a sea of lightning that engulfed a radius of 1 kilometer. Ding! System notice: the hater Dick used the skill, Boiling Sea of Lightning, dealing 250% of his attack power as damage to all enemy units within a 1000 area, with a high chance of inflicting a paralyzing effect, rendering them unable to move. Swish, swish, swish. Many players who hadn't had time to retreat were instantly wiped out. Their charred bodies fell to the ground, billowing thick smoke, and only their spirit forms remained in spectator mode amidst the white light. 44,659. Damage numbers popped up on Yi's screen. He felt a tingling, stinging sensation outside his health bar as his health dropped by nearly a quarter. Ding! System notice: you have successfully triggered Revenge. Do you wish to activate it? Wow, triggering overwhelmed the enemy twice in a row? You've really outdone yourself. Yes. Yi's armor-piercing strike skill struck the opponent's heel. The moment he selected yes, black electricity surged through his body. This is... The hater, who had time to follow up with another move, was stunned. Feel the full force of my wrath. Yi unleashed the same technique. Black lightning erupted, engulfing the hater's lower body in a sea of lightning, reducing it to a bloody mess. 32,667. At the same time, the hater was paralyzed by the electric shock, his body convulsing violently as he uttered two words in utter frustration: paralysis. It's over. Seizing the opportunity, Yi struck decisively. Under a barrage of sustained damage, the hater's last remaining health was completely drained. The crowd. Is that it? You'll never know just how terrifying the beings that await you in the future will be. The hater's massive body crashed to the ground. In his dying moments, his eyes were filled with resentment. This moment is nothing more than a futile struggle. With that, he breathed his last. Ding! System notice: congratulations on successfully defeating the world boss, Hater Dick. Rewards earned: Level 2, 500 reputation, 50 free attribute points. Ding! Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player, Blasphemer Silent Leaf, on successfully defeating the world boss, Hater Dick. This is hereby announced. Ding! Server-wide announcement: the next raid is expected to begin in 10 days. Please prepare accordingly. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 beams of golden light scattered, and he officially reached level 50, meeting the requirements for class advancement. At the same time, numerous items dropped by the Hater Dick lay right beside Yi. He immediately reached out to pick them up and stow them away. We won? And this is just the first world boss. In stark contrast to the earlier excitement, many players were feeling quite downcast. Adventuring in another world is no joke. If even the first world boss required top-tier experts to take on, how would they possibly stand a chance against the second, third, or the nth one whose end is unknown? If they failed to defeat it even once during the campaign, the entire army would be wiped out, and it could very well spell the end of their entire clan. Is the gap really that wide? Nanmen Shoinyo gripped his silver spear tightly, a bitter smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He had underestimated his opponent and overestimated himself.
Silent Leaf, thanks for this time.
Wind and Rain steadfast stepped forward. Without you, the losses would have been incalculable.
Why isn't the swordsman here? Yi asked, scanning the area. The swordsman.
Ranked second on the level leaderboard, and the strongest member of the faction Wind and Rain steadfast had formed. Wind and Rain said helplessly, rumor has it he took on a special mission and had to make a trip to the Imperial Palace, so he couldn't make it to take down the world boss.
Oh? Yi's heart skipped a beat. In the plot of his previous life, it was only by everyone working together that they managed to defeat the hater, and the swordsman had been there as well. It seemed that because of his presence, the timeline had shifted. Ding! System notice, do you wish to leave the trial grounds? You will be automatically teleported out in 10 minutes. Farewell. Yi said, clasping his fists in a bow.
Wind and Rain together hesitated, as if he had something to say but held back. He really wanted to invite Silent Leaf to join the organization again, but it certainly wasn't the right time right now. The bounties on Silent Leaf from the two major factions were simply too tempting. He feared there would be no shortage of players with ulterior motives. Whoosh! The screen shifted, and Yi returned to the Fallen Lands. He opened the forum and immediately uploaded his video of defeating the world boss. The view count skyrocketed. Afterward, Yi methodically farmed skeleton captains while inspecting the loot dropped by the haters. Opening his inventory, the first item that caught Yi's eye was an exquisite purple necklace. Chain of Hatred Dark Gold Tier. Health, 10,000. Properties, Attack plus 10%, Defense plus 10%. Bonus, Hatred, Additional Attack plus 100. Required level, 50. Required reputation, 2,000 points. Description, a necklace belonging to the hater, Dick, obtained as spoils of war during one of his campaigns to destroy civilization. Finally, another rare piece of gear. Yi was pleasantly surprised and immediately put on the necklace, which significantly boosted all his stats. Ring, necklace, cloak. These are the three hardest to obtain pieces of gear in Gods and Demons now, only the cloak remains to be acquired. On top of that, the hater even dropped a rare cosmetic item. Thunder Shadow Gloves Grade B Cosmetic Hands. Description, wearing these gloves gives you extra vigor in everything you do. Effect, plus 5% attack. Required reputation, 2,500 points. Required level, 30. There was nothing more to say. Yi immediately slipped on the thin Thunder Shadow Gloves, clenched his fists, and felt no sluggishness at all. They were quite comfortable. With his attack slightly boosted once more, Yi found himself clearing skeleton captains even faster. Ding! System notification, you have received the mandatory main quest The End of Despair SS rank. Suddenly, a system chime rang in Yi's ears. Yi. That was abrupt. But not entirely unexpected. To deal with him, the Emperor had specifically launched a main quest and even led the charge personally. As the targeted enemy, how could Yi possibly remain uninvolved? Opening the quest panel, Yi examined the details. The End of Despair, SS rank. Description, from the moment he grasped the goddess tears, this was an inescapable fate. Quest objective, survive for the duration of the main quest, the Battle of Decay. Quest reward? Quest penalty, annihilation. The difficulty of the quest goes without saying. With his current strength, going head-to-head with a god-tier powerhouse was simply unrealistic. His only options were to keep dodging or ask his mentor for help. Without giving it another thought, Yi quietly leveled up. 2 days later, how it would all end was anyone's guess. He was looking forward to it. Elsewhere. Deep within the mountains and ancient forests, Nanmen Shuinia, clad in a white robe, arrived at a bamboo hut. Creak. The bamboo door swung open, and an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stepped out. He looked full of vitality as he stroked his graying beard with a gentle smile. Nyozi, why have you come to see your master again? Can you just call me Nanmen? Nanmen Shuinia nearly lost his temper. Nyozi sounds terrible. If he'd known it would come to this, he would never have agreed to be called Nan Menchuinia when he was named.
The old man nodded in agreement. All right, Nyozi. Nan Menchuiniu.
Tell me, what brings you here this time? The old man asked with a smile.
Master.
Gripping the shaft of his spear tightly, Nan Menchuinia spoke with a tone of resentment. I want to become stronger.
Oh?
The old man was somewhat surprised by Nan Menchuinia's words, but he quickly guessed the reason. Did you run into a powerful enemy out there and take a beating?
He was really strong. Nan Menchuinia took a deep breath, admitting his inferiority. I might not even last a single move against him. Not even a single move. Hearing this, the old man's expression grew slightly stern. Same level? He is about 10 levels higher than me. I figured as much.
The old man felt relieved.
Getting insta-killed by someone at the same level, that would be unthinkable. Maybe I'd be easily defeated even by someone at the same level. Nan Menchuinia speculated.
Chuinio, don't boost the enemy's morale and undermine your own confidence, the old man said solemnly.
Think carefully about what his advantages are. I'll help you analyze them thoroughly.
Advantages.
Nan Menchuinia thought for a moment, then answered honestly, speed. He is at least 3 times faster than me.
He was already at least twice as fast as an average player, yet he was still 3 times slower than his opponent.
That gap was terrifying.
In a clash between masters, even a 20% speed advantage is extremely noticeable, let alone 300%.
Ha!
The old man was momentarily taken aback.
Oh, right, he also has a peerless sword. Nan Menchuinia continued. I knew there had to be something off.
The old man sighed with relief and laughed heartily. Let me put it this way, the weapon in your hand exclusive to the spear god has yet to reveal its true power. Once its full might is unleashed, perhaps the tables will turn.
Are you saying this spear?
Nan Menchuinia's eyes lit up as he scrutinized the silver spear in his hand. He understood what his master meant. The old man nodded with satisfaction, smiling without speaking. He hadn't intended to reveal the truth to his disciple so soon, but now he had to use this to boost his morale.
Is this spear a transcendent tier weapon? Ha!
The old man was taken aback again.
The sword in his hand is transcendent tier, Nan Menchuinia stated bluntly. You're thinking all wrong.
The old man stood with his hands behind his back and rebuked him. Do you think it's good or bad for someone to obtain a transcendent tier weapon too early?
Well. Nan Menchuinia snapped out of his daze.
His master was truly his master. He hit the nail on the head. Practice the basic spear techniques 1,000 times, and think about it as you train. The old man's face was stern as he waved his hand impatiently.
Got it.
Watching Nan Menchuinia practice his spear techniques in front of the bamboo hut, the old man wore a complex expression. In the future, you'll surely understand my well-intentioned concerns.
He probably knew who Nan Menchuinia considered his rival. Silent Leaf.
Li Shui's disciple, a bearer of the abyssal demon bloodline, rumored to possess SSS tier talent, who by a stroke of luck had a super god weapon recognize him as its master, and even had an ancient beast as a pet.
Damn it all. It's like stacking buffs. Time flew by.
Before he knew it, 2 days had rushed past. In those 2 days, Yi's level had skyrocketed from 50 all the way to 55. The further he progressed, the harder it became to level up. On top of that, the stats of monsters deep within the Fallen Lands were all question marks, leaving Yi with very few areas to choose from for grinding, which certainly slowed his leveling progress. Furthermore, facing hostility from the Emperor, it would be impossible to say he felt no pressure at all or had made absolutely no preparations. The sun blazed like fire, scorching the earth. At some point, the open plains outside the Fallen Lands had become packed with armies. As far as the eye could see, the area was teeming with people. Soldiers stood in neat formation, and the solemn, menacing atmosphere made it impossible to speak loudly. In the area closest to the Fallen Lands, countless players stood ready for battle, though they were nowhere near as well trained as the native forces. At the very front, riding in the Emperor's exclusive chariot, Bernie held a sharp sword, his expression grim.
The army was closing in. War was about to break out. Your Majesty, ISNT summoning all the elite forces from the Empire and the 4 Tier 1 main cities a bit of an overreaction? Alvis dared to speak up.
Bernie's eyes flashed with a chilling killing intent as he retorted, last time in Shadowless City, if I had summoned all 4 city lords from the Tier 1 main cities, how would things have ended up this way?
Alvis was at a loss for words. I'd rather make a mountain out of a molehill than repeat that mistake.
Bernie gazed out at the fallen lands, sensing the thick aura of the undead enveloping the area.
Rest assured, I certainly want to deploy my elite forces to fight the undead. He had summoned the elite forces here primarily to guard against any unforeseen contingencies.
For instance, Lishue might interfere once again, or the demon god of the dark faction might be lying in wait. These were all factors that needed to be considered.
Your Majesty.
A city lord from a level 1 main city spoke respectfully, the time has come.
Good.
Bernie pointed his sword forward, attack.
Charge.
Instantly, tens of thousands of soldiers surged toward the land of decay like a raging tide, their battle cries shaking the heavens.
Ding. System notice, main quest, Battle of Decay, has begun. Brothers, follow the natives and charge in. Silent Leaf is right inside. He'll definitely be forced out.
The natives might just be here to confiscate the super god weapons.
I don't know why so many people think Silent Leaf is so awesome. It's just a matter of overwhelming stats. If I could get the unique hidden class, I'd definitely perform just as well as him when facing the world boss.
Countless players followed close behind, surging headlong into the land of decay.
The massive army advanced in a mighty, unstoppable tide.
The undead axemen and skeleton captains were almost instantly swallowed up by the sea of players. After dealing a massive burst of damage, they turned into neglected skeletal remains, trampled underfoot by the frenzied crowd.
Awesome! Let us take the land of decay in one fell swoop.
The players, full of enthusiasm, followed in the wake of the native soldiers, sweeping through everything in their path like a whirlwind.
Undead swordsmen. Undead knights. Undead mages. Necromancers.
The undead creatures deep within the fallen lands were far beyond what today's players could withstand, but even dealing just 1 point of damage yielded a substantial share of experience and points. The army advanced like a tidal wave, clearing out every single monster, even the bosses, leaving a path completely unobstructed. In just over 20 minutes, they reached the very depths of the fallen lands.
No pressure at all. It's so satisfying to crush them.
The players were ecstatic. Participating in the main quest was truly low risk, high reward.
What is that?
Asked a native soldier, filled with astonishment and doubt. Deep within the fallen lands, at the foot of a mountain littered with bleached bones, they saw a vortex shimmering with an eerie, ghostly glow. It seemed to connect to another world, existing as a portal, and was utterly captivating.
Wheel of Purgatory.
Description: beneath the 9 hells, the purgatory of the underworld.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, the mysterious black vortex began to expand gradually, and thick black mist billowed upward.
10 meters. 20 meters.
The vortex tunnel seemed to have been activated, and a mountain-like, terrifying aura swept over everything.
Gulp!
A large number of players swallowed hard, their eyes wide with disbelief.
What a coincidence! Not long ago, they had seen a similar vortex. Rumble, rumble.
The sound of hooves grew frantic, as if a vast army were charging toward them. In the blink of an eye, a hideous, deathly white skull emerged from the vortex. The fire of the soul blazed fiercely within its brain, radiating a terrifying, malevolent aura.
Standing in a hidden corner, Ye's gaze was somber and expressionless. Should I say the newbie period has ended, or that it has only just begun?
Inside the mysterious Wheel of Purgatory, the emergence of the eerie white skull left all the natives and adventurers momentarily stunned. The skull was over 10 meters long. It was simply too massive.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As it stepped out of the Wheel of Purgatory, each stride sent violent tremors through the ground, as if foreshadowing the approach of danger. A few seconds later, it fully descended upon the Cambrian realm. Its body, as massive as a small mountain, came into view, and it let out a earth-shattering roar.
Roar! The dragon's roar was deafening, spreading out like a sound wave. Wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew, leaving countless casualties in its wake. Undead bone dragon? Level? HP? Attack? Defense? Skills? Description: creatures of purgatory, mostly reincarnated from the remains of deceased dragons. They feel no pain, possess only rudimentary intelligence, and obey only the commands of the King of Purgatory. The bloodied and mangled natives perished, while the adventurers, having exhausted their resurrection attempts in the white light, watched the battle as spectral forms. At least until the main quest is completed, they cannot be resurrected at the city's resurrection points. However, what is even more terrifying is that the Wheel of Purgatory has not closed. It is growing larger and larger. Countless undead warriors riding skeletal horses are charging out of it, by the thousands, beyond count. Run! This Wheel of Purgatory is connected to the undead realm. This is no foe humans can possibly stand against. Both natives and adventurers fled in panic, their hearts filled with fear, their will to fight shattered. The battle was almost entirely one-sided. The easier their victory had been before, the more gruesome their defeat now became. From Yi's elevated vantage point, he could see the undead creatures spreading out in a fan-shaped formation, overwhelming everything in their path. No one dared to stand in their way. In just a few short minutes, corpses littered the field. Time to get out of here. Yi's mind remained clear. He didn't linger to watch for long. Escaping this predicament and successfully completing the main quest was the top priority. While the undead creatures within the Inferno were certainly terrifying, due to rule restrictions, they were not yet qualified to enter the Cambrian realm. At most, they could only remain in the Fallen Lands. Whoosh! Just as Yi was about to turn and leave, a massive eye suddenly appeared within the colossal wheel of the Inferno, a purple pupil radiating an intense, murderous intent and a terrifying aura of intimidation. Vaguely, Yi felt as though those eyes were actually staring right at him. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, he took off running. No need to overthink it. Who knows if it was really staring at him? In any case, one more glance could lead to unimaginable consequences. Boom! Suddenly, a massive purple hand reached out from within the Wheel of Purgatory, seemingly capable of extending infinitely, reaching out to grab Yi. Get the hell away! Without even looking back, Yi knew that a certain powerful figure had ulterior motives toward him. Fortunately, he was quite confident in his speed. He activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter stealth mode, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away, sprinting toward his destination. Outside the Fallen Lands. Spotting the undead bone dragon and the sky-obscuring giant hand from afar, Bernie's expression turned grim. This place is truly off limits. If he could have incorporated it into the Empire's territory, he would have acted long ago. But due to the existence of the Wheel of Purgatory, no one dared to provoke it, leaving this area outside the Empire's order and beyond its jurisdiction. The master of that giant hand must be unimaginably powerful. Walter exclaimed in shock. Bernie composed himself and said calmly, "Don't worry. They can't leave the Fallen Lands. They pose no threat to us." Boom! As if it had struck an invisible barrier, the purple giant hand's movement halted, unable to reach out and grab Yi. Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he had imagined, he was already at the edge of the Fallen Lands. The creatures of Purgatory could not cross that boundary. Damn it! A voice like a muffled thunderclap boomed. The purple hand did not retreat. Instead, it transformed into a fist and slammed viciously against the transparent, ethereal wall. Boom! Boom, boom. Each punch caused the heavens and earth to rumble and space to tremble. There was no doubt about it. He was trying to break the rules. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, like the faint shatter of glass. Yi's expression shifted slightly as a crack appeared clearly not far from him. Silent Leaf is here. Suddenly, a player shouted, "He just sneaked right past me." Where? So Silent Leaf is an assassin. The natives will kill you for sure, Silent Leaf. Why not let other players get the kill? You can just respawn anyway. The main group of surviving players surged forward, gathering around the player who had shouted, searching all around for any sign of Silent Leaf. Over there! As a god-tier powerhouse, how could he possibly be fooled by a player's amateurish stealth trick? Bernie exchanged a glance with his companions, and they all charged toward Yi, who was hiding in the shadows. It's true that the natives shouldn't rashly attack adventurers, but blocking their path was perfectly reasonable. Whoosh! 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 Bernie, Walter, and Alvis flew past like streaks of light, appearing right in front of Silent Leaf. Bounty-hunted adventurer, this emperor has questions for you. Hold your ground. A cold smile curled at the corner of Bernie's mouth. This time, he was a sitting duck. There was no escape. Faced with the blockade, Silent Leaf had no choice but to stop in her tracks, and as she was struck by a hail of arrows, she was forced out of stealth. Die! The player attacking from behind was visibly agitated. I beg you, stop struggling. Let me claim that unique hidden class. Clang! However, when the player launched his attack, swinging his greatsword, it struck a silver shield and was sent flying backward by the recoil. Ha! The three god-tier powerhouses' expressions hardened as they looked up in unison. Before them, a silver-haired, silver-armored girl descended from the sky like a swan in flight. The sunlight made her skin appear crystal clear. She looked as if a celestial maiden had descended to earth, her beauty breathtaking. Countless players' gazes fell upon her, and they couldn't help but be awestruck, staring at her intently. Li Shue, what do you mean by this? Bernie suppressed his murderous intent. Her arrival came as no surprise. You said Silent Leaf had already been expelled from your sect. In fact, he hadn't restricted Li Shue's movements. First, she held a special status as the linchpin in communication between Dragon Realm and humanity, a role of paramount importance. Second, her timing was perfect. After eliminating Silent Leaf, he could use this opportunity to call her to account. Hearing this, Li Shue shook her head slightly but remained deliberately silent. Speak up! Bernie demanded in a deep voice. No! After a long pause, Li Shue finally spoke. Bernie was completely baffled. What do you mean, no? She traced a gesture in the air, and Silent Leaf's in-game ID instantly changed. Rookie Rakshasa, Blood Shadow Assassin. We shouldn't have our own people fighting each other. Li Shue said with a straight face. He is not Silent Leaf. Everyone. You. I. Bernie's breath caught in his throat. He almost felt his heart stop. A surge of rage shot straight to his brain as he glared intently at the adventurer wearing the purple mask, grinding out 3 words through clenched teeth, "You bastard. Hurry up and find him." Bernie snarled, his voice a near hysterical roar. He can't have gotten far. After speaking, he shot Li Shue a furious glare. A simple mask couldn't fool a god-tier powerhouse. It was obvious who had pulled off the switch. Unfortunately, there was no evidence. As the group scattered to search the area, Li Shue looked up at the blazing midday sun, her silver eyes flickering with confusion. Where are you going? She could indeed help cover for him for a while, but only for a while. The time left for Silent Leaf was still quite limited. Back on the carriage, Bernie was frantic with anxiety. You little bastard, you won't get away. With such a massive mobilization, he had long since sealed off the surrounding area. High-ranking soldiers stood guard everywhere. Even with Li Shue's help, the fugitive wouldn't escape the inescapable net he had laid. About 5 minutes later, a soldier below reported, Your Majesty, his trail has been spotted on the Tianqing grasslands. Excellent. Bernie perked up and ordered, Give chase. What is he doing at the Tianqing grasslands? Walter was baffled. Could he be trying to flee across the border? The Tianqing grasslands. This was the central hub connecting the eastern district with other national districts, with the border separating the two regions stretching right across it. With his current strength, there's no way he could cross the border. Alvis shook his head. Walter frowned, feeling uneasy. Then that's strange. No matter what he intends to do, I'm leading the Eastern District's elite troops were more than capable of sweeping across the land. Bernie said coldly. The Fallen Lands can no longer serve as his sanctuary. All units. Click. A crisp sound rang out, interrupting his command. In the distance, a massive purple hand continued to pound the void barrier.
More and more cracks were spreading, even reaching up into the heavens, a truly harrowing sight. Li Shui's lovely face was grave. Can't even the rules stop it? Using the lives of our soldiers to provoke the wheel of purgatory is by no means a wise move. Alvis's expression grew somber. It feels as though a terrifying monster is about to descend upon the Cambrian realm. I can't worry about that anymore. Bernius' face gradually turned ashen and contorted with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to reclaim my super god weapon. Let us move out. How could he fail to see that great chaos was imminent? But there was no turning back now. Despite commanding thousands of troops, he had the strange illusion that Silent Leaf had driven him to the very edge of despair. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive army marched in full force toward the starry sky grasslands. Countless players, unwilling to give up, followed close behind, eager to uncover the truth. As for the giant purple hand, it continued to pound the void repeatedly, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Ding! System notification, you have entered the map, Tianqing Grasslands. The picturesque scenery rapidly receded as Yi sprinted across the grasslands with all his might. Beep beep. Rakshasa sent a message, bro, I did my best. Thanks. Yi replied gratefully. It was only because Rakshasa, also an assassin, had donned the dark nether robe and the heretic mask to impersonate him and draw attention, while the mentor stepped in to temporarily conceal his aura, that Yi had the chance to break through the numerous defenses and escape with his life. It's worth noting that he wasn't worried Rakshasa would get greedy. The heretic mask was his exclusive equipment. Rakshasa could wear it, but it had no actual effect. The deception relied primarily on the mentor's power. You better watch your back, they're already coming for you. Then let them never return. Rakshasa was stunned by Yi's words. No way. The Light faction consists of 3 god-tier powerhouses working together. How could they possibly not return? Adventurer, wait a moment. A guard spotted him and hurried after him. We suspect you're a spy from an enemy nation. Please come with us. Yi couldn't be bothered with them and just kept running. The further he went, the more soldiers came after him. At first just 1 or 2, but soon there were thousands upon thousands, a tidal wave of people surging toward Yi. Fortunately, Yi's current speed rivaled that of Spirit Tier or even Earth Tier, making it impossible for ordinary soldiers to keep up. Suddenly, a canyon appeared in his field of vision, stretching from side to side like a natural barrier with no end in sight. Sensing that his destination was near, Yi activated Chasing Shadow, accelerating even further. Just before the finish line, people always instinctively go for one last sprint. Mid-air, 3 god-tier powerhouses flew in, instantly overtaking the multitude of soldiers to reach Yi's front, surrounding him and leaving him no chance of escape. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. A futile struggle. Bernie's lips curled into a cruel smile. He was just waiting for an adventurer to behead Yi. Even if Yi were to be resurrected, it would be of no avail. Because at this moment, Silent Leaf belonged neither to the Light faction nor the Dark faction. Having been reborn after death, he had nowhere to hide. Forced to halt, Yi stood face to face with the Emperor at close range, his expression impassive, not once glancing back at the vast army spreading across the grasslands behind him. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, the abrupt sound of hooves echoed from behind Bernie. Bernie's expression shifted slightly as he turned to look. Across the deep, long canyon, a dense throng of cavalry surged toward them, and not just one force, but several, all charging toward the canyon's edge and glaring menacingly from hundreds of meters away. Shattering Lance Copperfield, God-tier boss. Immortal Rock Lucius, God-tier boss. Lightning Phantom Belt, God-tier boss. God-tier powerhouses. A massive number of God-tier powerhouses have gathered here. What do you think you're doing? Faced with this completely unexpected situation, Bernie's expression turned grim. He never imagined the situation would escalate to such a massive scale. This man is utterly ruthless. We've come to lend a hand to the Emperor of the Eastern District. Shattering Spear Copperfield, with his handsome features and emerald green eyes gleaming with greed, delivered these high-sounding words. With that, they decisively used the power of God-tier warriors to fly over. For the sake of a super divine weapon, what is crossing a national border in violation of the pact?
Hum. A pale golden national border appeared as they approached, serving as a barrier. Boom. Boom. Boom.
All manner of terrifying attacks pounded the edge of the border, a kaleidoscope of elements intermingled, causing the sky to darken.
You watched it all unfold, unmoved.
Before an adventurer's level reached the required standard, the national border was far harder to breach than imagined. Seeing this, Bernie felt slightly relieved and attempted to swing his sword at Yi.
Ding. System notice: this adventurer has not provoked you.
If you force an attack, you will be subject to the rule's sanctions.
Clang.
The sharp blade came to a halt mere millimeters from Yi's eyes.
These damn rules.
There's no place in this world for you,
Bernie said coldly. That's right.
Yi sighed deeply. In this world today, there's no place for me.
Die.
The player at the forefront fired an arrow from a distance.
Whoosh.
The arrow flew from the bowstring.
Boom.
However, it was intercepted by a large hand right in front of Yi's chest and came to a steady halt.
Miss.
The symbol indicating immunity to damage popped up.
Archer. Damn it. Is that even possible?
If you want to kill me, rushing 1T help, Yi shook his head and patiently offered advice. At the very least, you need to have a few thousand people drain my stamina first, then figure out how to land the finishing blow. The first wave of the charge is often just a suicide run. As he spoke, he rotated the arrow halfway, with the tip facing outward, and flung it with all his might.
Whoosh.
Bolstered by the attack speed granted by Divine Lament, the arrow returned at an even faster speed, piercing the archeress' forehead and passing right through.
35,412.
Without the base stat bonuses from Divine Lament, the damage was significantly reduced, but it was more than enough to kill the archer. The archeress' eyes widened in disbelief as he slumped to the ground.
Whoa!
The crowd couldn't help but gasp.
Is that even possible? 9. 1. 12.
As a barrage of damage that couldn't break his defense rained down on him and he endured various attacks, Yi remained impassive.
He raised his gaze to the Emperor. Do you think victory is in the bag? Go ahead and try to breach this line of defense, Bernie observed coldly.
Just like how you broke through Walter and my defenses to shatter that god-tier weapon back then. Recalling that encounter, waves of frustration welled up inside him. He still couldn't let it go. Two god-tier powerhouses, unable to defend against the attack of an ant. It was an utter disgrace.
I might die, Yi said with a calm smile. Before that happens, I have an unreasonable request. Oh? Bernie was taken aback. Go on. A dying man's words are always sincere.
He was actually quite curious to see just how much Silent Leaf would come to regret his actions. Lately, in the Fallen Lands, I haven't been able to eat my fill or sleep properly. I've been sleeping rough and eating whatever I can find. It's been excruciating, he said wistfully.
So you're finally regretting it? No.
Yi shook his head, a mad gleam in his eyes, and licked his lips. I wonder what the food at the National Morning Banquet tastes like.
I'd like to try some.
Alvis and Walter, standing nearby, twitched their lips.
What nerve! To actually want to eat at His Majesty's banquet.
The scene descended into utter chaos. A surging tide of players had nearly engulfed Yi, unleashing a barrage of skills and attacks, their eyes filled with a greed strong enough to drown out all reason.
Kill Silent Leaf. Perhaps the next player to effortlessly crush a world boss would be me. Then, honor, status, women, I'd have it all. Ha 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 ha.
Veins bulged on Bernie's forehead as he laughed through gritted teeth. You want to take my spot? I'm afraid you're not even qualified to enter.
I'll have to try to find out.
Crowded within the throng, Yi remained unperturbed.
Humph.
Bernie sneered with disdain. Rest assured, I'll watch you die right before my eyes.
The super god weapon, he was determined to claim it.
As for the adventurer before him, with his abyssal demon bloodline, he intended to eliminate him as soon as possible. You'd better worry about yourself first.
Yi flashed an enigmatic smile.
Why did he go to such great lengths to break through layer upon layer of defenses just to reach this place?
Because the Tianqing grasslands were not only a place where national borders converged, but also. Boom! A terrifying aura of power crashed down upon everyone.
The god-tier powerhouses who were attempting to breach the national border turned pale with shock and immediately retreated at breakneck speed. They keenly sensed danger, and the source of that danger came from the bottom of the canyon.
Rumble, rumble.
Like ink being splashed across a canvas, dark clouds gathered at an incredible speed, obscuring the sky and plunging the world into darkness.
Is it going to rain? Damn it, I can't catch my breath. The main quest S plot is really weird.
The wind rises, and the clouds surge.
This sudden, bizarre upheaval left everyone feeling deeply uneasy.
Facing the howling, ominous wind, Yi's eyes held a hint of gravity. It's finally here.
This is.
Bernie, Walter, and Albus all turned their heads in unison toward the deep, long canyon, their hearts pounding with shock.
Even god-tier powerhouses would be terrified. A great terror lurks within the canyon. Crack!
Suddenly, a corner of the national border which god-tier powerhouses from other regions had been trying to breach shattered, turning into sparkling shards that scattered in the wind, leaving only the canyon as the barrier between them and the eastern region. Swish, swish, swish. Spherical orbs radiating an eerie red glow rose from within the canyon, appearing before everyone.
Ding! Server-wide announcement: Gods and Demons Crisis in the Cambrian Realm has officially begun. What does this mean?
The players were completely baffled. Their confusion didn't last long, however, as the system quickly provided an answer.
Ding!
System notice: please be advised that one of the 10 demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Star of Calamity Mara, god-tier boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grasslands. Residents in the vicinity are urged to evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will be at your own risk.
Ding! System alert, attention!
One of the 10 great demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Ted, god-tier boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grasslands. Residents in the vicinity must evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will be at your own risk.
Ding! System alert, attention!
One of the 10 great demon gods of the Cambrian realm, Fae, god-tier boss, has descended upon the Tianqing grasslands. Residents in the vicinity must evacuate immediately. Failure to do so will be at your own risk. A variety of system alerts rang out in the ears of those nearby, not just adventurers, but the local inhabitants as well. And the content of these alerts left no doubt: a grave crisis was looming. Those red orbs contained the 10 great demon gods.
Damn it, Silent Leaf has literally brought us straight to the demon god's lair. 1, 2, 3, 4, why are there only 9?
The adventurers were horrified. Many level-headed players sensed trouble and chose to evacuate early.
Because there's one more right here, a defiant voice rang out. Boom! Amid the deafening roar, a dazzling black speck of light appeared within the main group gathered at the rear of the crowd.
Instantly, the speck transformed into a semicircular sphere and exploded, rapidly expanding and sending up a cloud of dust. The entire area it engulfed vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye, as if it had never existed.
100 meters, 1,000 meters.
The area where the energy had surged was now completely deserted. When the black energy dissipated, a terrifying crater had appeared out of nowhere on the ground, as if struck by a meteorite. All that met the eye was a chaotic pile of shattered rocks, and the lingering stench of blood was impossible to shake off. This scene left the adventurers who had happened to be on the edge and hadn't been swept away. Pale with fear, they retreated shakily, their minds in disarray. Yi remained composed, his expression as still as a deep well.
It was merely one of Anita's tricks. Its destructive power was minimal. Let us go.
The foreign god-tier powerhouses would never sit idly by and wait for their doom. The moment they sensed the danger, they retreated in droves.
Seeing this, a cold smile curled at the corner of Yi's mouth as he sneered, trying to run now? I'm afraid it's too late.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several red orbs streaked toward the direction of their escape, while a few more landed beside Yi. A silent, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the area. Bernie's hands and feet were ice cold. Clutching his sword tightly, his face slightly pale, he gritted his teeth and said, "That's ruthless." All around them, the 5 demon gods stood within arm's reach, surrounding them tightly and glaring menacingly.
He didn't run.
Anita had appeared behind them, her sole purpose being to block their escape route. From the moment he witnessed the return of the demon god, he had been left with no way out.
Ding!
System notification, please note, your exclusive item, Heretic Orb, has detected the presence of a rare bloodline nearby. A distinctive chime rang in Yi's ears.
A rare bloodline, huh? Not exactly rare. They're everywhere, plenty of them. Ding-a-ling.
A crisp, melodious sound rang out as a witch in a black dress, with bells tied to her ankles, glided toward them. Her figure was alluring. She held an exquisite black umbrella, lazily resting the handle against her snow-white shoulder, dressed to the nines. A strange glow shimmered in her red, agate-like eyes. Every movement she made was mesmerizing. Gazing at the young man she'd been longing for day and night, she flashed a charming smile, her eyes brimming with affection. "Silent Leaf, it's good to see you again." Her voice was sweet, tinged with a hint of delight.
"Yes."
Yi looked at her impassively, turned his head toward her, and asked, "Did you miss me?" After a moment's thought, she nodded and replied with a smile, "Yes." It was more than just missing him. She'd been missing him so much she was going crazy. Ever since their last meeting, when her body which she used to move about had been thrown into disarray, and no amount of struggling had helped, she had etched the name Silent Leaf firmly into her heart. What surprised her, however, was that just moments ago, upon waking from her slumber, he had already appeared before her as if it were a gift from the heavens, making her heart flutter.
"I'm glad you did."
Yi nodded with satisfaction. "I hope you'll cherish that hard-won sense of mystery." Their ambiguous exchange left the other god-tier powerhouses, who were clueless as to what was going on, with puzzled expressions.
"Faye, you and Silent Leaf." Anita furrowed her brow, pressing for details. "Don't get the wrong idea."
Before Faye could speak, Yi answered first. "It was just that after we parted ways last time, I ran into Faye by chance in the grove." As he spoke, a wistful look crossed his face, as if recalling an extraordinary past. "That night, we both acted on impulse."
"You."
Anita's face went ashen, her heart shattering into 1,000 pieces.
"Put."
Faye wrinkled her delicate nose, her tone growing colder. "You're so sharp-tongued. This time next year will be your death anniversary."
"No?" "Good, then."
Anita let out a sigh of relief, her shattered heart beginning to mend once more.
"Would you really do it?"
Yi smiled confidently. He wasn't the least bit surprised if she killed him. After all, this time he'd shown up at Tianqing grassland of his own accord, provoking the demon god.
"I know where your confidence comes from." Faye wasn't in a hurry to strike. "You think you have 3 lives, so dying once doesn't matter, am I right? That's number 1.
Yi held up his index finger, then extended his middle finger.
"And here's number 2.
"Oh?"
Faye was taken aback. "Go on." "Number 2.
Yi said somberly, "You won't let yourself die." In fact, he was truly powerless, or rather, he did have a way to escape, but the risks were too great, so after some thought, he decided against it. The repeated taunts caused the corners of Faye's mouth to slowly turn down, her eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. "If those are your last words, I'm sorry to hear it."
"Silent Leaf, though I admire your boldness, but..."
Anita, standing nearby, couldn't wait any longer and struck out, landing a heavy punch on Yi with the force of a dragon. "Go to hell." Watching the fist loom larger and larger before his eyes, Yi remained unmoved. Perhaps, as Faye said, his only confidence came from having 3 lives. As for the random teleportation scroll, its grade was too low. If it had been SS rank, he might have considered using it, but as it stood, it would most likely be a waste of an item. After all, Faye wielded the power of time and space, a power even god-tier warriors couldn't escape. Who knows? The moment he left, Faye might trigger a time rewind, leaving him with no choice but to stand there and wait for death. So, let us call it a day. Clang! Suddenly, a snow-white sword beam struck down, landing between Yi and Anita. It pierced through Anita's fist, sending her crashing downward as she tumbled awkwardly to the ground. Boom! The ground shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread hundreds of meters outward, forcing the other demon gods to retreat 3 paces.
And now, the second.
Placing her foot on Anita's head, the silver-haired girl surveyed the scene with an air of superiority and said coldly, "Your mentor is right here, and he is extremely protective of you." Whoosh! A silver shield enveloped Yi, shielding him from the surging shockwave.
Li Xue. The Light Faction's top-tier powerhouse. We still have a chance. Bernie's eyes lit up with renewed hope. Walter, Alvis, follow me and break through.
Yes. Together with the other 2 god-tier powerhouses, Bernie immediately charged forward, only to be blocked by a demon god, plunging them into a fierce battle.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Terrifying explosions rang out in midair as multicolored elements swirled into a chaotic mass.
Ding!
System notification: you have obtained a shield cast by Li Xue. This shield's resilience is 30% of the caster's HP duration, 1 minute.
Mentor. Yi's expression softened with emotion. I told you not to come.
With the 10 great demon gods joining forces, they were virtually invincible. He had used the power of the demon gods to slay the emperor and eliminate this great threat, so naturally, he had repeatedly urged his mentor not to come.
Hurry away, I can't hold them off for long.
Li Xue whispered.
Rip. Hearing this, Yi didn't hesitate.
He pulled a random teleportation scroll from his robe and tore it open decisively.
There's no need for all this drama.
At this point, he couldn't let his mentor's good intentions go to waste. Whoosh! The next second, he vanished from where he stood.
Come back here.
Faye raised her hand, pressing it into the void above the mystical clock face, causing it to reverse. Everyone, hold nothing back.
In an instant, everything began to reverse, until Yi was back within the encirclement. Die!
The 5 demon gods struck in unison, their assault shaking the heavens and the earth. Admittedly, slaying a god-tier powerhouse right here would be a tremendous feat, but the immediate priority was to seize the super god weapon. Although Silent Leaf, as an adventurer, possessed 3 lives, it didn't matter. Wherever he resurrected, that was where they would kill him.
You can't escape.
Star of Calamity Mara, his crimson eyes flashed with savage murderous intent. His skin was ashen, and bone wings sprouted from his back, making him virtually indistinguishable from an abyssal demon. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and swung it down at Yi. However, before his attack could land, Yi's figure vanished, replaced by Li Xue.
Ding! System notice: Li Xue has used the skill, Prohibition, Shapeshifting, ignoring all barriers to swap positions with you. The scene shifted, and Yi appeared mid-air.
Without hesitation, he pulled out a random teleportation scroll, tore it to shreds, and vanished from where he stood.
Inside the spatial tunnel, the scene was surreal and bizarre. Mottled lights swirled ceaselessly.
Swish, swish, swish. A few seconds later, several demon gods, radiating a frenzied aura, charged in.
Seal!
A soft shout rang out, echoing endlessly. Inside the spatial tunnel, a chill spread everywhere. Ice elements swept in rapidly from the distance, freezing everything in their path. They even managed to catch up to and intercept the demon gods pursuing Silent Leaf, trapping their bodies in frost and leaving them unable to move. Whoosh! Yi, having successfully escaped, found himself in a mass grave, his feet sinking into a sticky substance.
Ding!
System notification: you have entered the map, Mountain of Bones. Feeling something slippery under his feet and the stench of decay filling his nostrils, Yi quickly looked down to inspect the situation. Seeing that his right foot was planted inside the chest cavity of a skeleton, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That was close. It turned out to be a chunk of rotting flesh. I thought it was a cesspool. Pulling her foot free, Yi immediately moved away from the area, lest the demon god follow her through the spatial tunnel.
Tianqing Grasslands. Several god-tier powerhouses were locked in fierce combat.
Seeing that her disciple had successfully escaped, Li Xue immediately drew her sword and fled. She wasn't afraid to face the demon god one-on-one, but there was more than one demon god nearby. If she didn't leave while she still had plenty of energy, she feared she'd be forced to stay behind.
Li Xue, save me.
Bernie, covered in blood from a fierce onslaught, pleaded for help. Faced with the choice of holding back Li Xue or the Emperor of the Eastern region, the demon god chose the latter. After all, the monarch's downfall would greatly aid their conquest of territories, whereas Li Xue was too formidable without a system rule preventing her escape. There was no guarantee they could keep her there.
Your Majesty. Li Xue didn't even turn her head. Though I can't save you, I'll take my disciples to feast on your remains.
She had no compelling reason to save the current emperor of the eastern district of the Light faction. In fact, she felt a certain loathing toward him.
You! Bernie's face turned green with rage. SSS.
3 demon gods in a row thrust their weapons into his body from 3 directions, causing blood to gush out. As he lay dying, Bernie's heart was filled with hatred.
Falling leaves make no sound. Ding.
System notification: you have entered the map, Moonlight Town, Level 3 Town. Once he reached the nearby town, he blended into the crowd and stopped moving, then quickly opened his friends list to send a message to his mentor. Mentor, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Li Xue replied, it's just that from now on, the world is going to be thrown into chaos because of the Dark Faction's rapid rise.
The awakening of the demon god has already set the stage for future conflict.
She had long known that stormy times were coming, but she hadn't expected them to arrive so suddenly. Mentor, you're underestimating the situation. The so-called Cambrian realm crisis isn't just about the Dark Faction, he explained gravely.
The system announcement's wording was very precise.
It wasn't the Dark Chaos, but the Cambrian realm crisis.
Li Xue. Not just the Dark Faction?
What do you mean? She pressed.
Do you remember the powerful Sea Clan member I met by the sea?
Yi told her the truth. The Sea Clan has been trying to come ashore for quite some time now.
Outside Kanglan town, on a sunny beach.
Splash, splash, splash. Players who were leveling up by hunting shrimp and crab minions on the beach heard the sound of the surging tide and froze in shock, rooted to the spot. As far as the eye could see, towering waves hundreds of meters high were rushing toward them, as if to engulf the heavens. Above the tsunami, blue-skinned humanoid creatures crowded together, wielding various weapons and radiating a murderous aura. The surging waves rolled and swelled, wave after wave sweeping across the sunny beach and crashing toward Kanglan town.
The days of human domination over the world must come to an end. Inside the fallen lands. Crack!
A massive purple hand furiously pounded the barrier of the void until, at a certain moment, it finally shattered the restriction and withdrew back into the vortex.
Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Countless undead creatures surged out of the land of decay, as if breaking free from their shackles. The aura of the dead was boiling. People of Purgatory, destroy this world for me. A deep, muffled voice rang out, brimming with murderous intent. Remember, help me eliminate the Abyssal Demon Emperor. U0015 The Dark Faction, the Undead of Purgatory, and the Sea Clan. These 3 factions launched a fierce assault like a sudden storm, as if intent on overturning the mortal realm.
Ding!
System notice: due to the death of the Eastern Region's Emperor, Bernie, at the hands of the Demon God, the Eastern Region's citizens will suffer a 10% reduction in experience gain, a 10% reduction in all attributes, and a 20% reduction in the resilience of all city walls, lasting for 3 days. This sudden, devastating news rang in the ears of every player in the Eastern region. Such a debuff could prove fatal at a critical moment, which is precisely why the Demon God abandoned the siege of Li Xue and instead focused all his efforts on eliminating Bernie.
The plan has been successfully executed, Yi said impassively. The Emperor must die.
Otherwise, under his leadership, they would be attacked from all sides, leaving them with nowhere to turn and no chance to grow. As for the negative effects caused by his death, given what they have to face over the next 3 days, they were of little consequence.
Ah, this is truly fantastic news.
Those players in the Eastern region are really unlucky the Emperor has passed away after just a few days.
Let us seize this opportunity to pull ahead of them in one fell swoop.
Players from other regions gloated over their misfortune. The Eastern and Western regions had never gotten along, so they were naturally delighted to see this happen. Unfortunately, before they could even post a few taunting comments on the forum, their own bad news finally arrived.
Ding!
System notice: since the Meruwe region S Emperor, Shattered Spear Copperfield, has perished at the hands of a demon god, the people of the Meruwe region will suffer a 10% reduction in experience gain, a 10% reduction in all attributes, and a 20% reduction in the resilience of all city walls for 3 days. Instantly, players in the Meruwe region were left red-faced, and they turned their fury toward their former native emperor. After all, Bernie wasn't the only emperor to venture near the border.
The emperor of the Meruwe district would be the second but certainly not the last. Meanwhile, on the Tianqing grasslands, numerous demon gods gathered beside Bernie S. corpse. The Sea Clan has already launched an attack, and the undead from the fallen lands will soon arrive at the cities occupied by the Light faction, one demon god spoke up. Mara, what is your take on this? Don't fight as separate forces.
Mara paused for a moment, then ordered, first, completely crush the Light faction, then divide up all the cities among ourselves.
Divide them up? Anita was taken aback. Are we just going to hand over the realm that rightfully belongs to us like that?
He didn't believe that, given the demon god's strength, they were incapable of swallowing up the entire Light faction.
Take it step by step, don't get ahead of yourselves. Mara's crimson eyes glinted with cold resolve.
We can turn against them at any time, but annihilating the Light faction is the top priority right now.
Mara speaks wisely. Then what shall we do now?
Lead the Dark Legion straight to the Light faction's empire, leave them not a single chance to survive.
Moonlight Town.
Roar! A massive silver dragon streaked past, blocking out the sun. Aware of the urgency of the situation, Li Shua leaped from the dragon's head and entered Moonlight Town, landing right in front of Yi.
Mentor, are you all right? Yi asked anxiously. I'm fine. Li Shua's lovely face was tense, her expression grave. Over the next 3 days, I'm afraid the Light faction will suffer a terrible bloodbath. You must be extremely careful. For now, she couldn't take Silent Leaf back to the Dragon Realm. First, Silent Leaf's identity was too sensitive and would likely be rejected by the Dragon Clan. Second, the temptation of the super divine weapon was even greater than that of a super capital city. If they went to the Dragon Realm, they wouldn't be able to keep it a secret. Right now, the best place for a disciple to go is actually a desolate wasteland. Rest assured, I'll hide somewhere and, with my exceptional speed, as long as I don't run into any powerful opponents, I'll be able to protect myself. Yi felt a warm glow in his heart. No matter what, this mentor was genuinely looking out for her disciple, and he didn't want to drag her into any trouble. Li Shua nodded slightly, as if sensing something, and turned to look beyond Mingyue Town. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha!
On the horizon at the edge of their vision, hordes of undead creatures were racing toward them, swarming the mountains and fields in such dense numbers that it was enough to give anyone a case of trypophobia.
Ding!
System notice: please be advised that Bright Moon Town is under monster siege.
Residents and adventurers within the town must join forces to fight back. A monster siege? So sudden? I guess you could call it a mini-event.
The players in town perked up, rubbing their hands in anticipation as they headed outside the town, intending to farm as many monsters as possible for experience. Withdraw to the central map, but don't go near the city walls. I'm confident the Light faction will have preserved the fire seed. Li Shua urged them, then soared into the sky, intending to return to the Dragon Realm. She knew that Moonlight Town was doomed to fall, and intervening would likely expose her whereabouts.
Got it.
Yi nodded. Mentor, please be careful yourself. Hovering in midair, Li Shua didn't turn around. She merely tilted her delicate profile slightly to nod in acknowledgement, then returned to the silver dragon's back and swiftly flew away. In truth, she still had many unanswered questions.
For instance, why did the owner of the purple hand inside the Wheel of Purgatory harbor hostility towards Silent Leaf? And how did he know that the demon god had reawakened beneath the canyon in Tianqing grasslands?
Of course, she didn't believe Silent Leaf had any ties to the Dark faction. Otherwise, why would the demon god keep targeting him time and again?
Ding!
System notice, unfortunately, the main quest, Battle of the Fallen, has failed.
Holy shit! Failing the main quest? Are you kidding me?
On the forums, many players who treated this other world as just another ordinary game were cursing furiously, never having imagined that the main quest could end in defeat. After all, based on conventional thinking, even if the developers cut corners, they usually let everyone complete it smoothly and throw in a celebration while they were at it.
Watching his mentor walk away, Yi let out a soft sigh.
The Battle of the Fallen had been lost. This wasn't his surprising defeat in this battle had been inevitable from the start. Still, his deliberate move to shift the blame onto others was nothing short of risky.
I guess I've completed the quest, right? Yi muttered to himself. As if in response to his question, a pleasant system chime rang out. Ding! System notice, congratulations on completing the quest, End of Despair, SS rank. Reward, ultra rare S rank skill, Undying Grip. Yi. That's it? Is that all?
No level, no reputation, no gold, nothing.
Just a skill book as a reward? Suppressing the urge to complain, Yi hurriedly opened his inventory to check.
There, resting quietly inside, was a skill book with a dark purple cover, shimmering with flashes of lightning. It looked quite magnificent.
Undying Grip, S rank.
Description: birth and extinction, impermanence like a moon reflected in water.
Unattainable, yet its true beauty lies in discernment. Skill effect: condenses overwhelming power to counter force with force, immobilizing the target and dealing 200% of your attack power as damage. This attack is guaranteed to hit.
Note: the exact duration of the control effect depends on the strength of both parties.
Restriction: limited to classes possessing special elemental power. Cooldown: 1 minute. Whoa!
Yi couldn't help but gasp. This skill truly lives up to its ultra rare S rank status. It even comes with a guaranteed hit.
Learned. Ding.
System notification: congratulations on successfully mastering the ultra rare S rank skill, Indestructible Grip.
Ding.
System notification: due to the additional effect of the weapon, Goddess Lament, the skill, Indestructible Grip, you've learned has reached SS rank.
Indestructible Grip, SS rank.
Description: birth and extinction, impermanence like a moon reflected in water.
Unattainable, yet its beauty lies in discernment. Skill effect: condenses overwhelming power to counter force with force, immobilizing the target and dealing 400% of your attack power as damage. This attack is guaranteed to hit.
Note: the exact duration of the control effect depends on the strength of both parties. Additional effect: within certain limits, you can forcibly control the actions of any unit through sheer power.
Restriction: limited to classes possessing special elemental power. Cooldown: 40 seconds. Note: due to current lack of strength, this skill's potency has not yet reached its full potential.
I have to say, all the Tier 1 skills that come with Divine Tiers are truly out of this world. The Undying Grip, upgraded from S rank to SS rank, deals 200% more damage and comes with an absurdly powerful additional effect. I just wonder just how far does that, to a certain extent, actually go? 6,656. Suddenly, bright red damage numbers flashed across Yi's screen.
Ha!
His good mood disrupted, Yi turned his head to look around. Several dozen meters outside the town, an undead archer was firing from a distance, and a stray arrow had accidentally struck him. Seeing this, Yi's mind raced. He raised his left hand toward the archer, and a blend of blue and dark elemental energy flared from his palm.
Undying Grip. Whoosh!
In an instant, the combined power of the blue and dark elements enveloped the undead archer in the void. Under Yi's control, he was forcibly lifted into the air and held fast.
Ding!
System notification: you have used the skill, Undying Grip, immobilizing the undead archer for 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Yi couldn't help but be impressed.
The undead archer was roughly the same level as him, yet to be immobilized for such a long time was truly unbelievable.
Come here.
He slightly curled his fingers, and the undead archer, dozens of meters away, was immediately pulled toward him by an invisible force, flying straight toward the culprit before finally having his neck gripped, leaving him unable to move. Afterward, Yi pushed it away, forcing it to hover in midair. He discovered that the skeleton could still follow his commands, rotating its entire skeletal body 360 degrees and even launching attacks at his own teammates in the distance. Without a doubt, the Control Any Unit's movement ability offered immense versatility against distant targets. It was practically a game changer. Holy shit! What the hell is this? The players standing nearby were dumbfounded, having just witnessed Silent Leaf toy with the undead archer as if it were a plaything in the palm of his hand, completely under his control. Die! With the experiment complete, he clenched his fist, closing it completely. Boom! The undead archeress body was instantly crushed to pieces, falling to the ground as a pile of scattered bones. 215,574. Critical hit. The astronomical damage figure popped up, startling even Yi himself. Whoa! A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding players. Is this really appropriate for a melee class? What an outstanding warrior! Even though he was a special guest, the native soldiers defending the town couldn't help but praise him. Please help us hold Mingyue town. Count on it. Yi looked out toward the town's outskirts, confirming that countless undead creatures were about to surge in. He immediately vowed with unwavering resolve, I'll stand with Mingyue town until the very end. Drawing out divine tears, Yi shouted, brothers, follow me into battle. Charge! A horde of local soldiers, bold and spirited, charged toward the undead army, which stretched out like an endless ocean. Seizing the opportunity, he activated Wind Shadow Follow to enter stealth mode and sprinted toward the rear of Moonlight Town, opening the bustling forum along the way to post a single character. Run! After a long era of peace, the Light faction's strength had already been greatly diminished. Coupled with this attack by 3 factions, defeat was all but certain. It's worth noting that this wasn't him betraying the natives, it was mainly because the native-born residents were bound to Mingyue town and couldn't break free. They had to hold their posts. Dying heroically was better than being brutally slaughtered. Ding! Server-wide announcement, attention! One of the 10 demon gods, Evil Bone Dragon Outer, has descended upon the Sakura district. The Sakura district empire has fallen. All residents of the Sakura district will suffer a 10% reduction in experience gain and a 10% reduction in all attributes. Ding! Server-wide announcement, attention! One of the 10 demon gods, Evil Bone Dragon Outer, has descended upon the Great Britain Zone. Emperor, Immortal Rock Lucius, has perished, and the Great Britain Zone's empire has fallen. All residents of the Great Britain Zone will suffer a 20% reduction in experience gain and a 20% reduction in all attributes. As he fled, the system chime rang in his ears from time to time, its significance deeply somber. This battle could be described as a catastrophe for the Light faction, and since the Light faction is deeply intertwined with the players, they naturally couldn't remain uninvolved. The vast majority of players would have to waste one of their resurrection attempts. If someone had already used both of their lives like I am the only one, who loved to provoke fights, you could only offer him his deepest sympathies. Russell. Racing along, he did his best to avoid the cities, heading specifically for remote areas. Whenever he encountered the Dark faction or even the Sea Clan's armies on the way, he'd change direction and flee without a second thought. On the forums, players were crying out in despair, their complaints pouring in. How can we stay alive? I'm online urgent. These siege monsters are way beyond our ability to stop. Factions from all sides are overrunning every city. I've seen lots of powerful native players running around like headless flies. Is the Light faction doomed? Yi was also browsing the forum, mainly to make sure he didn't run to the wrong place and end up near the enemy's lair. With battles raging everywhere, it was likely that the vast majority of the Light faction's cities would fall. The only way to survive was to flee to sparsely populated areas until the remnants of the Light faction could re-establish a foothold in some remote corner. As for exactly where to go to stay alive, Yi wasn't sure. Compared to his previous life, this one had the added threat of an undead faction, making survival even more difficult. The Fallen Lands were no longer a safe zone. In the short span of a few hours that followed, empires across all server regions were overrun, emperors met their ends, and players faced various punishments.
Looks like Brother Bernie wasn't alone on his journey. Yi sighed deeply.
He didn't know how history would record this major event that had swept across the entire Cambrian realm, but he did have a rather good suggestion.
Online game, server-wide feast.
Suddenly, Yi felt something vibrating in his inventory, triggering a system notification.
Ding! System notice, your wind sword orb is ready to be activated. Do you wish to activate it immediately? Note, upon activation, you will enter a special dimension. The Fallen Lands.
Outside a hidden cave, a man with a slightly pale and haggard face descended from the sky, crashing down like a meteor yet landing as lightly as a feather, before hurrying into the cave.
Wind Ruler Aaron, God-tier boss.
Like a gust of wind, the demon god clad in azure armor swept through several levels without alerting the monsters, effortlessly reaching the secret chamber. Upon seeing it completely empty, the azure orb had vanished without a trace. He froze in place.
Whereas the orb? Whereas my wind sword orb?
He truly hadn't expected that, having slept for so long, the immortal tier water dragon guarding the entrance had actually fallen to a mere earth tier, allowing others to take advantage of his absence. Who would have thought someone would enter the Fallen Lands, discover the hidden cave, and obtain the wind sword orb? Aaron's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent as he gritted his teeth.
Damn it! How could there be a single person with so many ties to the demon god? Can I activate it now?
He stopped in his tracks, suspecting that the wind sword pearl was likely connected to certain powerful figures.
Yes. After a moment's thought, he decided to go ahead. Once activated, he entered a special space.
This information was crucial. Perhaps he could use it to evade the massive brawl that was about to ensue.
Whoosh!
A dazzling green light surged from the wind sword pearl, enveloping Yi and causing him to vanish from where he stood.
Ding! System notification, you have entered a special space.
The scene shifted abruptly. Yi found himself on a different map. Looking around, he saw birds singing and flowers in bloom, a beautiful landscape. As a gentle breeze brushed his face, the surface of a nearby lake shimmered with ripples.
Peaceful and serene. It was like a utopia. Beside Yi, a semi-transparent elderly man who seemed to be nothing more than a spirit materialized, looking taken aback. Who are you? Whereas Aaron? Aaron?
After a brief moment of confusion, Yi realized that the wind sword pearl was connected to the so-called wind rider, Aaron.
Hello, old sir. After gathering his thoughts, Yi spoke honestly. To be frank, it was Aaron who sent me to see you. So Aaron is my dearest friend and brother. Impossible. Faced with Yi's answer, the old man blurted out, given how much Aaron values my legacy, there's no way he'd hand it over so easily. Legacy? It seemed the man before him was none other than the swordmaster of the pure wind, Yagyuqing. Yi's mind was as clear as a mirror. He smiled calmly and said, "Old master, people change. Aaron and I share a bond forged through life and death experiences, and he holds me in high regard. That is why he was willing to entrust the wind sword pearl to me." He was, after all, something of a celebrity in the Cambrian realm. Judging by the old man's attitude toward him from the very first moment they met, it seemed he knew very little about the outside world, which worked greatly to Yi's advantage. "I absolutely don't believe it," Yagyuqing said skeptically. "Don't tell me you stole the wind sword pearl, you brat. What would it take for you to believe me?" Yi felt helpless. "You know full well how powerful the guardian beast of the wind sword pearl is. There's no way I could have taken it. I need you to provide proof. If he really let you in, how could you possibly have no proof of your identity at all?" Although the other party's argument made some sense, Lu Xingqing still harbored doubts. Did he really have to be this cautious? What about the most basic trust between people? Yi was at his wit's end and blurted out, "He said that as soon as you saw me, you'd understand everything. No need for further explanation. If you can't produce proof, don't blame me for turning on you." Lu Xingqing sneered. Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. "I possess the power to slay gods. Does that count as proof? Isn't the power to slay gods Anita's signature technique?" Lu Shengqing asked, taken aback. Anita and I are like brothers, we wish we met sooner. Yi said eloquently.
He even taught me many skills that only a dark brawler can learn. As he spoke, he demonstrated them, leaving Lu Shengqing half convinced.
Oh, right. As if suddenly remembering something, Yi continued, Fei and I get along pretty well, too. We've even gone exploring in the woods together. No way.
Hearing this, Lu Shengqing bristled with indignation. How could Fei possibly like you, let alone go with you, to go off-road?
It's true.
Feeling deeply distrusted, Yi, an avid video editor, deliberately played a clip of Fei's voice pack right in front of him.
How about we choose this spot? The witch's soft, melodious voice rang out. I can't wait any longer. Your body, your weapons, they're all so maddening. Hand them over.
Yagyu Qing was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, his heart shattering into 1,000 pieces. It seemed the witch's charm was quite powerful, yet another victim had fallen. Yi couldn't help but feel a flood of emotions, though on the surface he licked his lips as if still craving more. The witch really does taste great.
Shut up. Looking at the other's wicked expression, Yagyu Qing's face turned ashen. What on earth do you have that attracts Fei? What good qualities do you even have? Didn't the witch just say so? Yi quipped.
Clearly, after his round of bickering, Lu Shengqing was completely thrown off balance and had forgotten his original purpose.
Lu Shengqing. Old man, please pass your legacy on to me. Yi pleaded sincerely. You want the legacy? Fine.
Lu Shengqing felt a deep sense of despair.
But I have only one condition. What's the condition? Treat Fei well, she's a good woman.
Yi could probably understand how he felt, so he said earnestly, I will.
Every single night, I'll treat her well. You.
Lu Shengqing was nearly fuming with rage.
That's not the kind of treat I meant. My legacy is a special technique that would make Aaron green with envy.
Lu Shengqing swallowed his anger. After all, as a dying man, he was no longer in the running.
If you want it, you'll have to pass 3 trials. Bring it on.
Yi was brimming with confidence.
I'm invincible, do whatever you want. Words are a weapon. All sorts of distractions could cloud Lu Shengqing's judgment. Pretty cocky. Lu Shengqing couldn't help but sneer. Don't come crying to me later. He decided to secretly ramp up the difficulty and teach this rival who was inferior to him in every way a lesson. See that lake over there?
Pointing to the crystal-clear lake in the distance, Lu Shengqing said calmly, run 10 laps around it within 2 minutes. The trial, of course, had to be tailored to his opponent's abilities. He could increase or decrease the difficulty, but it was still limited to a certain extent.
However, 10 laps.
Humph, that's enough to make this brat run until he's on his knees.
Whoosh.
Like a streak of aurora, Yi shot forward, sprinting around the lake at full speed. With Wind Shadow active and Chasing Shadow fully unleashed, he moved as swiftly as the wind and lightning, the force of his run sending ripples across the lake. After completing 10 laps, he returned to Yagyu Qing's side, breathing slightly heavily. How many seconds?
53 seconds. Yagyu Qing was stunned. Was this really the kind of speed a greenhorn at level 50 should possess? Not bad. Yi nodded, not bad. Yoshio was puzzled. Wasn't that supposed to be my line? Second challenge.
With mixed emotions, Yoshio pointed to a nearby tree. Cut down the tree with a single sword strike, and make sure the cut is clean and even.
Got it. Yi nodded, then walked over to the tree.
He pulled an ordinary silver tier longsword from his robe, rested the blade against his left hip, and focused intently. Suddenly, Yi swung his sword. Meteor sword technique combined with the armor-piercing strike skill.
Whoosh! The tree trunk toppled sideways, its leaves rustling. Ding!
System notification, congratulations on successfully felling the willow tree. You have gained 10 experience points. Glancing at the clean cut, Yi turned to report, next stage.
Delay could lead to trouble.
He had to secure the legacy as soon as possible. From the moment the wind sword orb became active, he had sensed that Aaron had discovered the theft of the treasure and might resort to extreme measures. Third stage, defeat this golem. Lu Xingqing waved his hand, and wind elements coalesced into a humanoid energy form. It possesses the same level as you. Originally, he wanted to say the golem's strength was equivalent to his own at level 50, but on second thought, he decided against it. This masked freak before him wouldn't be easy to deal with. Bring it on. Yi caught the hint, old man, I'm ready. The third stage begins. Yaguqing called out softly. Whoosh! Instantly, the energy form shot forward, moving at blinding speed and leaving a dizzying trail of afterimages in its wake, with exceptionally strong fluctuations of wind elemental energy swirling beneath its feet. Ding! System notification: the wind energy form has used the skill, Gale Spell, increasing movement speed by 50% for 1 minute. Ding! System notification: the wind energy entity has used the skill, Phantom Wind Shadow, increasing movement speed by 30% and creating afterimages to disrupt the opponent's judgment. Watch out! Seeing the speed he himself had been capable of in his youth, a surge of pride welled up in Ryuci's heart. Most people can't keep up with this puppet's speed, and even you might not be able to. In reality, on top of the base stats for a level 50 character, he had granted the puppet the speed of a level 100 character, statistics that weren't visible on the character panel. That's right. He had done it on purpose, pretending to be careless. That speed is indeed impressive. You watched as the puppet spun around him, making it difficult even for him to track its path, and couldn't help but admire it. It's just a pity. The smile faded from Yaguqing's face, and a chill gripped his heart. What's the pity? Raising his left hand to the side, Yi summoned a glow of both blue and dark elemental energy into his palm, then clenched his fingers. Boom! As if it had crashed into a wall, the energy entity's movement came to an immediate halt. Its entire body seemed bound, unable to escape, and it charged toward Yi of its own accord. Yoshio Chang was utterly taken aback. From his perspective, it looked as if the energy entity was willingly offering its neck to be seized, presenting it right before Yi, who then gripped it, leaving it completely immobilized. It's just a pity he ran into me. Inside the special space, Yi clamped down firmly on the energy entity's neck, lifting it as easily as a little chick, without the slightest effort. Ding! System notification: you have used the skill, Immortal Grip, immobilizing the wind energy entity for 8 seconds. Since their levels were so close, it wasn't difficult for Yi to subdue the energy entity. After all, the Undying Grip has a guaranteed hit property. To put it bluntly, he could strangle whoever he wanted. SSS. SSS. Yi raised his silver tier weapon and unleashed a flurry of stabs at the energy entity. Since the entity was formed from wind elements, it was immune to all forms of sustained damage, including poison, burn, and bleed effects, except for the true damage inflicted by the god-slaying power, which it couldn't avoid. But that was no big deal. 80%. 50%. In just 8 seconds, the energy entity's health had dropped to around 40%. Die. Yi uttered the word calmly, then clenched his fist with force, directly dispersing the wind element and causing the energy entity to vanish. 85,640. Critical hit. The weapon in his hand wasn't a divine tier weapon, so the damage output wasn't particularly high, but it was more than enough to take down a non-boss energy entity. Unbreakable Grip. This ultra-rare S-rank skill, a reward from the main quest, truly had so many remarkable qualities. Yaguqing watched from a short distance away, feeling a deep sense of unease. His younger self had met such a tragic end. Old Master, I've cleared all 3 trials. Yi cut straight to the chase. I humbly request that you impart your supreme art to me. I shall certainly carry on its legacy. To be honest, he had a vague feeling that the Wind Sword Pearl and his companions held special significance for him. Wind Rider Aaron, the renowned 4th demon god. If even a being of that caliber was drooling over this legacy, one could only imagine just how immense the benefits of the Qingfeng Sword Master Yaguqing's legacy must be. I think I understand why Fei takes such a liking to you now, Yaguqing said wistfully. A genius?
No. This is definitely a prodigy. Senior, I'll treat her well. Yi said, spouting utter nonsense with a straight face. Fine then.
Having suffered repeated setbacks, Lu Xingqing felt his enthusiasm wane. This move of mine is called the wind sword.
Watch closely.
As he spoke, he materialized a sharp, blue sword and sent it streaking toward the trees beside Yi so fast it seemed like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the tree, his movements impossible for Yi to follow.
3 seconds, 5 seconds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It wasn't until 10 seconds had passed that the willow tree finally seemed to react. The entire tree toppled over, followed by all its branches snapping off, its leaves shattering, and its trunk being sliced into dozens of pieces. Whoa! Yi silently sucked in a sharp breath. He now had a rough idea of just how terrifying Lu Xingqing's move was. With your current strength, you can't reach my level, let alone pull off a performance like that. As if reading Yi's thoughts, Lu Xingqing shook his head and chuckled.
Next, I'll demonstrate it in slow motion and share my insights with you.
Keep watching and do your best to learn. Alright. Yi's expression turned solemn.
In Gods and Demons, not all skills could be learned through instruction. Certain special skills required one to possess sufficient ability to master them before the system would recognize them. The technique Lu Xingqing was currently demonstrating was one of them. Look, when the weapon enters here, don't force speed instead, focus on fluidity. Don't just focus on attacking one spot, think carefully about the motion of a dragonfly skimming the water. The key here is to engage your whole body, relying solely on the strength in your hands. 1T work. Yagyuqing demonstrated and explained the technique over and over again with great seriousness, while Yi listened, completely captivated. A true master is a true master. The techniques they've mastered are truly countless. Huff, huff. The repeated practice had significantly weakened Yagyuqing's spiritual form. That's all for now. You practiced diligently. I can't go on. Old master, are you feeling unwell? Yi's heart sank, fearing he might vanish into thin air. My mouth is parched, my back and legs ache, and I'm feeling drained. Is it kidney exhaustion? I've just demonstrated it too many times. I'm glad you're all right. Yi breathed a sigh of relief and, following Yagyuqing's instructions, began practicing with the surrounding trees while wielding his weapon. Practice makes perfect. To ensure he mastered the wind sword as quickly as possible, he would devote himself entirely to it for the rest of the time, even going so far as to use his SSS rank skill, human high-quality learning. The sun set and the moon rose. Before he knew it, it was deep into the night. Yi remained meticulous, still practicing diligently. Staying up all night could kill him, but he was by no means one to cling to life out of fear of death. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was like a living hell. The flames of war engulfed the Cambrian realm, countless towns had fallen, and players were fleeing in all directions. Boom! A girl of 12 or 13 crashed down into a level 3 town like a falling meteor, instantly slaughtering tens of thousands of players. Her fiery red hair blazed like flames, and her blood-stained, porcelain-like face bore a look of madness, her cheeks curving into a radiant smile. I knew it, there's good food here. Before her, the giant blue bird guarding the town lay with a broken wing. Nirvana Demon Phoenix Yenwuxin, God-tier boss. The girl reached out her hand. Surging flames took the shape of a phoenix and shot out, sweeping across the ground toward the fleeing crowd and reducing them to ashes. After destroying the town, she feasted heartily, devouring the roasted blue bird, then set off to hunt her next target. The Light faction was in dire straits. Empires across all regions had fallen. People fled in all directions, evading the demon goddess' pursuit. After 3 full days of agonizing torment, the flames of war slowly subsided. This massacre left the vast majority of cities in ruins. Inside the special dimension. Whoosh! 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 He glided by like a ghost, cleaving a tree into 3 pieces. Excellent! Yagyuqing praised, you have grasped the essence of the wind sword. Then why hasn't the law recognized it yet? Yi asked, puzzled. 3 days. Even he was surprised at how difficult this technique was to master. To learn this move, his body was on the verge of collapse. Because you're still missing the final step. Ryusei stood before Yi, raised his hand toward him in midair, and channeled blue energy into the center of Yi's forehead. Your talent for speed is rare in the world, don't slack off. Yi nodded. As a final note, may I ask you one more question? Ryusei's weathered face flushed slightly. He was, for once, a bit embarrassed. What asked the question? Just what is it about you that has face so smitten? Ryusei asked bluntly. This was a question he simply couldn't wrap his head around. Do you want the truth, or a lie? He flashed a slightly aloof smile. Lu Shengqing listened intently. The truth, of course. Weapons. Yi said. Lu Shengqing's mouth twitched, and his gaze involuntarily drifted downward to Yi's legs. You've got quite the arsenal? God tier. Yi nodded slightly, offering another hint. Whoosh. Suddenly, space warped about 10 meters away from them, forming a blue vortex. Immediately afterward, a haggard, pale-faced man strode out in long, swift strides. He wore blue armor and had a gaunt build. It seemed he had expended a great deal of energy just to reach this place. Consequently, he was panting heavily and looked utterly exhausted. Aaron, what are you doing here? Yaguqing exclaimed in surprise. This special space, which he had created himself, was extremely difficult for outsiders to enter. Even a demon god was no exception. Watching as Yaguqing's wind elemental power connected to Silent Leaf's brow, the final step of the legacy, Aaron's eyes bulged with fury, and he roared toward the heavens, "You little bastard!" Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully mastering the skill. Both Lu Shengqing and Yi were taken aback by Aaron's profanity. This. Lu Shengqing immediately caught on and turned to glare at the exceptionally gifted young man beside him. Who exactly are you? Seeing Aaron's attitude, he instantly realized he'd been tricked. I am the ruler of 10,000 beings. Yi declared solemnly. To be honest, that was a bit of an understatement. In reality, he was the ruler of billions of beings. He just didn't usually reveal that to outsiders. Ding! System notification, congratulations on successfully mastering the skill, Winchant, S rank. Ding! System notification, as you are the first adventurer to master an S rank skill, you have received the following rewards: 100 free attribute points, 2,000 reputation, and 100 gold coins. Ding! System notification, due to the bonus effect of the weapon, Goddess Lament, the skill, Winchant, you have learned has been upgraded to SS rank. Whoa! That feels great. Yi was secretly overjoyed. This trip had truly paid off for him. It really was worth those 2 nights and 3 days inside the Windsword Pearl. Thank you, senior. I'll never forget today's kindness. Yi clasped his fists in gratitude. In any case, Yaguqing had indeed provided immense help, albeit by a twist of fate. As the transfer of blue energy came to an end, Yaguqing's soul form grew even weaker, as if it would vanish at the slightest breeze. Yet, faced with this outcome, a hint of resentment flashed across his face. It's over. I've passed the legacy on to the wrong person. Whoosh! Like a flash of blue light, a furious Aaron appeared before Yi. Die! Whoosh! However, before his fist could land, Yi had already vanished into the special space. At the same time, starting from the edges, the entire space began to collapse, as if shattering into fragments. Huff, huff. Aaron gasped for breath, unsure whether it was from exhaustion, anger, or both. His heart was bleeding. He had waited so long, pampering the living Yaguqing as if he were his own father, all for the sake of obtaining his legacy. Never did he expect that upon waking, he would be met with such devastating news. Yaguqing, are you fucking stupid? Aaron cursed furiously. Yaguqing's expression wavered between light and dark. After a long while, he finally exhaled a heavy breath of stale air, letting go of all resentment as his soul form slowly dissipated. It's come to this, there is no turning back. Let him have it, he is far superior to you. In truth, Silent Leaf had left this place early precisely because he had intervened. Otherwise, Silent Leaf would have died at least once. Since he made a mistake, he had no choice but to make the best of it, otherwise, the legacy meant for him would be severed. You pfft. Aaron was overcome with rage, his vision went black, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Silent Leaf, I'm not done with you yet. Whoosh! Leaving the special space, Yia's field of vision shifted, and he returned to the spot where he had entered earlier. What met his eyes was a vast horde of undead. The soul flames in their heads glowed blue, their gray-white skeletons supporting tattered armor, and they wandered aimlessly, wielding rusty iron swords. Undead Swordsman Elite Monster. Level, 65. HP, 600,000. Attack, 2,150. Defense, 1,200-1,310. Skills, Undead / Basic Combo. Description: taxi soldiers whose grudges refuse to fade have become undead after death. Their goal is to take you with them. Stats like these were already beyond the capabilities of an average player. After suffering a series of brutal attacks from 3 directions, he had no idea what condition the light faction would be in 3 days later, or if they'd even survived. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! The undead swordsman sensed the presence of the living nearby and launched an immediate attack. Pulling the mist-shrouded goddess Lament from his inventory, he unleashed a fluid 3-strike combo against the undead swordsman beside him. 29,240. 29,475. 28,997. No skills used. Almost every strike was a 3-hit combo. And this was the immense power brought by Singing Wind. Singing Wind passive SS rank. Description: the supreme technique of the sword master of the pure wind, Yagyu Qing. Even the 4th demon god covets it. The attack speed it grants is truly breathtaking. Active skill? Currently unavailable. Passive effect: all basic attacks guarantee a 2-hit combo, with a 75% chance to trigger a 3-hit combo, a 20% chance to trigger a 4-hit combo, and a 5% chance to trigger a 5-hit combo. Scalable. An incredibly game-breaking skill, it can be said to have propelled Yi's combat power to new heights. From this point on, his basic attacks are no longer just basic attacks. With the advantages gained from stacked movement speed and attack speed, Yinfeng's future power will continue to be amplified. And this doesn't even account for Yinfeng's true potential. Even in the end, he won't be able to match the astonishing performance of the clear windsword master felling the willow tree. Furthermore, the effects of the active skill are highly anticipated. Boom!